This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. When the library opened at 9 in the morning, there were already 7 or 8 people waiting at the door. All of them were white-haired old people. Today is Monday. Unlike weekends, many parents will bring their children to the city library to read books. Those who come to the library on weekdays are generally retired old people. Outside the library is a busy world, and inside the library is silent, with the sound of flipping books gently ringing. At 10 o'clock, more and more people came to the library. Tang Mo sat in front of the computer and helped to clock in one by one. His left hand kept inputting the book number on the keyboard, and his right hand pressed the mouse to confirm. After doing all this, he looked up. It's been almost a month since I borrowed the last book. Haven't you finished reading it yet? In front of him was a middle-aged woman in simple clothes. She smiled and shook her head. No, my son is a slow reader. Does it matter if I don't return the book for a month? Tang Mo, 1 month is the free period, and after that, a loan fee of 10 cents will be charged every day. After a pause, he added, if the book is lost, you have to pay the original price. This book is 82 yuan. The woman's face changed. It's so expensive. Okay, I let the brat read the book when I get home today. After that, she turned and left. Tang Mo watched the woman walk away with big strides, with not much expression on his handsome face, and took the library card of the next person to swipe for him. Didn't finish reading? I think you lost the book. A crisp female voice sounded. Tang Mo swiped the card and said, maybe. The woman's voice was full of disdain. A library card costs 50 yuan, and the book costs 82 yuan. I don't think she will come here again. I don't think she will come again. Director Wang, who was in charge of the front desk reception, came over and patted Tang Mo on the shoulder. Xiao Tang, go see what that charlatan is doing. I just saw him walk to the corner, which is a blind spot for surveillance, so don't let anything happen to him. Tang Mo nodded lightly and walked to the corner. The Suzhou Library is located in the city center, with a total of 3 floors. The 3rd floor is mostly books on humanities and history. Tang Mo walked from the service desk to the southeast corner, passed through more than 30 bookshelves, and searched again before he found the charlatan. Suzhou in November was already a bit chilly. The howling cold wind was blowing outside the window, shaking the window banging, but the sunlight shining through the window made people warm. The charlatan sat cross-legged on the ground by the window, with 5 or 6 books placed beside him, just placed there in a mess. He didn't read any of them at all, and his hands were in his hair, making his already messy hair even worse. Tang Mo pursed his lips and walked up to pick up the book resignedly. Mr. Chun, there are tables and chairs in our library. You can read there. Read, what book? Tang Mo glanced at the brick book he had just picked up. The Secret of the Disappearance of Mayan Civilization? The charlatan suddenly raised his head, staring with a pair of bloodshot eyes, and said in horror, do you know the secret of the disappearance of Mayan civilization? Tang Mo raised the corners of his lips faintly. I don't know, do you know? I know, of course I know. The charlatan suddenly got excited, got up and said, they offended the manifestation of God. The Gugara Khan they believed in was a false god, not the manifestation of God at all. They offended God, so they all died. God is the only and eternal one, and those who offend God must die. Tang Mo heard these words countless times, but he didn't take them to heart. The library is open to the public, and there are too many weirdos. Although the charlatan is weird enough, he is not mentally ill. He can only be said to be a fanatical religious person, and cannot be turned away. Tang Mo casually said, where is the real God? The charlatan's expression suddenly froze. Tang Mo smiled, and turned to walk away with the pile of books. He had asked the charlatan this question many times. The charlatan began to come to the library to read books frequently a year ago. He was always talking nonsense, and had to divine the lucky position every day before finding a seat. But once the staff asked him the question, who is God? He would shut up, like a wilted cabbage, and leave the library in disgrace after a while. Tang Mo turned around, and left with the book in his arms. Just as he turned his head, he heard a deep and mysterious voice behind him. God is there. Tang Mo's footsteps suddenly stopped. He turned around and looked. The charlatan stood by the window, pointing at the huge black tower floating above the city not far away, with a very charlatan smile. God is coming soon. Tang Mo, just be happy. The bus that Tang Mo took to go home from get off work every day passed through the city center. He sat at the window seat, and listened to music with headphones on. Just as a song was ending, he heard the voices of 2 high school girls discussing on the bus. Black Tower, I take a picture. Why are you still taking pictures? What's so good about this thing? No one wants to see it now. Just take a picture, post it on WeChat Moments, and title it One Day Trip to Black Tower. No one will like it. Hey, the boy sitting in the window is so handsome, you might as well take a picture of him. There will definitely be a lot of people who like it. Maybe you can even become an internet celebrity. Just call it Bus Boy. You take a picture quickly. The next song started. Tang Mo raised his right hand to cover his face calmly, turned his head, and looked out the window, ignoring the two girls. He raised his eyes slightly, and looked at the black giant tower floating above Suzhou. Amid the high-rise buildings in the city, a black giant tower stood tall in the air. The tower was in the shape of a four-sided pyramid, similar to the Egyptian pyramids, but it was not golden, but black. Its base spanned the entire center of Suzhou, almost covering the city under its range. The cold moonlight shines through the black tower onto the ground without any obstruction. Half a year ago, this tower suddenly appeared in the center of Suzhou. Tang Mo had just started working at the library. He was in a hurry to go out in the morning, and didn't watch the news. As soon as he stepped onto the street, the whole Suzhou was in an uproar. The bus disappeared, and even taxis couldn't be stopped. All the cars were driving frantically towards the city center. Tang Mo was still a little sleepy, and didn't understand the situation. When he looked up, he saw the huge black tower. All the sleepiness disappeared at this moment. Tang Mo almost thought it was 2012, and the world was about to end. How could there be such a big thing? I didn't see it when I got off work last night. How could it suddenly appear there? At first, Tang Mo wondered if it was some kind of national construction. At that time, the internet often praised the country's infrastructure as being very powerful, and an overpass could be built in one night, which made foreigners' eyes red with envy. Until he finally got a taxi and arrived in the city center, he stood in the crowded crowd and looked up. This tower was completely suspended in the air. Completely suspended, at least 100 meters above the ground. How can humans build castles in the air? The LED screen in the city center was broadcasting the news. At 8 a.m. Beijing time, 1,021 strange black towers appeared above major cities and oceans in my country. It is reported that at the same time, black towers appeared on a large scale around the world. Please don't panic. The country has established relevant departments to investigate the Black Tower incident. We have invited Professor Luo from the Department of Physics of Peking University to explain the relevant issues of the Black Tower incident to us. Now connect with Professor Luo. The end of the world. Everyone panicked. Tang Mo was unable to go to work for 2 days. Countless people drove to the countryside. The farther away from the Black Tower, the better. However, the country maintained the operation of society very well. 3 days later, Tang Mo received a notice to continue working. After another week, many people saw that the Black Tower was not moving and returned. Until today, half a year later, these black towers have become some kind of tourist attraction. In the past few months, people in white research suits came to the bottom of the Black Tower every day, moving some large instruments, and I don't know what they were checking. Now they basically come to check once every 3 days, and the shops near the Black Tower have resumed operations. Tang Mo supported his chin with one hand, looking at the Black Tower calmly. The bus turned a corner and left the Black Tower behind, no longer visible. After a quick meal in the evening, Tang Mo turned on his computer and logged into QQ, and a chat box popped up. Victor, sorry, I'm very busy recently, and I may not have time to play together. Tang Mo glanced at the chat history. He sent a message last week, but he only replied today. It seems that he is really busy. Matong, it's okay, we play together again when we're free. After sending the message, Tang Mo opened the Bridge app. Unexpectedly, Victor was online this time, and he got a reply soon. Victor, let's play a game, I have some time. Matong, okay smiley face. Tang Mo invited Victor into the room, and the game started soon. Tang Mo has been playing Bridge for 5 years. When he was a freshman, a roommate was very obsessed with Bridge, saying that it was a game that tested IQ and was very cool, so he forced Tang Mo to play it. However, within a month, the roommate became addicted to other things again, but Tang Mo continued to play Bridge quietly for 5 years. Halfway through the game, Tang Mo found an opportunity to make a deal. His eyes flashed, and before he played a card, Victor suddenly played a Club King. Tang Mo was stunned. As soon as Victor played this card, he killed his chance to make a deal this time. Did Victor make a mistake? Bridge is a 2v2 game. Tang Mo met Victor online a year ago. The two cooperated well, and Victor's card skills were not worse than Tang Mo's. But Victor has been very busy in the past 6 months. He hasn't even played for the past 2 months. It's possible that he's rusty. Tang Mo looked at the number of tricks on the table again and suddenly realized he wants a grand slam. With a faint smile on his lips, Tang Mo calmly played a card. Half an hour later, the game was over and Tang Mo opened QQ. Matong, GJ, still as good as before. Victor, GJ. Matong. Smiley face. Victor didn't answer for a long time. Tang Mo guessed that he was busy again and didn't say anything. He played a game of bridge alone. When he came back after the fight, he saw a message from Victor. I remember you once said that there is a black tower next to where you work. Matong. Yeah, about 200 meters away. What's wrong? Victor. Don't go there recently, there might be some problems. Seeing this, Tang Mo suddenly remembered the look on the face of the charlatan this morning when he pointed at the black tower with a nervous look on his face and said confidently, God is coming soon. Victor and the charlatan. Tang Mo couldn't help laughing out loud and laughed for a long time before he sent a message back. I didn't expect you to be a black tower dangerous faction, but I work nearby, so I may not be able to go less often. Victor didn't force it and said a few more words, then suddenly said he had something to do, and the two said goodbye and went offline. The next day at work, the charlatan didn't come. Director Wang was surprised and pulled Tang Mo and said that charlatan didn't come today. I saw that he punched in more frequently than me. Did something happen to him? Tang Mo, maybe something happened at home. Director Wang waved his hand. Hey, why bother with him? It's better if he doesn't come, otherwise we have to find someone to watch him. Xiao Tang and Xiao Zhao, you guys need to work harder today. Find some time to sort out the G books. Sorting out books is a must for librarians every day. This position is not as easy as outsiders imagine. Xiao Xiao is going to a blind date in the evening. The girl looks at Tang Mo eagerly. Tang Mo says, you go back first. I do it alone. Xiao Xiao says gratefully, thank you, Tang Mo. I help you work overtime next time. Tang Mo nodded gently and said nothing. After working overtime until 10 p.m., Tang Mo left the library and took the last bus. There were few people on the last bus, except for the driver, Tang Mo, and a middle-aged uncle. The uncle was sleeping soundly on the chair. Tang Mo's phone was out of battery, and he looked out the window with his chin propped up and bored. Many shopping malls in the city center were closed at this time. The November night was very cold, there were few people on the street, and the moonlight was cold and clear. Tang Mo looked at the neon signs flashing colorful lights. The bus turned a corner, and the huge black tower suddenly came into view. After watching for half a year, Tang Mo, like many others, had no interest in the tower anymore and just watched it calmly. Suddenly, he saw a small insect, or maybe a bird, but it was too far away to see clearly. Under the moonlight, the black little thing fluttered in the air and flew towards the dark giant tower. Tang Mo watched carelessly, watching the little thing fly to the side of the black tower, and then stupidly continued to fly forward and headed towards the black tower. Then, it seemed to hit something, and suddenly fell to the ground. Tang Mo just watched. The bus turned again, and the black tower disappeared behind him. The name of the next stop sounded in the bus. Tang Mo leaned on the window with his left hand, thinking about what to eat tonight. Suddenly, his eyes widened, and he turned his head quickly, and the whole person pressed against the window to see the black tower again. But the bus had already gone far away, and the black tower was impossible to see behind the bus. Tang Mo's heart was beating very fast, and it was about to jump out of his throat. After a long time, he calmed down. I must have seen it wrong, right? The black tower is a phantom caused by optical pollution, and it has no entity. This is the mainstream view in society at present. Many people do not believe it, but at least the black tower does not have any entity. It can only be seen, but cannot be touched at all. Tang Mo closed his eyes, and wanted to forget the scene just now. But that scene kept replaying in his mind, and he could not forget it until he went to bed at night, causing him to sleepless until late at night before falling asleep. When he woke up the next day, it was already 7:30 in the morning. Tang Mo hurriedly got up and brushed his teeth to catch the 8 o'clock bus. He quickly got dressed, picked up his backpack and left, but just as his hand touched the door handle, a pleasant and smooth music suddenly sounded. Jingle bells, jingle bells, jingle bells. Tang Mo turned his head in surprise, but did not find the source of the sound in the room, but the song Jingle Bells kept ringing. There were no lyrics, but everyone knew what song it was. Tang Mo listened carefully to the sound, but could not find the source at all. It seemed to come from all directions. The next moment, Tang Mo's body froze. He ran to the window at an unprecedented speed and looked at the black tower in the center of Suzhou from a distance. The tower was flashing with colorful lights, which kept changing with the tune of the nursery rhyme. When the last note fell, the colorful lights disappeared, and everything fell into darkness again. A clear voice, like a child, sounded, with a high tone unique to children, sharp and loud. Ding! On November 15, 2017, the Earth was online. Chapter 2. The whole world. All humans stopped moving at this moment, and looked at the black tower closest to them. They had never felt that the black tower was so huge. No matter how far away from the tower, they could clearly see tiny blue dots of light emerging on the dark tower. They swirled and flickered, and the blue dots of light formed a string of characters, like an old-fashioned computer that had crashed, sliding quickly on the black tower, and finally gathered into a row of blue words in the center of the black tower. Ding! Within 3 days, all players are requested to eliminate any player, including but not limited to the game mode. The clear voice of a child rang out at the same time. Tang Mo stood on the balcony, staring at the tower without blinking. The cold autumn wind blew across his cheek, and a bean-sized drop of sweat slid down his forehead. He stared at the black tower, but the black tower returned to calm, the blue font disappeared, the child's voice disappeared, and it seemed to be no different from before. Half an hour later, Tang Mo rushed to the entrance of the library. Countless people crowded around the black tower, and the crowds even blocked the road in front of the library. The noisy and crowded crowd blocked the city center. Tang Mo looked for a while, then turned and walked into the library. 10 minutes later, Director Wang walked to the service desk. Go home today. No need to go to work. Wait for notification at home. Xiao Zhao came over excitedly and couldn't help asking, Director, is it related to the Black Tower? The Black Tower made a sound this morning. Did you hear it? What's going on? Where did this thing come from? Could it really be the end of the world? Director Wang immediately frowned. What do you mean by the end of the world? What nonsense. You young people should stop talking nonsense and reading those messy things all day long. Xiao Zhao is the youngest girl in the library, born in 1996. There is a hint of fear in her round eyes, but more of it is surprise and curiosity. As soon as Director Wang left, she said, Tang Mo, you also heard it. The Black Tower spoke. It said something about going online and being eliminated. Tang Mo packed up and went home, feeling irritable, and casually perfunctorily said, I didn't pay attention. Do you think this is the end of the world? I don't think so. If it is the end of the world, where are the zombies? The Black Tower said it wants to eliminate players. Could it be that it wants to turn us into zombies? Is this a conspiracy of the country? No, it is said on the internet that Black Towers have appeared all over the world, and they have spoken today. Which country can be so awesome? Not even the United States. Tang Mo was in no mood to discuss this kind of thing. For some reason, after he heard the Black Tower speak with his own ears, and saw the line of words that appeared on the Black Tower, his heart began to beat very fast. The normal heart rate of an adult is between 60 and 100 beats per minute. Tang Mo counted it when Xiao Zhao was talking just now. His heart rate is now 130. But he didn't feel uncomfortable, just panicked, as if something was wrong. Tang Mo raised his head and looked around. The service desk was in the center of the reading room, with bookshelves all around. To the left were humanities books, and to the right were history books. He didn't know what he was reading. Wherever he looked, the sun shone through the window, and tiny dust particles were flying in the air. Tang Mo! A loud female voice woke Tang Mo from his trance. Xiao Zhao's tone was somewhat dissatisfied. I called you several times just now. What's wrong with you? What are you thinking about? Why don't you say anything? Tang Mo wiped his face with his hand. His palm was wet. He turned to look at his colleague. It's okay. His heart beat faster. Xiao Zhao picked up the bag. I want to see the Black Tower. Do you want to go with me? When I entered the library, I saw a lot of people there. We are on the same way anyway. Do you want to go together? Tang Mo shook his head quickly. I'm going home. Because of what happened just now, Xiao Zhao seemed unhappy and waved his hand and left the library first. However, Xiao Zhao did not get to visit the Black Tower. When Tang Mo left the library, a group of armed police got off the car and evacuated the people surrounding the Black Tower. They surrounded the Black Tower with white plastic boards. The white plastic wall surrounded the Black Tower all the way to the entrance of the library, blocking the Black Tower tightly and not letting people in. Many people stood outside the wall and took pictures of the Black Tower with their mobile phones. Tang Mo took a photo and got on a taxi to go home. On the internet, the Black Tower incident has become a hot topic around the world. Tang Mo was lying on the bed and browsing his moments. His college classmates, who studied in Japan and the United States posted photos. The words on the Black Tower in the photos were no longer in Chinese, but in Japanese and English. Tang Mo didn't know how to climb over the firewall, but the classmate who studied in the United States replied to several messages in moments. Yes, it's not Chinese, it speaks English. I was scared to death. Our school has suspended classes. Now many people took to the streets to march in front of the White House and demanded an explanation from the government. It's too difficult to buy tickets at the airport now. I can't buy a ticket to return home. My roommate has money and will return home in the afternoon. It was still night when it spoke, and it also played a nursery rhyme. My friend has a video, so I uploaded it. Tang Mo clicked on the new video posted by this classmate. A familiar black tower was suspended next to the Lincoln Memorial. It flashed colorful lights, and was particularly eye-catching in the dark night. This song is not Jingle Bells, but it is obviously a nursery rhyme. After the song, the same clear and high-pitched child's voice said it again in English. Ding! On November 15, 2017, the Earth was online. What is going on? Tang Mo threw his phone on the bed anxiously. The official has not released specific information about the Black Towers, but there are too many of them to be hidden. Someone on the internet has already released data that on average, there is a black tower for every 10,000 square kilometers of land. Even in the ocean, there are countless black towers. Tang Mo stood up and paced back and forth in the room in agitation. His heart could not calm down at all, and it was beating so fast that it was about to burst out of his chest. When Tang Mo walked to the 160th time, he suddenly stopped. This is not like him. Why is he suddenly so irritable? Tang Mo walked to the bathroom and put his head under the faucet. He didn't worry about catching a cold, so he turned on the cold water and poured it on his head. His mood seemed to calm down a little. He poured a glass of cold water and returned to the room, turned on the computer, and opened the bridge software. He needed to calm down. This sudden feeling of anxiety was out of his control. Perhaps it was because his heartbeat was too fast, affecting his judgment. It should be 150 beats per minute now. Tang Mo looked at the computer screen indifferently. Probably because such a big thing happened, there were too few people who wanted to play games at this time. He matched for 10 minutes before entering a room and starting a game of cards. As the game went on, his brain was spinning rapidly, and Tang Mo's heart gradually calmed down, and his heart seemed to be beating less fast. He played from day to night until he was too sleepy and fell asleep on the bed. When he woke up the next day, the unignorable anxiety came to his mind again. Tang Mo opened the bridge software again and continued to play cards. After playing for another whole day, Tang Mo's face was extremely ugly, his eyes were full of bloodshot, and his brain was so tired that he could fall asleep with his eyes closed. The QQ notification sounded. Victor, you played all day? Tang Mo rubbed his dry eyes and replied, yeah, a little uncomfortable. Victor, you must feel uncomfortable after playing for so long. Rest early. Ma Tong, yeah. Victor, stay away from the Black Tower. Tang Mo had fallen asleep in front of the computer desk. When he woke up the next day, he saw the message sent by Victor and quickly replied to the other party, but Victor had already gone offline. Tang Mo stretched and suddenly felt much better. His heartbeat was still fast, but the anxiety that came from nowhere disappeared without a trace. The Black Tower incident is still being discussed on the internet. The government did not give a specific explanation, but it strongly suppressed public opinion. Many netizens can only discuss the relevant information of the Black Tower privately, and the discussions are all useless things. Sensitive words cannot even be sent out. Tang Mo clicked on several posts speculating on the truth of the Black Tower. Most people thought that the Black Tower was the result of some top-notch scientific research. There were also a small number of people who thought it was the end of the world, but their tone was completely joking, so their posts were not deleted, and these people were free to talk nonsense in the posts. In the afternoon, Director Wang sent an announcement in the library group. Director Wang, emergency notice. Starting the day after tomorrow, the library will be requisitioned as a temporary research center. Any personal belongings should be taken away within the next 2 days. Notice again, the library will be requisitioned the day after tomorrow as. The group immediately went wild. Several old employees asked where they would work in the future since the library had been requisitioned. A few young employees also joked, it's the end of the world, why are we still working? Tang Mo raised his head and glanced at the Black Tower in the distance. He picked up his bag and got on the bus to the library. It has to be said that China has done a great job in maintaining social stability. Except for people like them whose work units are too close to the Black Tower, and who have to go home for the holidays, Other public facilities are running very smoothly as usual. However, when he swiped his card on the bus, Tang Mo saw an ashtray in front of the driver, which was full of ashes and a cigarette in his mouth. A middle-aged woman complained, "Master, why are you smoking while driving? Isn't smoking prohibited? It's so annoying. If I don't smoke, I don't even want to drive the car. How about you drive?" "Hey, why are you talking like that? Not smoking is your bus company's own rule. It's wrong for you to smoke. Don't you let people say anything?" The driver and the woman quarreled, and the two female college students sitting next to Tang Mo hurried to persuade them to stop fighting. After much persuasion, the two girls sat back in their seats. One of them said, "Is today the third day?" "Oh, you mean that? It's really the third day." The girl said while playing with her phone. They said they were going to eliminate players, and it's not limited to the game mode. "What does this mean? It's been 3 days, and there's no movement. What kind of game is it? Is our rock paper scissors game? Hee hee, do you want to try it? Rock paper scissors? Aw, I lost. Then am I eliminated by you?" The two girls looked at each other and laughed together. Those who were in the mood to take the bus and continue their daily lives were those who didn't care much about the Black Tower incident. When Tang Mo arrived at the library, he saw thousands of people holding signs blocking the road and confronting the armed police. These were the people who cared a lot about the Black Tower incident, and they were also the ones who really thought that the Black Tower would bring about the end of the world. Tang Mo took a detour and entered the library from the back door. It seemed that he was the only one who was in a hurry to come back to get something. There was no one else in the empty library. Slogans of the demonstrators were heard outside the door, and their shouts echoed in the library. Tang Mo found his locker and took out several books. He was about to leave when he suddenly heard a dull sound from the southeast corner. Tang Mo stopped and looked there. After a moment, he took out a black explosion-proof stick from the security guard's locker, tiptoed, and walked carefully to the corner. "Who's there?" No response. You can vaguely hear the sound of someone picking up a book in the corner. The other party stuffed the book back into the bookshelf and dropped another book in a hurry. Tang Mo walked to the bookshelf in the corner, turned around, and shouted, "Who's there?" A young man with ordinary appearance and messy hair looked at Tang Mo in panic, holding a book in his hand. Tang Mo relaxed his hand holding the anti-explosion stick and said in surprise, "The charlatan." "Ahem, Mr. Chen, how did you get here?" The charlatan looked at Tang Mo stiffly, laughed dryly twice, and stuffed the fallen book back into the bookshelf. Tang Mo frowned. "How did you get in?" "There's a window on the east side that's not closed properly. I just came in to take a look." Tang Mo recalled that there was indeed a window on the east side of the library, but that window was close to the ground and connected to the basement, mainly for ventilation. How did this charlatan get in? Did he really climb in through the window? Tang Mo, "Mr. Chen, we will be very embarrassed if you do this. This is considered theft, right?" "I didn't steal anything," the charlatan said hurriedly. Tang Mo looked him up and down, holding the anti-explosion stick tightly in his hand, walked to the bookshelf in front of the charlatan, and took a closer look. There were indeed no missing books, just like when he left 3 days ago. "So what exactly did you want to do this time?" Ding! The confrontation game Who Stole My Book has been triggered. At 17:52 on November 17, 2017, players Tang Mo and Chen Fangji entered the game time safely. The players have entered the sandbox, the game map has been made, and the data has been loaded. In an instant, the slogans outside the library disappeared completely. In the empty library, a strange and clear child's voice sounded out of thin air, chanting a nursery rhyme that no one had ever heard. La 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 la. A stick hits lightly, 2 players playhouse. 3 days, and 3 nights without speaking, angels and demons won it. Hush. Who stole my book? Chapter 3. Those who don't believe in the Black Tower are just watching the fun from beginning to end. They believe that this is the result of the government's high-tech research and will not cause any harm to themselves. The government can't hurt people. Even if something really happens, the leaders are also human beings. Even if the sky falls, there are people above to support it. It has nothing to do with them. Anyway, they can't do anything. Those who believe in the Black Tower are extremely afraid when the third day comes. What is a game? What is elimination? We want an explanation. Explanation, explanation. What is it? You must give an explanation. More and more people were marching, blocking the center of Suzhou. There were also some people trying to take advantage of the situation, hoping to see if they could get some benefits. No matter how much the armed police warned and drove them away, they refused to leave because of their numerical advantage, tightly surrounding the white wall, and even had a tendency to break through the wall. Such scenes have occurred all over the world. China is considered to be very good. Before the Black Tower incident, the country was very stable and had strong cohesion and control. In some poor and weak countries, especially some countries where the government's deterrence is extremely weak, the Black Tower dangerous faction occupied the government agencies on the first day. The Black Tower is a god, and it will lead us to a new century. The Black Tower century is coming, my great and only Lord. Please give us the power of new life. Give us strength. Thousands of people knelt in front of the Black Tower, longing for a beautiful new century. Tang Mo didn't know about these things. He held the black anti-explosion stick tightly in his hand. Even though he was wearing thin clothes, his forehead was already covered with sweat. The strange and clear child's voice sang this nursery rhyme. After he finished singing, the ethereal and high-pitched voice echoed for a long time in the empty library. Did you hear it? Tang Mo almost chewed out a few words from his teeth. The charlatan had already collapsed on the ground in fear. His messy hair blocked his eyes. When Tang Mo looked at him, he could only see a pair of eyes trembling with fear. The charlatan was so scared that he couldn't even speak. He crawled back in fear and shrank to the wall. He held his head and trembled and said, "What is that? What is it?" Tang Mo had no idea. After singing the nursery rhyme, there was no sound in the library. Gradually, Tang Mo calmed down. Some people would be at a loss and panic when encountering major events. Tang Mo was just the opposite. Tang Mo was born an extremely rational person. 5 years ago, his parents had a car accident together. At that time, he had just entered college. If it were someone else, he might have felt devastated. Tang Mo handled the funeral of the two in an orderly manner. He cried secretly by himself after everything was over, and then began to think about his future. And since his heartbeat accelerated, and he felt anxious 2 days ago, he found that he had become calmer than before. Tang Mo took a thick and large book from the G-class bookshelf as a shield with a blast stick in his right hand, and walked to the window. Outside the window was a boundless white. This is the window on the east side of the library. Normally, you can see the main street of Suzhou City and several famous ancient gardens from here. Tang Mo tightened his grip on the anti-explosion baton. He seemed calm, but he was always alert to the movements around him. He was ready to fight back at any time when he passed a bookshelf. He looked at the windows on the 3rd floor of the library in the east, south, west and north, and returned to his original position. We are not in Suzhou anymore. The charlatan sat in the corner and looked at Tang Mo with horror. Tang Mo didn't want to say this answer, but he said with a stiff upper lip, "We are surrounded by a blank space now, but this is indeed a library. It's probably similar to the library being moved out of thin air to a large empty room. I've been working here for a year. Just now, when I passed by the service desk, I saw that my colleague's water cup was still on the table, exactly the same as in the library." After all, he was not alone. After listening to Tang Mo's words, the charlatan also plucked up the courage to stand up. He looked around and suddenly said, "Ah, this is the book I secretly put here last week." Tang Mo looked in the direction of his finger. "I'm afraid that this book will be borrowed by others and hidden in the gap between the two bookshelves." Tang Mo, So you did all that. Tang Mo is the library administrator, and the charlatan is a frequent visitor. They both confirm that this is the library, so it must be right. Tang Mo took the charlatan to the security cabinet and took out another anti-explosion stick. Everything is unknown now. Letting the charlatan take the anti-explosion stick can protect his own safety, and if the two of them encounter any danger, they will have an extra helper. Just as the two walked to the service desk, suddenly, a series of footsteps came from the bookshelf deep in the 3rd floor. The charlatan opened his eyes wide in fear, and Tang Mo was also frightened, and sweat broke out on his back. He had just checked there, and there was no one there. Whose footsteps were these? The two men held the explosion-proof batons tightly and stared at the front carefully, with their backs pressed against the wall. The sound was getting closer and closer, and it was very irregular, like a child jumping on the ground. 30 seconds later, a small black shadow appeared from the depths of the bookshelf. It was a little girl with 2 ponytails, wearing a red dress and a pair of shiny red leather shoes in late November. The clattering sound just now was the sound of leather shoes stepping on the ground. Ghost! 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 The charlatan was so scared that he shrank behind Tang Mo. But Tang Mo was also scared. This is not a question of being calm or not. What the hell is a mosaic running over here? According to her height, the little girl in the red skirt looks only about 7 or 8 years old. She wore a delicate little skirt, small shoes, and even the small backpack on her back was Disney pink mini style, which was extremely delicate and looked no different from a real person. Only her face was covered with a thick layer of mosaic. No eyebrows, no eyes, no nose, no mouth. Only mosaic. Tang Mo gritted his teeth and suppressed the desire to beat the little girl to death. "Brother, have you seen my book?" No matter how clear and pleasant the voice was, Tang Mo felt creepy when he saw this face. Tang Mo stared at the little girl with a cold face and did not answer. The little girl asked again, "Brother, have you seen my book?" Although the little girl looked very weak, it should be very easy for Tang Mo to subdue her. But considering that this place was too strange, and the little girl's face was mosaic, it was obviously not a real person. Tang Mo did not dare to move casually, and could only cooperate. He pursed his lips, and after a moment, he tried to show a kind smile. "Little friend, what book of yours is missing?" "Brother, your smile is so ugly." Tang Mo, Little girl, my book is missing, brother, can you help me find it? Mom is so annoying. I hate reading books the most, but she bought me a lot of books. Those books are so ugly, but Mom will be very angry if I lose them. Mom will kill me if the books are gone. Brother, can you help me find the books? Tang Mo no longer deliberately smiled. Who is Mom? Mom is Mom, brother, you are so weird. The charlatan made a trembling voice from behind. If you can't find the book, Mom will kill you. Yes, Mom will be very angry. It's scary when Mom is angry. The charlatan said again, but she won't kill anyone, will she? The little girl tilted her head, and the ponytail on the right side fell down and landed on the mosaic face. Somehow Tang Mo felt that if there was no mosaic, the little girl should be smiling now. She was looking at herself and the charlatan with a pair of dark eyes, and then she said, "Hee, but if my brother doesn't help me find the book, I will kill him too." A bucket of ice water was poured from head to toe. Tang Mo pursed his lips and stared at the mosaic girl. After a moment, he asked calmly, "Do you remember what book it is? I help you find it." The little girl shook her head, her ponytail swinging left and right, as if she was thinking hard. She hummed. "For a long time, I can't remember." Tang Mo had guessed that this would be the answer. Suddenly, the little girl said hurriedly, I have to go to school. If I'm late, the teacher will kill me. I'm leaving first, brother, you have to help me find the book." As she said that, she carried her small school bag and ran into the depths of the bookshelf again. The little girl disappeared, but this weird game officially started. Tang Mo and the charlatan had been hiding at the service desk, and did not go out to contact the little girl. At the moment the little girl disappeared, the computer belonging to Tang Mo at the service desk suddenly lit up, and the two walked over. On the blue background of the computer, a paragraph of text appeared, which was obviously a diary. Tang Mo read it out. November 15th, sunny. I lost the book my mom bought. My mom will kill me. The charlatan, it changed. The words changed. November 16th, cloudy. I hid it from my mom, but she still doesn't know the book is missing. Where is the book? Where is the book? My mom will really kill me. The words on the computer screen changed again. Tang Mo read, November 17th, cloudy. My mom seems to have found out. Did she? The words changed, and he continued to read, November 18th, rainy. Hee. Mom really killed me. Tang Mo and the charlatan fell silent. Will we really die? The charlatan muttered to himself. Tang Mo looked at the charlatan. The work in the library is boring, and they have to receive all kinds of people every day. During the break, they occasionally talked about the weirdos they had seen today. The charlatan was the weirdest of the weirdos. He seemed to have no job. He would come to the library to read books every day and kept talking nonsense. Xiao Jiao said that the charlatan was dumped by his girlfriend before and became a psychopath, which is why he became like this now. In the minds of these staff members, the charlatan is a very strange person, funny and pitiful. Now the charlatan's expression when looking at Tang Mo is really pitiful. Tang Mo can see that he is afraid. In fact, he is also afraid, but fear is not what they need at this time. Tang Mo thought about it, and answered honestly, maybe he will really die. The charlatan's eyes widened in despair. Tang Mo, wait a minute, the text on the computer has changed again. As an obedient and sensible girl, Mosaic. Tang Mo's expression twisted for a moment, and he continued to read. Mosaic has only one shortcoming, that is, she doesn't like to read. Mom hates little girls who don't like to read, especially those who threw away their books and lied that they were stolen. But Mom doesn't know that Mosaic didn't lie. She didn't throw away the book, it was the devil who stole it. Looking at the word demon, Tang Mo frowned. Demons hate books the most. Demons are illiterate. Why should they read? Only those birds with wings can read, okay? The unlucky demon was discovered by the angel when he stole the book. He did not burn the evil book, but secretly hid it in a library. However, the bookshelves in the library all looked exactly the same. After the angel left, the stupid demon was dumbfounded and roared angrily, "These damn books!" When Tang Mo finished reading this text, a clear child's voice suddenly sounded in the library. Ding! The confrontation game, "Who stole my book?" officially begins. During the game. First, violence is prohibited. Second, angels can get a message about books during the day. Third, demons can burn any bookshelf at night. Smart and kind angel, in 3 days, Mosaic will be killed by the angry mother. Can you bear to watch such a cute girl die? Tang Mo, She is so cute. Chapter 4. Tang Mo looked around. There was no one else in the quiet library, let alone the so-called angels and demons. Mr. Chen, please turn off the computer for me. I go see if I can still get a book from the bookshelf. The charlatan nodded and pressed the mouse to turn off the computer. Tang Mo's eyes swept across the charlatan's right hand holding the mouse. He strode to the bookshelf, took out a book, and put it back. Now it seems that we can still take books from the bookshelf at will, so let me confirm first, Mr. Chen, did you hear that sound? The charlatan asked in confusion. You mean we should help the little girl find a book, or she will die? Tang Mo nodded gently, and the two sat on the chairs at the service desk. He said, at present, it seems that we belong to the angel camp. As he said that, Tang Mo stretched out his right hand. The charlatan leaned over to take a look, and suddenly reacted, and quickly stretched out his right hand. There was also an angel wing pattern on the back of his hand. Ah, I have this too. Almost in a child's voice he said angel. At the same time as these two words, Tang Mo found that there was a new pattern on the back of his right hand. This intention couldn't be more obvious. Tang Mo belongs to the angel camp. Most people in China are right-handed. He just asked the charlatan to help turn off the computer just to understand the charlatan's camp without alerting the enemy. But since the charlatan is an angel, the problem is more serious. The charlatan obviously thought of this question. We are both angels, so who is the devil? This library is exactly the same as the library where Tang Mo works. Tang Mo opened his drawer and took out a piece of chewing gum from it. He chewed the gum slowly and gave a piece to the charlatan. He frowned and tapped his fingers rhythmically on the table. The first possibility is that the devil is different from us. The devil is not human. That voice should be related to the Black Tower. We temporarily determined that this game is the game that the Black Tower mentioned 3 days ago. The Black Tower is some kind of unknown creature. The devil is the same as the Black Tower. It is not human. It is just our opponent set by the Black Tower. The charlatan can fully understand this. So now we don't find anyone else in the library, only the two of us, because the devil does not exist. Tang Mo nodded. Yes, that's right. But this is a better situation. There is a second possibility. The devil is also a human. The charlatan nervously clenched the anti-explosion stick. He hid? Tang Mo's eyes casually swept across the charlatan's hand holding the anti-explosion stick. After a moment, he smiled and said, It's possible. An unknown opponent is always more terrifying than a known danger. Tang Mo and the charlatan split into two groups. The charlatan is stronger than Tang Mo, so he will go to find the devil who may be hiding in the library, while Tang Mo is going to check the first and second floors of the library. The charlatan was originally very scared and didn't dare to do such a thing alone, but Tang Mo said, the voice said that violence is prohibited. That being said, the charlatan was still a little timid. When he was looking for someone, his legs were trembling, and he couldn't even hold the anti-explosion baton steadily. But within a minute, Tang Mo came back. He looked a little ugly. I can't go down the stairs. Huh? There are 2 ways to go down from the 3rd floor. The first is to take the employee elevator, and the second is to go down the stairs. I took the stairs first, but there seemed to be an invisible wall at the entrance of the stairs preventing me from going over. Then I went to find the staff elevator, but it didn't start, so I couldn't go down. The charlatan thought for a moment. It means we can only move freely on the 3rd floor, so wouldn't the books we are looking for be on the 3rd floor? Tang Mo also thought so, but if the books were limited to the 3rd floor. The charlatan's face suddenly became very ugly. He turned his head stiffly, his voice trembling slightly. How many bookshelves are there on the 3rd floor of your library? 23. The charlatan widened his eyes. Why are there so few? Tang Mo was also helpless. How could this be decided by him? A few months ago, Director Wang didn't know what was wrong. He said that he wanted to learn from the experience of modern libraries in the West and renovate his own library, starting from the 3rd floor. Suzhou Library has a history of several decades. It is no different from other city libraries. The facilities inside are all old. After Director Wang renovated the 3rd floor, he replaced all the original more than 100 bookshelves and bought 23 large bookshelves connected together. Many readers complain that this kind of bookshelf is inconvenient to move around, and Director Wang has already planned to change the bookshelf next year. Unfortunately, man proposes, God disposes, and I am afraid he will never have the chance to change the bookshelf again in this life. If the range of books is limited to the 3rd floor of the library, it will be good for Tang Yimou and the charlatan. Although Tang Mo is a library employee, he has been working on the 3rd floor. The charlatan likes to read books on mysticism and religion the most, and these books are on the 3rd floor. Both of them are most familiar with the 3rd floor of the library. But when there are fewer bookshelves, it will be easier for the devil to burn books. The probability of burning the right books increases greatly. Just when both of them were worried, the familiar footsteps sounded from the depths of the bookshelf again. When Tang Yimou saw the mosaic girl, he was too tired to complain about where she came from. The girl was holding a small rice bowl in her hand, with a pig bib tied around her neck, and she ran over panting. "Have you found my book?" The charlatan shook his head in frustration. "We haven't started looking yet." The little girl said angrily, "You haven't found it yet? I finally sneaked out to look for you when the teacher wasn't paying attention during dinner. The first day is almost over. I'm going home after the afternoon class. If my mother finds out, it will be a disaster." Tang Yimou said, "Do you have any clues? Do you remember anything about the book?" The little girl shook her ponytails. "I can't remember." The charlatan said anxiously, "Aren't you going to give us clues?" The little girl suddenly said, "Ah, I remember. I found this feather in my room this morning. Yes, it's a devil's feather. I knew it wasn't me who lost the book. It was that damn devil. He stole my book. Demons are the bad guys who like to lie the most. I hate demons the most. Damn demon, I must catch him, break his wings, and then put him in the popcorn machine to make my favorite popcorn." The little girl handed a black feather to Tang Yimou, and then she jumped away again. Ding! The angel gets a hint. Devil's feather. Tang Yimou, eh. The charlatan, eh. After a moment, Tang Yimou. Is this our hint? The charlatan was also a little confused. He thought for a moment. Does this feather have any other function? Tang Yimou touched the feather and swung it in the air twice. It seemed to be just an ordinary feather, without any magical power. When Tang Yimou tried hard to test the magical power it concealed, it just remained as it was, silently mocking him. The light suddenly disappeared at this moment. The charlatan screamed in fear. The entire library instantly sank into darkness, and Tang Mo's heart skipped a beat. He happened to be standing next to the service desk, and he subconsciously turned on the old-fashioned desk lamp on the table. Click! The weak yellow light dimly illuminated the 1-meter range around the service desk, surrounding Tang Yimou and the charlatan. Tang Yimou stared at the bookshelf shrouded in darkness without blinking. Tang Yimou suppressed his nervousness and tried to turn on other lights. He found that except for the desk lamp on the service desk, all other lights could not be turned on. The two of them sat down on the floor, leaning against the service desk. In this endless darkness, fear became more obvious. There was only this little dim light on the entire 3rd floor of the library, and the light could not reach other places. It was as if there was a huge beast hiding in the darkness, and as long as they took a step out, they would be ruthlessly swallowed. Did you hear any sound? The charlatan moved closer to Tang Yimou in fear. After hearing what he said, Tang Mo's scalp was numb. He listened carefully for a while. No, I didn't hear it. The charlatan swallowed his saliva. Why did the sky suddenly get dark? Tang Yimou remembered the nursery rhyme that the child sang at the beginning. Don't talk for 3 days and 3 nights. Angels and demons want it. Angels can get a hint during the day, and demons can burn a bookshelf at night. Are the day and night in this game different from our time flow speed? The charlatan was so scared that he couldn't think at all. Tang Yimou tried to calm down. It's 2 hours. What? The game started at 1752, and now it's 1958. 2 hours is a day. Charlatan, you have such a good memory? The charlatan vaguely remembered that before the children sang the ballad, it seemed that they did say a time. But he was so scared at the time that he didn't pay attention to the time, let alone remember it. Tang Yimou actually remembered it. Tang Yimou was actually quite surprised, and he also found that his memory seemed to be surprisingly good now. For example, he still remembered that Minnie on the little girl's pink school bag was wearing a yellow bow, and holding a pink lollipop. When did his memory become so good? There is no time to think about this now. Tang Mo said calmly. Temporarily assume that 2 hours is a day. The nursery rhyme says that if a little girl does not speak for 3 days and 3 nights, she will die in 3 days. So, this night, it is estimated that it will be 2 hours, and at night, the devil will come out to burn the bookshelves. In the following time, Tang Mo and Shigun stared at the 23 dark bookshelves with wide eyes. Although they knew that violence was prohibited in the game, this unknown fear swept over the two of them. They dared not relax and held the anti-explosion sticks tightly, which was a kind of psychological comfort. However, an hour and a half passed, and they did not see anyone, nor did they see the scene of burning bookshelves. The charlatan? Are there really demons? Tang Mo pursed his lips and looked at the charlatan. There should be. Why hasn't he burned the bookshelf yet? Tang Mo leaned on the table at the service desk and said meaningfully, I also want to know why he hasn't burned the bookshelf yet. The charlatan didn't understand what he said, but Tang Mo had already turned his head, holding the explosion-proof stick tightly and looking at the charlatan, his eyes deep. Mr. Chen, why do you think the demon hasn't burned yet? Boom! A huge explosion suddenly sounded in the library. Tang Mo opened his eyes wide and looked at the place where the explosion sounded. In an instant, the flames were raging and engulfed the 7th row of bookshelves. The huge flames looked extremely terrifying in the library, and the flames illuminated everything. Tang Mo and the charlatan stared at the place from beginning to end, but until the flames went out, they did not see anyone appear from there. The next day, the little girl came over again, carrying the mini backpack. You haven't found my book yet? My mom went to visit Uncle Mole's house today. I managed to hide it from her. She hasn't found out that my book was stolen yet. I can't hide it from my mom. She will definitely find out. When can you help me find the book? Tang Mo's face was a little pale. He rubbed his temples. Did you remember any clues about the book today? The little girl said dissatisfiedly. I said, I don't remember. I remember. Tang Mo reminded. This is the 2nd day. After this sentence fell, the little girl stopped talking, but Tang Mo could feel that under the layers of mosaics, the little girl must be looking at him with a very strange look. She said, You are an angel, you have read so many books, of course you know that book. I am not an angel, I hate reading the most. How can I know the clues of a book? Obviously you know it. Ding, Angel gets clue 2. Contempt for mosaics. Tang Mo, Chapter 5. Mosaic hopped away, but the clues he left behind were stranger than the last. Tang Mo took a deep breath and resisted the urge to beat the little girl Mosaic to death. It was now daytime, the demons disappeared, and the angels could move around freely. Having been in this strange place for several hours, Tang Mo and the charlatan were no longer so nervous. The two walked to the burned bookshelf with the explosion-proof batons, and Tang Mo squatted down to take a closer look at the bookshelf that had been burned to ashes. There are a total of 23 bookshelves on the 3rd floor of the library. The one that was burned this time was the 9th bookshelf from the service desk. This is a Class 1 bookshelf, which contains mostly geography books, including domestic and foreign travel books, geography books, and some religious books. Now they are all burned to ashes. The wooden bookshelf was burned into charcoal, lying on the ground in a black color, while the books were piled into a small mountain of black ashes. Tang Mo reached out and touched the black ashes. Not hot. The charlatan looked at him. Not hot? Tang Mo nodded. Well, according to Tong Sheng, a whole night has passed since the bookshelf was burned, so it is possible that it is not hot. But for our own time flow, only half an hour has passed. Not to mention how such a large bookshelf and more than 10,000 books on it were burned cleanly in half an hour. Just saying that these ashes are not hot. Human common sense can no longer explain it. The charlatan said, as a matter of course, this was burned by the devil. Of course, it cannot be explained by science. What happened to them was beyond the scope of theoretical science. If more of them happened, it would be like too many lice to be afraid of. The charlatan was obviously more concerned about finding books. He swallowed his saliva in fear. What the little girl said just now, is it to tell us that the angel knows about the book she lost? Tang Mo, do you know any books? After a pause, the charlatan added, I know too many books. I have been reading books in your library for almost a year. I have read every book. Tang Mo was not in a hurry. I have always been in charge of the book project on the 3rd floor. I know more than you. The charlatan saw him like this, and beads of sweat slid down his head. What should I do? It's the 2nd day. Tang Mo did not answer the charlatan's words. He walked around the pile of black ash. The charlatan kept muttering in his mouth. He roughly recalled what the little girl said when she appeared, but he did not find any decisive evidence. He said anxiously, "Tang Mo, what should I do?" "Don't worry." Tang Mo squatted in front of the ashes of the bookshelf and looked up at the charlatan. The sunlight outside the window shone on his face. He smiled and said, "What's more important now is, why did the devil burn this bookshelf?" The charlatan was stunned. 23 bookshelves. According to common sense, the probability of the devil burning the right book is 23/3. The premise is that the angel did not find the book in advance. The charlatan thought for a while and explained. The child's voice said that the devil could not remember which bookshelf he hid the book in, so he should have burned it randomly. Tang Mo casually said, "Maybe." The charlatan put his hands in his hair. "Let's find the book quickly. If we can't find it, we be finished. The books I've read recently are all on this bookshelf and..." After a pause, the charlatan looked a little ugly. "And this burned bookshelf?" "Tang Mo, what about you?" Tang Mo stood up. "I have read too many books. Every day I have to sort out the books you put in a mess." The charlatan looked solemn. He looked at the books on the bookshelf next to him and the ashes on the ground. He seemed like a real psychopath, mumbling nonstop, repeating what the little girl had said. In fact, if other normal people were to encounter such a situation and witness so many ghostly things, it is possible that they would be driven into a psychopath. Tang Mo reached into the ashes and scooped out a pile of ashes. He turned his head to look at the charlatan pacing back and forth, and after a moment, he suddenly remembered. "I have sorted out a few bookshelves recently. About 3 days ago, the director asked me to sort out the H bookshelf." The charlatan stopped walking and looked at Tang Mo. 3 days ago? It was so recent, maybe it was here. But when they walked to the H bookshelf, they were dumbfounded again. There are more than 12,000 books on the H bookshelf. Tang Mo roughly said a number. The charlatan asked calmly, "What does it mean to find a book? If we take out all the books on the H bookshelf, as long as we take out the correct one, will it be considered as finding the book?" This is not introduced in the game rules. The game only says that angels can get a hint during the day, and demons can burn books at night. If you find the right book and give it to Mosaic directly, you will definitely be able to complete the task. But if you just take the right book out of the bookshelf, will it also be considered a success? Tang Mo didn't think of this plan either. He said, "There are more than 10,000 books. If we hurry up, we may be able to take all of them out of the bookshelf once within 2 hours. Just do it." The charlatan excitedly took the book quickly, and Tang Mo also took the book honestly. They split into 2 groups and completed their tasks on both sides of the bookshelf. Time passed by, but when night fell, Tang Mo had just taken out a Qin Dynasty history book. He wanted to touch the next book, but found that he couldn't take the book out of the bookshelf. There was darkness in front of him, and the charlatan said in horror, "I can't take out the book." Tang Mo pursed his lips. "I can't take it out either." The two of them felt the bookshelf and walked all the way back to the service desk, lighting the only desk lamp that could be turned on. In the dim light, Tang Mo and Shogun sat on the floor leaning against the table, staring at the direction of the H-type bookshelf not far away. They couldn't see anything in the darkness at the moment, but they knew that within 2 hours, one of the bookshelves would be burned. At that time, the fire was so bright that they could clearly see everything in the library. In such a tense and depressing time, time passed extremely slowly, and every second felt like a year. The charlatan's eyes were full of bloodshot. He looked like a homeless man who hadn't slept for 3 days, with chapped lips and dandruff on his hair. Only his hands were washed very clean, and his nails were trimmed well, as if to preserve the owner's last dignity. The second night was from 23:52 to 1:52 the next day. The hour hand of the clock on the library wall clicked, and moved to the 0 o'clock position. "We have known each other for a year, right?" The charlatan turned his head suddenly, like a frightened little animal, looking towards the place where the noise came from at the slightest movement. After a long time, the charlatan's tense back relaxed. He seemed to remember something, looked down at the edge of the ground illuminated by the light, and said softly, "There are more than 30 days left, and it will be a year." Tang Mo's eyes were still looking at the darkness, with the corners of his mouth raised, and he said, "Your library card is valid for 1 year, but looking at the current situation, you may not be able to use it in the future. But you should have finished reading the books on mysticism and religion on the 3rd floor of our library, right?" "Almost. I should have finished it in 2 days." "What a pity." Neither of them spoke again. After a long time, the charlatan said, "I know you often say I am a psychopath behind my back. There are really many things in this world that cannot be explained by science. You didn't believe me before, and thought I was a lunatic for saying these things every day. But what we encountered today, can you explain it with science? Tang Mo was silent for a moment. I can't explain it. The charlatan said, that's right. God will really come, and the age of God has come. Our prophet, our holy teacher, he has never abandoned us. Those black towers came to the earth. They are the true manifestations of God. You and I have been chosen by it. It used to be Jesus, it used to be Sakyamuni, it now appears as a black tower. We have the opportunity to become its 12 disciples, and by following it, we can get true salvation. Tang Mo smiled and said, then why are you afraid of it? The charlatan, This is the case when talking to death. Since the charlatan believes that what they are facing now is given by the black tower, which is the manifestation of God in his heart, why is he still afraid? He should be happy with it. The two did not chat anymore. Fortunately, this night was not too long. When the last 10 minutes of the night came, there was a loud bang, and a bookshelf caught fire, illuminating the ceiling of the library red. Tang Mo's eyes narrowed. The charlatan suddenly jumped up from the ground and said in horror, it's the H-type bookshelf. That's the H-type bookshelf. On the third day, the little girl changed into a black skirt and ran out from the depths of the bookshelf. This time, she didn't carry a small school bag, but a small basket with all kinds of delicious food in it. When she walked past the two burned bookshelves, she didn't even look at them, and ran straight to Tang Mo and the charlatan. Mosaic snorted angrily. Where's my book? Tang Mo didn't answer, but asked her, don't you have to go to school today? The little girl's expression was hidden under the thick mosaic, but her joyful voice revealed her excitement at the moment. We are going on an autumn outing today. I like autumn outings the most. There are little sheep, little white rabbits, and little kangaroos on the vast grassland. They are so big, so big. The little girl opened her arms, and tried her best to gesture a size. She swallowed her saliva. The lamb's thighs are the best, the rabbit's eyes look like sugar balls, and the kangaroo is unpalatable, but my mother likes it. I'm going to roast some for her to take back. The charlatan was already pale, and he shuddered with fear after hearing what the little girl said. Tang Mo turned to look at him. Mr. Chen, you don't seem to be in good spirits? The charlatan asked him, aren't you afraid? The devil knew what we were doing during the day, and he deliberately burned the H bookshelf. Fortunately, the books were not on that bookshelf, otherwise we might have failed. The little girl suddenly changed her expression. Where's my book? Tang Mo looked at her. Did you think of anything about books today? The little girl didn't start again. Contempt for mosaic, she directly cast a look of caring for a fool to Tang Mo with her eyes hidden under the mosaic. Why is the angel as stupid as the devil? I know, you actually want my book too, right? That damn devil, he knew about that book a long time ago. He knew that my book is worth 1,000 gold. That was my birthday gift from my mother. He came to steal my book on purpose. He knew that my book was given by my mother, and she would be angry if it disappeared. Don't you want to help me find the book? The little girl suddenly took out a huge match from the basket. Don't you want to help me find the book at all? Ding, angel gets in 3. Friend, are you still not looking for the book? You are going to die, friend. The little girl threw the basket fiercely, holding the match as big as her head, and approached Tang Mo and the charlatan step by step. Tang Mo looked down at her, and when she walked in, he said in a strange tone, that's why I hate children the most, especially those who love to play pranks. The little girl's footsteps suddenly stopped, as if she was poked in the sore spot, and she said hurriedly, I never play pranks. I hate pranks the most. Who said I play pranks? I never played pranks. Those were not done by me. I am an obedient and sensible little girl. Tang Mo did not answer. The charlatan looked at him nervously. Tang Mo? How dare you anger her? The little girl repeated to herself 10 times. I never played pranks. I'm a good girl. Then she raised the mosaic face again, and held up the huge match. You don't help me find books at all. When she said this, Tang Mo had already walked to a bookshelf. He took a book out of the G-class bookshelf and looked at the little girl. Well, you never play pranks, you just set fires and kill people. The little girl quickly hid the match behind her. Tang Mo shook the secret of the disappearance of Mayan civilization in his hand. Isn't it found? Chapter 6. Ah, my book. The little girl ran to Tang Mo at a speed that no human could reach, and hugged the book The Secret of the Lost Mayan Civilization in her arms. She held a giant match in her left hand, and a book in her right hand. After confirming that this was the book she had lost, she ran to the bookshelf and sat down, leaning against the bookshelf, and began to read. Mom is going to test me on this book tomorrow, so I have to read it quickly. In the huge and spacious library, the sound of the little girl flipping through the pages of the book rang. The charlatan's face turned extremely pale at this moment, his lips turned purple, and he stared at Mosaic and the book in her hand. As if he had just been pulled out of the water, in just a few minutes, the charlatan's hair was wet with sweat. He looked at Tangamo and smiled bitterly. It turned out to be this book. When did you know it? Tangamo looked down at the charlatan's right hand. On the back of the hand, the white angel wing pattern gradually turned black and became black devil wings. Tangmo's voice was very calm. From the moment I saw you. The charlatan opened his eyes in disbelief. How is it possible? The little girl was still sitting on the ground reading a book, and seemed to be unable to hear the sound from their side. The game ended here, and Tangamo and the charlatan walked to the reading area of the library, pulled out a chair and sat down. Tangamo looked up at the mosaic in the distance. She was probably the only one in the entire library who was still in the mood to read patiently. The charlatan was no longer timid and afraid. He sat in front of Tangamo and began to tell the truth of the matter. I dragged you into this game. This was beyond Tangmo's expectation. The charlatan said, sneaking into the library was an accident. I sneaked in before you entered the library. You know, many unemployed people like us come to the library to waste time, and your security guards will find all of us and drive us out of the library before closing at night. But the security guards also made mistakes. Your library is too close to the tower, so after it made the sound of Earth online, I chose to observe the tower here. Then on the third day, when I was reading a book, I accidentally heard what it said to me. The charlatan raised his head and looked at Tangamo seriously and fanatically. He seemed not to be looking at Tangamo, but to see some great existence. It told me that the game is about to begin. The charlatan looked at the air obsessively and repeated, I was chosen by it. Tangamo did not talk to him. The charlatan is just a crazy religious person, not a psychopath. All the staff in the library know this. So after a while, the charlatan calmed down, except for a little sickly flush on his face. He said, the game it chose for me is a 1v1 two-player game, which I can't complete alone. I was considering whether to leave the library and find someone to start the game, and then you came in. I know you, so I thought about it and deliberately made a sound to attract you. Now it seems that it was the most wrong decision I have ever made. Tangamo asked him, what is the punishment for failing the game? What is elimination? The charlatan shook his head. I don't know, it didn't say. The voice I heard is the same as the voice you heard. It never said anything extra. It told me that I choose the game object, but you decide the game content. This is fair. Before this game officially started, I didn't know it was a bookfinding game. Maybe because you are a librarian, it fits your identity, so this game appears. Speaking of this, the charlatan paused and looked at Tangamo seriously. How did you find me? In fact, the matter is very simple. Tangamo, you are not a madman nor a fool. The reason you sneaked into the library was very untenable, and every performance you showed after we met was extremely terrified and scared. God. Mr. Chun, I also know a fanatical religious person. If that person told me 3 days ago that Black Tower is God, then I believe that when he was selected by Black Tower to start the game 3 days later, his performance would not be panic and fear, but he would be happy to do it. The charlatan fell heavily on the back of the chair with his back straightened. So that's it. Tangamo, it's just a suspicion. I can't be sure if you are just a coward. Then why do you know it's me? Because the game has to be fair. The charlatan looked at Tangamo puzzled. Tangamo touched the angel wings on the back of his hand. I like playing games too. A game I often play can be regarded as one of the fairest card games in the world. In a game, skills can be stronger than luck, such as the bridge I often play, and luck can also be stronger than skills, such as poker. But there is one thing that these games are equivalent to, that is, they are absolutely fair to both parties. After the game starts, luck is also a kind of strength. No matter who is lucky or unlucky, it is a difference in strength. The game itself is fair. The charlatan understood what he said. What does this have to do with our game? Tangamo looked up at him. Don't you think this game is very unfair? What? There are only 3 rules of the game. The first rule is no violence. This also has a deep meaning. Let's not talk about it for now. Second, the angel can get a message during the day. And third, the devil can burn a bookshelf at night. It seems that the angel has to find a book from hundreds of thousands of books. The game is very difficult, but the devil has a 23-3 chance to win the game. The charlatan suddenly understood. Are you saying that this game is unfair to the angels? No. Tangamo smiled and shook his head. It's unfair to the devil. The charlatan was dumbfounded. For the angel, This game has a solution. He only needs to find the book according to the clues. But for the devil, he only did one thing, which was to burn the book. No one gave him any hints, and no one told him where the book was. Then the game became like this: the angel was playing a puzzle game, and the devil was just gambling. Angels can rely on skills and luck to complete the game, while the devil can only rely on luck. The charlatan defended, but the probability of an angel finding the right book is much lower than that of a demon. I said that after the game starts, luck becomes a kind of strength. If the demon does not burn the right book, his luck is 0, no different from that of an angel. And the game rule of no violence completely kills the demon's way of getting clues by force, so the demon must get game clues from other places. The charlatan did not speak, his face was pale and blue, and after a long time he breathed a sigh of relief and smiled helplessly. I don't play enough games. Tangemo, is the bridge you often play fun? Maybe I should play more in the future. Tangemo said, if there is a chance, I will take you to play. The charlatan smiled and nodded. Tangemo's eyes gradually narrowed. If the person playing the game with me is him, perhaps the ending of this game will be completely rewritten. Who is he? Tangemo smiled. It's a friend who I often play bridge with. He is very powerful. If it is him, he will definitely think of the things I think about, and then use perfect reasons to deceive me. At least, he won't make several mistakes like you did. The charlatan didn't feel ashamed, but asked for advice humbly. I still have mistakes? I thought I had acted well. When I saw you, I pretended to be very scared in order to prevent you from discovering my loopholes. Later, I took the opportunity to talk less, do less, and listen to your instructions. But you still make mistakes. For example, when I said that there was no one else in the library except us, and the devil was nowhere to be found, you said he hid. If it is a normal reaction, we have 2 people in the angel team, and subconsciously we will think that there are 2 people in the devil team, so we will use them instead of him. The corner of the charlatan's mouth twitched. I am suddenly very interested in this bridge. But I thought I could expose you on the first night, but I didn't expect the bookshelf to catch fire. I thought you had a companion. But this is unrealistic. There are 2 devils, and only 1 angel, which is also unfair to the angel. Unless Haida thinks that the 2 of you are on the same level as me. Tangemo coughed twice, and didn't say the rest of the words. I kept thinking about who helped you set the fire the next day. There are 2 answers. The first is that as long as you think about it, it will catch fire, and you don't need others to help you control it. The second is that someone helped you set the fire. The only people who appeared in this library are you, me, and the little girl. Besides Haida, she is the only one who can help you set the fire. The charlatan said, but even I didn't know that she helped me set the fire. That's easy to understand. Have you forgotten that little girls hate reading books? If you want to burn down a bookshelf, she will be happy to help you. This reason makes sense. By the way, when she came over just now, I took a look at her hair. Unfortunately, the ends of her hair were a little burnt. Maybe she accidentally touched it when she set the fire before. The charlatan collapsed in the chair. I admit defeat with all my heart. Tangemo wanted to say more, but seeing the charlatan's look, he shook his head and smiled, and said nothing more. There are many things that the charlatan didn't notice, such as how he tested the charlatan and tricked him into burning the H-class bookshelf. For example, the 3 hints from the little girl had already exposed the charlatan's identity. There was a lot of nonsense in those 3 hints, but in summary, there are only 3 points. First, the devil will lie. This is a hint to the angel. The devil hides his identity, and hides beside you. Second, the angel knows this book. This hint seems useless, because Tangemo knows too many books. Even if he has recently remembered, there are at least hundreds of them. Third, the devil knows this book. This is a book that Tangemo and the charlatan know. The scope is still very wide. The charlatan read books in the library for a year, and he and Tangemo know at least thousands of books. The game difficulty cannot be so great. If this game cannot be passed, then it can eliminate 2 players directly without starting the game at the beginning. So this answer must be something that Tangemo and Shogun could think of. Tangemo's first reaction was the book The Secret of the Disappearance of Mayan Civilization. This was a book that he and Shogun had discussed before the Black Tower incident. If you asked them which book they both knew and left the deepest impression on, it must be this one. Shogun is definitely not stupid. When the game suddenly started, he could think of acting at once, and his acting was quite realistic, which was already very good. Tangemo suddenly began to think that if it was Victor, he would probably take away his initiative the moment the 2 of them entered the game together. Victor would never put himself in a weak position like the charlatan. The charlatan's acting seemed to make Tangemo ignore him, do less and make fewer mistakes, but he also lost the ability to change Tang Mo's mind and mislead Tang Mo. If it were Victor, what would he do? At the same time, in the distant capital, a tall and handsome man in a neat military uniform strode into the conference room. He pulled out a chair and sat at the edge of the conference table, his eyes like an eagle, looking at the scientist who was giving a speech and the text on the big screen. 3 days ago, the Black Tower was in a phantom state, which we call a Type A mirage. In the past 6 months, we have conducted various experiments to test the relevant data of the Black Tower. In the conference room, scientists were discussing fiercely, and finally the leader spoke with a loud voice. So, today is the 3rd day. What conclusions have you drawn? The scientists were all silent. As the person with the lowest military rank present, Fu Wenduo silently turned his eyes away and looked out the window. In the dark night sky, there is a huge black tower, as sharp as a knife, hanging above the heads of 21.72 million people in Beijing. It is 3:42 a.m. on November 18, 2017, and there are still 4 hours and 18 minutes before the end of the 3-day elimination period. Library. The charlatan sat on the chair with sweat all over his head. He said he was not nervous, but his trembling lips revealed his uneasy heart. Now no one knows what elimination means. Maybe it's just losing a game, or maybe it's losing something more. At this moment, the sound of footsteps came from deep inside the bookshelf. The mosaic girl took the book and ran to Tang Mo. Her 2 ponytails swung in a beautiful arc in the air. She puffed out her chest and couldn't hide her joy in her tone. Suddenly, she stretched out her hand and held a giant match in front of Tang Mo. You, an angel, are still quite capable. Since you helped me find the book, I give it to you. Tang Mo took the big match with a smile and asked subconsciously, Little girl selling matches? In an instant, the thick mosaic on the little girl's face suddenly had a gap. Tang Mo opened his eyes wide and saw that the mosaic disappeared at the position of the little girl's eyes, revealing a pair of large and lifeless dead fish eyes. The rest of the place was still mosaic, except for the eyes. Tang Mo held his breath, alert to this strange change. The dead fish eyes glanced at Tang Mo with a dull look, and the strong contempt became a reality. Uncle, haven't you grown up yet? Have you ever seen such a cute little match girl? Tang Mo, who has changed from a brother to an uncle, Did you disappear the mosaic just to express your contempt? Chapter 7. As if it was just to express her contempt, after saying this, the mosaic on the little girl's face returned to normal. She handed the giant match to Tang Mo, and turned around and ran to the depths of the bookshelf. The long ponytail swayed left and right as she jumped, and the little figure disappeared into the shadows deep in the bookshelf. Ding! The confrontation game Who Stole My Book is over. The game rewards are being calculated. Player Tang Mo won the mission and received the reward giant match. Contempt for mosaic. Player Chen Fangzi failed the mission. The clear voice of a child echoed in the empty library and entered the ears of Tang Mo and the charlatan. Generally, there will be rewards for games. Even online card games can get rewards such as Happy Beans. Tang Mo had long guessed that this big matchstick might be his prize. But what is that contempt for mosaic? Isn't this a clue to the mission? What the hell is the game reward? Tang Mo's face turned pale and blue, and his heart was complicated. Compared to him, the charlatan was even more confused. The charlatan was the loser of this game, and there were rewards and usually punishments. If you lose a normal game, you may lose money, but if you lose the Black Tower game, no one knows what you will lose. The Black Tower did not clearly inform the punishment, and the charlatan was confused for a long time, slowly turning his head to look at Tang Mo. Will I die? Tang Mo could not answer this question either. He comforted, it shouldn't be that serious. The charlatan suddenly gained confidence. I believe you. You are so smart, what you said makes sense, it won't be so cruel, it is a god, it will bring me hope and rebirth, it is my god. Tang Mo held a big match, looking calmly at the gradually crazy charlatan. He felt a little uneasy because he was not informed of the game punishment in the first place. It was like the calm before dawn. This kind of behavior that did not conform to the common sense of the game often represented more terrible and unpredictable results. But Tang Mo also comforted himself in his heart. If you really have to die if you fail the game, then at least half of the people in this world will probably die, right? Billions of people died. How is this possible? It shouldn't be possible. It shouldn't be possible. The game has ended, but the library has not returned to normal. Tang Mo and the charlatan tried, but still couldn't go downstairs. At the same time, the window on the 3rd floor was blank. They haven't returned to Suzhou yet. Time passed, and Tang Mo and the charlatan were still trapped on the third floor of the library. The clock on the wall struck 6, and Tang Mo suddenly tensed up, and an inexplicable panic swept his mind. His heart was beating fast again. His heart was beating so fast that it seemed like it would fly out of his chest in the next second. Tang Mo held on to the bookshelf, but his body could not stabilize at all. He collapsed on the bookshelf and sat on the ground. The charlatan ran over from a distance. "What's wrong with you?" The rapid blood flow made Tang Mo's face turn red within a minute. Every inch of his skin was red, like a cooked crab. The charlatan fell back in fear, and soon he mustered up the courage to walk to Tang Mo's side. "Are you okay? Why are you so red and your face is so hot? Do you have a fever?" Tang Mo's heart was just beating too fast, but he was still conscious. He tried to say 2 words, "Heart." The charlatan immediately understood and covered his heart with his hand. "Why is your heart beating so fast? It should be 200 beats per minute. No, 300 beats, right?" Tang Mo could no longer speak, and he corrected himself in his mind. 394 beats. The library could not be left, and there were only Tang Mo and the charlatan inside. Tang Mo suddenly became like this, and the charlatan had no choice but to help him to the table at the service desk, push away all the things on the table, and let Tang Mo lie down. After doing all this, the charlatan ran into the bathroom by himself, and applied a piece of paper with water on Tang Mo's forehead, hoping that it would work. Tang Mo's heartbeat had reached 532 beats per minute. He didn't know how fast a human heartbeat could reach, but he felt that his heart might explode in every next second. But for some reason, that heart was completely inconsistent with medical common sense and persisted tenaciously. The charlatan kept running to the bathroom, getting toilet paper and applying it to every inch of Tang Mo's exposed skin. Tang Mo could feel that this behavior was of no help at all, but he was very grateful for the charlatan's help. He couldn't speak, and could only look at the charlatan with red eyes, and saw that the charlatan was busy and sweating. After a full hour, Tang Mo counted his heartbeats silently, and found that his heartbeat rate actually dropped. The charlatan thought that the cold compress was effective, so he ran a few more times, and applied wet tissues to Tang Mo's eyelids. After an unknown amount of time, Tang Mo felt that he could move again. He took off the wet paper applied to his body, and climbed up from the table with trembling hands. The charlatan just came out of the bathroom, and saw this scene. He immediately ran over. "Are you okay?" Tang Mo opened his mouth, and found that his throat was terribly dry. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva, smiled and nodded. "Well, it seems to be better." "That's good, I was scared to death just now." The charlatan breathed a sigh of relief. Tang Mo looked at the charlatan seriously. "Thank you." The charlatan shook his head. "It's okay, I can't just watch you fall there and do nothing." The relationship between the two of them is very awkward now. On the one hand, the charlatan dragged Tang Mo into an unknown game, bringing him unclear dangers. At this point, there should be a gap between the two of them, and they even need to be wary of each other. But on the other hand, the game is over, and it seems like it was just an ordinary game. Tang Mo suddenly had a physical accident, and the charlatan did not abandon him. Even if he did not do anything to help, Tang Mo could not help but be grateful. After this incident, the two of them became closer. The charlatan, "What happened to you just now? Your heartbeat was so fast." "My dad is a doctor. Let alone reaching your heartbeat. A normal person's heartbeat reaches 250, and the heart cannot supply blood, and will die within a few minutes." Tang Mo thought about it, and decided to tell the charlatan. "You haven't had an accelerated heartbeat in the past few days?" The charlatan shook his head. "No." Tang Mo frowned and explained patiently. "My heartbeat suddenly accelerated 3 days ago. It wasn't as fast as today before, but it was still over 300 beats per minute. At the same time, I was very irritable. The irritability might be due to the Black Tower incident. I'm not a Black Tower dangerous person, but I'm not a complete Black Tower optimist either. It's understandable that I feel irritated when such a big thing happened in the Black Tower. But I don't understand the heartbeat either. Are you sick? The Black Tower incident happened these days, and I haven't been to the hospital." The charlatan thought for a while. "Then you should go see a doctor as soon as possible. I've never heard of your disease. You're probably the only one in the world who hasn't died with a heart rate of over 300. The charlatan made a joke. "Perhaps you will be recruited by the country to be a guinea pig for research. Well, you'd better not go to the doctor in that case." Tang Mo laughed. Click. In the silent library, there was a sound of a door opening. Tang Mo and the charlatan looked at each other. This was the sound of the door on the first floor of the library being opened. The two ran downstairs quickly. The forces that prevented them from leaving the third floor of the library disappeared at some point. They ran to the tall mahogany door of the library at the fastest speed in their lives. The key turned gently in the lock, and with a creak, the door was pushed open a crack. The long-lost sunlight shone through the tiny crack in the door, and onto Tangemo and the charlatans' faces. That warm feeling didn't belong to the angel daytime in the game, it was the real sun. Tangemo squinted his eyes, and the warm temperature soothed all the pores on his body. "Hey Tangemo, why are you here?" A clear female voice sounded. "You came to get something so early?" Tangemo opened his eyes. "Xiao Xiao." Tangemo then remembered that he came to the library yesterday evening to get something, because Director Wang said that the library would be requisitioned by the government. He took a few seconds to sort out his thoughts. "You came to get something?" Xiao Xiao smiled. "Yes. My parents think that the Black Tower is too weird, and they plan to go back to their hometown to avoid the limelight. We are leaving at 10 o'clock, so I came to get something." "Hey, didn't I ask you first? Why did you come so early? What are you holding in your hand, matches?" "Ah, the charlatan." "Ahem, why is he here too?" Xiao Xiao saw the charlatan, who swallowed nervously. Tangemo explained calmly. "I ran into him when I was getting something, and we chatted for a while. You still have something to talk about with him." Xiao Xiao muttered a few words. She looked up and said, "Then I come in to get something, and I won't chat with you." As she said that, the little girl raised her steps, and prepared to enter the door. Just as one of her legs was about to step into the door, Tangemo opened his eyes wide, and his pupils trembled. Zhao Yin. Zhao Yin is Xiao Xiao's name. She has been in the library for half a year, and few people call her by this name. Tangemo suddenly shouted loudly, and Xiao Xiao looked at him strangely. "What's wrong?" Tangemo opened his lips slightly, unable to say a word, but just looked at Xiao Xiao's lower body with a strange look. Xiao Xiao looked down along his gaze, and when she saw clearly, she suddenly fell to the ground and crawled back a few steps with both hands. "What is this? What is this? Where are my legs? Where are my legs?" Tears overflowed from her eyes in an instant. This was just a young girl who had just graduated from college in 1996. She cried loudly and kept touching her lower body with both hands, but there was nothing there. In Tangmo's eyes, there was an invisible line extending from the root of Xiao Xiao's thigh to her upper body. Everything disappeared wherever this line passed, as if something had wiped Xiao Xiao out of this world. He didn't know when this line appeared. When he found this line, Xiao Xiao's calf had disappeared. She was completely clueless, and was still standing and talking to Tangemo. With tears and snot streaming down her face, Xiao Xiao's waist had already disappeared. She crawled to Tangmo's legs, grabbed his trouser legs with both hands, and cried bitterly, "Save me, Brother Tang, save me, what's wrong with me, what's wrong with me, Brother Tang, please save me." Tangemo reached out and held Xiao Xiao's hand, but he just held it for 2 seconds, and the thread reached Xiao Xiao's arms, and her hand disappeared. The transparent thread reached Xiao Xiao's neck. She was left with only her head lying on the ground, her eyes filled with tears, looking at Tangemo, horrible and weird. "I don't want to die. I don't want to die. I haven't been in love yet. I haven't had anyone I like yet. I want to go back and watch cartoons. The novel I was following yesterday hasn't been finished yet. Dad. Mom. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Brother Tang Tang." The mouth also disappeared. The eyes wet with tears kept looking at Tangemo until this person disappeared completely. In 1 minute, a living person just disappeared. Tangmo's mind was blank, but at this moment, what frightened him most was that he was actually very calm at this time. He looked at the place where Xiao Xiao disappeared for a full half-minute, and suddenly thought of something, and quickly turned his head to look at the charlatan behind him. In the dark library, the part below the charlatan's thigh had disappeared. He looked at Tangemo with a pale face, revealing a scared and pitiful smile. Tangemo, is this the punishment for losing the game?" "The charlatan!" Bang! The charlatan fell to the ground. Tangemo immediately rushed up and held the charlatan's hand. The charlatan cried, his tears flowed all over his face, and his snot stuck to his lips. He held Tangmo's hand tightly, and like Xiao Xiao, he said over and over again, "I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Tangemo, please save me. I don't want to die." Tangemo was powerless. He pressed the part of the charlatan that did not disappear with his hand, but when the line came over, what should disappear still disappeared, and he touched a piece of air. The charlatan was left with only his upper body. "Tangemo, don't be afraid, there must be a way." The charlatan, a grown man, cried and said, "What can I do?" I don't want to die. I really don't want to die. Tang Mo, please save me. You eliminated me. Please save me. Please save me. Tang Mo couldn't say a word. The charlatan stopped talking. He kept crying, crying all the time. Time became extremely slow, and when his chest was about to disappear, he suddenly clenched Tang Mo's hand, looked at Tang Mo with his bloodshot eyes, and roared, I have a daughter. She is in Shanghai. Her mother and I are divorced. Please help me to see her. See if she is still alive. Her name is Shanshan, Chin Shanshan. She must be alive. She must be alive. Please help me to see her. Just look at her. The charlatan's hand disappeared. Help me, Tang Mo, I beg you, help me. She must be alive, definitely. Tang Mo, where does she live? She is in Jing'an District, studying at the Beijing Institute of Technology, in the first grade of junior high school. The charlatan's mouth disappeared. His eyes were fixed on Tang Mo. The transparent thread reached his ears. He stared at Tang Mo without blinking. His eyes were frighteningly red, as if he had used up all his strength. I go find her. She must still be alive. The thread completely wiped out the charlatan's ears, but his eyes relaxed all of a sudden. He was still crying. He could no longer speak. He just looked at Tang Mo, and before his eyes disappeared, he blinked at him, and a tear fell and dripped onto the ground. Tang Mo knelt alone at the door of the library. Xiao Zhao outside the door disappeared, and the charlatan inside the door also disappeared. The 8 o'clock bell rang in the library. The pendulum clock struck the 8th time, and Tang Mo still knelt on the cold ground. Go to sleep, my dear baby. Mom's hands, gently rocking you. A gentle and kind female voice rang throughout Suzhou City. Tang Mo turned his head stiffly, and looked at the black giant tower located 200 meters away from the library. Colorful lights flickered on the black tower. A day ago, there were thousands of people around the tower. Now, a day later, only 7 or 8 people were left, sitting on the ground like Tang Mo, looking up blankly at the black tower singing lullaby. After the female voice finished singing the beginning, a group of children's voices followed the female voice. Sleep, sleep, my dear baby. Your mother's hands are gently rocking you. The cradle is rocking you. Go to sleep quickly. The night is quiet, and the quilt is so warm. This voice sang over and over again. The wind blew across the land, carrying this beautiful song to a farther place. After a song was finished, the clear and familiar child's voice sounded. Ding! 498,160,000 players successfully loaded into the game. The game is being saved. The game data is loading. The player information is loading. Saving successfully. Loading successfully. Loading successfully. Ding! On November 18th, 2017, players are welcome to enter the game. Announce the 3 iron laws of the Black Tower. First, all explanations belong to the Black Tower. Second, 6 o'clock to 18 o'clock is the game time. Third, all players, please work hard to attack the tower. Ding! Happy game! Chapter 8. Tang Mo had no time to feel sad or scared. The charlatan and Xiao Zhao disappeared completely, leaving no clothes or belongings behind. He didn't need to help pack anything. Tang Mo closed the door and left the library. There were still 7 or 8 people gathered under the Black Tower in the city center. Some of them sat on the ground in a daze, not understanding what had just happened, why their companions who were shouting and marching with them all disappeared in just a few minutes, and there were 2 middle-aged men dressed like elites tearing down the white wall. The white plastic wall was built by the armed police 3 days ago to enclose the Black Tower and prevent ordinary citizens from approaching. Now the armed police have disappeared, and the scientists doing research in the white wall have also disappeared. The 2 men tore a big hole in the white wall and approached the Black Tower. Tang Mo did not follow to see. He took a look from a distance and continued to walk forward. So many scientists have studied for half a year, but have not found any clues. He did not think he could figure out what this Black Tower was. The first problem Tang Mo had to face was that he had no car. It was 8:15 now. At 8 o'clock, the charlatan and Xiao Zhao disappeared. Like them, most people in this city disappeared. Without drivers, buses and subways could not go home. In addition, many people were still driving when they disappeared. Now these cars were crooked and collided with each other, blocking most of the road. Tang Mo walked half a kilometer and saw a small yellow car lying on the ground. He took out his mobile phone and scanned the QR code. Is it really unusable? Tang Mo frowned and squatted down to observe the lock and key structure of the small yellow bike. After watching for 2 minutes, he picked up a stone from the ground and started to bang the lock. The huge recoil force made Tang Mo's wrist hurt a little, but his strength was much greater than before. After just 2 hits, the steel lock was broken. Tang Mo looked at the broken iron lock thoughtfully, and rode the small yellow bike home. 40 minutes later, he entered the community and parked the small yellow bike downstairs. In the quiet neighborhood, there was no one around, only the rustling sound of leaves blowing in the wind. Tang Mo simply packed some clothes after returning home. Both of Tang Mo's parents were only children, and his ancestors died when he was a child. When he was in college, his parents died in a car accident, and he had less contact with his relatives after that. Tang Mo's good friends did not stay in Suzhou after graduating from college. One went to Beijing, and the other went to Shanghai. The charlatan's daughter was also in Shanghai, so he could go find his good friend. Tang Mo was trapped in the library yesterday evening. After returning home, he first filled his stomach, and then packed a few clothes into his suitcase. After packing, there was a more serious problem. He didn't have a car. From Suzhou to Shanghai, it only takes half an hour by high-speed rail, and an hour by car. The high-speed rail must not be able to operate now. Tang Mo didn't dare to imagine the current situation on the railway. If the driver suddenly disappeared like on the street, countless cars would have car accidents one after another. On the railway, the unmanned trains would probably crash into a ball. He needed a car. Tang Mo went upstairs and knocked on the landlord's door. After 3 minutes, there was no response from the door, so he picked up the iron wrench he brought from home and smashed through the door lock. As soon as he entered the door, he smelled a strong smell of gas. Tang Mo's eyes shone, and he quickly ran to the kitchen to turn off the gas stove and open the window for ventilation. There were cut vegetables on the kitchen table. Obviously, before disappearing, the owner of this house was preparing to cook a delicious breakfast. Tang Mo rented this house after leaving school a year ago. The landlords are a very nice old couple who live upstairs. The old couple had nothing to do at home after retirement, and sometimes they would invite Tang Mo upstairs for dinner. Tang Mo didn't have a car, and he often borrowed a car from the landlord before. He took out the car keys from the drawer under the TV cabinet with ease, checked around, and found that there was really no one in the house, then opened the door and left. Shanghai is too close to Suzhou, and driving doesn't consume too much gas, but Tang Mo found out after getting in the car that the landlord's car really had little gas, and the pointer was approaching the red line. According to the estimated fuel level, he would break down halfway after driving halfway. He could only go to refuel first. Tang Mo inserted the key into the lock and turned it to the right. Just as he started the car, a sharp pain suddenly invaded his heart. It was as if a big hand was pressing hard on his heart. Tang Mo's face turned pale in an instant, his heart was beating, and the blood flow in his body was extremely fast. His body temperature rose rapidly at an unimaginable speed. It reached 40 degrees in 1 minute. However, the high temperature of 40 degrees did not burn Tang Mo's brain. His consciousness was extremely clear, and he clearly felt a sharp knife cutting his heart. His body temperature was still rising, and the pain in his heart was gradually increasing. Tang Mo punched the passenger seat, but it could not relieve the pain. The severe pain made his consciousness gradually blurred. 10 hours later, when Tang Mo woke up, it was already dark. While he was unconscious, his clothes were soaked by sweat again and again, then dried naturally, and then soaked by sweat again. This went on for countless times before his heartbeat returned to normal and the pain disappeared. Tang Mo's face was still a little ugly, but his eyes were extremely sharp and bright. He touched his chest and found that his heart had returned to normal. He checked other parts of his body and found nothing abnormal. Then he stretched out his hand and grabbed a book from the air. He grabbed the book completely out of thin air, but there was no surprise on Tang Mo's face. This is a notebook-like book with a yellow-brown hardboard craft paper cover. When you open the book, it is blank. Tang Mo stared at the blank paper carefully. Under his gaze, lines of words appeared on the white paper. Superpower: eat everything without paying. Owner: Tang Mo. Type: special. Function: collect superpowers. Note: everyone has a dream in their heart. Eat everything without paying. Don't look at Tang Mo's appearance. You can't know a person's heart by his appearance. He always wants to do this kind of thing. When Tang Mo was 7, he stole chocolate from a neighbor's kid without paying. When he was 10, he copied his deskmate's homework without paying. When he was 15, he watched his first pornographic film without paying. You see, he just wanted to eat it all without paying. Tang Mo, you are crazy. Tang Mo almost wanted to slap the book to the wall. Luckily, he held back. This is his ability. When Tang Mo woke up, he knew he had an ability. His special ability is not wind, fire, thunder and lightning, nor is it innate supernatural power, but a book, and a book that makes people want to slap it to death. Tang Mo kept flipping through the book, but unfortunately, except for a few pieces of information displayed on the first page, there were no other words in the book. He read it for half an hour, and didn't see any clues. After reading it for a long time, another line of words appeared in the book. Note: do you think Tang Mo will pay? Friend, he is thinking about whether to pay for gas at the gas station. Tang Mo, Bang. A book was thrown out of the car window. A minute later, a thin and handsome young man got out of the car and picked up the book expressionlessly. The book was placed on the passenger seat, and Tang Mo did not look at it again. He drove the car to the nearest gas station. The gas station was dead silent, with no one in sight. Several gas hoses fell to the ground casually, and the pungent smell of diesel flowed all over the ground. It was estimated that the staff suddenly disappeared while refueling. Tang Mo paused before getting out of the car and took out the wallet on the back seat. There was obviously no one in the gas station, but he still called out, "Is anyone there?" Getting no response, Tang Mo walked directly to a gas pump. A card had been inserted into the gas pump, which was a card commonly used by the staff. Each staff member at the gas station had a card with a high credit limit, and they would directly deduct the gas fee from this card to refuel the driver. Tang Mo didn't have a car himself, and he didn't apply for a private gas card, so he could only use the staff's card to refuel. In the quiet and empty gas station, the tall and thin black-haired young man quickly filled up the gas tank. The dark night always makes people feel nervous. This was originally a very prosperous area in Suzhou Industrial Park, but now there is no one. Only Tang Mo stood under the bright lights and refueled his car. It seemed that something was hidden in the darkness around him, and a sharper wind whistled past. Tang Mo put the gas hose back. Before leaving, his face changed. He seemed to think of something. He took out 200 yuan bills from his wallet and pressed them on the ground of the gas station with a stone. Just as he stood up and prepared to return to the car, suddenly, something cold pressed against his lower back. Tang Mo maintained a bent posture and did not move again. Don't move, take out your wallet, quickly. Chapter 9. It was late November, the weather was cold. Tang Mo wore a wool sweater and a coat. A cold sharp object pressed tightly against his lower back, making a small round hole in the thick clothes. Tang Mo maintained a half-standing posture without moving. He realized that it was a knife. The man couldn't wait. Damn it, give me your wallet, quick, or I chop you. Tang Mo said calmly, put the knife back a little, let me stand up, and I give you the wallet. So much nonsense. The man moved the knife back a little. Tang Mo stood up, very sensible, and handed over the wallet without turning his head to look around. In just a moment, the wallet was snatched away. A rough male voice cursed. Fuck, that's all? This car is yours, right? Is the key on it? Yes. Don't move, or I kill you. Tang Mo didn't turn around, and took away the knife against his waist. He heard the other party open the car door, and try to start the car. After making sure it could start, he slammed the door shut. Tang Mo said loudly, my luggage is in the trunk, can I take it? The car started and stopped for a while, and the man said impatiently, why are you so troublesome? Your luggage is mine too, get out. Tang Mo, it's getting colder now, I just take a piece of clothing. Brother, it's so cold that people will freeze to death. Just a piece of clothing will be enough. The man cursed a few words, opened the car door, put the knife against Tang Mo's waist again, and said coldly, then hurry up, just take a piece of clothing, if you keep forcing me, I kill you. Tang Mo turned around and saw the man clearly. This was a man with shifty eyes, greasy and messy hair, and his clothes were covered with gray spots on the left and stains on the right. When he found that Tang Mo was looking at him, the man suddenly became like a frightened animal, and seemed to hate the way others looked at him. He swallowed uncomfortably and cursed, what the hell are you looking at? Hurry up and get your clothes. He pushed the knife against him. Tang Mo nodded. This man looked like a thief. Tang Mo walked to the trunk and opened it. What is this? A match? The man asked curiously. Tang Mo leaned over to take the suitcase. His hand scratched the lock of the trunk hard. The sharp lock scratched the most delicate skin on his palm, leaving only a shallow mark. Tang Mo's eyes condensed, and he grabbed the match with his left hand and threw it behind him like hitting a baseball. What is this match? You all! The giant match hit the man's head with a bang, and blood flowed immediately. Tang Mo didn't expect that this match would be so powerful. When he weighed the match in his hand, it was not heavy, like an ordinary wooden match. But just from the loud noise just now, it was like an iron rod hitting the head, and the sound was painful. A normal person would probably die if his head was hit like this, but this man just staggered back 2 steps, raised his bloody face, and looked at Tang Mo angrily. "I chop you to death." As he said that, he raised the knife and rushed over directly. Tang Mo's heart tightened, and he dodged to the right, while raising his left foot and kicking the man in the stomach. The man cried out in pain, and the knife slashed down Tang Mo's calf. The pants were instantly cut, but the sharp blade only left a very shallow blood mark on Tang Mo's skin, like a nail scratch, making a creaking sound, as if it was scratched on a hard floor. The man covered his stomach and rushed up again, shouting. Tang Mo reacted very quickly, and raised the match to meet him. The sharp blade and the wooden matchstick collided with each other, and there was a sound of crack. The knife broke into 2 pieces. Tang Mo, The man, Tang Mo himself did not expect that the matchstick would be so powerful, but he soon came to his senses and swung the match at the man again. Because of the action of the man just slashing, he was very close to Tang Mo, and could not dodge the stick at all. But just as the matchstick was about to hit his head again, countless red banknotes suddenly fell from the air. Tang Mo had never seen so many 100-yuan bills before. They were piled up like a mountain. Countless 100-yuan bills fell from the sky, forming a wall between the matchstick and the man, buffering the man so that he was just hit and collapsed to the ground. "Don't kill me, don't kill me." The man begged for mercy with a trembling voice. Tang Mo stopped hitting, holding the matchstick, squatting down and touching the money. "Where did you get so much money? Where did you get it from?" "These are all genuine $100 bills. The man looked at the giant matchstick in fear and explained, "I am a thief. This morning, suddenly everyone on the street disappeared, so I went to steal a lot of things. In the afternoon, I went to a bank and took away all the money I could find." This is not what Tang Mo wants to know. Where did you hide this money? The man raised his right hand and showed him a light blue tattoo on his wrist. "Took it out from here. When I was robbing money, I found that I could save all the money in this tattoo. I got this tattoo a long time ago, and it can only save money. I was almost beaten to death by you just now, so I subconsciously took the money out of the tattoo." Tang Mo nodded and looked down at the tattoo on the man's wrist. In a flash, a half-foot-long knife appeared in front of Tang Mo and stabbed straight into his eyes. "Go to hell." The matchstick was swung quickly in the air, and Tang Mo broke the knife with one stick without blinking. The red match head drew a circular arc in the air and hit the top of the man's head. With a snap, something seemed to break. The man's eyes widened, looking at Tang Mo and the matchstick in his hand in disbelief. His heavy body fell to the side and hit the ground with a bang. Tang Mo's face changed, and he reached under the man's nose. "Dead." Tang Mo looked at the dead man with complicated eyes. He looked away for a while, lifted up the man's right hand, and carefully examined the pattern on his wrist. The night was too dark, and the distance was a bit far just now. Tang Mo didn't notice that the tattoo was a Y symbol. He lifted up the man's left hand again, and found that there was also a tattoo on the wrist of his hand, but it was a knife. Tang Mo looked at it for a while, and suddenly, the tattoo disappeared, and 2 knives appeared on the ground. He was moved and looked at the man's right hand again, only to see that the Y tattoo also disappeared, and there was a small pile of $100 bills on the ground. Tang Mo walked to the car and took out the book. He turned to the second page, and as expected, lines of text appeared on it. Superpower: I am only one spiritual field short of the protagonist. Owner: Qian Sanquan Smuggler. Type: Special type. Function: seal the object touched inside the body and present it in the form of a tattoo. Level: Level 2, can store 2 inanimate objects. Restrictions: can only store objects of the same type, and cannot store living things. Note: Qian Sanquan never thought that he was not one spiritual field short of the protagonist, but a match. These words are all black, and at the bottom, there is a line of red words. Tang Mo version instructions: disposable items, can only store the same kind of objects, cannot be replaced. Friend, have you thought about what you want to store? Stowaway? Tang Mo stared at the 3 words on the page for a long time, but couldn't figure it out, so he had to give up temporarily. This book only knows how to make jokes, but it is his own ability after all. Tang Mo quickly understood the man's ability and how to use it. Qian Sanquan is a thief, but he has also awakened his ability. His ability is to store lifeless objects in his body, which can be used at any time. As long as they are the same items, there is no limit to the number of storage. Tang Mo didn't know what the level of the ability meant. If it was assumed that this ability could be upgraded, then Qian Sanquin could currently store 2 objects. He chose money and a knife. What a short-sighted man. At this time, money was just waste paper and had no use, but Qian Sanquin still couldn't bear to spend it. Qian Sanquin was still a little smart. He knew how to fool Tang Mo and lied to him that he could store money because he had tattooed himself before, so he didn't expose his ability, which gave him the opportunity to sneak attack Tang Mo with a knife tattoo. Fortunately, Tang Mo never let down his guard, otherwise he might have succeeded. Unfortunately, if the second object stored by Qian Sanquin was not money, but a hidden weapon like a knife, then he might have a chance to survive. Tang Mo glanced at Qian Sanquin's cold body on the ground, and then looked at the knives and banknotes on the ground. He picked up his big match without hesitation and pressed it on his wrist. A red light flashed, the match disappeared, and a small red match tattoo appeared on Tang Mo's left wrist. The power of the giant match was beyond Tang Mo's expectation. The stored matches could be used as hidden weapons to attack the enemy by surprise. In the future, if he encounters someone like Qian Sanquin again, he will be less threatening. Tang Mo lowered his head to read the book. Qian Sanquin's ability name suddenly became ability. I am only one spiritual field short of the protagonist used. He turned to the first page again. The first page recorded his own ability, which was the same as what he had seen before. But Tang Mo did not give up. He stared at the book expressionlessly for about 5 minutes, and lines of text slowly emerged. Note: it is obvious that Tang Mo already knew that when he killed a person, he had already eaten him up, and had not paid him. Tang Mo's eyes narrowed, his fingers tightly grasped the pages of the book, and trembled slightly. Is it really only killing people? A minute later, another line of words appeared on the book. Note: but how could I tell Tang Mo that he could get other people's superpowers without killing people? Tang Mo, Bang! A book was ruthlessly thrown into the mountain of banknotes by its owner. 3 minutes later, Tang Mo picked up the book indifferently. He casually held a pile of banknotes to cover Qian Sanquin's face, burying him in his favorite pile of banknotes. After doing all this, he drove away with the book and continued to drive toward Shanghai. Chapter 10. The road from Suzhou to Shanghai was indeed heavily blocked. Before getting on the highway, Tang Mo got off the car twice, and pushed the vehicles blocking the road to make way. Yes, he pushed all the cars away by himself. After the Black Tower incident, Tang Mo had already discovered that in addition to possessing supernatural powers, his physical condition and psychological quality had greatly improved. On the one hand, it was the change in physical condition. His strength increased, his eyesight improved, his recovery ability increased, and his skin became as hard as iron. When Tang Mo tricked Qian Sanquin into letting him get clothes from the trunk, he deliberately used the trunk buckle to test the hardness of his skin. The palm is one of the most delicate parts of the human skin. The sharp buckle scratched the palm without leaving a wound, and even the pain was not obvious. So Tang Mo decisively fought back against Qian Sanquin. It was also because of the improvement of physical condition that Qian Sanquin's knife to his calf failed to penetrate his bones, leaving only a blood mark. On the other hand, it is the improvement of psychological quality. Tang Mo has never received a certificate of 3 good students since he was a child, but he has never done bad things. He has never committed petty theft, and he is even too lazy to cheat in exams. This is his first time killing someone. Even if he accidentally killed Qian Sanquin in self-defense, he still killed someone. But apart from the panic and helplessness at that moment, he quickly calmed down and thought about what to do next. He didn't know whether he became cold-blooded because of the sudden change of his body, or if he was just like that. Tang Mo glanced at the book on the passenger seat, turned his eyes away, looked calmly ahead, and continued driving. Because the road had to be cleared, the 1-hour drive was infinitely extended. The sky was pale, and Tang Mo had just entered Shanghai, and had not yet left the highway. There were still 2 kilometers to the toll station, and 7 cars rear-ended each other in a chain, blocking the highway. Tang Mo got out of the car and started pushing it. Crunch! On the empty highway, the sound of tires rubbing against the ground was clear and loud. The 7 cars were in a serious rear-end collision. The 4 cars in front were crushed into discus, and the fence in the middle of the highway was knocked over. Tang Mo moved the cars one by one from the back to the front. After a long time, he finally moved to the first car. It's still a luxury car? Tang Mo laughed. The first car was a Maserati sports car. The fiery red body was smashed into pieces. After all, it was a luxury car. Even after being hit like this, the tires were still embedded in the wheels, and did not roll around. The cold autumn wind blew, and Tang Mo pushed the Maserati open with force. Just as he was about to open his car door, he suddenly stopped, turned around and frowned. Who? The answer was the rustling sound of the wind. Tang Mo did not open the car door. He stood beside the car, pressed his fingers on the match tattoo on his wrist, and asked again coldly, "Who is there?" Still no one appeared. Tang Mo was not in a hurry. He walked step by step towards the Maserati that was pushed open. He walked lightly, his body tense, and was always alert to possible changes. He put his hand on the scrapped body of the Maserati, and was about to pull it away, when he suddenly heard a trembling voice. "No, I come out by myself. I have no ill intentions." Tang Mo raised his head, and looked at the young man who came out from behind the Maserati. This was a black-haired young man, about 180 centimeters tall, wearing a thin white shirt and jeans. His clothes were scratched and tattered, with a lot of blood stains, and there were several scars on his body, but they were all scarred and no longer bleeding. In the cold wind, the man's lips turned purple from the cold. He raised his hands tremblingly, walked out from behind the car, and looked at Tang Mo in horror. "I am the owner of this car. I have no ill intentions. I just saw you pushing the car. If I wanted to attack you, I would definitely attack you while you were pushing the car." Tang Mo looked at him, glanced for a while, and said, "Why didn't I find you when I was pushing the car just now?" The young man said, "I was hiding under the highway just now. It's too cold here, there is a lot of grass there, it's a little warmer. I drove back to Shanghai from Nanjing yesterday morning. When I was almost in Shanghai, the cars behind me hit me for some reason. When I woke up, I found myself being thrown out of the car window, but I was not dead. Then I found out." There was a trace of fear on his face. "I found that there was no one in the rear-end cars, not even a drop of blood." Tang Mo looked at him indifferently, and did not relax his vigilance, saying, "They disappeared. When the Black Tower announced the start of the game, you might be in a coma due to a car accident. There are less than 500 million people left in the world now, and the others." Tang Mo stretched out his hand, and pointed at the rear-end vehicles. They all disappeared inexplicably like them. The young man opened his eyes wide in fear, and shivered in the cold wind. He looked at the cars that rear-ended him, then looked at Tang Mo, and whispered, "My home is in Shanghai. You are going to Shanghai. Can you take me with you? I just saw that you are very strong and can push all these cars away. Give me a ride. I will give you money when I go back, as much as you want." Tang Mo listened to this and smiled softly. The young man looked at him at a loss. Tang Mo said, "I am going to Shanghai. It's okay to give you a ride. But do you think money is still useful in this world now?" The young man was stunned. His face gradually turned pale, as if he finally understood what kind of world he was about to face. Tang Mo got in the car, and the young man also sat in the passenger seat. Tang Mo calmly took the book off the seat, and put it inside his seat. As soon as he put the book away, it slowly disappeared. Tang Mo was slightly surprised, but soon regained his composure, and drove to Shanghai with the young man. "My name is Li Wen." The young man wrapped himself tightly in a coat that Tang Mo lent him, and shivered as he said, "Thank you so much. I just woke up less than 2 hours ago, and ran to the toll station ahead, but there was no one there. I didn't know what to do, so I returned to my car, and soon I saw you. You are really strong. My windbreaker was in the car, but the car was crushed, and I couldn't get it out, and I almost froze to death. My name is Tang Mo." Tang Mo asked casually, "Aren't you very strong?" Li Wen shook his head. "I shouldn't be very strong, anyway. I couldn't push those cars away, and I couldn't get my windbreaker out." "But you didn't die, right?" Hearing this, Li Wen looked at Tang Mo blankly. Tang Mo drove with one hand and said calmly, "You survived such a big car accident and didn't lose any limbs. Don't you think it's very wrong?" Li Wen was stunned. Tang Mo didn't say anything more, and Li Wen also lowered his head, not knowing what he was thinking. But his expression was revealed on his face. Tang Mo glanced at him with his peripheral vision, and knew that this man must be thinking about what happened to his body, and how he had such a strong recovery ability, and was not dead yet. Tang Mo seemed to be driving easily, but in fact, his attention was always on Li Wen. At this time, although it is safest to be alone, it is better to have a companion. Li Wen should have participated in a Black Tower game like him, and then survived and won. Tang Mo dare not take such a person lightly. However, based on the observation just now, Li Wen seems to be a naive rich second generation, and there is no threat. And if he really lets the other party continue to stay on the highway stupidly, Tang Mo really thinks this person may kill himself. Li Wen, Tang Mo, can you tell me what the Black Tower announced when I was unconscious? Tang Mo briefly explained the Black Tower incident. Are you going to Shanghai to find relatives? I know a lot of people in Shanghai. Do you need help? Li Wen asked. Although Tang Mo has been to Shanghai several times, he is not a local after all, so it is difficult to find people. He said, I am going to the Municipal University of Science and Technology to find a student. I only know her name, and I plan to go to the school to look for her file first, and then go to her home if she is not in school. If he is not in both places, then he can't do anything. This is the only thing he can do for the charlatan. Tang Mo didn't say that he was going to look for his friends. Everyone has to be reserved. He hasn't opened up to Li Wen yet. Li Wen said, Shubei University of Science and Technology, that's in Jing'an District. My home is in Jing'an District. I went to junior high school there. I go with you. It's convenient. Tang Mo looked at Li Wen with a strange expression. Is he really stupid, or is he so cunning that people can't figure out what he is thinking? Tang Mo thought about it, and felt that it was most likely the former. Li Wen put on his coat, felt much warmer, and talked more. Let's get off the highway and pass by the City University of Science and Technology first. We go find the person first then. Do you know which class that kid is in? It would be easier to find her if you knew the class, and it would also be easier to find the files. Tang Mo, I only know her name. By the way, she's in the first grade of junior high school. Li Wen nodded. It's easier to find her if you know she's in the first grade of junior high school. After a few more words, Li Wen hesitated for a moment, but couldn't help asking, Can I ask, Tang Mo, do you know what's going on with the Black Tower? Why do some people disappear and some don't? After saying so much, I just want to ask this question. Li Wen has been in a coma since the car accident, missing a whole day compared to Tang Mo, and also missing a lot of information. He helped Tang Mo, on the one hand to thank him for bringing him back to Shanghai, and on the other hand to get information and know his current situation. But since he asked this, it means that he probably didn't participate in the Black Tower game. Tang Mo frowned slightly. People who didn't participate in the game can survive? He pursed his lips, thought for a while, and figured out how to answer Li Wen. But just as he was about to speak, suddenly, a loud and cheerful song resounded throughout Shanghai. After the clear female voice, the children's chorus sounded. The cheerful and joyful song was incompatible with the dead city, but it continued to sing. Tang Mo braked directly, and Li Wen looked up in panic, and looked at the huge black tower floating above the center of Shanghai. After the whole Thanksgiving nursery rhyme was sung, the colorful light flashing on the black tower disappeared. Tang Mo held his breath and looked at the black tower. Then he heard, ding! The stowaway Fu Wen duo from Huaxia District 1 successfully opened the first floor of the black tower. 3 minutes later, all players from Huaxia District began to attack the tower. Ding! The stowaway Fu Wen duo from Huaxia District 1 successfully opened. Ding! The stowaway Fu Wen duo from Huaxia District 1. The black tower broadcast the information 3 times for the first time. Tang Mo's eyes widened, and the words "start attacking the tower" kept echoing in his ears. The next moment, his eyes suddenly went black, and he fell down. Chapter 11. Tang Mo's body fell rapidly. It was dark all around, and he seemed to be falling down a hole, his body banging against the wall of the hole. With Tang Mo's current physical condition, he didn't feel any pain when he hit the mud wall, but he couldn't control the feeling of falling. It might have been a minute, or it might have been an hour. Bang! Tang Mo finally landed on the flat ground. It was pitch black all around, and you couldn't see your hand in front of you. Tang Mo touched the ground under his feet, and the feeling of the moist soil made him know that he was probably standing on a piece of land at this moment. He calmed down first, listened carefully to the movements around him, and after making sure there was no sound, he began to feel around with his hands, carefully exploring the surrounding environment. Tang Mo felt for 3 minutes, and didn't touch anything. Suddenly, a familiar collision sound came from above his head. Tang Mo immediately retracted his hand, and vigilantly paid attention to the movement above. Half a minute later, a huge object hit the ground hard, accompanied by a loud and painful male voice. Ouch, it hurts so much, where is this? Tang Mo's heart moved, and he whispered, Li Wen? The male voice that kept calling out stopped, and after a moment, Tang Mo? Tang Mo calmed down a little, but before he could say anything else, there was another bang, and a person fell down again. Following him, 4 people came. One after another, they fell to the ground, cursing and shouting. Tang Mo counted, including himself, there were 7 people in total. A dazzling light suddenly lit up, illuminating this dark place. Everyone turned their heads and looked towards the light source. A middle school girl looked at them timidly. She looked very pale and thin. She held a flashlight in her hand and said tremblingly, I brought a flashlight. It was too dark here, so I turned it on. A man in a suit and an elite-looking man nodded and walked over. Can you lend me a flashlight? I take a look around and confirm where we are now. The girl handed over the flashlight. The man took the flashlight and looked around. Tang Mo looked carefully along the place where he shone the light, and soon, the man walked through the cave. He returned to the original place, and stuck the flashlight upward into the soil with force, and the light shone straight upward. This method can illuminate the cave, as much as possible, and allow the 7 people to see each other's faces. The man sat down around the flashlight and said, First, let's introduce ourselves. My name is Li Bin. I'm 29 years old, and work in a public relations company. No one knows what's going on now. I guess it's related to the Black Tower. The only thing we can do is to unite, and use the power of the group to protect each of us before the Black Tower creates an unknown incident. The little girl just had a conversation with Li Bin. She seemed to trust this man a little, so she sat down second and said in a trembling voice, My name is Peng Yuan. I'm 15 years old, and I'm in the 2nd grade of the 12th middle school. You can call me Wenwen. The others looked at each other, and no one sat down first. Tang Mo walked over and sat down. Li Bin and Peng Yuan both looked at him. He smiled slightly. Tang Mo, 23 years old, librarian. Li Wen didn't quite understand why Tang Mo suddenly trusted those 2 people so much, but when he saw Tang Mo walking over, he also ran over. Li Wen, 25 years old, now unemployed and dependent on his parents. Among the 7 people, 4 chose to stick together, and the other 3 gritted their teeth and ran over. Lin Xiao, 20 years old, in college. Xiao Xiang, 32 years old. I was a chef before that broken tower appeared. After that thing came out, my boss ran away in fear, so I am also unemployed. The last one was a gentle man wearing glasses. He sat down slowly, and his eyes swept around everyone, especially Li Bin and Tang Mo, and stayed for a long time before saying, Luo Fengcheng, 28 years old, game designer. In this way, the 7 people knew each other. The combination of 5 men and 2 women made the 2 girls hug each other. Lin Xiao sat next to Peng Yuan from the beginning, and soon they became familiar with each other and started talking in private. Li Wen approached Tang Mo. What's going on, Tang Mo, do you know? Tang Mo shook his head. It should be related to the Black Tower. Black Tower? Li Wen shuddered. What on earth is this place? We are not locked up, are we? This should be a cave. A calm voice sounded, and everyone looked at each other. Luo Fengcheng pushed his glasses and said indifferently, Soil moisture will increase with the distance from the ground. The closer to the groundwater, the wetter the soil will be. The soil water potential of the soil under our feet is currently about 3 bar. Groundwater cannot cause such a large soil water potential. If we are still in Shanghai, we must be near the water source. This is an underground cave near the water source. Li Bin looked at him strangely. Are you a game designer? Luo Fengcheng, my university major is water conservancy. But the suspicion in the eyes of others was not dispelled, and Tang Mo also looked at this person curiously for a few more times. If it is confirmed that this is a cave, it will be more in line with everyone's cognition. The 7 holes above our heads are probably where the 7 of us fell. Li Bin pointed at the 7 dark holes, his eyes solemn. I think you should have heard what the Black Tower said before you fell? Lin Xiao nodded and repeated. Fu Wenduo, a stowaway from Huaxia District 1, successfully opened the first floor of the Black Tower. 3 minutes later, all players in Huaxia District began to attack the tower. Among the 7 people, the young girl Peng Yuan didn't talk much, and the cook Xiao Xiang just listened beside him, sometimes trying hard to hope that everyone would explain it to him. Luo Fengcheng also fell silent after saying that, as if he felt that he had said too much. Li Bin took on the role of the guide among the 7 people. There are many things in this sentence that I don't understand. Let's not talk about it for now. But do you still remember the 3 iron laws of the Black Tower? Yesterday morning, it issued the 3 iron laws, the last of which required us to work hard to attack the tower. So are we attacking the tower now? Li Wen asked curiously. How do we attack the tower? I don't know. Tang Mo said. Maybe there are any clues? Or should we look for it in this cave again? Li Bin shook his head. I have already searched this cave and found nothing. At this moment, a clear child's voice sounded in the cave. Ding! The first floor of the Black Tower, retarded mode, open, the 7-person survival game begins to load. Sandbox generation. Game data loading. Main quest released. 7 people chosen by God, please try to survive. The cave was completely silent. No one knew how long it had been. Li Wen asked nervously, Game, That was the voice of the Black Tower just now. I remember. What does it mean by game? What is the 7-person survival game? Tang Mo glanced at him, and only then confirmed that Li Wen had never played the Black Tower game. Chef Zhao Xiang deliberately raised his voice to hide his nervousness. We should escape from here, so let's go quickly. Li Bin said calmly. Don't worry, since Black Tower is going to release the game to us, it is definitely impossible for us to simply dig a hole and leave. Maybe there is a trap. If you look closely, you can see that Li Bin's lips have been trembling. He tried to show his calmness. Let's first determine our situation, and then think about what to do next. Shoo! Don't make a sound. Tang Mo and Luo Fengcheng spoke at the same time. The two looked at each other, and Tang Mo frowned. Did you hear any sound? The others held their breath and listened carefully. Suddenly, female college student Lin Xiao opened her eyes wide and screamed. She immediately covered her mouth and whispered, I heard it, I heard it. The sound of digging, that is the sound of digging. I like to play survival games. This sound is the special sound when digging. Something is digging. Li Bin stood up at once. It's in this direction. Everyone stood up and looked at a wall of soil. Cook Xiao Xiang's face flushed red, and he clenched his fists. Hack it. Who cares what it is? I punch him to death. Everyone's hair stood up, and they looked in fear at the direction where the digging sound came from. The sound was getting closer and closer, and Tang Mo could almost hear his heartbeat, thump thump. The digging sound never stopped, and he had come to the side of the cave step by step. Bang! The last thin layer of soil was dug up. A blood-red light lit up from the dark cave, and a pair of small eyes swept over the 7 people one by one. It stretched out its huge claws, and dug up the pile of soil in front of it. The whole rat crawled out of the cave, and entered this huge underground nest. Boom! This is a giant mole. It is more than 2 meters tall, and its huge body is like a giant beast. When it stands up, the whole sky seems to be pressed down by it. It threw a turkey half the size of a man on the ground, staring at the 7 people with its tiny eyes, and grinding its sharp teeth like knives with a creaking sound. The mole drooled, and a strange laugh came out of its mouth, and then said, Why is the Black Tower so good today? I was just about to eat turkey, and it sent me fuel. 7 humans are just enough to roast this turkey and sprinkle it with delicious cumin. Oh, thank Black Tower, happy Thanksgiving. The cook who just said he would beat the other party to death was so scared that he took 3 steps back when he saw this terrifying giant rat. The next moment, he suddenly turned around and ran away. Tang Mo said anxiously, Don't move. But it was too late. The next moment, the cook turned around and ran away. The huge mole rushed over like a flash of lightning, stuck a claw on the cook's body, and hammered him against the wall. The cook fell to the ground, coughing up blood and unable to move. The mole stared at the other 6 people with his small eyes, and finally his sight fell on the short and thin 15-year-old girl Peng Yuan. This fuel is the thinnest, so I use you as the fire core. The fattest one will be kept for last, and the turkey will be roasted over a high fire at the end. I haven't told anyone this secret, and this kind of turkey is the most delicious. Ah! Peng Yuan was so scared that her face turned pale, and she ran back, but the mole flew in front of her, grabbed her head, and pulled her back. Peng Yuan screamed in pain. Li Bin gritted his teeth, grabbed the girl's right foot, and shouted, We can't let it take this girl away. If she is taken away, we will be the next one. Tang Mo was not cold-blooded enough to watch an underage girl being taken away in front of him without any reaction. He grabbed the girl's other foot, and Li Wen tremblingly grabbed the girl's leg. Female college student Lin Xiao also plucked up the courage and grabbed the girl's other leg. Luo Fengcheng stepped directly on the mole's foot. His angle was very tricky, and he stepped on the nail of the mole's last little toe. He kicked with all his strength, causing the mole to roar in pain. But when he looked closely, the nail was as hard as iron, and it didn't bleed at all. It just made the mole let go of the hand holding the little girl's head, and everyone pulled the little girl back. The huge mole, more than 2 meters tall, roared and roared. I will use all of you as fuel to roast my turkey now. Ding! Side quest 1 triggered. Roast a turkey for the cute Uncle Mole. This sound rang in the ears of all 7 people. Is this a cute mole? Everyone wanted to tear the Black Tower into pieces now. Tang Mo vaguely felt that this sentence seemed a little familiar, but the current situation did not give him time to think. The mole waved its huge claws, and slapped Li Bin away. The female college student and the little girl were so scared when they saw this that they ran away. Tang Mo quickly said, Don't run. We must stick together. If we separate, we will only be caught by it. The little girl still ran away. After all, she was young, so it was understandable that she ran away in fear. The female college student mustered up her courage and ran back. Next, Luo Fengcheng pulled out 2 drumsticks from the turkey and threw one to Tang Imo, but he didn't control the force well, and it hit the female college student's feet. This is a huge mole, and this turkey is also a huge turkey. Its drumstick is like a baseball bat, hard and can be used as a weapon. Luo Fengcheng held a chicken leg, and the female college student hesitated for a moment, picked up another chicken leg, and the two rushed towards the mole together. The mole was waving its claws at Li Bin at this moment, and suddenly heard a sound. It stopped and turned to look. Li Bin coughed up a mouthful of blood, and grabbed one of the mole's legs with trembling arms. Hurry up! Luo Fengcheng and the female college student rushed up from both sides at the same time, waving chicken legs and hitting the mole. The mole was held tightly by Li Bin, and could not dodge at all. 2 steel-like turkey legs fell straight down. However, at this moment, the mole raised his claws and blocked both sides of his head. The turkey leg hit the claws, and metal sparks flew. The mole slowly moved his claws away, and his sharp teeth creaked and grinded. Burn you all, roast turkey! Li Bin lay on the ground in despair, and even then he tried to hold the mole's legs tightly. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, and hope rekindled in his eyes. He saw Tang Imo rushing up from behind, rushing towards the mole regardless of anything. But he didn't even have a turkey leg in his hand. A basin of cold water poured from head to toe, and hope was extinguished. Li Bin shouted loudly, "Don't die!" In the blink of an eye, a huge match appeared in Tang Mo's hand. No one knew when it appeared. The cook fell to the ground in the distance, and his life or death was unknown. The little girl had already run away, and no one knew where she was. Li Bin, Luo Fengcheng, and the female college student looked at the suddenly appeared big match in astonishment. The giant match broke through the wind and fell down, and the sound of the wind hinted at how violent this match was. They looked at Tang Imo and the match in his hand excitedly, and saw that the match was about to hit the mole's head. Suddenly, the mole stretched out his claws and caught the match steadily. Not only them, Tang Mo's heart also fell into an ice cellar. The momentum of the match made the mole take 2 steps back, but in any case, it still did not hurt the mole. It held the match and looked down at Tang Imo. Tang Imo pursed his lips, and his brain quickly thought about whether his damn ability had any other uses. Unexpectedly, the mole did not attack again. It turned its head, holding the matches in its left paw and its big face in its right paw, and made a cute move that many pet dogs would do. "Hey, why do you have mosaic matches?" The bright red nose moved twice in the air. The mole sniffed, opened its eyes, and said strangely, "Ah, you smell like mosaic, a very disgusting smell." Tang Imo, Chapter 12. The mole used its sharp claws to gently rub the head of the giant match. Click, a spark flickered on the bright red match head, and soon, the raging flames engulfed the entire match. The mole placed the matches on the ground, skewered the huge turkey with its long claws, and roasted it on the flames. The female college student went to the corner to help the cook up, and looked up and said, "He's fine, he just fainted." Tang Imo and Li Wen helped Li Bin up. Except for the unconscious cook, the other 6 people sat aside, far away from the mole. However, this underground cave is only this big. Even if you sit at the farthest position, you can't avoid the crackling sound of burning matches and the delicious and tempting smell of turkey. The bright meat oil slowly flows on the tight meat of the turkey, and finally drips into the blazing flames. Tang Imo has never smelled such a tempting aroma. Without any seasoning, he simply roasted the turkey on the matches, and the unique aroma of meat penetrated into everyone's nose. The giant matches illuminated the cave, allowing everyone to see the turkey more clearly. The color was burnt, and the skin was slightly burnt. With the crackling sound of the flames, the skin was roasted to be more wrinkled and crispy. Even if you couldn't eat it, you could imagine what kind of delicious it was. Everyone swallowed their saliva. The match burned to ashes, and the turkey was already roasted. The big mole sat cross-legged on the ground, with a gleam in his small eyes. The sharp claws and huge teeth suppressed the impulse of the 6 people to grab the turkey. Tang Imo watched from a distance as the big mole bit the turkey. The moment he ate the turkey, his expression became extremely gentle. The turkey roasted with mosaics matches is the most delicious thing in the world. I didn't tell anyone. This is the happiest Thanksgiving I've ever had. The big mole bit the turkey meat with its teeth, ignoring the humans sitting far away and swallowing their saliva. It was like this, and Tang Imo and his friends couldn't complain. Among the 6 people who were still awake, Tang Imo was the most combat capable. But even he tried hard to use the cheap book, and when he only collected one superpower, he used superpowers to launch a sneak attack, but he was stopped by the opponent's claws, and his matches were snatched away and used as fuel to roast the turkey. The more enjoyment the big mole had on his face, the louder the 6 people's stomachs growled. Seemingly in a good mood, the big mole ate a chicken leg, bit another chicken leg, and muttered, "How did you get Mosaic's matches?" The other party suddenly asked. Tang Mo was slightly startled, and said calmly, "Unfortunately, I met him before." The big mole said, "Oh, did little Mosaic set fire or kill someone this time? In fact, she is an obedient and sensible girl, but her hobbies are a little special. You must think she's cute, right?" Tang Mo, I always feel that this is a fatal problem that can kill you at the first touch. Between his life and his conscience, Tang Mo ruthlessly chose the former. "She's really very cute," Tang Mo said expressionlessly. The big mole nodded. "Yes, she's as cute as me." Tang Mo, Everyone, just be happy. The big mole finished eating another chicken leg and started eating chicken wings. It moved very quickly, and in the blink of an eye, its sharp claws had ripped the bones off the chicken wings. Tang Mo's eyes narrowed. At this speed, it would be easy for the mole to kill the 7 of them. Then why did it struggle for so long just now? Was it playing? The mole was eating the turkey stupidly, not knowing that Tang Mo had been thinking about it for a long time, and was on guard. While eating the meat, it said vaguely, "Thank you for the matches this time. Mosaic's matches are the best fuel for roasting turkey, but this little girl is not sensible at all. She said she wanted to use the matches to start a fire, but she never gave me one." Tang Mo reminded, "You just said she was an obedient and sensible little girl." Big Mole touched his head. "Did I say that? I don't remember." Big Mole quickly changed the subject. "According to common sense, you shouldn't start attacking the tower at this time. Mosaic's matches are also very useful weapons. They can accompany you through the 2nd floor, and can barely deal with those disgusting bugs on the 3rd floor. I'm so lucky I met you guys in advance and enjoyed my turkey in advance." "Aw, thank you, Black Tower. Happy Thanksgiving." Tang Mo looked at the big mole carefully, and suddenly, his hand was gently touched. He turned around and saw Luo Fengcheng mouthing, said words. Tang Mo had already planned. He took advantage of the big mole's good mood and asked casually, "Shouldn't we attack the tower at this time?" The big mole ate meat and nodded. "Based on your current level, how many people have awakened superpowers? If it was the 1st level in normal mode, you would have died as soon as you came in, and you couldn't even enter my cave, because those earth dragons on top would have bitten you to death." Luo Fengcheng grasped the key words. "Superpower? Normal mode?" The big mole only answered the latter point. "Yes, aren't you playing the idiot mode now?" "Idiots, It seems that the Black Tower did say at the beginning that this was the idiot mode of the 1st level." A turkey was half eaten, and Tang Mo took a look at the remains of the turkey. Although he wanted to know about superpowers, he wanted to know something more important now. "Mole, uncle, what exactly is tower attack?" "Tower attack is tower attack. You can't attack the tower now. It's just because a stowaway accidentally reached the tower attack level that you were forced into the game by him." The voice suddenly stopped, and the big mole licked the oil on his paws. "Hey, should I also thank that stowaway? If he hadn't started the game in advance, you wouldn't be able to get in. You can't come in, and I can't eat such delicious turkey. But he is a stowaway." "Tang Mo, what is a stowaway?" The big mole suddenly raised his head, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. A stowaway is someone who has never experienced the game and logged into the Black Tower in other ways. They are all the most disgusting villains. As long as you catch one and eat him, you can gain powerful power. I like to eat stowaways the most. Their meat is fragrant and tender, and it also contains powerful power. Every stowaway has superpowers. The 6 people looked at each other, and even the little girl in junior high school understood that the people who logged into the Black Tower might refer to those who survived and did not disappear. Tang Mo's scalp tingled, but he remained calm. Then how did they log into the Black Tower? The big mole rubbed its teeth up and down, making a harsh sound. There are 3 ways to enter the Black Tower, and the 3 results produce 3 identities, namely official players, reserve players, and stowaways. Official players are players who participated in the Black Tower game within 3 days, won the game, and were officially recognized by the Black Tower. Reserve players did not participate in the Black Tower game in 3 days, but participated in other games and were recognized by the Black Tower to a certain extent. As long as they win a Black Tower game in the future, they can be promoted to official players. Finally, there are them, my favorite stowaways. Big Mole drooled. Stowaways are people who eliminated a player by killing someone within those 3 days. Before the game officially starts, every human is a hidden player. If you eliminate at least one hidden player, you can log into the Black Tower. Elimination method. The big mole raised his small and sharp eyes, including but not limited to the game method. Killing people is also a way to eliminate players. Tang Mo's heart was clenched hard, but soon calmed down. He remembered the first stowaway he had ever seen. Qian Sanquan the thief. Tang Mo originally thought that he was the same as himself, a winner who survived an inexplicable game. In that book of superpowers, Qian Sanquan's name was followed by the word stowaway. Tang Mo had never understood it, but he had never expected it to mean this. The big mole began to eat the turkey breast. He crunched it and said indistinctly, "It's a pity that the stowaway didn't come to me, otherwise I would have eaten him." How delicious would a stowaway who could start the tower attack game in advance be? How much power could I gain by eating him? The big mole said regretfully, "Every official player and stowaway must have activated superpowers, and the chance of a reserve player activating superpowers is slightly lower. I really want to eat that stowaway." The big mole swallowed again. Tang Mo and his companions didn't dare to imagine the scene of eating a living person, but the words that the big mole just said had already outlined a much clearer Black Tower world for them. The only 400 million people left in the world are divided into three types: official players, reserve players, and stowaways. Reserve players may have superpowers, while official players and stowaways definitely have superpowers. Formal players, such as Tang Mo, have that cheat book, and stowaways, such as Qian Sanquan, have the superpower to store objects in their bodies. Now they don't know which of these three types of players has a higher proportion. It could be official players or reserves, but it is definitely not stowaways. The number of people who kill people in those 3 days, even if it is worldwide, cannot exceed 10 million. Stowaways are a minority, so who is more, official players or reserves? Tang Mo inexplicably felt that it might be that official players, like him, were in the minority. At least among the 7 of them. 4 of them definitely had never participated in the Black Tower game. The big mole started to eat the last piece of chicken breast. What a pity, the stowaway who started the tower attack game must have been eaten alive now. Why didn't he come to my place? Such a delicious stowaway, I also want to eat one. After eating the last bite of turkey, the big mole touched his round belly with satisfaction. The air was still filled with the aroma of turkey. Everyone took a few deep breaths to comfort themselves that they could smell the smell of turkey. The big mole was no exception. He kept sniffing the air with his bright red nose. Gradually, the aroma of turkey dissipated. A clear child's voice sounded in the ears of Tang Mo and others. Ding! Completed the side mission 1. Roast a turkey for the lovely Uncle Mole. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, a strange and sharp laugh was heard. The big mole opened its tiny eyes, and its sharp and shrewd edge swept across all the humans present. It giggled, and no one knew how it made such a weird sound. The sound was like the noise of nails sliding across glass, and everyone had goosebumps and hair all over their bodies. Then it said in an excited but suppressed voice, "Look what I found. I was just hiding it from the smell of turkey, and I didn't notice it until now. Among the 7 of you humans, there are 2 official players, for reserve players and a stowaway. My Black Tower, why are you so nice to me today? I want to eat this stowaway, I want to eat him. Happy Thanksgiving." Ding! Side quest 2 triggered. Find that damn stowaway. Chapter 13. Stowaways all have a very bad smell. The Black Tower hates stowaways the most. Eating stowaways can get many rewards and great power. Stowaway meat is also very delicious. I didn't tell anyone about this. The giant mole squinted its tiny eyes and crushed the turkey bones on the ground with 1 foot. Among the 7 of you, there is a hateful stowaway. Hand him over, I want to eat him. The big mole approached step by step. The cook woke up in a daze, and when he looked up, he saw the sharp claws of the big mole, and screamed in fear. The mole screamed sharply at him, and the cook was so scared that he almost fainted again. Tang Mo touched his wrist, and the pattern of the big match was gone on his wrist. According to what the mole said just now, this match could accompany Tang Mo through the 2nd floor, which means it must be useful on the 1st floor. Tang Mo could feel that he did not use the function of the match. He just waved the match blindly. If he had been given a little more time and attacked the tower later, he might have been able to make more thorough preparations. So why start attacking the tower now? The name of the stowaway who started the tower attack game flashed through Tang Mo's mind, but he had no time to complain. He asked calmly, "Who is the stowaway? How can we find him and hand him over to you?" Li Wen and Lin Qiao opened their eyes wide at the same time and looked at Tang Mo. Luo Fengcheng glanced at him and said nothing. The little girl Peng Liwen looked at Tang Mo with a pale face and flickered eyes, as if she didn't understand what he meant. Lin Xiao couldn't help but say, "Really hand it over? This mole said it wants to eat people." Tang Mo looked indifferent and asked, "Then you will be its dinner instead of the stowaway?" Lin Xiao choked for a moment. Luo Fengqing's faint voice sounded, "The stowaway is a murderer. Maybe he killed someone out of necessity, or maybe he killed someone in excessive self-defense. In the outside world, the law may not sentence him to death, but the Black Tower hates stowaways and has sentenced him to death. We just find the stowaway, and other things have nothing to do with us." Li Bin's expression changed, and he nodded, "Yes, that's right. We just want to find out who the stowaway is." The big mole chuckled, "How do I know which stowaway it is? My cave is not big enough, and you humans are all together. The smell of the stowaway is all over the cave, and we can't find it. I give you 1 hour to find the hateful stowaway. If you can't find it, I eat 1 human per hour, and I definitely eat the stowaway." The big mole looked at Tang Mo. "Oh, by the way, you have a good relationship with Mosaic, and you lent me matches. Then I eat you in the end." Tang Mo didn't react much to this gift. The big mole looked at Tang Mo's indifferent appearance, snickered again, and ran to the corner to start digging. It seemed to want to dig its hole bigger, and after digging 2 pieces, it turned its head and said, "2 minutes have passed, have you found the stowaway?" Everyone was sweating coldly when they heard the big mole's words. Li Bin glanced at everyone and gritted his teeth and asked, "I asked once, in those 3 days, who among you killed anyone?" Without a doubt, everyone shook their heads. I guessed it would be like this. From the moment he entered the cave, this white-collar elite looked like a leader, and now is no exception. Li Bin pretended to be calm and began to analyze the situation. This mole said that the stowaway was the one who eliminated the players by killing people in those 3 days. The stowaway must have superpowers and smelled bad. I didn't smell the smell, did you smell it? Lin Xiao shook her head, "No. My sense of smell has always been very sensitive. There is only the smell of soil here." Everyone said no. Li Bin's face was ugly. "Then maybe we humans can't smell the smell, only they can smell it. Damn, how can we find the stowaways?" Luo Fengqing, "The stowaways have killed people and have supernatural powers." Because the cook had been in a coma for a long time, he hadn't heard the popular science of the big mole and couldn't keep up with everyone's pace. Kill people? Superpowers? Wait, what's going on? Everyone didn't have time to explain to him. Li Bin asked, "Kill people, have superpowers. So?" As soon as he finished speaking, Li Bin suddenly turned his head and looked at Tang Mo. "You must have superpowers." Tang Mo just conjured a big matchstick out of thin air. "That is definitely not human power, it is a superpower." Li Wen explained to Tang Mo. "Big Mole said that there are 2 official players, 4 reserve players, and 1 stowaway among the 7 of us. Official players log into the Black Tower to participate in the official game of the Black Tower. Tang Mo should be an official player. He knows a man named Mosaic, who knows Big Mole, and must be related to the Black Tower game. Tang Mo, I did participate in the Black Tower game, and according to Big Mole, I am a formal player." Li Bin shook his head. "Before today, you may have participated in the Black Tower game, but no one can guarantee that you participated in the Black Tower game within those 3 days. Now it has been 4 days since Black Tower issued the announcement of Earth Online. Who can be sure that you didn't play the game on the 4th day and killed people in those 3 days?" Tang Mo suddenly found it a little funny. He was about to retort, but he heard Luo Fengqing say, "He is an official player. The Black Tower hates stowaways. Stowaways have a smell. If he is not an official player, he must have been discovered by Mosaic, the companion of the mole, before he met the mole. He would not have lived to this day, and got the match from Mosaic just now." Tang Mo looked at Luo Fengqing in surprise, and the latter looked at him. Neither of them spoke again, and the others understood. Li Bin said, "That makes sense. There is a 90% chance that you are indeed an official player. There is also a 10% chance that you are a stowaway. I don't know what means you used to hide your scent before, and you were not discovered by Mosaic." After a pause, Li Bin suddenly walked to the center of the 7 people and looked at everyone seriously. "Now I confess that I am the 2nd official player." Tang Mo was a little surprised. Li Bin smiled bitterly and raised his right hand. "My ability is very useless. I don't want to reveal too much about my specific ability, but in the current situation, it is useless. But I can hide the effect of my supernatural power for you. Supernatural power is everyone's secret, and it is understandable that they don't want to reveal it." Li Bin squatted on the ground, stretched out his right finger, and began to draw a circle on the ground. A smooth and round curve gradually appeared on the ground. This is an extremely neat circle. The last stroke fell exactly at the starting point. From beginning to end, it formed a perfect and closed circle. This is a circle drawn purely with fingers without tools. Linxia widened her eyes. So round? Your ability is not to draw a circle without a compass, right? What kind of ability is this? Tang Mo frowned slightly. Although the circle is too neat, it does not mean that you have an ability. You may be a professional painter, Li Bin said, then look again. Li Bin stretched out his finger, and drew another circle next to the previous circle. Over and over again, full and round, this circle is another extremely perfect circle, and if you look closely, is this the same size as the circle just now? Linxia was surprised. Li Bin looked helpless. I don't want to tell you what my special ability is, but I think you should believe that I have special abilities, right? I am the remaining official player. You have special abilities. Why can't you be a stowaway? The little girl Peng Liwen stood behind Linxiao and spoke timidly, her face pale. Li Bin, I have taken the initiative to stand up and say that I am a formal player, so could I still be a stowaway? Kid, if he was a stowaway, he would definitely hide it, and not let others know that he has superpowers. Now among the 7 of us, only this brother is the safest. He pointed at Tang Mo. He is most likely a regular player. The big mole said that the reserve can also have superpowers, but the probability is very low, so we will just assume that he has no superpowers. Then the next person with superpowers, who appears has a 50% chance of being a stowaway. Li Bin analyzed seriously. In this case, I took the initiative to stand up and reveal to you that I have superpowers. Does this prove that I am not afraid of my own shadow? Li Wen stood beside Tang Mo and interrupted. You may also be using our reverse thinking. Li Bin said, in this case, you let the third person with superpowers stand up. As long as he dares to stand up, he must be a stowaway. Because I know that I have never killed anyone, I have participated in the game. This little brother is also a formal player. Then the third person with superpowers must be a stowaway. Tang Mo, I believe you. Li Bin had been acting very calm, but in fact his lips were trembling slightly. Now, suddenly hearing what Tang Mo said, he trembled with excitement and walked directly to Tang Mo. Brother, thank you. I am really an official player. I can tell you the games I have played and how I won the game. I can tell you anything. Tang Mo smiled and shook his head. You don't have to say it specifically. Every one of us has to say it. In the dim underground cave, the big mole dug the soil with a creaking sound, blowing a pleasant whistle in his mouth. Before telling everyone's experience in the past 3 days, the 7 people gathered together. Luo Fengcheng carefully scanned everyone's face and said, I roughly divide all the murders in this world into 3 types. The first type is accidental. This is the most common reason for murder. Many times people are emotionally excited and can't control themselves. They may kill someone by mistake, or defend themselves too much. An accidental accident may kill someone. This is an unintentional mistake. If the stowaway among us accidentally killed someone by accident, when the big mole clearly explained the definition of a stowaway, he would definitely be emotionally disturbed, feeling that he was exposed, guilty and exposed. Li Wen was surprised and said, why didn't you say so earlier? It's been so long now, who knows how everyone reacted at that time. Tang Mo said, I noticed it. Everyone's reaction at that time was normal. No one was too excited. Luo Fengcheng glanced at Tang Mo. He is right. Since entering this cave, Tang Mo has never let down his guard. After experiencing a life and death 2-player confrontation game, Tang Mo couldn't believe these unfamiliar teammates. Luo Fengcheng continued, so there is an 80% chance that the stowaway among us did not commit a crime accidentally. He knew he was killing people, and did it on purpose. The second killing mode is brutal. They just want to kill people, usually to satisfy their own abnormal psychological or physical needs. Everyone touched their necks and felt a little cold. This type of murderer is not uncommon, and serial killers basically belong to this type. But Tang Mo frowned. I only heard Luo Fengcheng say at the end, I think this stowaway among us should belong to the third type. Intentional killing, but no killing intention. He knows he is killing people, but he is not a bloodthirsty person. He has his own reasons for killing people. So when he was exposed, he would not be surprised, because he already knew what he had done and why he did it. Li Wen swallowed his saliva. I also think there should not be such antisocial crazy murderers among us. Linxia felt a little cold. I agree. It should be the third type. Tang Mo had been listening to Luo Fengcheng's words quietly. He walked in front of Luo Fengcheng and said with a smile, what you said does make sense. So can we continue the previous topic now? Why not start with you? Mr. Luo, what did you do during those 3 days? Are you really a game designer? Where do you work? Luo Fengcheng raised his head slightly, and looked at the black-haired young man in front of him. Tang Mo's expression was not too aggressive, but there was a hint of suspicion and questioning in his eyes. The two looked at each other for a long time. Luo Fengcheng took out a certificate from his pocket and handed it over. During those 3 days, I was conducting Black Tower research experiments under the Black Tower. Formally meet, Luo Fengcheng, the leader of Group A of the Shanghai Division of the Black Tower Research Institute. Chapter 14. Tang Mo took Luo Fengcheng's ID in astonishment. This was a silver card with a metallic texture. There was no photo on it. There was an electronic chip in the upper right corner, and 3 lines of words were simply printed on the left side of the card. Name, Luo Fengcheng. Division, Shanghai Group A. Position, Group Leader. After Tang Mo finished reading the card, he handed it to the others. Each of the 6 people read it once, and finally handed it back to Luo Fengcheng. Why did you lie to us and say you were a game designer? Li Bin asked. Luo Fengcheng put the card away, his expression unmoved, and said lightly, everyone has their own secrets. You have hidden your superpowers, which are very important and special to you. My identity is a bit special. I don't want to be exposed at the beginning. Can't you understand? Luo Fengcheng glanced at everyone and continued, don't doubt the authenticity of my identity. You all know that this tower attack game started very suddenly. From the announcement of the tower attack to our official entry, there were only 3 minutes. I can't prepare a card in advance and pretend to be a researcher in the Black Tower. Lin Xiao thought for a moment and seemed to suddenly think of something. She was about to speak. Luo Fengcheng looked at her. Don't doubt whether I have a special ability to make a card in a short time. If I really have this special ability, why should I make an identity card that I am a researcher in the Black Tower? I can make an identity card for a game designer. This will not make you suspicious, but also gain your trust a little bit. Luo Fengcheng stopped everyone from talking. Finally, he looked at Tang Mo. Tang Mo had no expression on his face, looking at him calmly, but his eyes were slightly focused. Luo Fengcheng said, I am a researcher of the Black Tower, there is no doubt about that. The Black Tower has been here for half a year, and you should all know that the researchers of the Black Tower are protected and have no contact with the outside world. During those 3 days, I have been studying this Black Tower in Shanghai, and I have no chance or need to kill anyone. And the voice paused, and Luo Fengcheng put his hands in his pockets. If I really want to kill someone, as long as there is a legitimate reason, I don't have to do it myself, someone will help me solve it. Otherwise, I am protected by many people and cannot kill people. Everyone shuddered, but Tang Mo looked at Luo Fengcheng steadily. He understood what the other party meant. Before the Earth went online, there was a discussion on the internet that those white-coated researchers who appeared under the Black Tower were actually extras, and the truly powerful researchers were protected by the country, with the frontline extras collecting data and information, and the country conducting research privately. Except for deep mountains and old forests, vast oceans, as long as the Black Tower appears in a city, it must be located in the city center of the city. If the country builds a research institute next to the Black Tower, it will be a live target, announcing to the world where its base is located. This kind of online discussion has never been officially confirmed, but many people believe it. Tang Mo believes that Luo Fengcheng is a researcher at the Black Tower. He just quietly used all his strength to break the card, but he didn't know what the card was made of, and he couldn't break it. You know, he is very strong now, and can move a car with his bare hands. He can't do anything with this card, which shows that this card is very special. As Luo Fengcheng said, if it was really a supernatural power, it would be impossible to create such a card. The identity of the Black Tower researcher is too eye-catching. Now the most wanted thing for the stowaways is to hide their identities, and not to flaunt them in public. Except for the cook and the junior high school student, who looked confused, the other people no longer doubted Luo Fengcheng's identity. If such a person wanted to kill someone, he probably didn't need to do it himself, or he couldn't kill anyone at all. The possibility that Luo Fengcheng was a stowaway was extremely low. Everyone had to talk about what they did in those 3 days. Tang Mo and Li Bin were put aside for the time being. Now it was Lin Xiao's turn. When the Black Tower made the sound of Earth online, I remember I was in class. It seemed to be some class. Oh yes, that day was the 15th, Wednesday. The first 2 classes on Wednesday morning were advanced mathematics classes. Because the Black Tower suddenly spoke, we didn't have any classes. All students returned to the dormitory. The school also sent a group message. asking us not to panic and wait for notification. Lin Xiao recalled carefully. Actually, I am a Black Tower optimist. I like to play survival games. I have played all the survival games on the market recently. I didn't take Black Tower seriously at first. After returning to the dormitory, I talked about Black Tower with my roommates for a long time, maybe until the evening. Anyway, our school didn't let us go to class for those 3 days, so I stayed in the dormitory to play games. The cafeteria was closed, and I ate takeout all those days, and stayed in the dormitory without going out. Li Bin, that's all? Lin Xiao continued to think hard, and after a long time, she shook her head. The 4 of us in the dormitory are all from Shanghai, but my father died a long time ago, and my mother went on a business trip to Nanjing. After the incident with Haida, my 3 roommates all went home the next day, leaving me alone in the dormitory. That morning, I had just gotten up and was brushing my teeth when I heard that Haida had released another message. I didn't know what had happened until I turned on my computer to play games and found that there was no internet. Later, I went to the next dormitory and knocked on the door, only to find that everyone was gone. Speaking of this female college student, who had always been brave and generous, could not hide her fear. She swallowed her saliva and tried to stay calm. I really stayed in the dormitory playing games for 3 days, and I didn't kill anyone. I'm really not a stowaway. After the incident, I wanted to go to Nanjing to find my mother, but I didn't expect to be dragged here before leaving Shanghai. Believe me, I'm really not a stowaway. Li Bin nodded and looked at Tang Mo and Luo Fengcheng. The 2 had no objection, and Li Bin walked to the next person. The second-generation rich Li Wen looked at Tang Mo, took a deep breath, relieved his tension, and said, on the first day of the 3 days, I went to Nanjing to play with friends. We were still playing on the second day, and we should have been mainly hanging out in bars that day. The next night my dad called me and asked me to go home. I was too drunk to go home that night, so I planned to sleep and go back the next day, but I was suddenly rear-ended on the highway. I fell off the highway, and when I woke up I saw Tang Mo. I didn't know anything about the Black Tower. It was Tang Mo who told me that I was rear-ended because the other driver suddenly disappeared. I'm not a stowaway, and I've never killed anyone. Everyone looked at Tang Mo. Tang Mo nodded. The first time I met him was on the highway. His car was rear-ended. But I don't know what happened to him before. Li Bin frowned and said, why do you say it so simply? Tell me more details. Li Wen made a bitter face and thought for a long time. I have been recalling it before, but I basically played with friends and drank with friends during those 3 days. I didn't do anything special. There is no need to talk about what we played. It's just the usual things. There's really nothing to say. Drinking? Playing ball? Well, my friend also brought a few female stars to play with us. No one listened to Li Wen anymore, and Lin Xiao cast a contemptuous look. Li Wen said innocently, hey, you asked me to say it, what can we do? When Li Wen was talking just now, Lin Xiao had already explained the current situation to the cook. The cook was very nervous after learning about the situation. With big sweat on his head, standing straight, and seeing everyone's eyes looking at him, he immediately said, I am a cook, but after the Black Tower appeared half a year ago, my boss ran away in fear, and I lost my job. After that, I made a living by delivering food. During those 3 days, I delivered food as usual, but because many people were not working, I had fewer orders. Also, nothing special happened, just delivering food. On the 3rd morning, when I went out to deliver food, I suddenly saw people disappearing on the street, and then I went home in fear. Li Bin said, can you explain it more clearly? The cook wiped his sweat anxiously. Let me think. Oh yes, I remember I delivered to 2 high-end communities. One is near Jing'an Temple. The guards wouldn't let me ride my bike in, so I walked in to deliver the food. Another one is near People's Square. The others? What should I say? What do you think I'm going to say? You tell me, I definitely tell you. I really haven't killed anyone, really. I'm not some illegal immigrant. The cook was so anxious that he kept looking at everyone's eyes. Tang Mo looked at him thoughtfully, and walked up to the little girl. Peng Liwen had been standing next to Lin Xiao, looking at the others timidly. Lin Xiao said, don't be afraid, Wen, just tell me what you did in those 3 days. A real illegal immigrant cannot hide his fox tail. Lin Xiao's eyes turned around Li Bin and Li Wen, and said, just tell me. The little girl nodded and said in a low voice, I am not an illegal immigrant, I have never killed anyone. Like this sister, our school did not allow us to go to school, and my parents took me home and stayed at home. My father had to continue working, and my mother's unit also said not to go to work, so she stayed at home with me. My mother was worried that my grades would deteriorate if I didn't attend classes, so she kept urging me to study hard. My mother taught me to study at home. I studied Chinese and math from 7 a.m. to 11 a.m., took a nap at noon, started learning English from 2 a.m., and did homework with me at 6 p.m., and helped me correct my homework. Then, the little girl's eyes turned red. Then on the third day, my mother suddenly disappeared. I didn't know anything, she just disappeared. Lin Xiao pulled the little girl's hand and comforted her softly. The little girl choked for a while, her face was pale, and her voice was hoarse. My mother talked to me the night before she disappeared, telling me not to be afraid, as long as I was fine, she would be fine. Mom, she's gone. Tears could no longer be restrained and burst out. Among the 7 people, there were only 2 girls. Lin Xiao hugged the thin girl tightly, stroking her back and comforting her. Li Bin looked at the 2 girls, his brows slowly frowned. He opened his mouth but didn't say anything. Tang Mo said, "Li Bin, it's your turn." Li Bin was stunned, nodded and talked about his experience. "I work in a public relations company, responsible for marketing planning. After the Black Tower incident, our company did not take a holiday and required to continue working. I personally have some resistance to Black Tower, so I wanted to ask for leave, but there was a big project during this period, and our boss disagreed, so I had to continue working. I was pulled into a Black Tower game on the second day, and the Black Tower game was called." Li Bin paused for a long time, and said with a strange look, "It's called Sheep is so cute, why do you want to eat it?" Everyone, Li Bin looked up at Tang Mo. "You should understand. It's just that I was suddenly pulled into a very strange place. I didn't do anything at all." Haida announced the start of the game, and announced a bunch of weird rules. I and 3 strangers were pulled into this game. After the 4 of us entered, we were given a sheep doll costume. Haida said, "We are now playing hide-and-seek with a wolf in a maze. If we are caught, we will be eaten. We have to find the magic egg at the exit of the maze before we are eaten, so that we can defeat the wolf and win the game." Li Bin seemed to think that this game was too childish, and he lowered his head helplessly. When the 4 of us entered the maze, we decided to go separately. Since there is only one wolf, we have a better chance of surviving, and will not be killed in one fell swoop. Later, I heard the screams of my 2 companions. I guessed they were eaten by the wolf. I ran quickly. But I couldn't find the exit of the maze, and I felt that the wolf was very close to me. It was about to catch up with me, and suddenly the Black Tower said that the game was over and my other companion found the magic egg. Then I didn't know what happened. I went in a daze and returned to the company. I have always wanted to tell this to others, but I don't know why. I can't say anything about the game. I can't make a sound when talking about the game. Everyone in the company thought I was late because I overslept, and I was late for most of the day. But I couldn't explain it. I was so scared that I didn't dare to go to work anymore, and planned to drive back to my hometown the next day. Later, before I had time to go home, everyone disappeared. Li Bin looked up at Tang Mo. "You are the same, right? I can't tell anyone else about it, really, I can't say anything." Tang Mo shook his head. "I finished the game at a coincidence. Not long after I finished, everyone disappeared." Li Bin said, "But I am really an official player." Luo Fengqing's calm voice sounded at this time. "In fact, there is a loophole in what I said just now. It is not only the murderers who killed people accidentally, who will have an excited reaction when their crimes are exposed. Any murderer, even a murderer who premeditated murder, will have a special reaction when his murder behavior is pointed out." Luo Fengqing suddenly interrupted when he finished speaking, and Li Bin's face changed. "What do you mean? I am really an official player, not a stowaway." "Stowaways are obviously." "He's not talking about you," Tang Mo said. Luo Fengqing glanced at Tang Mo. "Any normal murderer will definitely have a slight change when the big mole just gave the definition of stowaways. There are only 2 types of murderers who will be indifferent. The first type is antisocial murderers. They don't think killing is wrong, so there will be no abnormality. The second type is naive murderers. They may be too young or ignorant. They don't know what they do. So even if their identities are exposed, they won't have too much psychological burden." Tang Mo nodded slightly. "In fact, I was very suspicious of you before you said the first sentence, but I still didn't want it to be you." The tall, thin and handsome young man walked in front of the 2 girls, bent down slightly, and looked at the timid and frightened little girl. "Your first sentence exposed your identity. But you are only 15 years old. Who did you kill? Why did you kill people?" Li Bin said loudly, "Yes, the illegal immigrant is her. I just found out." Lin Xiao's hand holding the little girl froze, and soon loosened and moved away from her. The little girl's face was full of tears. She took 2 steps back in fear and said with a sob, I didn't kill anyone, I didn't. You are the illegal immigrant. Tang Mo looked calm and made the final decision. Chapter 15. You said in your first sentence that I am not a stowaway either. This sentence means that I am not a stowaway like the person in front of me. The little girl's face was full of tears, and she kept shaking her head to deny. Tang Mo said, based on the current situation, there is no doubt that I am the least likely to be a stowaway, followed by him, and then him. Tang Mo pointed at Li Bin and Luo Fengcheng one by one. He raised his head. However, no one can be sure who is definitely not a stowaway. I may also be a stowaway. But you admitted in your first sentence that the chef who spoke before you was not a stowaway. The only one who knew that he was definitely not a stowaway was the stowaway himself. The little girl trembled and kept wiping her tears, but now no one dared to approach her and comfort her. No matter how weak she looked, she was still a murderer. Li Bin also nodded vigorously. Yes, I felt that something was wrong with you after listening to what you said. You are the only one who remembered what happened in those 3 days, most clearly, and could even tell the specific time. You must have made up a lie long ago to be able to say it so smoothly. This point is very obvious. When Li Bin pointed it out, Li Wen and the other 2 suddenly realized it. So that's it, you must be a stowaway. How could such a young child kill someone? This is too scary. The little girl was still trying to argue. I didn't. But after crying and shouting for a few words, she seemed to think that it was impossible for anyone to believe her. So she gave up struggling, stopped talking, and just kept crying. Tang Mo ignored the cook's sigh and said, Mr. Luo, do you think this guess is correct? Luo Fengcheng had been standing by without saying anything. Tang Mo suddenly turned the topic to him and asked him, who is the stowaway now? Do we still need to guess? There is no need to say more about other clues. These 2 points are enough to prove who the stowaway is. But I am curious. Who did you kill? Everyone turned their eyes to the little girl. No matter how many tears there are, they will dry up, but people's fear will not disappear. In the corner of the underground cave, the big mole dug the soil with a click and whistled sarcastically. It took out a piece of bloody meat from somewhere, and chewed it with big mouthfuls, looking at the 7 people with its tiny eyes. The little girl was trembling with fear. She couldn't cry anymore. She looked at Lin Qiao for help. The female college student was still soft-hearted, and turned her head away, not looking at her, out of sight, out of mind. After a long time, a hoarse voice sounded softly. Do you all think I'm a stowaway? Yes, I killed him, but that doesn't count as murder, not at all. The little girl lowered her head. No one could have imagined that the little girl, who had just cried so pitifully, would now speak in a voice as cold as iron. She suddenly raised her head and said, Can that be considered murder? I gave him life. He shouldn't have survived. He shouldn't have. The voice of being forced into a desperate situation resounded through the cave, sharp and piercing. At this time, many people remembered that the little girl looked very thin and her complexion was not good, but she was already 15 years old. 15 years old is not young. You can't think that the little girl is an ignorant child just because she is short. She is almost an adult. Tang Mo frowned in surprise. This answer was completely beyond his expectation. Before he could speak, Luo Fengcheng said, You didn't kill your parents? A miserable and helpless expression flashed across the little girl's face. How could I kill my parents? They were so good to me. I killed that evil child who should not have been born. The answer was obvious. At this time, even the cook with the least brain understood it. The little girl said in a cold voice, You say I am lying, but I am not lying. There is no need to make up those words, because this is how I have lived for the past 3 months. I was stupid. I went to Wuhan to meet my online friend, and he got me pregnant. He didn't want me anymore, so I had to go home. As a result, the child couldn't be aborted. The doctor said that it was more than 7 months old, and I couldn't have an abortion. It was very likely that I would never be able to have children again, and even my life would be in danger. I didn't want the child at all, but my mother said that she didn't want me to regret it in the future, and she didn't want me to take that kind of risk. They would raise the child and let me give birth to it. The little girl raised her tear-stained face and scanned everyone present. I'm not as smart as you, nor as useful as you, but I just want to live well and live my life. I was hospitalized 3 days ago, and the next night, I gave birth to that thing. Tang Mo's eyes flashed. In fact, there are 2 obvious loopholes in the little girl's words. One of them is that she said her mother didn't care about the Black Tower, and helped her with her homework at home after work. If her mother really wasn't afraid of the Black Tower, and had the leisure to care about her daughter's studies, Why did she say don't be afraid the next night? What is there to be afraid of in the Black Tower? This is a contradiction. Tang Mo originally thought that the little girl had not told a good lie, but now it seems that the sentence, "Don't be afraid," was telling her not to be afraid, to try her best to give birth to the child, and not to be afraid no matter what happens in the future. As long as you are well, I am well. This means that as a mother, she will do her best to protect her child, and not let her child fall into despair. The little girl's expression was fierce, but there was a trace of regret and reluctance in her eyes. She said firmly, "He was crying that night. I couldn't sleep, and I couldn't help it. I killed him. I covered his mouth with a pillow, and he slowly stopped crying. I killed him. Can it be considered murder? He is my child. I gave him life. Why can't I take his life away? He shouldn't exist at all." Lin Xiao couldn't help but say, "You cannot give him life. You are pregnant with him is a mistake. It is the fault of you and the child's father. It has nothing to do with him. But anyway, you gave him life. He has the right to live. You are killing people. He will ruin my life. I am only 15 years old." The little girl's eyes turned red again in sadness. Tang Mo said calmly, "He was just born." The little girl choked suddenly, lowered her head silently, and stopped talking. This truth was different from what Tang Mo thought. He originally thought that the little girl had accidentally killed someone, most likely her parents. Because she was young and too naive, she had no sense of guilt, and everything she said was a lie. The truth was that the little girl had deliberately killed someone, and the person she killed was her own child. She hated the child and wished he would die, so even if she was exposed, she felt no guilt and was calm. The cook rubbed his hands excitedly. "So we found the stowaway, right? We don't have to die, right? The big mole wants her, not us." This was a bit harsh. Li Bin frowned. "Well, she has admitted that she is a stowaway." "Tang Mo, what is your ability?" "Stowaways, like regular players, must have abilities." The little girl was caught by the mole and almost eaten. She didn't show her special ability. Tang Mo thought for a while. "Is it related to the flashlight?" The little girl wiped the tears from her face. "You want to know my special ability?" Not only Tang Mo, Luo Fengcheng also said, "It should be related to the flashlight." The little girl clenched her fingers and suddenly laughed strangely. "Yes, I am a stowaway. You want to give me to the mole. Mom is dead, Dad is dead, I am going to die. You don't want to live." In an instant, a huge match appeared in the little girl's palm. Maybe because she had just given birth, even though she had superpowers and improved her physique, the little girl was still very short and thin. The match was almost half her size. She waved the big match and ran towards everyone. The first person she rushed to was the cook, who had just gloated over her misfortune and wanted her to die. "I kill you. If I die, you won't live." Everyone had seen the power of the big match just now. Seeing the little girl take out a match out of thin air, everyone was stunned, and Tang Mo was so surprised that he didn't react for a while. This match looked exactly like Tang Mo's match. If it was Tang Mo's match, it could knock the mole back 2 steps. Its power was beyond their ability to contend with. The cook didn't know the power of the match because he had fainted at that time. He saw the little girl running towards him, and subconsciously wanted to catch the match, while punching the little girl in the stomach. But before his hand touched the little girl's clothes, the match hit his head with a bang. Bang. A hole was smashed in the cook's head, and blood was flowing. This scene was very familiar. Tang Mo had also used the same method to accidentally kill the thief Qian Sanquan. But the cook did not die immediately. He fell down in pain, and soon his face was covered with blood. His body twitched, and the little girl waved the match and was about to hit him again, but unexpectedly a black shadow quickly jumped over and grabbed her big match. The big mole's sharp claws firmly grasped the big match, unable to hide his excitement. "Mosaic matches? Delicious turkey? Ah, Haida, why are you so nice to me today and bring me a second one?" Crack. The big mole clenched his claws, and before he finished speaking, the match was broken by it, and the match head fell to the ground. The big mole was stunned for a moment, blinked his little eyes, and stared at the broken match stupidly, like an animated doll in an American cartoon in the last century that was paused. "No! How could Mosaic's match be cut off so easily? This is not a match from Mosaic. You lied to me." A hint of ferocity flashed in the big mole's eyes, and it turned its head and looked at the little girl. The little girl was pale and tremblingly stepped back a few steps. The big mole screamed, as fast as lightning, and slapped the little girl on the head. In an instant, brain matter splattered. It grabbed the little girl's hands with its claws, lowered its huge head, bit the little girl's face, and tore off a piece of bloody meat. "Ah!" The female college student was so scared that her face turned pale. She sat on the ground, turned her head, and dared not look. The cook fell in a pool of blood, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Li Wen and Li Bin could not bear to see such a bloody scene, and like the female college student, they turned their heads away. Tang Imo looked at it a few more times without any precautions. He turned his head quickly, and saw from the corner of his eye that Luo Fengcheng was watching the big mole devouring the little girl without blinking, with his brows furrowed, as if thinking about something. The strong smell of blood filled the entire cave, and when the sound of the big mole swallowing and grinding its teeth disappeared, Tang Imo turned his head. There was a pool of thick blood on the ground, and several bones were lying in the blood, stained with bright red blood. The giant mole took a rib from the little girl and started to pick its teeth. While picking out the meat from its teeth, it looked at the remaining people with a sinister look. Li Wen, Lin Xiao, and Li Bin inevitably ran to the side and vomited continuously. Tang Imo resisted the strong feeling of nausea, walked to the cook, and sniffed his breath. He was silent for a moment, turned his head, and said, "Dead." The expressions of Li Wen and the other two changed. Unexpectedly, the cook was still killed by a match from the little girl. The big mole said disdainfully, "This fake mosaic match is really no good. If it was a real match, he would have died the moment it hit him. This liar's stuff is only 20% of the quality of the real thing, but her ability is quite interesting. She can copy any object she has seen within 24 hours, up to twice a day. It's a pity that her ability level is too low, so she can only copy some useless little things. She can't really copy Mosaic's match." Tang Imo said, "Do you know her ability?" The big mole said, "As a matter of course. I ate her, so of course Black Tower told me about her ability. This stinky stowaway, if she could really copy Mosaic's matches, that would be great, then I can consider not eating her, and ask her to copy matches for me every day." Luo Fengcheng said, "So this is her ability. The flashlight makes sense. She suddenly came to a dark environment, and the first thing she thought of must be lighting. It just so happened that she had seen a flashlight within 24 hours, so she copied a flashlight." Tang Imo nodded in agreement. From the beginning, Tang Imo was most suspicious of the little girl. It was daytime before they were pulled into this tower attack game. Why would a little girl carry a flashlight with her in broad daylight? Even if she really had the flashlight in her hand all the time and had it with her when she entered the game, she had slid down such a long tunnel and her body was constantly bumped around, making Tang Imo dizzy. How could a little girl still hold the flashlight tightly and not let it fly away? This doesn't make sense. Ding! Side quest 2, find that damn stowaway completed. When the clear child's voice sounded, Tang Imo inexplicably felt that it seemed a little happy. Was it because it killed a stowaway? Tang Imo was not happy about winning the game at this moment. He looked at the two pools of blood on the ground calmly. The cook's body was still lying in the pool of blood. I'm afraid it must be stiff and cold now. There were only a few bones left of the little girl. The big mole picked up one of her ribs and picked the teeth on the other side. In the cave, Li Wen and Lin Xiao were still vomiting. Tang Imo looked at the two pools of blood in silence, raised his head and said, "You just said that Mosaic's matches are very powerful. Is it really that powerful?" The big mole squeaked and laughed. "Yes, it is hard and tough, and the most important thing is that it can roast a very delicious turkey." Having just eaten a turkey and a stowaway, the big mole was obviously in a good mood. It rubbed its head. "Oh, it's not a good idea to use your matches to roast chicken. How about this? I give you a turkey egg?" The big mole started digging the ground. It dug a big hole in a few seconds, revealing countless white turkey eggs. You humans can't hatch turkeys, but turkey eggs are also delicious. I bear the pain. The big mole took out an ordinary white egg from hundreds of turkey eggs, closed his eyes, and handed it to Tang Imo with pain. "Here, take this egg and eat it. Don't say I'm stingy. My Uncle Mole is the kindest and cutest little animal in the dungeon." Tang Imo, Ding. Get the first prize for the side quest, giant turkey egg. Taking the white turkey egg, Tang Imo found that the mole's fur was more shiny, and its body seemed a little bigger. Could it be that eating stowaways can really increase strength? However, there seemed to be a little dark mist next to the mole's head. Tang Imo looked again, and the mist suddenly disappeared. Maybe he saw it wrong. Li Wen said, "Do we have turkey eggs? We also roasted a chicken for you. Well, at least we helped you find the stowaway, right? Is there a reward?" The big mole looked at Li Wen with disdain and smiled sinisterly. "Reward? Yes." The big mole turned his body, raised his butt, and with a bang, he let out a very smelly and loud fart. Reward fart. Everyone, Tang Imo, who was accidentally implicated, Chapter 16. The fart of the big mole is really stinky. A fart lingered in the underground cave for a long time, and everyone was almost vomiting, but the big mole squeaked and ran to the corner and squatted down, continuing to dig holes with its claws. It no longer paid attention to the remaining 5 players, and the 5 people would not take the initiative to provoke such a monster. Lin Xiao walked to the remaining bones of the little girl, sighed, took off his windbreaker, and covered the pool of blood. Li Bin also walked to the body of the cook, moved his body to the corner, and covered the cook's face with his coat. From the little girl's sudden attack, to the cook being killed by a match, to the big mole eating the little girl's body, all took only 5 minutes. The Black Tower has already reminded everyone to complete the second branch task, and no new branch tasks have appeared. They only have one main task, which is to survive. People can survive for 7 days without water, but not for more than 30 days without food. If the big mole does not intervene, Tang Mo feels that with his current physical fitness, even without water, he can survive for at least a month. He is afraid that the survival task of the Black Tower will have no end. Tang Mo asked tentatively, "Uncle Mole, how can we leave here?" The big mole laughed strangely. "You want to go out? How can you go out? You are playing in the retarded mode. The only thing you have to do is to survive. Still want to go out?" Everyone was very dissatisfied with the words of the mole, but they did not dare to refute. In the dark cave, the giant mole made a creaking sound of digging the soil, which was mechanical and harsh. Li Bin still had the flashlight that the little girl had transformed with her supernatural power in his hand. He looked at the flashlight with a strange look and muttered, "It's a bit scary." Tang Mo looked at him. "You don't want it? Can you show it to me?" He was very interested in this kind of thing that was purely transformed by supernatural power. Li Bin didn't think twice and quickly stuffed the flashlight into Tang Mo's hand. "Take it away, I don't want it." The flashlight was quickly stuffed into Tang Mo's hand. He just opened his mouth, but didn't say anything, but suddenly his expression paused, and a strange color flashed across his eyes. Luo Fengcheng said, "I want to see it too." As he said that, he stretched out his hand to take it. Tang Mo was stunned for a while, and didn't even hand over the flashlight. Luo Fengcheng was just feeling strange, when suddenly, a cheerful and bright singing voice sounded. The joyful, high-pitched, and shrill voice of a child made the 5 humans and a big mole in the cave stop what they were doing, and the big mole stared with disbelief. How is this possible? After the song was finished, a familiar voice sounded in everyone's ears. Ding! The stowaway Fu Wenduo from Huaxia District 1 successfully passed the first floor of the Black Tower. The big mole looked up suddenly and said again, "How is this possible?" Tang Mo tightly grasped the flashlight in his hand, his eyes narrowed. After the Black Tower broadcast this sentence, Tang Mo suddenly felt a little blurry in front of his eyes. In his sight, the big mole held its head with its claws in horror, and its figure gradually faded. He looked at Li Bin, Li Wen, Luo Fengcheng and Lin Xiao beside him, and the figures of these 4 people also slowly dissipated. When the sight completely turned into darkness, the next second, Tang Mo opened his eyes. The bright and brilliant sunlight pierced his eyes with a white light. Tang Mo seemed like a person about to drown, breathing in fresh air in big gulps, trying to adapt to the strong light. When Tang Mo saw the scene clearly again, his expression changed, and he turned the steering wheel sharply. The car scraped the curb, and he was almost knocked out of the car. After the car drove more than 20 meters, Tang Mo braked and parked the car on the side of the road. His heart was still pounding, and everything he had just experienced in the underground cave was as if it was in front of him. He quickly calmed down, looked around, and found himself in the original car. Before the so-called tower attack game started, Tang Mo and Li Wen were driving. Now he is back. Where is Li Wen? Tang Mo drove back to look for Li Wen, but he couldn't find him. There was no other way, so Tang Mo stopped by the roadside and looked down at the flashlight in his hand. This flashlight was given to Tang Mo by Li Bin before. Li Bin felt uncomfortable because the owner of the flashlight was a little girl, and the little girl died in front of him, so he couldn't wait to give the flashlight to Tang Mo. He never thought that when Tang Mo got the flashlight, he found that he had gained a special power. Tang Mo raised his hand, pulled out a book from the air, and opened it to the 3rd page. Superpower, draw a circle to curse you. Owner, Li Bin, official player. Type, special type. Function, perform causal attacks on specific objects, making the object unlucky. Level, level 1. Restrictions, only one object can be cursed per day, and the negative impact on the cursed object cannot be controlled. Note, Tang Mo didn't even give money for a flashlight, how shameless. Tang Mo, His fingers crunched the pages of the book until they creaked, and after 2 deep breaths, Tang Mo continued to read. Tang Mo's version instructions. Use only once a day, 30% chance of effectiveness. Choking while eating or drinking water is considered bad luck. This crappy ability is a good match for Tang Mo. If this wasn't his own ability, Tang Mo would have wanted to grind this book to dust. Tang Mo probably guessed that if he wanted to obtain someone else's ability, the first way would be to kill the other person directly, like he did when facing Qian Sanquan, so that he would definitely be able to obtain the ability. The second way is to make a move of taking all without paying from the other party. For example, Li Bin gave Tang Mo a flashlight, and Tang Mo didn't give him any money, which is a kind of taking all without paying. But just taking a flashlight is considered taking all without paying, and the way to obtain other people's superpowers. Is it so simple? Tang Mo thought for a moment, vaguely feeling that things are not so simple, and there may be other restrictions. He was about to close the book, and suddenly, a line of light-colored words appeared behind the notes, and he looked down. Note: draw a circle to curse you, user. Li Bin, it worked. When did it work? Who did it work for? The color of this line of words was very light, and it didn't have the familiar cheesy style of the supernatural book. Tang Mo looked at it for a long time, but couldn't figure it out. He put his hand in his pocket curiously, and suddenly touched a smooth and hard object. He took it out and looked at it. Turkey egg? The turkey egg given by the big mole was the size of an adult man's fist. After Tang Mo got it, he knocked it twice, and put it in his pocket. Unexpectedly, he was taken out of the game. This is a very ordinary white egg, except that it is a little bigger than an ordinary chicken egg. The big mole said that it is impossible for humans to hatch a turkey, and gave this egg just for Tang Mo to eat casually. But Tang Mo tried to knock the turkey egg against the steering wheel of the car. Dong, a dull sound. Tang Mo looked closely. The turkey egg didn't crack, but the steering wheel was actually smashed into a small crack. Can this be eaten? It takes a lot of strength to eat this. Tang Mo didn't know that at this moment, on the first floor of the Black Tower, there was a mole cave in the underground city. The big mole held his head with his paws, and kept muttering, how could anyone conquer the first floor now? It kept thinking for a long time, and finally said to itself, anyway, it wasn't conquered from me. After saying this, the big mole suddenly felt much more relaxed. It smiled sinisterly, and started digging the ground with its claws. It's such a great deal to eat such delicious turkey today. That human didn't know how precious the mosaic match was. When can those humans come again, and bring me another mosaic match? The mole dug a huge pit, revealing hundreds of white eggs. It just took a very ordinary white egg from here, and gave it to Tang Mo. The mole smiled smugly, and continued to dig deeper into the white eggs with his claws, muttering to himself, I won't give you my precious eggs. I have to lock them in a cage, and hold them to sleep every day. Only a fool would give them to you. Where are my eggs? In the pile of white eggs, a small iron cage was unlocked at some point, and there was nothing inside. On the first floor of the Black Tower, there is a turkey nest. A giant turkey the size of a tiger is lying on the ground, dying, with blood all over the ground. It is still clucking, with human blood on its sharp claws, but it can no longer stand up. If it is hit again, it will surely die. But it is lucky that the human who hit it hard has no strength to stand up again. The turkey gnashed its teeth. Cuckoo! Stowaway! Cuckoo eat you! The man in black had one leg torn off by the turkey, and blood was all over his body. His left arm was pecked into a bloody hole by the turkey, and his right arm was missing a hand. A huge black iron spike with a black and purple metallic luster grew out of thin air from the wrist. The man coughed up blood, swung his right arm, and the terrifying and violent iron spike disappeared, turning into a scarred right hand. He used both hands to climb into the turkey's nest, and reached out to pick up the white turkey egg that the turkey had treasured and hidden in the center of the haystack. The turkey roared, Put down my egg! You kept avoiding touching this egg during the fight just now. The man wiped the blood from his coughed lips, his face calm, and concluded, It's a treasure. The turkey flapped its wings in anger, but it didn't even have the strength to stand up. It regretted for the first time why it wanted to eat the stowaway as soon as it saw him. If it didn't want to eat the stowaway and sneak attack from behind, the two would not have fought, and if it didn't fight, it wouldn't have become what it is now. Who knew that this stowaway was so strong that he could pass the first level of the Black Tower from it? It doesn't matter if he passes the first level, what matters is its eggs, its most precious eggs. Give it back to me. The turkey used all his strength and actually stood up, stumbling towards the human. But just when it was about to peck at the human and snatch the turkey egg from his hand, the sound of the black tower prompting that it had passed the level sounded. The man's figure suddenly disappeared, and the turkey fell to the ground. Cuckoo! My eggs! Cluckoo! Eggs! All the players in China left the first floor of the black tower at the same time. Fu Wenduo escaped from the turkey nest with difficulty. He broke a leg, which was torn off by the turkey and left in the nest. After leaving the first floor of the black tower, he lay in an abandoned construction site with no one around. A sizzling sound was heard at his broken right leg. Upon closer inspection, his leg was actually growing flesh bit by bit. Although the speed was very slow, the broken part was really growing back. There are many such cases. All players in China were pulled into the first floor of the Black Tower to play the tower attack game. There were also players like Tang Mo who did not have a violent conflict with the giant mole because of the mosaic matches, but they were very rare. Most of them were like Fu Wenduo, who directly fought back and forth with the creatures in the Black Tower. Some people died on the first floor of the Black Tower, and some saw the light of day again. Most of the people who escaped got treasures from it. Even if they were injured, they were so happy that they couldn't help themselves, holding tightly to the treasures they had obtained with great difficulty. When the muscles on his right leg grew to the knee, Fu Wenduo opened his eyes, and took out the white turkey egg from his pocket. He stared at it intently. The setting sun slowly set, and the sunlight shone on the turkey egg, suddenly bursting with golden light, and lines of small words appeared on the white eggshell. Item, Momo. Owner, Fu Wenduo. Quality, Rare. Level, Level 2, Upgradable. Attack Power, General. Function, Save the current game progress. Restrictions, Can only be used once every 7 days, and the save time is 1 hour. Note, as a Chinese in the new era, what is Momo? Don't you have any idea in your mind? Fu Wenduo, eh. At the same time, Tang Mo was carefully studying this strange hard turkey egg, knocking it from time to time, and even smashing it twice with the supernatural book when he was interested. Tang Mo didn't have time to waste without figuring out the reason, so he temporarily gave up studying the turkey egg and drove to Jing'an District, Shanghai. He put the turkey egg behind the car window, and a beam of sunlight shone through the window, and small golden words emerged from the turkey egg little by little. Tang Mo immediately stopped the car and observed the changes in the turkey egg. Item, ####, damaged. Owner, Tang Mo. Quality, Rare. Level, ###, upgradable. Attack Power, Normal. Limitation, ####. Note, as ####, Tang Mo, question mark. What is this? Tang Mo raised his middle finger and tapped the turkey egg several times. When he tapped the third time, suddenly, a deep male voice sounded from the turkey egg. Momo? Tang Mo was stunned. Could it be that this turkey egg is also a living creature, and it is so intelligent that it knows his name is Tang Mo, but calling him Mo directly seems a bit too intimate? After a moment of hesitation, Tang Mo hummed softly. He thought for a moment. Are you a turkey or a turkey egg? The voice in the turkey egg suddenly stopped. The next moment, a cold voice sounded. Who are you? Chapter 17. Tang Mo's brain worked quickly, and he understood almost instantly that the person talking to him was not a turkey egg, nor a turkey. He might be some kind of creature in the Black Tower, or more likely. Are you human? The man was silent for a moment. Yes, I am human. Are you also human? Tang Mo, yes. Neither of them spoke again. The car stopped by the roadside, and the dazzling sunset shone into the car, illuminating the white egg with golden light. The text above appeared from time to time. Tang Mo could only see a few words, and a bunch of garbled characters. He was more concerned about the person who was talking to him. He thought for a while, and decided to show his sincerity before asking the other party. He began to describe his situation. Now I am holding a white egg in my hand, and your voice is coming from it. Are you trapped in the egg, or is there something else? The man's voice was firm and calm. I am not trapped in the egg. I am also holding an egg in my hand, and your voice is also coming from it. After a pause, he added, this is a turkey egg. Tang Mo thought, you should be Chinese, so you just came out of the first floor of the Black Tower? I got this egg from a Black Tower monster, it's a turkey egg. I got it too, a white turkey egg from a Black Tower creature. The two of them now understood completely that the turkey egg in their hands was similar to a mobile phone, allowing them to call a stranger they had never met. In this case, Tang Mo now wants to know how far this turkey egg can communicate. Where are you? Which city are you in? The words spoken in unison stunned both parties. The other party reacted first. I'm in Beijing. Beijing? Beijing is 1,000 kilometers away from Shanghai. Even at such a distance, the turkey egg can also communicate directly. Is it really the function of the mobile phone? Tang Mo said, I'm in Shanghai. Tang Mo looked down at the turkey egg in his hand, and vaguely had an idea. The egg at his hand seemed to be damaged for some reason. Tang Mo didn't think that his random knocking just now could break the turkey egg. You have to know that it was not the turkey egg that was actually cracked, but his steering wheel. The things in the Black Tower were not that fragile. The possibility that the turkey egg was broken by him was less than 20%, and the possibility that it was originally damaged was more than 80%. Since the turkey egg was damaged, Tang Mo didn't know what the egg was used for. There were only 3 lines of text on the turkey egg without garbled characters, one of which was, quality, rare. This is a rare item. If the Black Tower is really just playing a game, then it makes sense for it to give props to players. Rare props are very valuable in any game. Tang Mo doesn't know if his damaged turkey egg can be used again, but he may be able to learn the real use of the turkey egg from this Beijing player. A rare prop cannot just be used for calls. Before the Earth went online, human technology could already make global video calls. It doesn't make sense that the mysterious Black Tower can only do this. Since both eggs look similar and can communicate, they probably have the same function. Tang Mo organized his words. When I was playing the tower attack game on the first floor of the Black Tower, a big mole in the Black Tower gave me this egg as a reward. This egg is very hard. I used it to hit the steering wheel of a car, a stone, and some other hard objects. My steering wheel was cracked by it, but it did not break. First, tell the other party as much information as possible, so that the other party feels that both parties are sharing intelligence now. Tang Mo continued, the big mole who gave me the turkey egg said that we humans cannot hatch turkey eggs. I thought I was the only one who got this egg, and could use it directly, but I didn't expect you to have it too. But I didn't say that I need another person to use this egg, and I can also talk to each other. Do you have any hints? The deep male voice answered decisively, no. Tang Mo, Is there anyone who chats like you? How come this person didn't get anything out of him? Shouldn't normal people take the initiative to tell others what information they have when they are communicating with others in a friendly atmosphere? Tang Mo was silent for a while, and then continued to ask questions. How did you contact me? At present, I heard your voice first, and then I answered. This is no longer considered intelligence. If you are not willing to say this, Tang Mo no longer has any hope of asking questions. A few lines of words appeared on this egg, and I tried to study this egg. When I tapped the egg with my fingers for the 3rd time, it suddenly flashed a dazzling golden light. The man was finally willing to reveal some information. While I'm talking, this egg has been emitting a very faint golden light. Tang Mo suddenly remembered that when he knocked on it for the 3rd time, the egg seemed to be flashing, but before it lit up, the man's voice came over and the light disappeared. Tang Mo, then do you know how to close the call? I try. Both of them tried for a long time, and suddenly, the sound was interrupted. 10 seconds later, a male voice sounded. I just held this egg with both hands, and the call was terminated. Knock 3 times to start a call, and hold the egg with both hands to end the call. Tang Mo, then you end it first. I try. Okay. After Tang Mo tried it, he could also start a call at any time and end it at any time. After many experiments by the two, no matter which party, as long as they knocked their eggs 3 times, they could start a call, and either party could end the call by holding the egg. During the experiment, the two sides had a tacit understanding. No one said a word of nonsense, and shared information as much as possible. When they had studied the egg almost thoroughly, Tang Mo felt a strange feeling in his heart. The owner of the other turkey egg cooperated very well with him, and their cooperation seemed to be very compatible, as if they had practiced many times. This made Tang Mo feel a little bit of mutual appreciation for the other party, but unfortunately, if this person was a little easier to talk to, he would have a better impression of him. This person did not reveal any key information from beginning to end, and it was obvious that he was hiding something. Tang Mo knew what the other party was hiding, and he also knew that the other party had discovered that he was talking to him. Now the two have said everything they can say. If no one is willing to reveal their true information, then there is no point in talking further. For example, Tang Mo would not say that his turkey eggs were damaged, so he would be at a disadvantage. The other party was also unwilling to reveal useful information, always guarding against Tang Mo, a stranger who did not know the details. The man's voice was always steady and a little pleasant. Do you have anything else to say? Tang Mo. One last question. What? Why is the first sentence you said not hello, but Momo? The air was quiet. Tang Mo vaguely felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't figure out what was wrong. Until a low laugh came from the turkey egg, and the man's voice was mixed with laughter for the first time. So you don't even know what this egg is called? Tang Mo, Some things should be kept in mind. Give some face, and don't say them out. Tang Mo knew that this man was deliberately guarding against him, and he also knew that he was aware of the information he was missing. But now he said it openly. He felt a little uncomfortable, feeling at a disadvantage, and felt that the two of them had always been cold and guarded against each other. Because of this, it seemed that they were a little closer. At least they were not enemies. This egg is called Momo, so when I saw it glowing, I subconsciously called out Momo. Tang Mo said lightly, "My name is Mo, what is your name?" The man was silent for a moment, and then he realized how many times he had called out such an intimate name. After a long while he said, "My last name is Fu." Tang Mo said, "So it's all right? Well, bye." Bye. As soon as the call ended, Tang Mo put the turkey egg back into his pocket and tapped his fingers on the steering wheel. First, this egg is called Momo. It should have nothing to do with his name. It's just a coincidence. Second, Mr. Fu in Beijing is very smart and very defensive. The possibility of getting information out of the other party is very small, and it is even very likely that this is their first and last call. There is no benefit in their call, and both parties have realized that the person on the other end of the turkey egg is not easy to deal with. In this case, there is no need to contact again. This rare item turkey egg is like a hot potato in Tang Mo's hands. He really wants to use it, but he has no idea what the turkey egg does, and he doesn't know if the egg is damaged to the point where it cannot be used. As for getting information out of that man, Tang Mo has given up hope. Unless something unexpected happens, and the other party has to share information with him, this person will never let go. Putting himself in his shoes, Tang Mo would not share information about rare items with a stranger. With such items, one would want to hide them so that no one would find them, so as to achieve a surprising effect. Tang Mo would not be so naive if he took the initiative to tell the information. Tang Mo sighed, and continued to drive to find Sherbei Middle School. When the car drove to downtown Shanghai, the number of vehicles on the street increased sharply, and they were in a mess. It was unwise to drive at this time, so Tang Mo simply abandoned the car and walked. He walked along the edge of the road, and once there was a roadblock, he used the roadblock to hide his body. The prosperous and magnificent Shanghai became a deserted city on the fourth day of Earth's launch. The sky gradually darkened, and many businesses on both sides of the street were still lit. Tang Mo passed by a KFC. There were unfinished fries and ketchup on the table by the window, but the fries were already wilted, and there was no one in the empty fast food restaurant. The closer he got to the city center, the more cautious Tang Mo became. Here, there were more and more people. He turned a corner and saw a young woman in sportswear filling her stomach with various snacks and instant noodles in a family mart. She was not surprised to see Tang Mo, but just looked at him warily for a few more times, then turned her head to search for food and water in the convenience store. Tang Mo was carrying a heavy bag with a flashlight, food and water in it. Along the way, he saw many people searching for food and water, and also saw several small groups, staring at every passerby warily. Many people were covered in blood, and some were injured, lying on the roadside with broken arms and legs, wailing. The excessive population meant that there were still many people alive in this city after the Black Tower incident. Tang Mo roughly estimated that there were about 4 people per square kilometer in the center of Shanghai. It was dinner time, and most of these people were eating. After Tang Mo's physical fitness improved, his demand for food was greatly reduced. He hadn't eaten for a day and a night, but he was not hungry at all. Sherbei Middle School is a famous school in Shanghai, but Tang Mo didn't know it. He didn't ask the 2 people eating on the roadside, but walked straight into an abandoned newsstand, searched for a long time, and found a detailed map of Shanghai. Jing'an District. Sherbei Science. Here. Tang Mo carried his bag and walked forward again. Suddenly, without a sign, a crisp and cheerful voice sounded. Ding! Richard Wells, an official player in the U.S. Third Zone, successfully opened the first floor of the Black Tower. 3 minutes later, all U.S. players began to attack the tower. Tang Mo stopped, and the 2 people who were eating also looked up at the Black Tower in the distance. Tang Mo turned his head and glanced at the clock hanging on the wall of the newsstand. 1918. The game time is from 6 to 1800 hours every day, and China's game time has ended. The United States. The time difference is 13 hours, And the game time is calculated according to local time? Will it be announced globally? Tang Mo continued to move forward. This game announcement was not broadcast 3 times, like the time when the stowaway Fu Wen duo opened the Black Tower. It was only broadcast once and then stopped. Because the player who started the tower attack game this time was not a Chinese player, but an American player. Tang Mo walked on the road and heard a middle-aged man covered in blood and dying, breathing heavily, laughing wildly, and gloating, "Die, all of you die. Die. Die." At 11 o'clock in the evening, Tang Mo finally arrived at Jing'an district. The vehicles on the street were in a mess, and he kept climbing over them, causing his walking speed to decrease. He accidentally went in the wrong direction once. When he arrived at Jing'an district, a loud child's voice rang out in the quiet night, "Ding! Marie Vander Sar, an official player in US Zone 2, successfully cleared the first floor of the Black Tower." Tang Mo raised an eyebrow in surprise. Wasn't it the player who started the tower attack game who cleared the first floor? Ding! On November 19, 2017, 2 players in the world cleared the first floor of the Black Tower. The remaining 416.23 million players, please work hard to attack the tower. Tang Mo's footsteps stopped, he raised his head, and looked at the dark shadow floating in the air in disbelief. He clearly remembered that yesterday morning, a total of more than 490 million players logged into the game, and now 80 million are missing? Was it because of the 2 tower attack games between China and the United States? Or were there other ways to cause the death of players? Another 80 million people died so quickly. Tang Mo's face was livid, and he kept walking forward. The street lights kept flashing, and Tang Mo took out a flashlight from his backpack and illuminated the map. He said nothing, went around 3 intersections, and walked 4 streets. Not long after, Tang Mo saw a traffic sign standing on the side of the road saying, "School ahead, pay attention to avoid," and had arrived near the school. Crack. Tang Mo stepped on the broken glass. He looked down and saw many small pieces of glass falling on the ground. He looked up again and found that the street lamp above his head was broken for some reason, and the glass fell all over the ground. This was just the first broken street lamp. Tang Mo looked at the road leading to the school gate. On this road, there were only 2 street lamps flashing dim light. The ground was covered with broken glass from street lamps. The late autumn night wind whistled past, making the trees on both sides of the road rustle. The dark shadows of the trees were like silent ghosts. Tang Mo walked through the black ghosts on both sides with an expressionless face, stepping on the broken glass one by one. The cold evening wind blew up the hem of his windbreaker, and his eyes were calm, as if he didn't notice anything. Suddenly, Tang Mo raised his foot and quickly stepped to the left. At the place where he just walked, a big nail as thick as a finger suddenly appeared for some reason. If he had stepped on it just now, his foot would definitely be pierced. Tang Mo raised his head and looked around vigilantly. He had already walked to the school area, only 100 meters away from the school gate. It was 1 o'clock in the morning, the cold night wind was blowing, and there was no one around. Tang Mo continued to walk forward, and this magical nail appeared twice again. Once it even floated in front of Tang Mo blatantly. If he took a step faster without paying attention, this suddenly appeared nail would poke his eyes. Fortunately, he reacted very quickly and dodged it. These strange situations happened when he approached the school. Now, he was only a dozen meters away from the school gate. It would take more than 80 meters to walk back to the intersection. Tang Mo hesitated for a moment, but decided to go into the school to find out. A hurried voice sounded, "Don't come over here." The voice was tender and loud, with a hint of dryness that had not yet completely changed. Tang Mo immediately reacted, "Are you a student of this school? Don't come over here, Who are you? I have no ill intentions, I'm here to find a student. She's the daughter of my friend." The big nail floating in front of Tang Mo fell to the ground, seemingly no longer blocking his steps. Tang Mo walked forward. Without any obstacles, he walked all the way to the school gate. Looking through the iron gate, he saw no one, and the little boy who had just spoken was nowhere to be seen. Tang Mo frowned and asked loudly, "Where are you?" The boy said timidly, You are really not a bad person." "I am not." "What difficulties have you encountered? Do you need help? I have some water and food here." I am in the guard room next to the door." "You put the water and food at the door and don't come in." Tang Mo took out a bottle of water and a bag of compressed biscuits from his backpack and walked towards the gate of the guard room. He walked at a moderate pace and stopped halfway. The boy said again, Why don't you come over?" Tang Mo smiled and continued to walk forward. There was silence all around. The boy stopped talking and Tang Mo didn't talk either, just walked quietly. When he reached the steps in front of the gate of the guard room, he suddenly quickened his pace, bypassed the gate of the guard room sideways, flew directly from the side and broke through the window, and crashed into the small guard room. The broken pieces of the window splashed onto the steps that Tang Mo was about to step on. The steps collapsed in an instant, creating a large hole 7 or 8 meters deep. At the bottom of the hole were many sharp knives, with the blades facing upwards. "Teacher, he found it! Teacher, save me!" Ordinary glass fragments could not hurt Tang Mo's skin at all. Even his reaction speed and running speed surpassed most humans. The slightly fat boy screamed in fear when he saw Tang Mo, and turned around to run. However, Tang Mo was faster than him. He grabbed the fat boy's arm, pulled him in front of him, and directly held his arms backwards. "Don't move! Who are you? What do you want to do?" An anxious male voice sounded. Tang Mo looked up and saw a young man in a white shirt. He seemed to have just woken up, with messy hair and red eyes. He ran into the guard room. Tang Mo asked back, "Why did you trick me to come here just now? Want to kill me?" The young man said anxiously, "Put him down first, don't hurt him. Whatever you want, we will give you and satisfy you." Tang Mo noticed something was wrong. He was about to ask about the situation, but he heard a voice. "Tang Mo, you are finally here. Hey, don't, let go quickly. Teacher Lee, he is not a bad person. He is Tang Mo, the friend I told you about before. He wanted to come to the City North University of Science and Technology to find someone. I got separated from him halfway, so I came to the school to see if I could meet him." Tang Mo looked at the person who came. Li Wen. Chapter 18. Li Wen followed the teacher like man and strode into the guard room. Behind him, there were 4 junior high school students. Tang Mo released the hands holding the little fat boy, and the little fat boy ran behind the teacher. Li Wen said, "You are finally here. After the tower attack game ended today, I opened my eyes and found myself thrown on the street. When we entered the game, we had just reached the junction of Putua District and Chungning District, but I woke up in Jing'an District. I thought about it and decided to go to the Sherbei University of Science and Technology first. Maybe I can wait for you there." Tang Mo glanced at the teachers and students who were still on guard against him, and then looked at Li Wen. "What time did you arrive?" "About 7 o'clock. This is my alma mater, I know the way." Li Wen found that the teacher and other students had not spoken, and hurriedly introduced, "Teacher Li, this is Tang Mo. The person I mentioned before is him. He is not a bad person, nor a stowaway, don't worry." Teacher Li protected the students behind him, and looked at Tang Mo warily. Li Wen said, "You are here to look for someone. Who are you looking for?" When Tang Mo heard Li Wen explain that he was not a stowaway, he raised his eyebrows. "I'm looking for Chen Shanshan. She should be in the 1st grade of junior high school." "Ah, Shanshan? Are you here to look for Shanshan?" Tang Mo was just feeling strange when he saw a 1.6 meter tall short-haired girl walk out from the students. She looked at Tang Mo coldly with no expression on her face, and said, "I am Chen Shanshan. I am the only one with this name in the 1st grade of Sherbei Polytechnic School. What are you looking for me for? What is your purpose?" "What a coincidence." Li Wen was also surprised. "I didn't expect you were looking for Shanshan. If you had told me her name earlier, I would have found her long ago." Tang Mo looked down at this very calm little girl and said, "Your father and I are friends. Your father's name is Chen Fangji. I work at Suzhou Library. He often goes to my place to read books. He asked me to come to Shanghai to see you on his behalf and confirm your safety. My father's name is indeed this. Do you have evidence to prove that you know him?" "Shanshan?" Li Wen and Teacher Li frowned. Li Wen always believed in Tang Mo and had no doubts about him. After listening to Tang Mo's words, Teacher Li also felt that he was very trustworthy. But Shanshan still doubted him. Tang Mo smiled and looked at the little girl with a little more seriousness in his eyes. "Your father is about 1.75 meters tall and has been unemployed for almost a year. He told me that his father, your grandfather, is a doctor, and he himself is a fanatical religious person. By the way, your father seems to have been wearing a red agate bracelet on his wrist." After a pause, Tang Mo smiled and said, "This can only prove that I do know your father, but it still cannot prove that I came to you just to fulfill his wish and have no other intentions." "Is it a wish or a last wish?" The smile on Tang Mo's lips faded, and he stopped smiling. "It is a last wish." The little girl's expression relaxed for a moment, and she turned around suddenly and returned to the students. "I believe you." Li Wen heaved a sigh of relief. "Why make it so complicated? I've already said before that I met Tang Mo on the highway from Suzhou to Shanghai. If he was really a bad guy, There was no need for him to travel all the way to another city to harm a middle school student he didn't know. Isn't Suzhou enough for him to cause trouble? He's really not a stowaway. Tang Mo, so what happened? Teacher Li, this is not the place to talk. Zhaoxiang, you and Lu Chen should work hard to restore the trap. Let's go inside and talk. The fat boy named Zhaoxiang nodded, and stayed at the school gate with another tall boy to restore the deep pit trap that had just been touched by the broken glass. Tang Mo followed Teacher Li into the school. Walking under the tall fir tree, Teacher Li explained, Sorry, we are really afraid that you are a bad person, a stowaway. We dare not take any risks. This time is the most dangerous time. You just came to school at this time, and it is difficult for us to confirm your identity. I would rather kill someone by mistake than let anyone in. Tang Mo nodded. From 11 p.m. to 2 a.m., people are in deep sleep. This time is indeed the most dangerous time of the day. If someone wants to attack, they are most likely to choose this time. A junior high school student interrupted. Yu and Shanshan said the same thing. Tang Mo glanced at the short-haired girl in the middle of the students. In addition to the two boys and Shin Shanshan who stayed at the school gate, there was also a girl, and a little boy who walked into the school with them. Shin Shanshan lowered her head and said nothing, while the boy and another girl kept comforting her. In any case, Tang Mo just told Shin Shanshan that her father was dead. Although the little girl didn't cry, she was still young after all and couldn't completely hide her sadness. Teacher Li sighed. You are right, we are indeed worried that someone will sneak into the school at night to attack or even kill people. There are more than 1,000 students and teachers in our city's Bailey. That day, Haida said that after the game officially started, most of the people in our school disappeared, leaving only 2 teachers and 16 students. Tang Mo asked, Where are the others? Teacher Li said in a dry voice, They are here. Everyone had already walked to the gymnasium. Teacher Li pushed the door open and went in. Tang Mo looked up, and his eyes froze instantly. 6 bodies were neatly placed on the floor of the gymnasium corridor. Someone covered their faces with coats. 3 of the bodies were short and thin, and they were obviously children. The other 3 bodies were over 1.7 meters tall. They lay quietly on the cold tiles. The moonlight shone in through the French windows at the end of the corridor, and it was freezing cold. Teacher Li's voice was a little hoarse. We have too many students and only 2 teachers. 16 students live in different places, some near and some far away, and it is impossible to send them all home. After the game officially started the day before yesterday morning, Teacher Wang and I decided to wait for parents to pick up their children in school. If their parents have not disappeared, I believe they will come to pick up their children. We may miss them if we blindly send them home. If they disappear, then we will get through this difficult time together. In the end, 5 parents came to pick up their children, and there were still 11 children without parents. Tang Mo looked at the 6 bodies on the ground and clenched his fingers. He turned his head. How did they die? It was obvious that they were not wiped out by the Black Tower. One child's body was covered with knife marks. He was killed by someone with a knife. Teacher Li's eyes turned red instantly, and he said angrily, It was those illegal immigrants. Li Wen also shared the same hatred. Tang Mo, all of us were teleported into the Black Tower today to participate in the tower attack game, and the teachers and students of the City North University of Science and Technology were no exception. At the end of the game, only 2 children did not return, and 9 children returned, including Teacher Wang. 3 of the children were teleported to the same game, which had a total of 6 players, including them and 3 adults. Among the 3 adults, 2 were stowaways. Those 3 children were just ordinary reserve troops. They only wanted to survive in the game, but unexpectedly, one of them accidentally completed a side quest and was rewarded with a big match. Tang Mo was surprised. Big match? Li Wen nodded. Yes, it's exactly the same as your big match. Teacher Li signaled to the students, and the tall boy walked to the equipment room of the gymnasium and took out a giant match. A huge red match head and a familiar wooden match handle. Tang Mo took the match and observed it. It is indeed exactly the same as my match. Has the child seen Mosaic? Has he completed the task issued by Mosaic? Li Wen shook his head. I don't know. The child was already dead, lying there. Tang Mo collected Qian Sankuan's ability. I am only one spiritual field away from the protagonist. His use limit is a one-time ability, that is, he can only take the same inanimate object into his body. Tang Mo took the big match and found that he could take the big match into his body at any time and turn it into a tattoo again. But he didn't do that, and returned the big match to the little boy. The little boy took the big match, his eyes were red, and a tear fell. He quickly wiped it. This match belongs to Wang Chao, The 3 of them are dead, all killed by those smugglers. Before Wang Chao died, he told me that after he got the big match, a stowaway forced him to hand it over. The stowaway could see that it must be a treasure. In fact, if he really wanted it, Wang Chao would definitely give it to him. Wang Chao was very timid. We used to like to joke with him, and say that he was more timid than girls. But, the little boy choked with sadness. But in the game, before Wang Chao could make a choice, the monster said that it found the stowaway, and it was going to eat the stowaway. If the stowaways were not handed over, it would eat Wang Chao, and the others one by one. Li won. They were facing the same situation as us. But 2 of the 3 adults were stowaways. They unanimously decided to hand over the children first, and the last adult didn't know what to do. Anyway, the monster decided to start eating the 3 children. The child named Wang Chao was afraid, so he just pointed at one of the adults, and said that one of them was a stowaway. The monster said that adults have more meat, so it turned around to eat the other person, and it turned out to be a stowaway. Tang Mo, did it just happen to point it out? Yes, the 3 children were very scared at the time, but they just didn't want to be eaten, so they just pointed out one person at random. That person had been saying that he wanted to hand Wang Chao over, so Wang Chao pointed him out. I didn't expect that he actually pointed out the right person. Did the monster eat the stowaway? Teacher Li gritted his teeth. Why didn't it eat the stowaway? Wang Chao said that the monster had just eaten one of the stowaway's arms when the tower attack game suddenly ended. None of the 6 of them died, and all left the game. We thought that the matter was over, and were ready to celebrate that everyone had survived the Black Tower game, but we didn't expect that the 2 stowaways recognized our school uniforms of the City University of Science and Technology, and attacked the school half an hour later. They also found 3 stowaways, a total of 5 stowaways, to attack these children. The little boys' eyes were red. They said they wanted to kill Wang Chao, and asked us to hand over the big match. We were reluctant to hand over the big matchstick at first. It was a reward that Wang Chao had earned through his own efforts. Why should we give it to them? But the 5 of them had superpowers. They were so powerful. They killed one of us. We decided to give them the big matchstick, but they didn't just want the matchstick. The stowaway with a broken arm said he wanted Wang Chao to pay for his life with his arm. We couldn't agree to that. They attacked twice in total. We killed 2 stowaways, but Wang Chao and the others, and Teacher Wang. Teacher Wang were all dead. Teacher Li took Tang Mo to the gymnasium toilet, where 2 bodies were lying on the ground. Except for Chen Shanshan, the 2 junior high school students became furious when they saw the 2 bodies, and they rushed over and kept stepping on their faces. Teacher Li said, now the matter is not as simple as giving matches or not. They lost 2 people, we lost so many children, and Teacher Wang. We will never give up unless they are killed. Kill them! Kill them! Such hateful words coming out of the mouths of the 2 children were very harsh. Tang Mo did not want to comfort the 2 children, and persuade them to let go of their hatred. The world is no longer the peaceful world it once was. No one can protect these children forever. Only they can protect themselves. This world is too cruel. 15 years old is not young anymore. Maybe we should learn to grow up and advance. There have always been such evil people in the world, and wars have never stopped in many places. It's just that China was too peaceful before, and many people sacrificed themselves to protect everyone. Now the evil ones have extended their claws. The only thing we can do is to eliminate them and protect ourselves. Tang Mo felt the long-lost anger. He took a deep breath and regained his calm. He glanced at the clock on the wall of the gymnasium. It's 3 o'clock in the morning now. There are 5 stowaways in total. You killed 2, and there are 3 left. If they are smart enough, they should not attack the school again tonight. But to ensure safety, we have to send someone to guard the door. Teacher Li said, among the 6 of us left, Xiao Feifei and Zhao Xiang are official players. They both have superpowers and better physical strength than us reserve players. Xiao Xiang is now guarding the door. Tang Mo, you all know what a formal player is, what a reserve player is, and what a stowaway is. He thought that only the big mole had said this. Chen Shanshan, who had not spoken a word, spoke up. Today, the 13 of us entered 6 different games. The games are different, but there is one thing in common. The Black Tower monsters in these 6 games have informed the players of 3 player identities, but they did not explain what these 3 identities mean. It was Brotherly One who told us that we understood the meaning of these 3 identities. Of course, before today, we already knew that there are 2 identities, official players and reserve players. How did you know? Tang Mo was surprised. Another little girl who had been hiding behind stood up. It's me. I'm an official player. My ability is not as useful as Xiao Xiang's. I can only see other people's identities. Tang Mo was stunned. Can you see other people's identities? The little girl nodded, yes. In my eyes, there are words floating above everyone's head. After the game officially started, I saw the words official player floating above Xiao Xiang's head, and the words reserve above Teacher Li and Shanshan's heads. But my ability can only be used 5 times a day, and I can only see the identities of 5 people. After seeing 5 people, the words above the heads of others will become mosaics. Tang Mo said, then you didn't see my identity at the school gate just now? The little girl shook her head. It's so strange, I haven't used my ability today, but I can't see your identity clearly. There is mosaic on your head too. Tang Mo thought for a moment. Does your ability need any triggering conditions? No, I can see it directly. Tang Mo, touch my hand and see if it can trigger the ability. The little girl walked up and touched Tang Mo's hand, then she raised her head. Ah, I see it. Official player. It's so strange. Why didn't I see it just now, and only saw it after touching your hand? When I looked at Xiao Xiang and those stowaways, I saw it directly. Tang Mo couldn't explain this answer either. The boy who was in charge of setting up the trap with the fat boy came back. Teacher, we have set up the trap. Xiao Xiang said he would continue to watch at the door, and asked me to go back and sleep first. Official players and stowaways must have superpowers, and it is obvious that their physical fitness is much better than that of the reserve players. Qin Shanshan suddenly spoke, and everyone looked at her, but she looked at Tang Mo. Can I know what your superpower is? If you don't want to explain in detail, we can understand, but I want to know if you are willing to stay and help us. Is your ability the same as Fei Fei's, without combat capability, or is it the same as Xiao Xiang's, with an offensive bias? Tang Mo stared at the little girl for a long time, and then said, my ability is not offensive, but I will stay. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The east was bright, and the morning light was faint. The sky gradually brightened, and Teacher Li and the children's tense nerves finally relaxed. Teacher Li, they shouldn't attack during the day. I think we should be able to sleep well during the day. I go call Xiao Xiang back. He didn't sleep all night, and should have a good rest. Tang Mo walked to the corridor of the gymnasium, and looked at the 6 bodies. He looked at them one by one, with no expression on his face, but walked very slowly. How did you become a formal player? Tang Mo looked up, and Qin Shanshan walked out of the gymnasium, leaning against the wall to look at him. Tang Mo was silent for a moment. On the 3rd day of the Earth's launch, I participated in a Black Tower game and won. It was a 1v1 confrontation game, and the other game player was your father. Qin Shanshan's body tensed, but she relaxed quickly. You don't have to feel guilty. I don't feel guilty. Qin Shanshan looked at him. Tang Mo, it was your father who dragged me into that game. Although I might have disappeared long ago, if I hadn't participated in this game, I have now fulfilled his last wish and confirmed your safety. In that game, either I disappeared or he disappeared. I felt guilty, but now that I see you are still alive, I don't feel guilty anymore, and I don't think your father will blame me either. Qin Shanshan looked at him for a long time and smiled. You are such a strange person. The little girl was a head shorter than Tang Mo, but her words were very mature. Tang Mo thought, you are very smart. My grades are always in the top 10 in the whole grade. I won the first prize in the Olympic Games, and the first prize in the National Computer Competition. I often represent the school in various academic competitions. Qin Shanshan said, but after the Earth went online, the physical fitness of the reserve has also improved. I seem to be a little smarter. For example, do you know how the reserve is produced? Tang Mo's eyes narrowed. I don't know. Official players are players who have participated in the Black Tower game and won within 3 days, and stowaways are players who have killed people within 3 days. What about the reserve? After the game officially started, there were a total of 18 people in our school. Among them, only Xiao Xiang and Qiao Feifei were official players, and the other 16 were all reserve. I asked them in detail about their experiences in the past 3 days, and found some common points. Tang Mo had not met so many people, so he did not have the capital to explore the conditions for the emergence of reserve. Qin Shanshan knows many reserve soldiers, and she has the opportunity to explore the reasons, but she can think of doing this, and seem to have found the answer, which is already surprising. Including me, these 16 people have played games, and won in 3 days. It's not the Black Tower game, but very ordinary games, including computer games, mobile games, and real-life games. Among them, Teacher Li is the most special. He has never played any games, But he once made a bet with a teacher and won, and he survived. Tang Mo frowned. It's not that simple. If it's just winning a game, then there must be more than 400 million people who played the game in 3 days. Qin Shanshan nodded. Yes, it's definitely not that simple. For example, I won and lost games in those 3 days. I survived, but the classmates who beat me didn't survive. I asked carefully and found that the classmates who survived had been admitted by their opponents in person. I was eliminated. Tang Mo was surprised. Personally admitted that they were eliminated? Yes, he admitted that he was eliminated. The Black Tower issued an announcement on the 15th, notifying the world that the Earth was online, and told humans to eliminate players. No one knew how to eliminate players, but it said this, and many people took it to heart. When playing games normally, you might say I lost, but you usually don't say I was eliminated. It is precisely because the Black Tower said the word eliminated in advance that many people have this awareness in their minds. Sometimes it may be a joke, and sometimes it may be a casual remark, and this sentence is said. Tang Mo never thought that things would be so simple. Qin Shanshan leaned against the wall, but this may just be a way to become a reserve. Among our 16 reserve, there are 2 students who have never been admitted to be eliminated, but they also became reserves. The sample is too small. I can only analyze so much. You are already very good. Tang Mo rarely praises people. Qin Shanshan lowered her head and looked at the 6 bodies on the ground, including her teacher and her classmates. Maybe she didn't know these 6 people, but she saw them die in front of her eyes. They should attack tonight. Tang Mo, yes, it should be tonight. I want to kill them, and then live. First I want to kill them, then I want to live. Tang Mo looked at the short girl seriously and nodded. Okay, kill them, then live. Qin Shanshan was called by Teacher Li to help, and Li Wen came over. You came at an unlucky time today. It happened to be the most dangerous time at night. Qin Shanshan is a very smart little girl. She asked us to not only set a trap next to the gate of the guard room, but also use a very thin line to block the iron gate. Anyway, as long as you want to enter the door, you will fall into the trap. Fortunately, you broke through the glass of the guard room to get in, otherwise you would definitely fall into the trap. Oh yes, how did you know there was a trap? I found a map of Shanghai in a newsstand. The location of Sherbei Middle School and its area are marked on it. This middle school is quite large. Li Wen didn't quite understand. My alma mater is one of the 4 famous schools in Shanghai, and it does occupy a large area. But what's wrong with this? Tang Mo looked at him. Junior high school is not elementary school. Most junior high schools have set up canteens on campus. Large schools, like yours, may even have campus supermarkets. It's only been 2 days since the game started. There is a supermarket in the school, and students can't lack water and food. I deliberately told the little fat boy that I would give him water and food. If he doesn't want it, that's normal. But he actually wanted it, which means there must be a trick. The little fat man Zhao Xiang just walked into the gymnasium and scratched his head. I originally wanted to trick you into a trap, but it turned out that you were the one who tricked me in the end. Tang Mo, you are still young, and you should think about whether there are any loopholes before you cheat people in the future. The little fat man nodded in a daze. Li Wen joked, you actually taught a second-year junior high school student how to cheat people. Tang Mo shrugged and looked at the little fat man. I heard from Qin Shanshan that your ability is offensive. Can you tell me what it is specifically like? Did you make those nails I bumped into on the road? Zhao Xiang sat down and said honestly, yes, it's my ability. Qiao Feifei and I are official players. Although Qiao Feifei is so short and thin, our physical strength and energy are better than Teacher Li. Qiao Feifei is a girl, so I volunteered to go to the guard room to guard the night to prevent those bad guys from attacking at night. Qin Shanshan said that the bad guys are most likely to attack from 11 p.m. to 2 a.m. You happened to come at that time, so I thought you were a bad guy and attacked you. He touched the back of his head. I'm sorry, I almost hurt you. It's okay, if you can hurt me, it's your ability. What Tang Mo was more concerned about was, did you break those street lights? The little fat man nodded. Yes, Shanshan asked me to break them. She said there were broken glass on the ground, so if someone walked close, it would make a sound. After I became an official player, my hearing was very good. As long as someone stepped on the glass, I could hear it from a long distance. What is your ability? Is it considered space movement? I don't know. I can move objects to any location within a 100-meter radius. But my ability is not strong enough, and I can't move heavy objects. If I want to move a knife, my movement speed will become very slow, something like this. Tang Mo saw a knife swaying from the ground and flying in front of him, and he grabbed it. Xiaoxiang blushed. That's it, very slow, it can't attack anyone at all. But if it's a nail, a needle, something very light and small. Whoosh! A sharp needle the length of a little finger instantly appeared in front of Tang Mo. He turned his head quickly, and the needle just hung in front of his eyes without moving forward. With Tang Mo's current dynamic vision, he could see the path of the needle, but he had to be prepared. If he was unprepared, he would probably find it difficult to dodge the needle. Xiaoxiang saw Tang Mo dodge quickly, and said in surprise, "Your reaction speed is so fast, faster than me and Xiao Feifei." Tang Mo stretched out his hand to pinch the needle. "So you keep using nails and needles to attack people?" Xiaoxiang nodded. Tang Mo already knew the ability of this boy in the second grade of junior high school. This is indeed a very aggressive ability, but unfortunately the object that can be moved is too small, and the speed is not fast enough. At least Tang Mo can dodge it. If he can move a sharp knife at a faster speed, those stowaways will probably have a harder time. Tang Mo held the nail and looked at the fat boy. "Don't tell others about your ability casually in the future." Xiaoxiang, "Ah." Tang Mo, "Be more careful." Xiaoxiang, "Didn't you tell me to say that?" The little fat boy had never been fooled like this before, and walked away aggrieved. Li Wen said helplessly, "Tang Mo, is it really okay for you to bully a child like this?" Tang Mo said calmly, "I'm helping him grow up." Li Wen actually felt that it was reasonable and convincing. During the day, Tang Mo and his friends set up several traps at the school gate and along the road near the school. With the little fat boy's special ability, it was very convenient to set traps. Qin Shanshan also told Tang Mo in detail about the abilities of the remaining 3 stowaways. "I won't talk about the 2 stowaways who died. Their abilities were useless, so we killed them very quickly. There are still 3 people left. 2 of them have very dangerous abilities, and the other one has an ability that is not very useful. I will first talk about the ability that is not very useful. The ability of the stowaway is to grow flowers." Teacher Li saw with his own eyes that flowers suddenly bloomed where he walked. It was just an ordinary rose, a Chinese rose, or something like that. We fought him twice, and he didn't show anything special. But he is very fast, and seems to have some fighting skills, and fights fiercely. He broke an arm, and he was the stowaway who wanted to take Wang Chao's matches in the Black Tower game. Tang Mo has seen all kinds of weird superpowers, and his own cheap book is also weird. For this kind of self-cultivation type of superpower, he does not comment, but still cannot let down his guard. Qin Shanshan, there are 2 more people whose superpowers are very dangerous. One of them can breathe fire. Fire breathing? This was the first time Tang Mo had heard of such a strange yet reasonable ability. In many TV dramas, characters with superpowers mostly use magic abilities, such as breathing fire and spitting water. When Tang Mo was bored in the library, he read some novels, and many of the superpowers were classified into gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. There were only a few who produced such strange superpowers as Haida. Yes, he can breathe fire. His fire comes out of his mouth. I have observed carefully that he can breathe fire once every 3 minutes. The flame temperature is very high. It cannot melt steel, but it can melt marble. It was too dark before, and you may not have seen it. 2 of the 4 characters Sherbei Middle School on the gate of our school were melted by the fire he sprayed. The melting point of steel is about 1,500 degrees Celsius, and the melting point of marble is about 800 degrees Celsius. The temperature of the flame he sprayed is estimated to be below 1,000 degrees Celsius. This is indeed a very dangerous ability. What about the other one? Tang Mo said in a serious tone. There is another one. He has a gun. Gun? Tang Mo's expression froze. China has a gun ban, and ordinary people are not allowed to have guns. But there are policies from above, and there are countermeasures from below. There have been several shooting murders in China. A few years ago, there was a serial killer called the Headshot Brother who killed people with guns. There is no doubt that illegal immigrants must have killed people. But killing people and killing people with guns are 2 different things. Criminals who can kill people with guns are often the most vicious and evil ones. They are not ordinary murderers. At least they have ways to buy guns. Qin Shanshan shook her head. No, it's not that scary. Xiaoxiang likes to play survival games and is familiar with guns. He said that the gun was a police gun, which should have been stolen from the police station by the stowaway after the game started. But having a gun is not scary. What is scary is that the man's ability seems to be related to the gun. He has unlimited bullets. Tang Mo's heart tightened. Zhao Xiang said that the general police gun has 8 bullets, but the stowaway fired at least 30 bullets last night. He never changed the gun or the magazine. We don't know how many bullets his ability can fire, so we can only consider the worst-case scenario, that he has unlimited bullets. Tang Mo frowned and said, official players have high physical fitness and hard skin, which can resist ordinary knife slashing, but they can't compete with guns for the time being. They will lose their combat effectiveness after being shot 3 times. Reserves are even less likely to defend against guns. Yes, we know. Tang Mo thought for a long time. Can I use the big match? As soon as he finished speaking, the fat man hurriedly picked up the big match and handed it to Tang Mo. I've been waiting for you to say this. The 3 of us are the best players, and I feel that you are stronger than me. Qin Shanshan said, this thing is best for you. Tang Mo was slightly startled and looked at Qin Shanshan. The short-haired girl looked serious, like a little adult. This thing must be very powerful. Tang Mo smiled. In my hand, it will be more powerful. After that, Tang Mo pressed the familiar big match on his wrist. In an instant, the giant match disappeared, and a red match tattoo appeared on his wrist again. Qin Shanshan and the little fat boy opened their eyes wide in surprise. Tang Mo said, my special ability? The little fat boy suddenly understood. This is considered a hidden weapon. That's great. Time passed by, and the sun gradually set in the west. During the day, everyone was a little relaxed, but as it got closer to night, everyone became more tense. Tang Mo walked to the little girl Xiao Feifei. This weak and fragile girl in the 3rd grade of junior high school was holding a large kitchen knife found in the school cafeteria, and a large stick was tied to her body. She is a girl, but she is also a formal player. She is more powerful than that teacher Li. You should not use the stick. A knife is enough. You are not tall enough. You can't use your full strength with the stick. It will become a burden if you tie it on your body. You are more suitable for a lighter weapon. Tang Mo said, give me the stick. Xiao Feifei thought about it, took off the stick on her back, and handed it to Tang Mo. Okay. Tang Mo took the stick and felt a strange power as expected. He walked to the corner and took out his ability book from the air. Ability, find friends. Owner, Xiao Feifei, official player. Type, special. Function, check the identity of players. Level, level 1. Restriction, only 5 players' identities can be checked every day, and when the ability of the object being checked is much stronger than your own, you cannot check directly. Note, it's so lame, I don't want to make a note, so it's because his ability is stronger than Xiao Feifei's, so Xiao Feifei can't see his identity directly, and needs to touch him physically. Tang Mo read on. Tang Mo version instructions. You can check the identity of 1 player every day. This ability is too rubbish. I have nothing to say if Tang Mo doesn't pay me. Tang Mo deliberately went to collect Xiao Feifei's ability. After he obtained Li Bin's ability yesterday, he vaguely realized that his physical fitness seemed to be stronger. The eyes can see farther, the reaction speed is faster, and the strength is greater. Before obtaining Li Bin's ability, Tang Mo did not dare to guarantee that he could avoid the first nail of the fat man's sneak attack. He wanted to verify whether, after acquiring other people's superpowers, he could not only gain superpowers, but also improve his strength. The result was the same as he thought. Tang Mo squeezed the stick in his hand. He pressed down with 5 fingers of his right hand, and 5 shallow fingerprints appeared on the solid wood stick. If acquiring other people's superpowers can enhance combat effectiveness, then... Tang Mo walked to the little fat man. I'm a little hungry, little fat man. Can you give me this piece of bread? Zhao Xiang was eating to replenish his energy and prepare for a big battle. He muttered, there are still a lot of them over there. Just go get one yourself. Tang Mo said shamelessly, I like your taste. There is only one left. The little fat man was very kind, and gave the bread to Tang Mo in a depressed mood. Li Wen, hey Tang Mo, you are still snatching the food from the kids? Tang Mo didn't answer him, but his face looked a little bad. He asked for the bread from the little fat man, and he didn't pay for it, but he didn't get the little fat man's ability? What's going on? Tang Mo was unwilling to give up. The little fat man's ability was very aggressive. If he collected it, it would be a great help in the future. Tang Mo asked the little fat man for a few more cookies and a box of milk. He didn't want anyone else's food, but only the little fat man's. The little fat man's face turned green, and he wanted to cry but couldn't. Why are you staring at me? Tang Mo's face turned even greener. Another cookie. After eating 2 boxes of cookies, a piece of bread, and a box of milk from the little fat man, Tang Mo was full, but still didn't get the little fat man's ability. Everyone else was amused by their weird behavior, and they all laughed together for once before the battle. Qin Shanshan looked at Tang Mo thoughtfully, and when Tang Mo finally gave up and turned to leave, she picked up a box of cookies and ran over quickly. This short and thin girl didn't look good, but her eyes were very determined. She looked at Tang Mo. Are you going to get something from someone else? Is it related to your superpowers? Can I give you something? Will it make you stronger? Tang Mo was shocked. How could she be so smart? Guess so accurately? Qin Shanshan didn't have any special abilities, so even if Tang Mo took her things without paying, he wouldn't get any benefit. But the little girl stared at him seriously, holding a box of cookies in both hands, and gritted her teeth and said, I give it to you, you must kill them. No matter what it is, kill them, and I give it to you. Tang Mo was about to refuse, but after hearing this, he closed his mouth and took the cookie from the little girl. The moment his fingers touched the cookie, Tang Mo's eyes widened. After taking out the superpower book just now, he did not put it back into the air, but put it into the backpack. He took out the book now, and opened it. Superpower, Super Intelligence. Owner, Qin Shanshan, Reserve. Type, Genotype. Function, Extreme Brain Development, Super Intelligence, Super Sensitivity. Level, Level 3. Restrictions. The upper limit of judgment accuracy is 50%, and the space for physical strength improvement is 0. Note, why can I always guess the truth? Mortal with fish lips. Because I am smarter than you, haha. Instructions for use of Tang Mo version. Judgment accuracy 10%. Damn, Tang Mo actually has such shitty luck. Okay, he doesn't even bring money for this. What's wrong? Qin Shanshan asked. Tang Mo looked down at the little girl. The big mole once said that regular players and stowaways must have superpowers, and reserve players may also have superpowers. So that's how it is. No wonder she is so smart. I will definitely kill them. Qin Shanshan. Okay, kill them, revenge. Bang! A sharp gunshot broke the silence of the night. Tang Mo turned sideways, and pushed Teacher Li, who was standing behind him, away. In his sight, a silver bullet flew slowly past the place where Teacher Li had just stood. The bullet's trajectory broke through the air. Tang Mo quickly looked in the direction of the bullet, his eyes focused. Tang Mo shouted, Little fatty, break the lights in the gymnasium. Okay. A nail quickly passed through the air, and broke all the light bulbs in the gymnasium. The world fell into darkness. Li Wen asked in surprise, Tang Mo, what are you doing? Tang Mo squatted on the ground, and drew a neat circle at a very fast speed. It was too dark, and others only saw him squatting suddenly, but didn't know what he was doing. Tang Mo stood up and said lightly, Draw a circle and curse him. Chapter 19. The students hiding in the gymnasium left through the 4 doors of the gymnasium. Bang! Another bullet pierced through the darkness and shot through the concrete floor. The range of a police pistol is generally within 50 meters, and no more than 100 meters at most. The little fat man said quickly. They were divided into 3 groups. Li Wen and Teacher Li took the 2 reserve students with weaker physical fitness to save their lives and see if they could launch a sneak attack at any time. Qin Shanshan and another official player girl Xiao Feifei were on the same group. Tang Mo knew that Qin Shanshan had supernatural powers, and she was stronger than ordinary reserve students. The little fat man and Tang Mo were on the same team, responsible for the main attack. Why didn't the stowaways make any sound when they stepped on the glass this time? The traps at the door were not triggered. Tang Mo lowered his voice. They attacked twice last night. The second time they stepped on the glass, and you discovered their whereabouts, so you took precautions in advance. They will definitely not make the same mistake again this time. They should have used other methods to enter the school. The 2 left the gymnasium and hid against the wall. Tang Mo focused his eyes and carefully scanned the surrounding environment. The dark night was like a silent beast, staring at everyone with a pair of bloodthirsty eyes. There were many trees in the school. The cold wind blew, the shade of the trees swayed, and the huge dark shadows of the trees rustled in the dark night, which was the only sound in this murderous night. Tang Mo turned sideways. Give me a nail. Bang! Tang Mo dodged to the left at a very fast speed, but the speeding bullet inevitably grazed his right arm and shot at the wall between him and the little fat man. The 2 looked at each other and ran in separate directions. The stowaways with guns hid in a position where they could be seen. Tang Mo had discussed strategies with the little fat man before the battle. If the worst happens, the 2 of them will go separately and not give the other side a chance to concentrate fire. Now is the worst situation. The enemy is in the dark, and we are in the light. The most dangerous gunman is still hiding in the dark. Bang bang bang. Tang Mo rushed into the nearest teaching building to the gymnasium at a very fast speed with a solid wooden stick in his hand. Bullets kept firing behind him, grazing his heels and shooting through the ground again and again. When Tang Mo turned his head and entered the teaching building, he paused for a moment. In his eyes, a bullet flew past his eyes and shot into the wall. Tang Mo stepped into the teaching building. But when he entered the teaching building, he suddenly felt goosebumps all over his body and reflexively swung the big stick to block his head. With a loud bang, a violent collision sounded from behind Tang Mo. The big knife and the wooden stick collided, and the wooden stick was cut by the big knife. Tang Mo fell forward 2 steps, and the other party also stepped back. "You're quite strong." A hoarse laugh accompanied by a sarcastic tone sounded, "But you're still going to die." The attacker attacked without saying anything. Tang Mo raised his stick to fight back. The long knife and the stick kept colliding and brushing against each other. Both of them were very fast, and the clanging sound kept ringing. The knife was longer than Tang Mo's stick. The man used the long knife to leave bloody wounds on Tang Mo's shoulders, waist, and elbows. Tang Mo was forced to retreat continuously, and he seemed to be at a disadvantage. The man saw that he was in the upper hand, and attacked more fiercely. With such a good knife, even if he chopped randomly, it would be enough to threaten others. Not to mention that he was a stowaway, with great strength. Every time he swung the knife, a wind-breaking knife whistled in the air. The long knife swung forward randomly without rules, and Tang Mo's dodging speed became slower and slower. It was at this time that the man swung the knife with great momentum and chopped Tang Mo's head from the left. Suddenly Tang Mo, who was just dodging in a panic, bent down, and the fine steel knife swung past him. He held the stick in his right hand, supported his body with his left hand, and hit the man's knee with the stick. The man groaned in pain, and the sound of bones cracking was very loud in the dark night. The man staggered and almost fell to the ground, and used his big knife to steady his body. Tang Mo stood up and wiped the blood from his chin. For the first time, he saw his enemy clearly. This was a tall and mighty man, at least 188 centimeters tall, with a shaved head, a strong body, and a dark tiger head tattoo on his left arm. The nearest building to the gymnasium was this teaching building. The stowaway had ambushed here early, and almost killed Tang Mo by surprise. Tang Mo did not dare to take it lightly. The physical recovery ability of both the official players and the stowaways was extremely fast. Tang Mo's cut wound had begun to itch, which meant that the wound was scarring. Taking advantage of the man's broken knee, Tang Mo raised his stick without hesitation, but it was still a step too late. The man was able to stand up, wield a big knife, and attack Tang Mo. The situation changed again. Tang Mo continued to attack actively, and the man could only use the knife to resist. As time passed, the man walked faster and faster, and it seemed that the injury on his knee was almost back to normal. Tang Mo shouted angrily, and hit the man's head with a stick. "Damn it, you're still hiding!" The man suddenly threw down his sword, put his hands on his waist, and faced Tang Mo's stick fearlessly. He was full of energy, his eyes wide open, and he roared with full energy, "Boy, give me back my grandfather!" Tang Mo only heard the 2 words "yeah yeah," and before he understood, he suddenly felt a little uneasy. Tang Mo swung the stick in the air and changed its direction abruptly, hitting the wall of the teaching building, giving Tang Mo a recoil, making him dodge to the other end of the corridor. Just as he stopped attacking, the muscular man opened his mouth to form a circle, and a stream of hot gas gushed out of his mouth. The next second, a raging flame appeared. The man put his hands on his waist and spit out flames from his mouth. His eyes widened, like an angry arhut, staring straight at Tang Mo, and the flames gushed out. Tang Mo turned and ran. The man's flames were faster than his speed, blocking him directly, and almost burning his hair on his forehead. Tang Mo bent down to avoid the flames, and the flames burned on the wall, and the white wall dust was burned with crackling sounds, and kept peeling off the wall. Tang Mo used his hands and feet to move along the wall and the ground to avoid the flames. Like a fire-breathing dragon, the flames burned and the temperature in the air rose sharply. The flames burned black marks on the cement floor, and Tang Mo's stick had already turned into a pile of charred wood under the flames. The flames disappeared, and Tang Mo squatted on the ground and panted heavily. The big man was in very good spirits, and his knees could move freely. He picked up the big knife he had thrown on the ground, laughed wildly, and chopped at Tang Mo again. Tang Mo was unarmed, and could only dodge and avoid. The big man's knife swing was really rough, just slashing people non-stop. However, Tang Mo had never learned martial arts, and the two of them simply relied on the super physical fitness of the official player and the smuggler to fight the simplest fight. "Anyone who sees my superpowers must die." The big knife chopped in front of Tang Mo, he dodged sideways and turned to run away. The man took advantage of the victory to pursue. Bang! Tang Mo had just run out of the teaching building when a bullet shot at his feet. He seemed to be sweating profusely, but his eyes were calm and sharp, staring straight at the position where the gun was fired. The muscular man chased Tang Mo, and bullets exploded at his feet. Twice he turned his head away and managed to dodge the bullets. When the 9th bullet was fired, Tang Mo and the muscular man had already run into the gym. As soon as the two entered the door, 6 bodies on the ground came into view. The man froze for a moment, then sneered and swung his knife at Tang Mo. However, what he didn't expect was that at the moment when his knife just chopped up, the black-haired young man who had been dodging suddenly turned around and faced him. No! A sense of danger surged in the big man's heart, and he turned around and wanted to leave. But his body was faster than his consciousness, and he slashed straight at Tang Mo with his knife, and then he saw the young man also raised his right hand and swung at him. But he didn't have any weapons in his hand. The big man stared straight, he didn't blink once, but in an instant, he saw a huge match in this man's hand. The fine steel knife hit the giant match. Zhong! The knife broke, and the match head hit the big man's head fiercely. A crisp sound of a skull cracking sounded, and the big man fell to the ground with a bang, and white brain matter and bright red blood quickly flowed all over the ground. His body was twitching constantly, but he was not completely dead yet, and his eyes were staring straight at Tang Mo and the giant match in his hand. His lips opened, as if he wanted to speak, but he couldn't say a word. No matter how strong the physical fitness is, it is impossible to survive if the head is split by Mosaic's match. Tang Mo panted heavily and looked at the man lying on the ground. Even if this man didn't speak, Tang Mo knew what he wanted to say. Why did you wait until now to use your trump card and pretend to be in such a mess? On the one hand, it was to trick you out of your ability. Qin Shanshan said that your ability has a time limit of 3 minutes, and now it has been exactly 3 minutes and 2 seconds. On the other hand, it was to prevent you from raising your guard. Tang Mo's expression was cold, and extremely calm words came out of his mouth. But the most important reason is not to kill you, but to find that person. The big man's eyes were wet with blood, his eyelids trembled, and he couldn't open his eyes. But after Tang Mo finished saying this, his body twitched violently and reacted strongly. At this moment, a terrified voice sounded from the bell tower not far from the gymnasium. Ah, how could you? Bang! After this gunshot, there was no second one. Last night, the gunman only showed up once, hiding in the dark and shooting coldly. His close combat ability should be very weak. If it was an ordinary sneak attack, he would change his position after firing a shot for the sake of caution. But you were chasing me just now, and he had to support you in time, so he wouldn't have time to change positions. On the bell tower, a little fat man leaned out of the window and shouted excitedly, "He's dead, he's dead." Tang Mo nodded at him, turned his head, and looked at the muscular man lying on the ground. The man was twitching all over, and his body was getting stiffer and stiffer. But in the end, he actually raised the corners of his lips and showed a strange and excited smile. Until his body was completely cold and his heart stopped, his body still had that strange smile on it. Tang Mo suddenly felt something was wrong, and at this moment, 2 shrill screams rang out. "Teacher Li! Teacher Li!" Tang Mo immediately ran out of the gymnasium. On the track and field, a one-armed man pulled out a knife and threw the blood on the blade to the ground. In front of him, Teacher Li fell to the ground with a thud, his chest pierced through by the big knife. Blood gushed out of Teacher Li's mouth, and the dazzling blood flowed out from the position of his heart. Li Wen hugged Teacher Li, and there were also 7 or 8 wounds on his body. He and 2 reserve students tried hard to press the hole in Teacher Li's heart with their hands, but they couldn't stop the bleeding, and soon their hands were wet with blood. There was not a single wound on the 2 reserve students. A dozen flowers suddenly grew on the wide track and field. There was no grass in the school's track and field, but artificial turf. But these flowers grew on the artificial turf out of thin air, without blooming, but buds, and looked like ordinary roses. The one-armed man standing in front of the flowers was a short and thin man, with a scar on his face, from his left eye to the corner of his mouth, ugly and terrifying. He had no right arm, so he held the knife with his left hand. The bright red blood dripped onto the ground from the tip of the knife. He smiled sinisterly, and looked at Tang Mo coldly. "Are they all dead?" Tang Mo clenched the big match, looked at him warily, and said coldly, "Dead. Only you are left. I am the only one left who will survive." The short and thin man laughed strangely, pointed the knife at Teacher Li, who was lying in a pool of blood. "He is dead." Li Wen reached out to feel Teacher Li's breath, and his voice was stiff, no breath. The two reserve students were stunned. A figure suddenly jumped out from the dark corner of the track and field. "I will kill you." The kitchen knife was chopped off by the one-armed man's big knife. Before Xiao Feifei, who was furious, could react, Tang Mo had already run to her side quickly, grabbed the little girl's arm with one hand, brought her behind him, and waved the match to meet the big knife. Clang! Without a doubt, the big knife broke into two pieces again. A gleam of light flashed in the one-armed man's eyes, and he looked at the big match in Tang Mo's hand with a fiery look. "It's so powerful." Xiao Feifei was still in shock, and was protected by Tang Mo behind her. Qin Shanqian sighed and ran out from the corner, pulling Xiao Feifei to Li Wen. The fat boy Zhao Xiang ran back from the bell tower. When he entered the track and field, his face was still full of joy. Suddenly, he saw Teacher Li lying in a pool of blood. The smile on the fat boy's face disappeared instantly. Teacher Li. The person died after all. Tang Mo had long guessed that these people would attack by surprise, but he set traps in every corner outside the school. Tang Mo and the little fat man said before that the smugglers didn't step on the glass to make a sound because they were prepared. But in fact, Tang Mo deliberately kept a trick. During the day, he and Li Wen rearranged the glass of the street lamps on the road, deliberately leaving a curved path for walking. If the smugglers were smarter and wanted to avoid stepping on the glass to make a sound, they would definitely take this path, which would be equivalent to exposing their position. If they were smarter and saw Tang Mo's purpose and deliberately didn't take this path, they would also be exposed because of stepping on the glass. However, the worst situation occurred. They didn't step on the glass, but they didn't take that road either. So they caught everyone off guard as soon as they appeared. Fortunately, Tang Mo had prepared in advance and discussed strategies with the little fat man, otherwise the current situation might even be reversed. Tang Mo held the giant match and asked, "How did you get in? Without stepping on the glass and taking that road, how could they get into the school without triggering a trap?" The man let out an unpleasant laugh from his throat. "Come in, we have never been out since the beginning." The little fat man was shocked. "No. Impossible. How could you never go out? Have you been in school all the time? This school is so big, how do you know where we are hiding?" The man's eyes swept over everyone, especially Qin Shanqian and the two girls. "These 2 days, I have watched you set up those useless traps. I was planning to attack you last night, but I didn't expect this guy to suddenly appear. I will let you live one more day. The bad guys have been staying with me all the time." This feeling makes all the students shudder. Qin Shanqian gritted her teeth in self-blame. "I didn't expect it, and didn't think it through." Xiao Feifei held her hand. "Don't blame you. None of us could have thought that these bastards would turn around and hide in our school after leaving the school. They deserve to die." The one-armed man listened to what Qin Shanqian and Xiao Feifei said, and his eyes flashed with strange light. He looked at them with his lips curled up. Tang Mo's eyes were stern, and he took 2 steps to the side to block the two girls. He said, "Your companions are all dead. Why don't you run away?" "Why should I run away? Now you are going to die." The man held the broken sword and pointed it at Tang Mo. Only half of his sword was left, but he was not afraid at all, and even looked at Tang Mo with a look of looking at a dead man. Tang Mo clenched the match in his hand, and the feeling of uneasiness in his heart became stronger and stronger. He turned his head to look at the dozen flowers next to him, and shouted, "Go and destroy these flowers." The one-armed man shouted coldly, "Dream on." As he spoke, he waved the broken knife to stop the students who wanted to destroy the flowers. Tang Mo threw a match at him, and the man reacted very quickly and blocked it with the broken knife. With a clang, the half-broken blade was hit by the giant match, and spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the blade from the collision point. Snap! The broken knife broke into pieces, and could no longer be used. "Go and destroy the flowers," Tang Mo shouted loudly. Except for the 2 reserve students, who were still holding Teacher Li's body in a daze, the other 4 people all rushed into the flowers. The little fat boy held the stem of a rose with both hands and pulled it hard. He was surprised and said, "I can't pull it. This thing is harder than steel bars." The strongest little fat boy among the students couldn't destroy these flowers, and the others were helpless. Tang Mo finally understood where his tension that he couldn't relax came from. The physical fitness of this one-armed man was even better than Tang Mo. He looked short and thin, but his body was full of tight muscles. These muscles were not something that could be obtained by becoming a stowaway. Before going online on Earth, this man's physical fitness was much better than that of ordinary people. His reaction speed was comparable to Tang Mo's, but his fighting skills and strength were far superior to Tang Mo's. Even though he had no weapons now, and was unarmed, He could dodge the attacks of the big matchstick again and again, and was only hit once by the big matchstick. Use your special power to destroy those flowers. The little fat man's forehead was sweaty. He responded, and a thin long nail appeared in front of him. He concentrated and aimed the long nail at the thin root of the rose. Whoosh! The long nail turned into a silver shadow in the air and penetrated the rhizome. When the nail hit the rhizome, a spark like a metal collision splashed out. Okay. The little fat man seized the time and kept poking the rhizome with the nail. His nail was too thin, and he couldn't guarantee that he could penetrate the thin rhizome every time. It took at least 20 times to destroy each flower. It took 2 minutes to destroy one flower. The little fat man, I have a gun. This rhizome is probably similar to steel bars. If I use a gun, I might be able to destroy it. There are 8 bullets in it, which can destroy at least one flower. The little fat man subconsciously handed the gun to another official player, Xiaofeifei. Xiaofeifei was stunned. This is a gun. Yes, it is a gun. You try it quickly, concentrate and stare at this rhizome. Xiaofeifei mustered up the courage to take the gun, but when she hesitated, a hand had already taken the gun from the little fat man. The short-haired girl stared calmly at the rose rhizome in front of her, holding the gun with both hands, and aiming the muzzle at the thin rhizome. Qin Shanshan's hands did not tremble, her eyes were firm, and she pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet brushed past the rose's rhizome, leaving a thin cut. The powerful recoil made the first-grade girl fall back half a step. Before the fat boy could speak, she raised her gun again and fired 2 more shots. Xiaofeifei watched from the side and breathed a sigh of relief. It really works. Even the 2 reserve students came to help. The fat boy used his supernatural power to penetrate the rhizome, and Qin Shanshan destroyed 2 flowers with a pistol. The other 3 students and Li Wen tried their best to chop the roots of these flowers with kitchen knives. With their efforts, they could make a gap after chopping 10 times. Tang Mo held a big match to restrain the one-armed man. The 2 collided several times on the track and field, and the one-armed man's right shoulder had been broken by the big match. If it were an ordinary person, he would not be able to get up now, but he was a stowaway, so he still had a gloomy face and confronted Tang Mo. Tang Mo's condition was not much better. The man only had 1 hand left, but the fingers of that hand were bent, and he hit Tang Mo's ribs with his middle finger. Tang Mo heard a crisp sound of fracture from inside his body, and one of his ribs was broken. This is real fighting. If the man's other hand was still there, even if Tang Mo had a big match, he might not be able to get away with it. But he didn't have another hand. Taking advantage of his weakness, Tang Mo waved the big match, found a flaw in the man, and hit his head with a match. The one-armed man couldn't dodge in time. He knew the power of the giant match, and he would die if he was hit on the head. He raised his left arm without hesitation, blocked it beside his head, and swung it outward with force. Bang! The man used his left hand to change the direction of Tang Mo's match, brushing past his scalp. A small black shadow drew a parabola in the air and landed on the track and field. The man looked up at Tang Mo with a ferocious expression. There was only a bloody cut on his left wrist, and his left hand fell to the ground not far away. I kill you! Tang Mo said nothing more, raised the big match and chopped it over. But the man suddenly looked up at the sky and laughed wildly. You are going to die, you are all going to die, only I can survive, only me. Tang Mo followed his gaze. In the vast night sky, the moonlight was dim, and there were no stars around. A huge black cloud slowly floated in from a distance, blocking half of the moonlight, leaving only a small hook of the moon. Do you know what my superpower is? Do you think they are just ordinary flowers? It's not. My ability is stronger than that idiot who can only spit fire, and it's also 100 times stronger than that idiot who has 100 bullets in every gun. My flowers have absorbed enough moonlight essence now. As long as this cloud covers the moonlight, my flowers will bloom. Tang Mo turned his head and looked at the flowers. The little fat man had destroyed 6 flowers, Qin Shanshan destroyed 2, and the others worked hard to cut off 1 flower. There were 3 flowers left. When the dark clouds gradually covered the moonlight, the outermost petals of the 3 flowers trembled slightly. Everyone heard a crisp sound. That was the sound of the petals beginning to bloom. The petals swayed gently in the evening breeze. The more petals unfolded, the clearer the rich deep purple stamens inside appeared. If my flowers are fully bloomed, you will die. It is highly poisonous. Once the poison gas dissipates, only I can survive, only me. The one-armed man lost an arm and a hand, and had fallen into madness. He kept muttering die in his mouth, staring at Tang Mo and the others with vicious eyes, wishing that they would die now. Tang Mo didn't have the heart to care about him. He just ran up, wielded the match, and hit a flower. Clang! The rose shook slightly, and Tang Mo took a closer look, and found that the stem was bent 15 degrees by the big match. Even the big match couldn't break it. You all go to hell, ha ha ha. In the sky, dark clouds covered the moonlight, and Tang Mo waved the big match to chop the flowers without blinking. However, he had just broken one flower, and the moonlight was completely covered by the dark clouds. You are all dead, all dead? Tang Mo walked to another flower, which was about to bloom completely, with only the last layer of petals still firmly covering the stamen. The stamen was a piercing deep purple, bright and eye-catching, and extremely poisonous that could be seen with the naked eye. Tang Mo raised the match, but before he struck it, he suddenly saw a layer of light black mist on the man's face in his peripheral vision. He seemed to have seen this black mist somewhere before, and it was wrapped around the man's head. At this moment, a strong wind blew up from the ground. Before everyone could react, the light moonlight brushed the ground again. The smile on the one-armed man's face suddenly froze. He raised his head and opened his eyes in disbelief. No! This is impossible. How could it be? When Tang Mo looked again, the black fog around the man's head had dissipated. But the sudden wind had blown away the dark clouds covering the moon. When the moonlight shone on the petals again, the blooming of the petals stopped instantly. It took Tang Mo 2 minutes to cut the 2 poisonous flowers in half. Seeing this, the one-armed man ran away, and a small nail pierced through the back of his head and out of his forehead. The one-armed man opened his eyes wide and fell to the ground. The trembling voice of the little fat man sounded, Is he dead? Tang Mo's hand holding the big match slowly relaxed. Yes, he is dead. No one knew how the dark clouds covering the moon suddenly dissipated, and they just thought it was a coincidence. But Tang Mo knew that before the war began, he drew a circle. He didn't curse the seemingly strong fire-breathing man and the gunman, but cursed the one-armed man. Unknown enemies are always more terrifying than known enemies. Tang Mo just kept a hand in case of an emergency. He himself was not sure whether the draw a circle to curse you ability would work, and what effect it would have when it worked. But he would do it, and the result seemed very good. The enemy was dead, and the students relaxed instantly and collapsed to the ground. Qin Shanshan still held the pistol tightly in her hand. She sat on the ground. Even if there were no bullets in the gun, she held it tightly, as if it was safe. The students worked together to move the bodies of the 3 stowaways to the toilet, together with the 2 stowaways who died before. They trampled on the bodies of the 5 people in great hatred, and threw them into the ditch of the toilet after they were crushed beyond recognition. Teacher Li's body was carried to the corridor of the gymnasium by the children. There were 7 bodies in total, lying quietly on the cold ground. I don't know who cried first, and the sad and sorrowful cry echoed in the gymnasium. When the crying was over, the fear of killing people came to their minds. The fat man Zhao Xiang had just killed the gunman and the one-armed man. When he killed people, his heart was full of desire for revenge, and he didn't feel that he had killed a person at all. Now he ran outside the gymnasium, holding onto the pillar, vomiting continuously. The other children also gathered together in fear, and Qin Shanshan distributed water and food to everyone. Li Wen walked to the track and field without saying a word, and it seemed that he had not recovered from the previous battle. This may not be the last time you kill someone. A calm and indifferent voice sounded from behind the little fat man. The little fat man had vomited so much that even bile came out. Hearing this voice, he turned around and looked. Tang Mo took a bottle of water and threw it to him. There was not much expression on his face, and his voice was calm. The world has changed. If you want to live, you have to grow up. Your special ability is very useful. It can protect many people and yourself. The little fat man wiped the bile from his mouth. His eyes flickered and his lips trembled. After a long time, he gritted his teeth and said firmly, I know that if I don't kill them, they will kill me. I'm right, I just can't adapt. Don't worry, adapt slowly. Tang Mo said. Brother Tang Mo, when you killed that person, were you afraid? The little fat boy only knew that Tang Mo killed the fire-breathing man, but he didn't know that he had killed a stowaway before. Tang Mo said calmly, I was a little scared when I killed someone for the first time. But I was more worried about being killed than being scared. The little fat boy nodded in confusion. Tang Mo didn't say anything more. If he had to choose one of the two, he would choose to let the other die without hesitation. After comforting the little fat boy a little, Tang Mo walked alone to the pond in front of the gymnasium, stretched out his hand, and took out a book out of thin air. Opening the book, Tang Mo's eyes suddenly froze when he saw the first line of text. Superpower, Fairy, give me back my grandpa. Owner, Su Chong Smuggler. Type, Atomic. Function, spray hot flames from the mouth, lasting for 30 seconds, with a temperature of up to 961 degrees Celsius. Level, Level 2. Restrictions. Cooling time is 3 minutes. Before use, you need to put your hands on your hips and roar. Give me back my grandpa. Note, Su Chong said that everyone who has seen my superpowers is dead, except Tang Mo. Tang Mo version instructions. Can only be used once a day. The maximum temperature reaches 800 degrees Celsius. Before use, you need to put your hands on your hips and roar. Give me back my grandpa. I think this ability is very suitable for Tang Mo. This is the ability that Tang Mo should have. My crappy ability is like a cuckoo occupying the magpie's nest. I am ashamed of myself. Tang Mo, You even cursed yourself for insulting others. You even used 2 idioms. Tang Mo's face kept changing, and he slammed the book shut. He will never use this ability in his life. Absolutely not. Do you want some water? A female voice came from behind. Tang Mo calmly put the cheap ability book behind his back, and turned to look at the short girl. Qin Shanshan came over with a bottle of water, and a piece of bread. Tang Mo took the bread. I've had water, no need. Qin Shanshan nodded. The little fat man had returned to the gym after vomiting. He needed to rest. Outside the gym, only Tang Mo and Qin Shanshan were left. Qin Shanshan, they all slept. Brother Li Wen also came back just now. He said he couldn't sleep and planned to go around the school and take a look at his alma mater. Yeah. Thank you so much this time. Tang Mo looked at the short-haired girl. Qin Shanshan's eyes were firm and calm. Not only thank you for this, but also thank you for remembering my father's last wish and coming to see me on his behalf. Next, I want to stay with my classmates. We will leave school and go see what the world outside is like. Tang Mo raised his eyebrows. He heard the little girl's voiceover. Do you know that I wanted to take you with me? I know, I can probably guess it. Qin Shanshan's face was expressionless, and she was too mature to look like a 13 or 14-year-old child. But now that Teacher Li is gone, I don't want to leave anymore. Tang Mo looked at the little girl steadily. He smiled and said nothing more. Tang Mo did have the idea of taking the little girl away. It wasn't because he was hypocritically taking care of the daughter of an old friend, nor was it because he felt sorry for the little girl and wanted to protect her. It was simply because the child was too smart, and her supernatural power was very strong. Even the supernatural book commented that Tang Mo was lucky to collect Qin Shanshan's supernatural power, which shows that Qin Shanshan would be a very strong helper. Although she has no martial arts skills, she is definitely more useful than Li Wen. In this unknown and dangerous world, Tang Mo really wants a smart teammate. However, after Teacher Li died, Qin Shanshan seemed to have made up her mind to stay. Although Tang Mo felt it was a pity, he would not persuade her. Can I call you Brother Tang Mo? Tang Mo was slightly stunned and nodded. The little girl smiled. Although she looked ordinary and not pretty, she had a dimple when she smiled. You will leave tomorrow, right? I hope we can meet again in the future. By then, I will become stronger. Brother Tang Mo, thank you. Tang Mo raised his lips, and was about to speak when a deep and magnetic voice sounded in his mind. Did I disturb you? Tang Mo, Almost instantly, Tang Mo recognized who the voice was. Qin Shanshan was very perceptive. Brother Tang Mo, what's wrong with you? Although the little girl just called Tang Mo in a normal tone of calling an older brother, she was still a minor with a crisp voice. There was nothing wrong with calling like this, but the words. Did I disturb you? As soon as he said that, Tang Mo always felt something was strange. But this person said it again. Sorry, I disturbed you. I will come next time. Tang Mo's mouth twitched. It's not what you think. Qin Shanshan. Brother Tang Mo? Tang Mo calmed down and said, You go back first. I go find Li Wen. Qin Shanshan looked at him suspiciously. Her eyes moved, as if she was guessing something. But she quickly turned her head and entered the gymnasium without asking any more questions. Tang Mo took out a white turkey egg from his pocket, and as expected, the egg was shining with a faint light. He frowned, his expression was ugly, and his tone was a bit bad. Mr. Fu, now your voice is ringing in my mind, and it is different from the last time we contacted. But let's not talk about this for now. Do you have anything to do? Chapter 20. Tang Mo listened attentively, and a faint rustling sound rang in his mind. The sound was very light, and it was not noticeable without careful listening, but it was very strange. It was not the sound of wind, nor the rustling of leaves. It was a bit like the hissing sound of the old black and white TV in the last century that Tang Mo had heard when he was a child. Since the Black Tower game officially started, all electrical appliances have lost signal. TV sets, computers, mobile phones, all became brick machines. No one would use electrical appliances at this time, let alone old black and white TV sets. Tang Mo was 80% sure that this was the sound of the black and white TV. The sound was in your head? The other party did not directly say the matter, but asked this question. Tang Mo was fine, he was not in a hurry. Well, it was in my head. Maybe it's because the way I contacted you was different from last time. The hissing sound of the current became more obvious, and if you listen carefully, you can hear a little sound of iron collision, but the man's tone was very calm. I didn't knock the turkey egg 3 times this time. Tang Mo caught a glimpse of something strange. You mean? I want to use this egg. Mr. Mo, let's call you that for now. I'm currently in a very strange Black Tower game. I won't explain the details. I think this game is not very simple. So I want to use this item to pave a way out for myself. Tang Mo already understood what the other party wanted to say. His eyes narrowed, and the man spoke out the information that Tang Mo had always wanted. This egg is called Momo, and it is a game archiver. If you have played games, you should know what a save is. Tang Mo never thought that this rare item would have such a function. Many single-player role-playing games have a save function, and players can save at any time when playing games. After saving, firstly, players can exit the game at will, and read the save when they want to continue playing, and directly return to the save point, without wasting game time, and secondly, it can improve the fault tolerance rate. If the character dies at a certain level, you can directly read the save, and start the level from the save point. Game Saver, these 5 words are easy to say, but in this Black Tower game, they are almost a magical tool that defies the heavens. Tang Mo's blood flow accelerated, and his adrenaline surged. Anyone who knew that he had a Game Saver would probably not be able to stay calm. Tang Mo did not speak, and the man seemed to know how important his words were just now, giving Tang Mo some time to adapt and not interrupting him. Because even when he got this rare item, he almost lost his composure. After a minute, Tang Mo calmed down and asked, "What are the restrictions?" The Black Tower cannot give players an unlimited Game Saver. If there are really no restrictions, then this item is a cheating artifact, which is extremely unfair to the game. The other party was already prepared and quickly answered 3 restrictions. First, it can only be used once every 7 days, and it is not cumulative. Second, the save time is 1 hour, which is limited to the Black Tower game save. The save can be read at any time within 1 hour after saving. If the time is exceeded, the item will be invalid. Third, this is why I want to find you this time. Tang Mo frowned. What's the reason? To use the game saver, both the prop owner and the owner must open it at the same time. This means that neither you nor I can open the saver alone. The voice paused, and the male voice continued. Mr. Mo, the way to open the save function is to draw an English letter S on the turkey egg. Tang Mo finally understood why this difficult man would rather expose the secret of the turkey egg and come to find him. If he didn't come to Tang Mo, then this turkey egg would be a useless egg in his hand. It can't hatch a turkey yet, and it may not taste good after cooking it, which is a waste of backpack space. Tang Mo wanted to talk and asked directly, when do you need to open the archive? There is no free lunch in the world. Tang Mo knew that the reason why Mr. Fu told him the function of the turkey egg was to ask him to help open the archiver. The method of use must be told, otherwise Tang Mo would not know how to open the archive. Now that Tang Mo knows the function of the turkey egg, it is natural that he needs to give back to the other party. This reward is to open the archive. The male voice paused, as if he did not expect Tang Mo to make such a decisive decision. After a long time, he whispered, now thank you. Tang Mo held the turkey egg in his left hand, and drew an S on the white egg with his index finger. After the last stroke, an English character began to flash on the white egg. Just where Tang Mo had just drawn the letter, an S kept flashing a light blue light, as if to indicate that the archiver was now working. During the save period, the information is shared between the 2 owners, so I'm sorry, you may hear my voice uncontrollably for the next hour. Tang Mo had nothing to do next. The children in the gymnasium were all asleep, and Li Wen had just entered the gymnasium to rest. He was walking alone in the tree-lined avenue of the campus, with withered and fallen ginkgo leaves under his feet, and his shoes made a crunching sound when he stepped on them. Even if he heard the sound of the game process in his head for an hour, it was not a big deal. However, he said, Mr. Fu, you didn't tell me about this in advance? This is a vast white world, the sky is pure white, and the ground is also pure white. In this infinitely vast world, the ground is filled with all kinds of old household appliances. Old single-drum washing machines, sewing machines, big-bellied radios, and hundreds of old-fashioned TVs with snowflakes on the screen are thrown into this white world like garbage. A tall and handsome man shuttled among these old-fashioned appliances, holding a white turkey egg in his left hand, with a glowing S on the egg. A sentence "You didn't tell me about this in advance" came out of the turkey egg, and Fu Wenduo stopped walking and frowned. "I only knew about this restriction after I opened the save file," Tang Mo said lightly, "but you disturbed my time." Fu Wenduo laughed, said nothing more, and continued to move forward in the world of electrical appliances. Tang Mo put the turkey egg back into his pocket, put his hands behind his back, and walked around the campus. Various strange sounds kept ringing in his ears, sometimes the sound of the sewing machine dropping needles, and sometimes the sound of the washing machine drying clothes. But the strangest Mr. Fu has not said a word since then. Tang Mo said that he was disturbed just now, which was a deliberate lie, but not to tease a stranger, but to tell the other party, "You owe me another thing." The other owner of the turkey egg used the method and function of the turkey egg in exchange for Tang Mo's help in opening the archiver. Since then, the two no longer owe each other. But now Mr. Fu owes Tang Mo another thing, and this thing may gain some benefits for Tang Mo in the future. Mr. Fu didn't speak, and Tang Mo wouldn't speak either. He walked around the school, and only 20 minutes had passed. He returned to the library again, sat in front of the pond, and looked at the crescent moon reflected in the water expressionlessly. There were still 40 minutes. Tang Mo began to think about what he could do to kill time in the next 40 minutes, but Fu Wenduo didn't let him wait that long. 5 minutes later, a fierce fight suddenly sounded, and Tang Mo's eyes were stern, listening carefully to the movement over there. He heard the sound of metal colliding. The sound was too fast, and the interval between each attack was definitely no more than 0.5 seconds. Tang Mo heard that there seemed to be many things attacking Mr. Fu. For 5 minutes, Mr. Fu did not make any sound. After fighting for 10 minutes in a row, he began to breathe a little. The sound of countless heavy objects falling to the ground seemed to indicate how many opponents Mr. Fu had defeated. But the enemy's attacks never stopped. There were more and more collisions, and even the sound of knives cutting through heavy objects. 55 minutes had passed since the game was saved. Tang Mo straightened his back and listened carefully to the voice in his mind, not missing a single detail. He couldn't see what the other party was going through, but he knew from the voice that Mr. Fu's combat ability was too strong. For a full 30 minutes, he didn't stop fighting for a second. There were probably hundreds or thousands of opponents, but he held on. He was really too strong. Boom! A loud explosion sounded. Tang Mo was shocked, not to mention Mr. Fu, who was facing the explosion. "I can't hold on anymore," a hoarse voice sounded. Tang Mo immediately said, "There is 1 minute left for the save. Read the save quickly." "It's too late." Tang Mo was stunned, and before he understood the meaning of this sentence, suddenly, the voice in his mind disappeared. Tang Mo quickly took out the turkey egg, and saw that the S pattern on it had dissipated and no longer flashed blue light. Before he could think, the whole turkey egg flashed a faint light, which was the light of active contact. "The game failed just now. I reloaded the game." Everything happened in just 10 seconds. 10 seconds ago, Tang Mo remembered that the man's voice was extremely hoarse, and his breathing was heavy, as if he had suffered a serious injury. But now his voice was no different from an hour ago, and the familiar hissing sound of electricity sounded in Tang Mo's ears again. Tang Mo frowned. "Mr. Fu, you just said that you didn't have time to reload the game, so to save the game, you need to draw an S on the turkey egg, and to reload the game, you need to draw an L on the turkey egg. One is save, the other is load. I just fought a monster in the Black Tower. It is much stronger than me. There is less than a minute left, and the save item will be invalid after a minute, and I won't have the chance to draw another L." Tang Mo didn't react for a moment. "You don't have a chance to read the save, then you. There is another way to read the save." The male voice was calm and composed. "After the game saver is turned on, if you die within an hour, the save will be automatically read. So I just killed myself and read the archive file directly." Tang Mo was silent. At the critical moment, he killed himself without hesitation in exchange for a glimmer of life. Tang Mo would do the same, but he would not be as decisive as this person. "I wasted an hour of your time. Are you still busy now? Sorry." Tang Mo, who had been looking at the stars and the moon for an hour, said, "It's okay. It's okay. Just return the favor later, you're welcome. I was just playing the second floor tower attack game." The man's voice was low and calm, and he calmly said something that would surprise all humans. When the player's strength reaches a certain level, the Black Tower will force them to start the tower attack game. This is one of the ways to start the tower attack game, and I guess there will be other ways to start it. Tang Mo opened his eyes wide in astonishment when he heard the second-level tower attack game. He suddenly guessed who this Mr. Fu was. The voice was low and magnetic, with a barely perceptible smile. "Hello, Tang Mo, my name is Fu Wenduo." After hanging up the Momo connection this time, Tang Mo did not return to the gymnasium immediately. He sat on the stone by the pond, looking calmly at the white turkey egg in his hand. Fu Wenduo. Stowaway Fu Wenduo. The first level of the tower attack game in the Huaxia area started, and the players in the entire Huaxia area gnashed their teeth, wishing to kill Fu Wenduo. Li Wen had joked with Tang Mo before that if he had the chance to meet the stowaway Fu Wenduo who dragged all the Huaxia players into the tower attack game in advance, he would definitely hang this guy up and beat him, using all the 10 tortures of the Qing dynasty, for 3 days and 3 nights. Very cruel. After reading the game archive, Fu Wenduo said that he would find a chance to leave the game and look for other ways out. With his current strength, he could not pass the second level, so he could only give up temporarily. Fu Wenduo told Tang Mo about his participation in the tower attack game. Tang Mo knew that the other party did not suddenly think that he was a good person and could be a friend who could talk about anything and exchange secrets openly. He told Tang Mo these things, probably just to repay the sentence. "You wasted an hour of my time. However, this favor is a little bigger. Perhaps there are indeed some other reasons involved." In short, Tang Mo now knows that when the strength reaches a certain level, he will be forced to start the tower attack game. Fu Wenduo did not start the first level of the tower attack game voluntarily. He was forced to enter by the Black Tower and accidentally pitted all the players in China. But when he was pulled into the second level of the tower attack game today, he did not harm other players. Tang Mo guessed that there were 2 possibilities. The first one is that the Black Tower is only special to the first player who starts the tower attack game. It will broadcast globally and pull players from the entire region to attack the tower together. The second one is that Fu Wenduo is the only one in China who has cleared the first floor of the Black Tower. Apart from him, no one else can attack the second floor, so naturally he can't pull anyone in. Tang Mo lowered his head and looked at the clear pond. A small fish swam across the bottom of the pond, causing a shallow ripple. Did he hear Qin Shanshan call me Brother Tang Mo? Why was he called Mr. Mo at the beginning? Tang Mo sighed and went back to the gymnasium to sleep. After a night of fighting, Tang Mo slept until 8 in the morning. The others were even more tired, especially the junior high school students, who slept until noon. They hadn't had a good rest in the past few days, and were nervous. First, there was the sudden tower attack game, and then there was the retaliatory attack by the stowaways. The children were exhausted physically and mentally. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Tang Mo and Li Wen went to the school supermarket to get some water and food. Several students woke up, divided the food and started eating. Tang Mo added 2 bottles of water and several boxes of compressed biscuits to his backpack. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, he and Li Wen were ready to leave. The little fat man was very surprised. "Brother Tang, Brother Li, why don't you stay and join us?" Qin Shanshan knew the situation long ago and stood aside without saying anything. Several other students also tried to keep the 2. Li Wen was a little hesitant, but Tang Mo was very calm. "There are 5 of you in total, 2 official players, 3 reserve players, and all students. A group like yours will attract attention wherever you are. If we are included, it will be easy for others to see you as a fat sheep. Of course, you are also a fat sheep if you are alone." The students were stunned. "Tang Mo, I suggest you split up into 2 groups, and the 5 of you should not stay together. The official players can split up. The little fat guy and the 2 boys go together, and Shanshan and this little girl go together. When you are all strong, you can act together again." Xiao Feifei was stunned. "I don't want to separate from everyone." Qin Shanshan thought for a while and nodded. "You make sense. The 5 of us together are indeed very conspicuous. The world has the most reservists, not many illegal immigrants. But at this time, killing is no longer the exclusive domain of illegal immigrants. We have all killed people. It is more dangerous for 5 junior high school students to walk together. Let's take a rest today and act separately tomorrow." The students listened to Qin Shanshan's words very much, because she was always right. But they still didn't want to separate. What to do was up to them. Before leaving, Tang Mo glanced at Qin Shanshan. "I'm going to find my friend now. He also lives in Shanghai, but in Pudong. I can't take you with me. 10 days later, if I have a chance, I will come to the school again to take a look." Tang Mo doesn't have the ability, and it's impossible for him to protect these children forever. If they want to survive, These children can only rely on themselves. Tang Mo and Li Wen said goodbye to the children at the school gate. Li Wen was still a little reluctant, but he also had his own things to do. He wanted to go home to see if his parents were still dead. After the two left the school, Li Wen said, "By the way, Tang Mo, you came back very late last night. It must have been 3 or 4 o'clock, right? What were you doing outside? Why were you walking around for so long?" Tang Mo casually said, "I remembered what happened before Earth went online, and took a walk outside for a while." Tang Mo couldn't talk about the turkey eggs, let alone the accidental contact with Fu Wenduo. Li Wen said, "Oh." On the way home, he began to talk about his family excitedly. His voice was very happy, but the ending tone was trembling, and he walked slowly. Tang Mo glanced at him. This man was just pretending to be calm. He was worried that his home would be empty, and he would be the only one left. Li Wen's home was in Jing'an district. He and Tang Mo walked for 2 hours, and arrived at a villa area at 6 in the evening. The closer they got to home, the slower Li Wen's steps became. But in the end, they still arrived in front of a 3-story villa. Li Wen stood in front of the big iron gate and didn't dare to open it. He didn't know whether he would see his parents or an empty house after pushing open this door. Tang Mo was going to Pudong, and it was just on the way, so he accompanied Li Wen on this trip. And in this world, you can never let your guard down at any time, and you must always be on guard against stowaways and other players with bad intentions. It is definitely better to go together than alone. Li Wen stood in front of the door, reaching out to touch the door handle from time to time, but he didn't dare to push the door. 5 minutes later, Tang Mo suddenly reached out and broke the iron lock with a force. He pushed the door open and turned his head and said, "At least there is no trap on the door, there should be no stowaways." Li Wen was stunned and stared at Tang Mo blankly. After thinking for a long time, he nodded, "Well, there is no danger." Tang Mo helped Li Wen open the door on the pretext of being careful of illegal immigrants. Some things must be faced after all. Li Wen seemed to have mustered up his courage and strode into the garden. He walked to the door of the villa, and Tang Mo said, "Be careful, in case there are really enemies." The two looked at each other, and Tang Mo kicked the door open. Bang! The mahogany door fell to the ground, stirring up a light layer of dust. After confirming that there were no enemies in the house, Li Wen hurried upstairs, shouting Mom and Dad. However, the only response he got was an empty echo. Tang Mo's parents had been dead for a long time. He did not enter the house, but just stood by the door of the entrance, listening to Li Wen shouting his parents' names. Li Wen searched the house and found no one. His voice gradually became desperate. Suddenly, he shouted excitedly, "My mother is still alive! My mother is still alive!" Tang Mo looked at the living room in surprise, and saw Li Wen running over with a piece of paper, his face full of joy, his body shaking constantly. "My mother is still alive, Tang Mo, look, my mom is still alive. My mom said that my dad disappeared suddenly, and there was no signal on the phone, so she couldn't contact him. Shanghai was a bit chaotic, so she planned to go back to her hometown villa to avoid the limelight temporarily. If I'm still alive, let me go find her. Tang Mo, my mom is still alive." Tang Mo smiled and said, "Congratulations." Li Wen was excited for a while, and suddenly stopped laughing. "My dad disappeared." Tang Mo advised, "Go find your mother first." Li Wen lowered his head in silence. After a moment, he clenched the paper in his hand and nodded. Li Wen's hometown is near Kunshan. His grandparents died a long time ago, and he doesn't have many relatives. His only relatives are his parents. Now that he knows his mother is still alive, he must go find her. The two parted at the junction of Jing'an District and Huangpu District. Li Wen found a detailed map of Shanghai for Tang Mo from a roadside newsstand, and drew a route map on it with a pen. It's the closest to Pudong from here. The ferry on the Huangpu River is definitely not available now. You can go from Nanpu Bridge, and then go around from this side. Tang Mo memorized the route, and put the map away. He raised his head, and looked at the naive rich second generation in front of him. The two looked at each other without saying anything. After a while, Li Wen smiled and said, "I am too weak now. Going with you will definitely drag you down. I'm going to find my mother first. Tang Mo, we see each other again in the future." Tang Mo shook the map in his hand. "Thank you. See you again in the future." Li Wen laughed. "Then shouldn't I thank you more? Alas, I'm too stupid. I have to use my brain more when I encounter games in the future, otherwise I won't know how I died. Thank you so much for these days." Tang Mo didn't say much, and the two said goodbye and left. Li Wen turned around and walked 10 meters. Tang Mo suddenly said loudly, "I remembered something. Li Wen, come here." Li Wen hurried back. "What's the matter?" Tang Mo just looked at him, smiled but didn't say anything. Li Wen was confused. Tang Mo? I asked you to come back, and you came back? Be more careful, not only to the little fat boy, but also to you. Tang Mo smiled slightly. Silly and sweet rich second generation, live well. Li Wen. So you always think I'm a naive rich second generation, that's what you think of me. Tang Mo, Isn't the point to make you more careful? The two laughed together. This time it was really goodbye. After seeing Li Wen off, Tang Mo took the map and started walking towards Pudong new area. When there were many people, it was not noticeable. Now that he was alone again, Tang Mo still felt a little lonely unexpectedly. He put the map in his backpack, walked along the edge of the street, hiding his figure under the shadow of the trees, and hurried on quietly. At night, there were obviously fewer people on the street. After the game started, even the world's top metropolises were no longer cities that never sleep. The night was more dangerous than the day, and enemies were more likely to hide in invisible places. No one wanted to stay on the streets at night. Tang Mo walked for more than an hour, and stopped near the Nanpu Bridge. He decided not to hurry. No one knew if there were any illegal immigrants hiding in the corners to spy and observe, and not just illegal immigrants, but any strangers were dangerous. Tang Mo found an unknown fast food restaurant, walked in to check and confirmed that no one was there, then locked the door. He did not turn on the light, but pulled a chair against the door, and placed a lot of chopsticks on the windowsill. The chopsticks were supported on the windowsill at one end, and on the window at the other. The frosted window made it difficult to see the inside from the outside, but once someone came in through the window, the chopsticks would fall to the ground and make a sound. He pulled out a tablecloth from the table, and spread it on the ground. The physical fitness of the official players was very strong. On such a late autumn night, Tang Mo did not feel cold lying on the ground, and he was not even too sleepy. He entered this restaurant to rest, not for sleeping, but to find a place to spend the night and avoid unnecessary danger. 4 days have passed since the start of the game. 4 days have passed. In addition to those stowaways who have killed people, other regular players and reserve players should not be taken lightly. Perhaps they also have blood on their hands. Tang Mo lay on the ground and raised his hand. The moonlight shone through the frosted window, giving the fast food restaurant a faint light. Tang Mo looked at his hand with a calm expression. He has killed 2 people. One was manslaughter. The thief Qian Sankun wanted to kill him, and he accidentally killed him. Another one was killed by his own hands. He used a big match to crack the head of the fire-breathing man. In addition, there are several people who died indirectly at his hands. For example, the one-armed man and the gunman. The faces of these people flashed before Tang Mo's eyes, and he found that he could not remember what Qian Sankun looked like. When he thought of these people, there was no ripple in his heart, and his heart beat steadily, just like usual. Stowaway. Tang Mo took out a turkey egg from his pocket. The light was too dim to see the white color of the turkey egg, only a round shadow. Who did the stowaway Fu Wenduo kill? One was in Shanghai, the other in Beijing. More than 1,000 kilometers apart. Tang Mo was not afraid of Fu Wenduo, who was stabbed by all the Chinese players. No matter how powerful Fu Wenduo was, could he fly to Shanghai and kill him? It was impossible. If he really had this ability, Tang Mo would die with a sense of satisfaction. Tang Mo tapped the turkey egg lightly with his fingers. He tapped twice, and when he was about to tap for the 3rd time, his fingers stopped in midair. He put the turkey egg back into his pocket, closed his eyes, and went to sleep. Early the next morning, Tang Mo left the fast food restaurant and continued to walk towards Pudong new area. On the way, Tang Mo also met a young man who took the initiative to talk to him. He was a boy who looked like a college student. He thought Tang Mo was also a college student, and ran over excitedly to ask him about his situation. Are there really so many naive people in this world? After the game started, were you not afraid of being cheated by strangers? Tang Mo suddenly felt that he was too dirty and thought too much. Should he live a simple life and believe that the world is full of love? Then as soon as he left Nanpu Bridge, Tang Mo saw 2 bodies. Their necks were cut off with a sharp weapon and thrown into the bridge hole under the bridge. Their clothes were stripped off, and the bag they brought with them was empty. The things inside were probably looted. Looking at the body, they died last night. Well, he's better at being cautious. The next afternoon, Tang Mo followed the route given by Li Wen, and found the community where his friend lived. The community was dead silent. When Tang Mo entered, he saw an old man carrying a lot of things and coming out. Seeing Tang Mo enter the community, the old man looked at him in surprise, and seemed to think of something, and ran out of the community again. Tang Mo frowned strangely. The old man's reaction was a bit strange. When he walked into the community, he understood why the old man looked at him like that. This community is very large, divided into two districts, the east and west, separated by a road. Tang Mo went to the west district. There are 6 high-rise buildings in total, and his college friend lives in the innermost one. Tang Mo stayed at his friend's house for 2 days last year, so he still knows the way. In the middle of the 6 buildings, there is a garden for residents to move around. At this moment, 6 bodies are lying in the square in the center of the garden. Tang Mo walked up to take a look. There were no friends of his, but 2 middle-aged men, a young woman, and 3 young men. They didn't know why they died here. Judging from the bodies, they must have been dead for more than a day. The middle-aged man held a kitchen knife in his hand, and there was a pool of water under the young woman's right hand. One of the young men had a huge, black blood hole on his chest that couldn't be closed, but there was no weapon inside. Looking at the scars on the bodies, Tang Mo had already made a judgment. The young woman was killed by a kitchen knife, and the young man might have died from some kind of supernatural power. There is a 70% chance that these 6 people killed each other. Of course, there may be other people who participated in this battle besides them, but only the 6 of them died here. Tang Mo seemed to be observing the 6 bodies, but in fact his attention had never been diverted from the surrounding environment. No one knew whether the companions of these 6 people would be hiding nearby. When checking the bodies, you must never let your guard down. Tang Mo picked up the middle-aged man's kitchen knife and put it into the wound on the young woman's chest. The blade was just right, and the woman was indeed killed by this knife. Without coming to any other conclusion, Tang Mo stopped caring about it. He touched the big matchstick tattoo on his wrist. The big matchstick was given to him by students. The little fat boy said that his ability was too weak, and the big matchstick was too heavy and big for him to use. Other students also decided to give the big matchstick to Tang Mo out of gratitude. Tang Mo did not refuse. Tang Mo walked into the building where his friend lived with a calm expression. He did not choose the elevator, but walked up the stairs. His friend lived on the 7th floor, and there seemed to be no one in the whole building, only the sound of Tang Mo's footsteps climbing the stairs could be heard. Arriving at his friend's door, Tang Mo kicked the door lock and broke it. After opening the door, he went into the house to check. No one was there. No note was left like Li Wen's mother. Tang Mo walked to the dining table, and saw a small dish of moldy pickles and a half-eaten bowl of porridge on the table. There was a layer of light gray dust floating on the porridge, and the porridge soup was turbid. One chopstick fell on the table, and the other fell on the ground, as if the owner suddenly lost control and caused the chopsticks to fall to the ground. It could also be that it disappeared suddenly, so the chopsticks fell to the ground. The chance of survival is less than 10%. Tang Mo took a bottle of water and 2 bags of instant noodles from the kitchen cabinet and put them in his backpack. Before he left, he stopped in front of the coffee table in the living room and looked down at the photo placed in the wooden frame. There were 3 big boys in the photo, all wearing bachelor's clothes. One was Tang Mo, one was tall and thin, and the other was a white fat man. The 3 big boys hugged each other happily, and threw their bachelor's hats into the sky to celebrate graduation. After looking at it for a long time, Tang Mo stretched out his finger, and flicked the fat man's face in the photo. "Howsy, I will live well on my own." Tang Mo turned and left. In the photo, the fat man smiled very brightly. The community was still dead silent. Tang Mo went downstairs, and planned to leave the community directly. He walked along the road, turned a corner, and suddenly found a familiar figure. Tang Mo stopped. The old man who had just left the community with a lot of bags was now sitting on the flower bed on the street. Hearing the sound, he looked up. Seeing Tang Mo, his eyes lit up, waved his hand, and said loudly, "Little friend, I sprained my foot, can you come over and help me?" Tang Mo looked at him from a distance, glanced at his foot, and said nothing. 10 meters away, by another flower bed, sat a young man and woman. When Tang Mo appeared, they also looked at Tang Mo quietly. Hearing the old man talking to Tang Mo, they immediately came over. The young man held up the old man's foot and looked at it casually. "Oh, the old man really sprained it. What should I do? I sprained my ankle. Hey buddy, can you come over and help me?" The young woman also said, "I don't know what to do either." "Handsome guy, do you know what to do if you sprain your ankle?" "I don't know." Tang Mo looked at them calmly, and walked away from the side. The old man suddenly said anxiously, "We can't let him get away." For people suddenly emerged from behind the dense bushes. A middle-aged woman, and 3 middle-aged men. Tang Mo turned and ran away almost the moment the old man spoke. The 4 people didn't expect him to react so quickly, and were stunned for a moment. When they reacted, not only the 4 people, but also a young man and a woman, and the old man who just said that he had twisted his foot also joined in, rushed out and ran quickly towards Tang Mo. Tang Mo's speed was extremely fast, and he opened up a distance of more than 10 meters in the blink of an eye. Come back. Tang Mo was about to run to the corner, and suddenly, a strange wind whistled in front of him. The strong hurricane blew Tang Mo backwards. He gritted his teeth, used his left hand to support the roadside flower bed, and planned to use the force to rush over. However, at the moment when his hand touched the flower bed, he touched it. He touched it. Tang Mo's heart skipped a beat. Ding! The large-scale multiplayer copy game Mario's Monopoly game has been triggered. At 17:02 on November 22, 2017, players Li Jun, Yuan Qi, Lu Feihao, Zhao Gua, Lin Bangcheng, Lu Sime, Qi Feng, and Tang Mo entered the game time safely. Sandbox loading completed. Data loading completed. The surrounding roads, trees, and high-rise buildings disappeared cleanly at this moment. A strong white light flashed before Tang Mo's eyes, blinding him so much that he couldn't open his eyes. The extreme white light dyed the world white. At this moment, a familiar electronic game music sounded in everyone's ears. Da-da-da-da-da-da. At least 2 billion people in the world have heard this music. Simple and cheerful electronic music echoed in this pure white world. The music continued to play, and the white light became fainter and fainter. Tang Mo gradually saw what was in front of him clearly. He raised his head, and saw a 2-meter-tall giant cartoon character falling from the sky. He wore a red hat with a white imprinted on it, had a big nose, and wore dark blue overalls. He was 2 meters tall, like a giant wooden doll, and moved slowly. His big black eyes swept over everyone, and finally he glanced at Tang Mo, then suddenly raised his right hand, swiped it towards his left chest, and made a classic thumbs-up gesture. Boom! The huge Mario landed on the stage with flashing lights. Everybody, is me. Mario. Chapter 21. Amid the loud and cheerful background music, the dazzling white light gradually dissipated, and everyone finally saw the scene in front of them clearly. In the wide white world, a small round stage was placed in the center, surrounded by a circle of cheap colorful light bulbs. A 2-meter-tall giant Mario stood on this small stage. The light bulbs flickered, and he proudly posed in the classic thumbs-up pose, which was very funny. Above the stage, an LED light board was suspended in the air, and the light board displayed a red number. 6456. With the stage as the center, the white light faded, and the surrounding objects slowly appeared. Tang Mo's eyes narrowed. In the entire white world, a huge Monopoly game map was laid out. Mario's stage was in the center of the map, and 150 squares with a side length of 1 meter were connected end to end, surrounding the stage. The square grids were connected vertically into long and thin rectangles, winding and twisting, starting from the feet of the 8 people, spreading forward, making 9 turns, and finally leading to the small stage where Mario was. Under Tang Mo's feet was a bright red square grid. This grid was different from the others. The edges of the other grids were all flashing white light, but the grid under the feet of the 8 people was filled with red. Tang Mo had seen this color before, the same red as blood, and in the center of the grid was written an English word, Start. Everybody, welcome to Mario's Monopoly game. The deep male voice startled everyone. Looking up, Mario had stopped posing. He stood on the small stage with his hands on his hips, and said, My dear children, welcome to Mario's Monopoly game. I am your best friend from childhood, Mario. Tang Mo often played Super Mario when he was a child. This mushroom-loving plumber was once popular all over the world, and made history for Nintendo. He was indeed very familiar with Mario. But whether it was Tang Mo or the other 7 people, looking at this giant Mario, no one could relax and stared at him vigilantly. Mario seemed to be completely unaware. He was moved and said, Oh, look at your eyes. Don't cry, kids. I am your favorite Uncle Mario. This is such a moment worth celebrating. The kids loved moved Uncle Mario so much that he secretly wiped tears in the sewer every night. You like Mario so much, so I decided to play this Monopoly game for you. Kids, this game is for all the people who like Mario. Tang Mo didn't listen to much of this nonsense. He seemed to be staring at Mario, but in fact he was paying attention to the 7 people around him, and the Monopoly grid on the ground. Now that he had entered the game, he would not focus too much on revenge against the 7 people who dragged him into the game. He needed to focus more on how to pass the game. The most dangerous thing now was this strange game. A young man stood up and said tremblingly, What game is this? Good question, lovely child. Mario moved his right hand to the upper left and gave a thumbs-up gesture. This is a reward game. Every obedient and sensible child can get a generous prize from Uncle Mario. Children, come and play the game. Come to Uncle Mario, all these prizes are yours. Mario stepped aside, and suddenly, a small gold mountain appeared behind him. Countless gold, silver and jewelry were piled on the small stage, forming a small mountain. Mario stood back, and the gifts disappeared. Fuck, so much gold? And diamonds, lots of diamonds. Mario smiled kindly. Kids, these are all yours. Tangamo said coldly, what are the rules of the game? See these grids? Lovely Uncle Mario wants to play a Monopoly game with you. Only the child who reaches the stage the fastest can get all the rewards. Have you ever played Monopoly, kids? A young woman hesitated for a while, then stood up and said, I played it. There are many kinds of Monopoly games, but they all involve rolling dice, and moving forward the corresponding number of grids according to the number of points rolled. The grids may contain rewards, punishments, or even regress? Is that right? Yes, that's right, I played it. Someone agreed. Mario smiled and said, my children are so smart. The character in this Black Tower game is the familiar Mario, and for so long, he has been talking to everyone in a friendly manner, and people are gradually no longer so defensive against him, and dare to speak out. Tangamo still looked at Mario without making any statement. In Mario's Monopoly game, there is a magical dice. Mario stretched out his hands and clapped them. A huge dice fell from the sky and landed in front of the players with a bang. This dice is called the lucky dice. Each child throws it in order, and moves forward according to the number of points thrown. Whoever gets here first will be the lucky winner, and can get all the prizes prepared by Uncle Mario for you. Is it that simple? Tangamo frowned and was about to speak, when an old and loud voice sounded before him. Are these grids dangerous? Tangamo turned around, and saw the old man pretending to have twisted his foot. Mario said happily, how can a lucky child be in danger? Tangamo changed the question, what are in these grids? In the Monopoly game, every time a player enters a grid, he will basically encounter rewards or penalties. In ordinary Monopoly games, rewards are mostly gold coins or the privilege of going a few steps forward, and penalties are mostly losing gold coins, or even returning to the starting point and starting all over again. Mario, in the 150 grids, there are many small gifts Uncle Mario gave to children. Lucky children can get these gifts, I call them reward grids. But there are good children and bad children, and sometimes children will do things that make Uncle Mario sad, so there are some grids with props to punish bad children. These are punishment grids. Hearing the punishment, everyone's heart was lifted. This cute giant Mario looked at everyone with his dark eyes, and the corners of his mouth slowly curled up, revealing a weird smile. For the more obedient good children, Uncle Mario gave them better rewards. As long as you enter these grids, you can get things you can't imagine, such as a superpower, such as a chance to save the game. I call those grids King Grids. Tangmo's breathing stagnated. Superpower? Game save? In this Monopoly game, you can actually get such things. The other 7 people were also stunned, their eyes were shining, and they could hardly restrain their burning gazes. Tangamo calmed down immediately. Where there is a reward, there will be a punishment. Such a good reward, the corresponding punishment will be. There are some grids, Uncle Mario calls them criminal personalities. Bad kids who have done terrible things are unforgivable bad guys. They no longer like Mario, they like the weird-looking angry bird, and the colorful candies that disappear when they are touched. Mario's expression instantly became extremely hideous. He was still smiling, but looking at everyone with hatred and disgust. Uncle Mario has been with you for so many years, that disgusting bird. What's so good about it? Why do you like it? Say! Boom! Mario stomped his foot on the stage, and it was as if an earthquake had struck, and the white world shook violently. Oh, my lovely children, where was I just now? Mario's face changed suddenly, and before the aftermath of the earthquake had subsided, he put on his amiable face again. Uncle Mario knows that you are all good children, and good children will not encounter those disgusting criminal personalities. Only bad children will throw it. Uncle Mario specially prepared an interesting grid for playful children. It is called the free jump grid. The earthquake gradually subsided, but Tangmo's face was very ugly. The strength of this giant Mario was beyond his imagination. He seemed to be stronger than the mole to cause such a commotion. Mario seemed not to feel the fear and awe of others. He said to himself, when someone walks into the free jump grid, they can choose any grid to jump to. There are 2 options. The first is to jump forward, up to 30 grids can be jumped. The second is to jump backwards, and you can return to any grid behind you that you have not been to. Children like the free jump grid the most. You will definitely like such an interesting grid. There is one last grid. That is the biggest surprise Uncle Mario has prepared for you. It is called the pass grid. Yes, you heard it right. As long as anyone is lucky enough to step on this grid, he can pass the level directly. Mario waved his hands and said excitedly. After a while, he lowered his head and looked at the 8 people. So children, the game is about to start. Are you ready? Ding! The massive multiplayer dungeon game Mario's Monopoly game officially begins. Game rules. First, you can only move forward or backward the corresponding number of grids according to the points on the dice or the rules of the free jump grid. Second, the king grid accounts for 5% of the total number of grids, and the prize is tacitly approved by the Black Tower and can be taken out of the dungeon. Third, the criminal personality accounts for 5% of the total number of grids, which is a death penalty according to the law of cause and effect. Fourth, the free jump grid accounts for 20% of the total number of grids. Fifth, the reward grid and the penalty grid each account for 20% of the total number of grids. Sixth, the player who steps on the only pass grid can pass the level directly. Seventh, the rest are blank grids. Eighth, death in the game means death outside the game. The lovely plumber uncle likes obedient and sensible children the most, but he never shows mercy to bad children. The crisp child's voice rang in everyone's ears, and everyone's face changed. Great danger also comes with great rewards. The criminal personality is a causal death grid. Black Tower said so, and everyone understood that stepping on the criminal personality will lead to death. But it only accounts for 5% of the total number of grids. But what if you step on the king grid? Mario said that he has all these things, such as superpowers and save files. Haida said that these things can be taken out of the game. If they step on the king grid, what if? Mario stood on the small stage, smiling, looking at the 8 humans below. His huge body made a creaking sound every time he moved, but no one dared to underestimate him. He said, "Oh, my children, let's start the game." The young woman took the initiative to pick up the giant dice and held it in her arms. When she heard Mario say that the game was about to start, she was startled and looked at the young man next to her. Lin Bangcheng, I don't want to roll this dice, you go first." "Why me?" The young man's face changed. "Why did you take this dice at the beginning?" When the woman heard this, she hurriedly threw the dice to the ground. A bald middle-aged man hesitated and said, "There must be an order. So, I suggest that there are 8 people in this game, and we roll the dice in reverse order according to the order in which the game is triggered. The last one to trigger the game, the first to roll the dice. How about it?" Everyone looked at Tangemo, only the old man looked angry. Tangemo raised his eyes and looked at them calmly. "It's okay for me to go first. You don't seem to know each other. I want to know why you all worked together to drag me into this game just now outside." Everyone was relieved when they heard Tangemo say that he was willing to roll the dice first. A middle-aged man with a beer belly said, "Little brother, I'm sorry for you. You don't know how disgusting this game is. The moment we came across the flower bed, we were suddenly informed by the Black Tower that a large-scale dungeon game had been triggered. But this dungeon was an 8-player game, and only 8 people could enter it in a team. The Black Tower told us that if we didn't find all the people, we couldn't leave the 10-meter area around the flower bed, and would be trapped there forever. And the other party must touch the flower bed within the game time, which is from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. I waited for a whole day to get 8 people together." Tangemo nodded thoughtfully. "So you are the 7th one?" He looked at the old man. "I was tricked into this game by these scammers." The old man snorted coldly. "Why do we have to roll the dice from the back to the front? You guys tricked us into the game. The first person who triggered the game should have rolled the dice first. She harmed everyone and tricked us into this game." A middle-aged woman turned pale. I didn't want to do this. I just wanted to sit by the flower bed and take a rest. Who knew it would turn out like this? I don't want to go first. Go from the back to the front." The 7 people started to quarrel. "If you hadn't triggered the game, the rest of us would have been tricked in. I think we should start with you. You obviously don't want to roll the dice from the back to the front because you are the 5th person. You were so straightforward when you tricked the old man and the young man with us just now. Why are you pretending to be so arrogant now? You stop quarreling." Mario's deep and loud voice suddenly sounded, overwhelming everyone else's voice. "Obedient children never quarrel. Are you all disobedient children, huh?" Thinking of Mario's earth-shattering kick just now, everyone trembled in their hearts and dared not speak. Tangemo, who had always been inconspicuous, suddenly shouted, "It's time to start the game. Dear Uncle Mario, There are 8 of us who want to play a game, but there is only 1 dice, so there must be a sequence. When I entered the game just now, I heard the Black Tower call out the names of the 8 of us one by one. Why don't we start the game in that order, okay? Tang Mo reacted too quickly, and spoke a lot at once, and the others hadn't reacted yet. After 10 seconds, someone came back to his senses, and glared at Tang Mo angrily. What the hell do you mean? Oh, my smart kid, you're right, it's Uncle Mario who didn't think it through. Then let's start in the order that Black Tower called out the names. Let me see. The first one is Li Jun. Li Jun, kid, where are you? Come and roll the dice. The middle-aged woman's face was livid, her shoulders were shaking, and she didn't move forward. Mario asked again, where is Li Jun, my child? Where are you? The middle-aged woman took a step forward, shaking. Suddenly Mario said in a cold voice, my child, don't you want to play this interesting game? The temperature dropped suddenly, and a chill pierced the bones. The middle-aged woman was so scared that she almost fell to the ground. She ran forward and picked up the dice. I play now. Mario's sight was like a knife, forcing the woman to throw the dice in her hand without thinking. At the moment she threw it out, Mario seemed to have forgotten, or seemed to have done it on purpose, and let out a strange laugh, saying softly, oh my children, I forgot to tell you that the first place child can get a reward from Uncle Mario. But the last place child is really not good at playing games. Uncle Mario wants to keep him here and teach him how to play games. Tang Mo was startled and looked at the huge Mario. Mario's face was filled with a bright smile, but his black hole-like eyes were not stained with any smile. Boom. 5. I'm 5. The woman trembled and said the number on the front of the dice and took a cautious step. As soon as she stepped out of the start grid, she ran forward madly, as if something was chasing her from behind, and ran to the 5th grid in one breath. She stood on the 5th grid, and the white light on the edge of the grid turned yellow. The woman waited anxiously for a while, but nothing happened. Mario smiled and said, this is a blank grid. Congratulations, my lovely child. The middle-aged woman collapsed on the ground. The second person to roll the dice was a bald middle-aged man. He had a stern face, picked up the dice, and placed it on the side of 5, muttering, 5, 5, 5. The dice landed, and the front side was 6. The bald man swallowed his saliva, and walked nervously to the 6th grid. The moment he stepped on the grid, suddenly, the edge of the grid changed from white light to red light. Tang Mo stared at the light on the edge of the grid carefully, and at this time, the familiar game music of Super Mario sounded in the air. This sudden change frightened the bald man so much that he staggered and almost stepped on the 5th grid of the middle-aged woman. Ding! Trigger the reward grid and get a red magic mushroom from Mario. Eating the red magic mushroom can replenish physical strength. It is only effective in the dungeon, and cannot be taken out of the game. A round, colorful mushroom appeared from the air, and fell into the bald man's arms. The man was trembling with fear just now, and suddenly got a reward. He stayed where he was. After a minute, he picked up the big mushroom in ecstasy, and ate it up in 2 or 3 bites. It was clearly raw mushrooms that were not cooked, but when the man bit into the mushroom flesh, a rich aroma emanated. Many people could not help but swallow their saliva and stare at the man. 10 minutes later, all 7 people had finished rolling the dice. The old man and the young woman were lucky enough to roll 6 points, and like the bald man, they got the magic mushroom. The man with a beer belly stepped on the 5th square, just like the first woman. The young man and another middle-aged man, who had never spoken to each other, rolled 4 points. They stepped on it fearfully. Fortunately, the 4th grid was blank like the 5th grid, and they all breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, it was Tang Mo's turn. Tang Mo always felt that he had bad luck. After the Earth went online, he participated in 3 games in total. Helping Mosaic find books, the first level tower attack game, and Mario's Monopoly game, each of which he was forced into by others. For most Chinese players, they were probably only tricked by Fu Wenduo once, and forced to participate in the tower attack game. But for Tang Mo, his life is full of tragedy. None of the 3 games were entered voluntarily. All the official players have special powers. Others can spit fire and plant poisonous flowers, but he only got a book. The book is very mean. It will feel uncomfortable if it doesn't say something bad about Tang Mo every day. In summary, Tang Mo's luck seems to be really bad. He looked at the dice in his hand with complicated eyes, and threw it quickly. Dong! The front of the dice landed on the 3-point. No one has been to the 3rd grid yet. When Tang Mo threw this point, the other 7 people looked at him curiously. The 2 people standing in the 4th grid showed joy. Mario said he would leave the last player here, And now with Tang Mo here, they are not the last for the time being. Tang Mo walked towards the third grid expressionlessly. When he stood in the third grid, suddenly, the white grid changed and turned red. The game music sounded, Tang Mo frowned, and his right hand quietly pressed on the big match pattern on his left wrist, looking around vigilantly. Ding! Trigger the first level penalty grid, penalty content. Within 3 minutes, say a bad thing you have done. Tang Mo, You don't have to be so unlucky. And what kind of punishment is this? Is it looking down on people? Speechless in his heart, Tang Mo didn't react on the surface. His mind was working quickly. Level 1 punishment grid, maybe there will be level 2 and level 3 punishment grids in the future. This punishment requirement is not painful, will other punishment grids be so simple? While thinking about this, Tang Mo opened his mouth and said calmly, when I was in junior high school, I used to like to bully people in the class the most, and the bully classmate who often bullied me had his stool covered with 502 glue. During class, he stood up to answer questions without knowing it, and his pants were stuck to the stool, revealing his underwear. The teacher still doesn't know that I did it. After a pause, Tang Mo looked at Mario in the center of the stage without changing his expression. After all, I am a good kid. Mario agreed. Yes, punishing evil and promoting good, you are really a good kid. The other 7 people, At the same time, outside a community in Pudong New area, 2 young men and a young woman walked into the community, and soon they found the 6 strange corpses in the garden in the center of the community. The young woman with a ponytail squatted down and carefully checked everyone's wounds. Finally, she returned to the first corpse, took off her gloves, and placed her hand on the fatal wound on the middle-aged man's chest. When she pressed her hand on it, a white light lit up from her palm. The young woman closed her eyes and frowned, as if she was feeling something. After 3 minutes, the young woman looked up and said, "It was killed by that man." She pointed to a corpse lying next to her. Then she stood up again, walked to the other 5 corpses, and pressed her hands on their wounds one by one. Finally, the conclusion was drawn. These 6 people were killed by each other. The young man in a black down jacket frowned. It fits the characteristics of copy number 2. There are already 3 such corpse dumping sites nearby. There should be an entrance to copy number 2 nearby. Now is not game time. Copy number 2 is safe. We must hurry up and find the possible entrances to copy number 2 around. Now, with this community as the center, the area within a radius of 500 meters is designated as a potential hidden area for the entrance to copy number 2. Go and look for it separately, and meet at this community garden at 12 o'clock. The 3 looked at each other, nodded, and went their separate ways. On the other side, in Mario's Monopoly game, the first round of dice rolling ended, and the 8 people rolled 3 more rounds. After 4 rounds of dice rolling, everyone moved forward more than 10 steps. From the second round onwards, Tang Mo's luck seemed to improve. He moved forward 17 squares in a row and currently stood on the 20th square. In the second to fourth dice rolling, he stepped on a bonus square and 2 blank squares, and stood in the second place among the 8 people without any danger. In the reward box, he got an invincible police flower. It was exactly the same as the props in Super Mario, with strange mushrooms and flowers. After eating this flower, Tang Mo will get 5 minutes of invincibility. Unfortunately, this flower must be eaten as soon as it is obtained, and cannot be carried on the body. After Tang Mo ate the flower, a layer of light golden light flashed on his body. From a distance, he actually looked a bit like a Buddha statue. He was indeed out of tune with others. He was the last one to be tricked into the game. Unlike the first few who triggered the dungeon, they had been guarding the flower bed for a day or 2, and even though they were strangers, they were a little familiar with each other. Moreover, Tang Mo tricked them before the game started, making himself the last one to roll the dice. The order of rolling the dice seems unimportant, because the dice points are random, and do not change because you are the first person to roll the dice. But in the first round, the order is actually the most important. Rolling the dice does not rely entirely on luck. The angle and strength of rolling the dice can greatly affect the result. When playing flying chess, some people can often roll 6 points and take a big step forward. It is not necessarily just good luck. Sometimes it is because he has mastered the skills of rolling the dice. In addition, if the last person to roll the dice steps on the free jump grid, then with the reference of the previous person, he can better choose the grid to jump. Tang Mo also had this idea, so he wanted to be the last to roll the dice, so that the 7 people in front could explore the way for him and determine the content of each grid. Unfortunately, he later found out that this dice was too weird after he tried it himself. It was big and heavy, and humans could not control the number of points thrown out by it. After each person threw it out, the dice spun freely on the ground. In 4 rounds of dice throwing, Tang Mo tried to throw a certain number of points every time, but never succeeded. It should be that the game itself killed the possibility of players controlling the number of points on the dice. In the current game situation, the first player stood on the 22nd grid, followed by Tang Mo's 20th grid, and the last player stood on the 14th grid. In the 4 rounds, 3 players stepped on the free jump grid. They were smart, and did not choose to jump forward blindly. Instead, they jumped to the known bonus grid and blank grid that had been stepped on by other players, or chose not to jump and stay where they were. After 4 rounds of dice rolling, Tang Mo was the last one to hold the dice. Grid 20 was the bonus grid. Tang Mo ate the flower, and then it was the middle-aged woman's turn to roll the dice. The dice flew in the air and landed in the hands of the middle-aged woman. Tang Mo ate the flower, and kept his head down, looking at the rhizome of the invincible police flower in his hand. The flower body had been eaten by him, leaving only this thin and long green rhizome. This reward seems better than the magic mushroom. Other players stepped on other mushroom rewards later. It is currently known that red mushrooms can replenish physical strength, green mushrooms can enhance the player's strength within 10 minutes, and purple mushrooms can give players a sharp weapon, which only exists for 10 minutes, but the invincible police flower must be eaten immediately after it is obtained, and it exists for 5 minutes. The 8 people walked to about 20 squares, and other penalty squares were triggered. 2 penalty squares were the same as the 3rd square Tang Mo encountered, which was not painful and easy to pass. But there was a penalty square. When the young woman stepped into it, a huge black mushroom suddenly emerged. The young woman screamed in fear. She pulled out the fruit knife she carried with her, and fought with the black mushroom for 3 minutes, finally killing it, and at the same time a deep cut was bitten on her arm that could see the bone. This penalty grid is a level 3 penalty grid. Just as Tang Mo imagined, the penalty grid is also divided into levels. The higher the level, the more difficult the punishment. So, what is the highest penalty grid level, and what kind of danger will be encountered? Tang Mo looked at the root in his hand. His eyes gradually tightened. The invincible police flower should not be so useless. 5 minutes of invincibility time seems powerful, but if you encounter that black mushroom or other terrifying penalty grid monsters in an invincible state, this is a magic weapon. But 8 people rolled the dice in turn, and it would take at least 10 minutes for Tang Mo to roll the dice in the next round. The invincibility time is 5 minutes, and it takes 10 minutes to go to the next square. Tang Mo's 5 minutes were completely wasted in the same place, without moving forward, and there was no possibility of encountering any danger. So, what is the purpose of this flower? What is the meaning of this reward? Tang Mo pinched the green rhizome, thinking quickly, but he couldn't think of an answer. At this time, the middle-aged woman was about to throw the dice, but Mario suddenly spoke. "Oh kids, I forgot to say it just now. When you get older, your memory becomes worse. Uncle Mario is already 36 years old this year, and he is an old man in the game world. I actually forgot to say such an important thing." The middle-aged woman looked up blankly and looked at Mario, holding the unthrown dice in her hand. Tang Mo vaguely sensed something wrong, and a strange sense of uneasiness surged in his heart. No, it must be wrong. Something is wrong. Mario raised his big mouth, and his dark eyes looked at each player standing in the grid without emotion. He said he was laughing, but his voice was full of some kind of gloating that was not concealed at all. Starting from the 5th round of dice rolling, players standing in the same grid will trigger the effect of who wants to share the joys and sorrows with you. Take the 19th grid for example. If you... Mario pointed to the middle-aged woman. You have now cast 2 points, so you will move from the 17th grid to the 19th grid. Then, this grid will become your grid. Then after you, as long as someone steps into this grid, the 19th grid will trigger the effect of who will share the joys and sorrows with you. Mario's smile grew bigger and bigger, and the excitement and gloating became more and more obvious. When the effect is triggered, no matter what the grid was originally, it will immediately become a level 7 penalty grid. Only when there is only one player left on the grid, the level 7 penalty grid will return to its original grid. No matter what method is used, as long as there is only one player left on the grid, or there are no players, it will return to its original state. Mario added, "Oh yes, it doesn't matter if you go to grid 19 now. Although the one above has a child, he has only reached the 4th round. Who wants to share the joys and sorrows with you?" The effect only works on players after 5 rounds. Tang Mo slowly opened his eyes wide, and his hair stood up. The 7 people didn't understand what Mario meant at first, but after a few minutes, they understood it one by one. The middle-aged woman was so scared that she sat on the ground, shaking, No, no. You want us to kill each other, you want us to kill people. At this moment, Tang Mo finally understood the function of the invincible police flower. If someone stepped on the invincible police flower, he would become invincible for the next 5 minutes. The person who stepped in after him no longer had the invincible police flower, because the moment he stepped in, this grid changed from a reward grid to a level 7 penalty grid. The 3rd level penalty grid is the dangerous black mushroom. What will the 7th level penalty grid be? Everyone was panicked and at a loss. Tang Mo took a deep breath, suppressed the uneasiness in his heart, and raised his head. His eyes suddenly swept across the huge LED sign above Mario's head. A light bulb suddenly flashed in his mind, and he asked, "Does the number on that sign have any special meaning?" In the white world, Mario stood on the stage and looked up at the 6,456 above his head. 4 numbers. Mario laughed strangely and replied, "Ah, you asked this? Dear child, you are really curious. This is the total number of children who have played Mario's Monopoly game with me. It's a pity that they are all unlucky and disobedient bad children. None of them can come here and get my prize. The 6,464th child, will you be a lucky good child? This is Mario's Monopoly game. This game has only really started now." Chapter 22. The middle-aged woman held a huge dice, trembling all over, with red eyes. She sat on the ground, looking at Mario standing on the stage in despair, and he didn't roll the dice. Mario asked her with concern, "My lovely child, what's wrong with you? Why don't you roll the dice?" The middle-aged woman looked at Mario in horror. Mario's voice suddenly turned cold. "Don't you want to play games with Uncle Mario? Huh?" The middle-aged woman cried out in fear, and subconsciously threw the dice away. The big dice turned 3 times on the ground, and finally landed slowly on 3 points. The middle-aged woman cried and screamed in fear, almost crawling to the 20th square where Tang Mo was standing. Mario laughed at her funny appearance crawling on the ground. Then it was the bald man. When he picked up the dice, not only he was afraid, but also the middle-aged woman. The bald man was now standing in the 19th square, and he was about to start his 5th round of dice rolling. Just now the middle-aged woman ran into the 20th grid. Tang Mo was already there, and now the 2 of them were standing in the 20th grid. But because Tang Mo had only reached the 4th round, the "who wants to share the joys and sorrows with you" effect would not be triggered. But if the bald man rolled 1 this time, he would go into the 20th grid. Tang Mo was not affected, but he would face the 7th level penalty grid with the middle-aged woman. The bald man began to sweat on his head. He nervously raised his sleeves to wipe the sweat off his face, and his legs were shaking like sieves. He stared at the big dice in his hand, and the middle-aged woman also slumped on the ground, looking at the big dice in the bald man's hand with hope in her eyes, praying, "Don't be one. Don't." The bald man roared, closed his eyes, and threw the dice. Boom, the dice fell to the ground, and he opened his eyes. 3 points on the front. The bald man's whole body softened, and his steps were weak to the 22nd square. These 2 people were afraid, but the 3rd man with a beer belly who threw the dice seemed much more confident. He held the dice and shouted fearlessly, "I don't believe it, my luck is so bad. How could I roll 1 and 3? It definitely won't happen." He was not afraid, but the middle-aged woman and the bald man standing in front of him looked at him nervously. Tang Mo looked at the man with a beer belly standing in the 19th square. He looked down at the other person's hand holding the dice, and saw that the man's hands were so stiff that he could hardly hold the dice, and he was obviously pretending to be calm. The man with a beer belly took a deep breath and suddenly rolled the dice. The dice spun in the air, and his eyes widened, staring at the dice without blinking. When the dice landed, revealing the positive number, he ran to the 21st square, panting and sweating. The 4th and 5th dice throwers would be a little more relaxed, because one of them stood at the 15th square and the other stood at the 14th square, at the end of the large group, far away from the others. The 4th middle-aged man rarely spoke, and had the lowest presence among the 8 people. Tang Mo recalled that his name was Zhao Gua. The name sounds ordinary. He took the dice and threw it with a pale face. When he saw the number 1 on the dice, he breathed a sigh of relief and walked to the 16th square. The 5th person to throw the dice was a young man. He seemed to be a boyfriend and girlfriend with the 6th young woman. One of them stood at the end of the team, at the 14th square, and the other stood at the front of the team, at the 22nd square. The young man was not under much pressure. As long as he didn't throw 2, he would not be in danger. Finally, he stood on the 18th square, and it was the young woman's turn. Among the crowd, this woman was the most relaxed. She stood in the 2 squares in front of Tang Mo. She held the giant dice and kept muttering, 6 points, 6 points, it must be 6 points. Tang Mo raised his eyebrows slightly. Dong! The dice fell to the ground, and the front side was 5 points. Even if it was not 6 points, the young woman's eyes lit up with excitement when she saw this number. She ran to the 27th square without hesitation, which immediately widened the gap with the main group. However, just as she stood firm, the white light around the grid suddenly turned red. Ding! Triggering the 4th level penalty grid. Boom! A huge black turtle fell from the sky, staring at the young woman standing in the 27th grid with its small green eyes, and suddenly attacked. The incident happened too quickly, and the young woman had no time to react. The black turtle had already bitten her thigh and tore off a piece of bloody meat. The woman screamed in pain, and pulled out the fruit knife she carried with her. She tried her best to poke the huge and ferocious turtle with a fruit knife, but the turtle shell was extremely hard, and the fruit knife hit the turtle shell, sending out sparks of metal collision. Mimi! The young man shouted anxiously. The turtle kept hitting the woman's waist with its head, and an invisible wall rose up around the 1-meter-long grid. No matter how the turtle pushed, the young woman could not leave the grid. She was pushed so hard that she vomited blood, and a piece of thigh meat was torn off. No, no. Woo-woo. Don't kill me. The young woman chopped with a knife in panic, but it didn't hurt the turtle. Among the other 7 people, the young man was so anxious that his eyes were red, staring at his girlfriend, but he was powerless. The other 5 people looked at him in panic, and the middle-aged woman whispered, "The 27th grid is a level 4 penalty grid, you can't go there, you can't go there." Tang Mo shouted loudly, "Don't chop its shell, chop its head." The woman heard someone giving orders, and responded in a panic, "I chop its head, chop its head." She took the knife, and tried to chop the turtle's head. But the turtle was very fast, and before her knife fell, the turtle's head had already retracted into its shell. The woman tried several times in despair, but she couldn't chop the turtle's head. "I can't chop it, I can't chop it," she cried in despair. Tang Mo frowned, and suddenly he saw the turtle came out of its shell again, bit the woman's left arm, tore off a piece of meat, and then retracted its head. He shouted, "When it bites you next time, take the opportunity when it bites you and tears the meat, chop off its head." The woman agreed, but she couldn't do it. The turtle tore off 2 pieces of her flesh, before she finally found an opportunity to chop off its head. The turtle shell is very hard, but the turtle's head is very soft. After the head was chopped off, the turtle's limb shook twice, fell to the ground with a thud, and gradually disappeared into the air. The young woman's body had been bitten into a mess, and the ground was covered with blood. The strange thing was that people couldn't run out of the grid, but the glaring blood flowed out of the 27th grid, and the people standing in the back grids avoided the blood. The young woman sat panting in a pool of blood. The places where the turtle had bitten her were horrible blood pits, which made her look ugly and scary. The young man hesitated for a moment and said, "Mimi, you should have a good rest." The woman nodded. Fortunately, after the Earth went online, everyone's physical fitness has been greatly improved. Even the physical level of the reserve team is far higher than the world champion before the Earth went online. This woman had so many wounds on her body, but she didn't need to be treated. The bleeding stopped within a minute and began to scar. But she was still seriously injured and collapsed on the ground, unable to move. The old man rolled the dice and moved from the 18th square to the 24th square. After he finished, everyone's eyes fell on Tang Mo. Tang Mo took the dice flying in the air with an expressionless face, lowered his head, and looked at the points on the dice calmly. He stood at the 20th square. Now, there are people in the 21st, 22nd, and 24th squares. The only squares he can go to are 23rd, 25th, and 26th. There is a 50% probability that he will walk to a square where there are people triggering. Who wants to share the joys and sorrows with you? Effect? The players standing 3 squares in front of Tang Mo all held their breath and looked at him. Tang Mo looked at the dice in his hand. His face didn't show much expression, but his hands were tightly clenched. He took a deep breath, exhaled slowly, and threw the dice into the air. Boom, the dice landed, with 5 points on the front. Tang Mo walked to the 25th square, and the white light on the edge of the square turned yellow, which was a blank square. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. However, the next second, the big dice on the ground floated up and flew into the hands of the middle-aged woman. The middle-aged woman standing at the 20th square suddenly turned pale, and she was so trembling that she didn't dare to pick up the dice. She raised her head and looked in front of her, almost looking at the 4 people standing in front of her with despair. The bald man, the man with a beer belly, the old man, and Tang Mo. They stood at the 22nd, 21st, 24th, and 25th squares respectively. There were only 2 squares left for the woman to choose. On the stage, Mario pulled the corner of his mouth and smiled with gloating. He looked at the 8 humans below, as if they were playing an interesting game. Just like humans playing Super Mario in the past 30 years, waiting for the start of one game after another with the same expectation and joyful eyes. At the same time, near the community outside the game, a young man in a windbreaker walked to the flower bed and stopped. The warm light of the setting sun shone from the west, covering the several landscape trees in the flower bed with a layer of light golden gauze. Around the landscape trees, there were several large bags and 2 suitcases piled up in bits and pieces. The young man leaned over the flower bed and checked the bags and boxes one by one. He opened each bag and checked the contents. He also opened the suitcases and carefully identified what was inside. Finally, he carefully observed whether there were traces of blood and friction and fighting on each suitcase and bag. The last one he looked at was Tangmo's bag. There were very few things in it, just a flashlight, a knife, a few packs of instant noodles, compressed biscuits and bottled water. After checking all the luggage, his face was very ugly, and he took out a whistle from his pocket and blew it. 5 minutes later, the young man and woman who had been checking the 6 bodies with him in the community garden came over. As soon as they approached, they saw the suitcases and bags placed around the flower bed. Their faces suddenly darkened, and like the young man, they carefully checked these things. After the inspection, the 3 of them looked at each other. Looking at the situation, they should have entered the second copy. Yes, they have entered the second copy. The ponytail woman said, her eyes swept over the luggage and said, I didn't expect that someone had already entered the second copy. I wonder how many bodies will appear this time. She looked at the luggage with a trace of regret, as if she could see through them their owners, who were destined to die. With this flower bed as the center, the 50-meter radius is designated as the 31st entrance to the second copy. Okay. Mario's Monopoly game. The middle-aged woman rolled the dice in a state of collapse. She dreamed that the goddess of luck would give her a chance, just like she gave Tangmo a chance, so that she could roll a 3 or a 6. The huge dice rolled on the ground, and the woman's eyes turned red, and her whole body was tense. The speed of the big dice spinning became slower and slower, and gradually it stopped. The face was facing up, and the number was 4. The old man standing at the 24th square suddenly frowned, raised his head with a gloomy look, and looked at the middle-aged woman not far away. When the woman saw the number, her last hope was also broken. She raised her head tremblingly, and looked at the old man. The eyes of the 2 people met in the air. Mario's words with malicious laughter sounded at this time. Congratulations, you have triggered the effect of Who Wants to Share a Wheel, and woe with you. My lovely child, you must like this interesting rule very much. Why don't you go over quickly and accept your reward? The middle-aged woman did not move for a long time, and the old man stared at her with a cold face. Mario whistled and did not urge them. He just looked at them in the audience as if he was watching a good show. After watching for a full 5 minutes, he seemed to be tired of it. My child, why don't you go over? Don't you like Uncle Mario's game? You don't want to play this Monopoly game anymore, The middle-aged woman looked up at the giant doll standing in the center of the neon stage. Mario had a bright smile on his face. He was about to speak again, but the middle-aged woman had already climbed up and walked towards the 24th square step by step. The 2 middle-aged men standing at the 22nd and 21st squares made way for her. There was a hint of sympathy in their eyes, but more curiosity and scrutiny. When the middle-aged woman stood at the 24th square, except for her and the old man, the other 6 people, including Tangmo, stared at them intently. Then, they heard ding. The effect of Who Wants to Share a Wheel, and woe with you is triggered, and the 7th level of punishment grid is opened. Uncle Mario is extremely brave, chopping turtles, stepping on mushrooms, killing evil dragons, and rescuing beautiful princesses. Mario's world does not need companions, because he is his companion, who wants to share a wheel, and woe with you. Uncle Mario smiled and said, I like the words of Black Tower praising me the most when the effect is triggered. You see, Black Tower likes me so much, and the children also respect me so much. No one listened to him. In the 24th grid, when the middle-aged woman stepped into it, the edge of the grid changed from warm white light to deep black light. Tangmo watched this scene carefully. When stepping on a blank grid, the grid will emit yellow light. The reward grid and the punishment grid are both red. The trigger effect is black light. The woman and the old man stood face to face, both staring at each other, and neither of them moved first. At this moment, there was a tremor like an earthquake, and everyone swayed left and right. Tang Mo saw a black object in his peripheral vision. He looked up and opened his eyes wide in horror. Boom! A huge black Mario fell from the sky and landed in front of everyone. He wore a black hat, black overalls, black gloves and shoes. All his clothes were exactly the same as Mario on the stage, and he looked exactly the same, except that everything was black, including the dark eyes. During the 4th level penalty grid, the young woman was trapped in the grid and couldn't get out. She was almost killed by the turtle. But in the 7th level of punishment, the old man and the middle-aged woman were no longer restricted. Black Mario found them, stared at them with huge black eyes, and slapped them. The sound of bones breaking was extremely clear in the white world. The two were thrown 10 meters away by this terrifying slap, and other players hurriedly got out of the way. Black Mario jogged, the way he often ran in the game screen, and ran to the old man and the middle-aged woman in a flash. The two were slapped by him and fell to the ground, spitting blood. Mario kindly reminded, "Oh, other children, don't be afraid, you haven't triggered the effect of who wants to share the joys and sorrows with you, you will be fine." When Black Mario ran out of the grid just now, many players were so scared that they wanted to run away, fearing that he would hit them too. On the 150 grid Mario Monopoly game map, Black Mario chased the old man and the woman. He glanced between the two, smiled, and suddenly stretched out his hands to grab the necks of the two. After all, the old man was old, and even if his physical fitness had improved, he was not as good as the middle-aged woman. When the Black Mario's giant hand reached out, the middle-aged woman cried and took out a knife from her arms, closed her eyes, and quickly stabbed the old man. "I'm sorry, I didn't want to do it, I didn't want to. Go to hell." Bang! The loud gunshot ended everything. From Tang Mo's perspective, the Black Mario used his huge body to block the old man and the woman, so that he could not see the current situation of the two. After the gunshot, Black Mario suddenly stopped moving. His hands had already touched the hair of the two people. He chuckled and his body suddenly disappeared. The old man and the middle-aged woman were now slumped beside the red start grid at the starting point. The middle-aged woman held a knife in her right hand and rushed towards the old man frantically. The ferocious and frightened expression on her face had not yet disappeared, but her eyes were full of fear. Tears slowly overflowed, and she spat out large mouthfuls of blood. There was a huge black blood hole on her chest. She fell slowly. Before she died, she kept staring at the old man and asked with trembling lips, "Why? Why?" The old man put the pistol back into his arms and looked at the dying woman on the ground. "I'm sorry, I don't want to do this either, go to hell." The same words, but the result was completely different from what the middle-aged woman thought. Her pupils began to dilate, and her body became stiff. Thick blood gushed out from under her body, staining the ground red. The old man walked back to the 24 square step by step, holding his chest. Just now, Black Mario broke 3 of his ribs with a slap. No matter how strong his physique is, he can't recover in a short time. Everyone stared at the old man vigilantly. For most players, guns are still the most terrifying weapons. Tang Mo didn't know how many regular players and stowaways there were in the Monopoly game now, but in any case, the reserve players must account for the majority. Without any defense, Tang Mo couldn't avoid the bullet. If it was him who was attacked just now, he would definitely be shot. He might not die, but he would definitely not be in a good situation. Tang Mo glanced at the body of the middle-aged woman and turned to the other 6 people. Among them, at least one should be a formal player. 2 hours ago, he was tricked into this game by these 7 people. The old man's acting skills were pretty good, and Tang Mo was not sure whether he really twisted his foot. But in this world, Tang Mo was not in the mood to help an injured old man, and he still would not step forward. What really let him know that this was a trap was the behavior of the young man and woman. They were too radical, and they wanted to run over to help immediately, which was really suspicious. Tang Mo discovered the problem very early and ran in time. His speed was faster than these 7 people. If someone hadn't suddenly used a strange superpower to blow a strong wind, Tang Mo would have run away and not been implicated in the game. So among these 7 people, at least one person has superpowers. Judging from the appearance of the 7 people, the possibility of them being stowaways is not high. The possibility of the reserve having superpowers is even lower, so it is not considered for the time being. Tang Mo carefully looked at the 7 people, and finally stopped at the bald man and the man with a beer belly. The bald man looked at the body of the middle-aged woman in the distance with complicated eyes, and the man with a beer belly pursed his lips and did not express his opinion. They turned their heads to look at the old man together, without too much worry and fear on their faces, but with a little more fear. The superpower should be among these two people. The bald man started to roll the dice. In the next few rounds of the game, no one triggered. Who will share the joys and sorrows with you? Effect? It was also a coincidence that the bald man hit 6 points several times, and suddenly led the others by a large margin, standing at the 59th square. In addition to him, Tang Mo was also lucky and stood at the 53rd square. The number of squares for the young man and woman was very similar, one at the 45th square and the other at the 42nd square. The man with a beer belly stood at the 36th square, and his face was not very good. There were two more people, one stood at the 47th square, and the old man stood at the 39th square. It was the old man's turn to roll the dice, and the young man and woman standing in front of him were very nervous. The young woman's body had almost recovered, although it was still bruised, but she held her fruit knife tightly. As long as the old man threw her square, she would never hesitate, and she would kill the man before he shot. Her boyfriend was no exception, staring at the old man's every move. The dice turned twice in the air. Boom, front one. The young man and woman breathed a sigh of relief, and the old man stepped on the 40th square without changing his expression. Ding! Trigger the free jump grid. You can choose to move forward any number of grids, up to 30 grids, or backward any number of grids. You cannot go back to a grid you have stood on before. Before the old man, the bald man also stepped on a jump grid, which was the 29th grid. Originally, he was behind Tang Mo, and Tang Mo was the first. The bald man used the jump grid to jump to the grid where Tang Mo had stood before, and then he rolled 6 points several times in a row, so he stood in the first place. Now it was the old man's turn to make a choice. The old man's voice was very steady. He thought for a long time, raised his head and said, I choose to retreat and jump to the 29th grid. Ding! Choose to jump to the 29th grid. The 29th grid is a free jump grid. You cannot jump to the jump grid without throwing points. You cannot stack jumps. The old man nodded and said nothing. On the stage, Mario looked at the old man in the distance and smiled thoughtfully. The bald man standing in the front said strangely, This old man is sick. The last one will be left behind. Even if he is far away from us and the effect will not be triggered, he will still be killed by this weird Mario. Tang Mo glanced at him. The old man's plan is not that simple. The first obvious purpose of choosing to retreat instead of moving forward is to avoid the main force. The old man's most powerful weapon should be the gun. He has exposed his trump card. If the effect is triggered again, the pistol will not be able to win by surprise, and it is not certain who will live and who will die. It is safer to stay away from others. Secondly, the old man chose a very good position. The 29th grid has been confirmed to be a free jump grid. Regardless of whether he can jump more grids, this grid is definitely safe. And this grid is exactly 7 grids away from the previous beer belly man. 7 grids is a very subtle grid number. First of all, it ensures that the old man has a low chance of catching up with the beer belly man in a short time, and he can be safe for a long time. In addition, the gap in the number of grids is not so big that he cannot catch up. As long as he throws a few relatively large points, the old man can catch up with the beer belly man and become the second to last. Tang Mo looked at the old man calmly. The old man noticed his gaze and looked at him. The big dice flew slowly in the air. Tang Mo caught it with both hands and retracted his gaze. He threw the dice into the air casually. 1 point. Tang Mo moved forward 1 square and walked to the 54th square. Now there have been 8 rounds without anyone triggering them. Who wants to share the joys and sorrows with you? Effect, and everyone's mood is much more relaxed. Soon, another round of dice rolling began, and everyone moved forward, still peacefully. The bald man stood on the 60th square. When Tang Mo was about to roll the dice, he looked back and smiled. It's not that bad. Exactly 6 points? How could I be so unlucky? The big dice rolled on the ground. Boom, the front side was facing up, 6 points. The bald man's smile froze on his face, and Tang Mo also frowned. The two looked at each other across a full 6 squares. No one moved first. The bald man put his hand into his arms, as if he had taken some weapon, but he didn't take it out and hid it in his clothes. Tang Mo didn't dare to let down his guard. He held his breath and fumbled with a match tattoo on his left wrist with his right hand. Then, he raised his foot and walked towards the 60th grid step by step. The 5 people behind all looked at them. Ding! Trigger who wants to share the joys and sorrows with you effect. The moment Tang Mo walked to the 60th grid, the game prompt sound hadn't finished yet, and the bald man suddenly took out a sharp knife from his arms and stabbed Tang Mo directly. Tang Mo was ready. He quickly dodged sideways, raised his left leg, and chopped down. The wind from his leg broke through the air and chopped the man's elbow. The man cried out in pain, and the knife slipped from his hand. At the moment his left foot landed, Tang Mo used the force to slam his body, and his body nimbly spun half a circle in the air. His right leg swept across, and kicked the bald man far away. This series of movements was as smooth as flowing water, and everyone behind was stunned. The old man stood up straight, and looked at Tang Mo carefully. In fact, Tang Mo did not expect that it would be so easy to defeat this bald man. Tang Mo rarely fought before, and had never learned martial arts. When dealing with the stowaway, who used the poison flower, although Tang Mo had a big match and was stronger than the other party was also missing an arm at the time. He was also suppressed by the other party, and could only rely on his strong physical fitness to find an opportunity to sneak attack and win. He can now make such a smooth attack, completely relying on pure physical strength. It's just that this bald man is really ridiculously weak. At least, he is much weaker than Tang Mo. After being kicked away, the bald man spat out a mouthful of blood. At this time, the game prompt sound of the Black Tower has said the last sentence. Because he is his companion, who wants to share the joys and sorrows with you. Boom! Black Mario fell from the sky, stepping on the ground and shaking violently. Tang Mo's eyes shrank, and he took out the big match without hesitation. The beer belly man in the distance exclaimed, "Superpower!" The bald man was kicked away by Tang Mo, and Black Mario saw Tang Mo at a glance. He looked at the big match in Tang Mo's hand, his eyes shining, and he trotted over and kicked Tang Mo's right leg. Tang Mo reacted very quickly, kicking his legs to avoid the attack, but Mario's right hand hit Tang Mo's head at a terrifying speed. This speed was so fast that it almost exceeded Tang Mo's current dynamic vision. You know, Tang Mo can basically see the trajectory of an ordinary pistol now, and the speed of this hand swinging is faster than a bullet. Tang Mo didn't have time to swing the big match to block his head. He reacted quickly, dodging with his head back, and at the same time retracting the big match to his wrist, and then taking it out in an instant, making the angle of the big match just block his right face. Bang! Mario's fist hit the big match, and the head of the big match rubbed Tang Mo's cheek, breaking a layer of skin the size of a thumbnail. The big match was not broken by this punch, but Tang Mo, who was holding the big match, was knocked away with the match, and his knuckles were cracked. Tang Mo flew away, and Black Mario turned his head and looked at the bald man on the ground. The bald man got up in fear and ran forward quickly. He didn't dare to run towards Tang Mo. Tang Mo's action just now scared him. He found that he couldn't beat this young man at all. If he rushed over, he might be killed by the other party. He could only keep running, but Mario ran much faster than him. Mario punched the bald man, but he didn't have the strength and luck of Tang Mo. He spit out his internal organs. He was just knocked away, and fell not far from Tang Mo. Black Mario saw the two humans gather together again. He smiled and stopped hitting the bald man, and hit Tang Mo again. Tang Mo dodged with difficulty, and used the big matchstick to block Mario's attack from time to time. But although the big matchstick could block the attack, it could not fight back at all, and Tang Mo gradually had more wounds on his body. The strong and frequent attacks left Tang Mo with no time to breathe. At this time, he certainly thought of using his only offensive ability, but Mario would not give him time to put his hands on his hips and shout, "Give me back my grandpa." At this moment, Mario kicked again, and Tang Mo clearly felt that his right arm was broken, and a severe pain came to his heart. This arm could not be restored within 10 minutes. Uncle Mario on the stage smiled gloatingly and kindly reminded, "Poor kid, have you forgotten that as long as there is only one player in the grid, the effect will stop if anyone wants to share the joys and sorrows with you?" Black Mario seemed to echo Mario's words. He laughed and hit Tang Mo's abdomen with a palm. Bang! Tang Mo was knocked out, and spit out a large mouthful of blood and fragments of internal organs. He realized that he was bleeding internally. If he didn't stop and took another hit, his body's recovery speed would not be able to keep up with the speed of life passing. Mario smiled and reminded again, "Dear child, there are 2 players in the grid now." Black Mario slowed down and walked slowly towards Tang Mo. Tang Mo stared at him coldly, as if thinking about something. 3 seconds later, he picked up the big match with his left hand without hesitation, turned around and ran towards the bald man, who had lost consciousness not far away. The big match drew a parabola in the air, and Tang Mo's match head was only half a meter away from the bald man's chest. Suddenly, the footsteps behind him stopped. Tang Mo stopped moving and turned his head to look. The Black Mario's body froze in midair. On the stage, Mario said regretfully, Poor kid, why can't you hold on for a few more seconds? It's such a pity. Tang Mo looked at the bald man on the ground and leaned over to feel his breath. Dead. Tang Mo used a big match as a crutch and limped back to the 60th frame. His body leaned on the big match, and his right arm drooped naturally because it was broken. The blinding blood flowed down his fingers, dripping onto the ground. Behind him, the 5 players held their breath and looked at him in panic, as if they had seen a monster. Tang Mo looked at Mario on the stage expressionlessly, watching him quietly, as if he wanted to remember him in his heart. Then, he suddenly squatted down and drew a neat red circle on the ground with his right hand stained with blood. Mario looked at him curiously and asked, "Dear child, congratulations on surviving. What are you doing?" Tang Mo looked up and said coldly, "Draw a circle and wish you a long life." "Oh, you are such a lovely child." Tang Mo did not answer. The game continued, and Tang Mo stood at the front of the team. He leaned his whole body against the big match, looking very weak, but no one would underestimate him. The 5 people behind him stared at him in horror, praying that they would not enter the same square with this person. Tang Mo closed his eyes, and felt the wound in his body healing bit by bit. Although the healing speed is slow, he will definitely not die. However, Mario's malice did not end there. Tang Mo seemed to be isolated by the others. He rolled the dice by himself, stood on the grid and closed his eyes. He seemed to be resting, and seemed to be thinking about something. Among the 5 people behind, except for the old man who was lucky enough to be at the end of the queue and did not trigger the "Who wants to share the joys and sorrows with you" effect, and did not touch the penalty grid, the other 4 people all touched the penalty grid. The most inconspicuous middle-aged man touched the level 5 penalty grid. When he stepped into the grid, countless flying fish with wings jumped from the ground and flew to him. The middle-aged man wailed in pain. He didn't even have time to resist. The flying fish ate his flesh one bite at a time, and finally there was not even a bone left. Tang Mo walked to the 80th square step by step. Behind him, the young man stood at the 70th square, and the young woman stood at the 64th square. It was the woman's turn to roll the dice. At first, she was still talking to her boyfriend, and when the dice stopped at 6, they both fell silent at the same time. The young woman looked up at the man, and the man also looked at her. Bang. Bang shung? The young man swallowed his saliva. "Don't be afraid, Mimi, come here. Let's join hands and beat the Black Mario together. Even that man can't beat Mario. How can we beat it?" The woman cried out in pain, pointing her finger at Tang Mo. The man gritted his teeth and said, "Even if we can't live together, we can die together. I will die with you, Mimi." "Yes." The young woman was moved to tears. She nodded vigorously, and ran quickly to her boyfriend. Ding, trigger. The game prompt sound of the black tower stopped abruptly. Tang Mo turned around and looked. The woman's fruit knife stabbed the man's chest, and the man also held a kitchen knife in his hand and stabbed the woman's abdomen. Both looked at each other in disbelief, with a lot of blood pouring out of their mouths. "You cheap. Woman, you cheap. Bitch." The woman seemed even crazier. She laughed while crying, "Men are all liars, liars." The sound stopped, and the two fell down together, really fulfilling their promise to die together. At this point, only Tang Mo, the beer-bellied man, and the old man were left on the Monopoly game map. Tang Mo stood at the 80th square, the beer-bellied man stood at the 62nd square, and the old man stood at the 55th square. Next, it was Tang Mo's turn to roll the dice. He looked at the dice in his hand, and without hesitation, he gently threw it out. 3 points on the front. Tang Mo walked forward 3 squares, and reached the 83rd square. Ding! Trigger the free jump square you can choose. Mario was already lying on the ground in boredom, supporting his chin with his right hand, looking at the only 3 players left in the audience. Tang Mo leaned on a big matchstick, raised his head and asked, "Dear Uncle Mario, I have a few questions. I am very curious. Can you answer them for me? It's just a simple question. I think Uncle Mario will not refuse." Mario was interested and stood up directly. "Dear child, what questions do you have?" Kind Uncle Mario never refuses questions from good children. Just ask. Tang Mo said lightly, "Those 64-56 players all died here, right?" Mario smiled and said, "They didn't die here. They wanted to stay here forever and play games with Uncle Mario." Tang Mo nodded. "If there is only one player left at the end, and he reaches the end, is he the last one?" "Of course not. He must be a lonely and pitiful child. He is as lonely as Uncle Mario. How can he be the last one?" Tang Mo's eyes were always focused on Mario. After hearing this answer, he was silent for a long time, and did not ask again. After a long while, he said, Although the Black Tower has announced the rules, I still want to confirm it again. Uncle Mario, are there really king and mortal personalities? So far, the farthest of the 8 players has walked to 80 squares. In these 80 squares, no one has triggered the king and criminal personalities. There are only blank squares, reward squares, punishment squares, and free jump squares. Mario gave a thumbs up and a bright smile on his face. Of course there are. I just said that the lovely Uncle Mario never lies. Is that so? After a pause, Tangemo raised his head, his dark eyes fixed on this funny and cute big doll. Then the last question. Uncle Mario, is there really a pass grid? As soon as he said this, Mario narrowed his huge black eyes and looked at Tangemo. After a long time, he laughed. Uncle Mario never lies. Kid, of course there is a pass grid. Okay, quickly choose which grid you want to jump to. Tangemo, yeah, I know. As he spoke, he took out a white egg from his pocket. Mario looked at the turkey egg and touched his chin. What is this? It looks familiar. Tangemo stretched out his right finger and drew an S on the white turkey egg. The next moment, a sound of rushing water sounded in Tangemo's mind. He frowned, listened to the sound in surprise, and asked tentatively in his mind, Mr. Fu? Thousands of miles away in Beijing, in an empty residential building. Fu Wenduo suddenly stopped washing his hair and turned off the faucet. Tangemo asked again, Mr. Fu? Fu Wenduo, covered in foam, The white light shone down from the ceiling of the bathroom, shining on this tall and strong body. Smooth and beautiful muscle lines, slender and straight thighs, tiny water droplets slide along the graceful abdominal muscle curves into a secret place. Fu Wenduo was silent for a moment. Well, I'm here, what's wrong? Tangemo didn't notice the abnormality on the other side. He whispered, I want to trouble you to help me open the archiver. Chapter 23. Talking to a smart person is the easiest. Tangemo asked Fu Wenduo to help him open the archiver. 3 seconds later, he saw the S symbol he had just drawn on the white turkey egg begin to flash. In his mind, a male voice sounded in a low voice. There is only 1 hour in total. When the time is up, the archive content will automatically disappear. There is only one chance to read the archive. Yes, thank you. Fu Wenduo spoke concisely, and explained the function of the turkey egg more clearly. Only Tangemo could hear his voice. In the eyes of Mario and the other two, they only saw Tangemo suddenly fall silent. Mario's patience ran out, and he said impatiently, Kid, do you hate this game and don't want to play with Uncle Mario? Why don't you choose the number of grids you want to jump to? Tangemo calmly put the turkey egg into his pocket, looked up at the giant doll not far away. From the beginning, I was thinking, 6,456 players participated in this game. There are only 150 grids in total, but no one has passed the level. Isn't this probability a bit abnormal? Mario narrowed his eyes slowly. My dear child, Uncle Mario doesn't understand what you are talking about. Make your choice quickly. Behind Tangemo, the man with a beer belly also looked irritated and shouted, Choose which grid to jump to quickly. Don't waste time, and don't anger this guy. If you want to anger this guy, stay away from us and don't harm us. An old voice sounded at this time. Yes, this probability is incredibly abnormal. Tangemo turned around and looked at the old man standing at the 55th square. Before the game started, the 8 people were still standing at the start square. Tangemo inadvertently asked the meaning of the number. 6,456. On the LED sign hanging above the stage. Since then, Tangemo has had great doubts about this game. 6,456 players, each group of 8 people, a total of 807 groups. These 807 groups participated in a Monopoly game that apparently required luck to win, but they were all wiped out. In Tangemo's guess, any group of players is most likely to face this kind of situation at the end of the game, with only 1 player left to continue playing the game. If 2 players enter the same grid, the who wants to share the joys and sorrows with you effect will occur, causing the 2 to face the 7th level of penalty grid. Tangemo doesn't think that a normal player can defeat the terrible Black Mario. Even if Fu Wenduo comes to play, he may not be his opponent. In this way, as long as the share the joys and sorrows with you effect is triggered, more than 1 player will inevitably die. The situation where the players widen the gap, like Tangemo's group, and there are only 3 people left at the 83rd grid should be a minority. The real majority is that they kill each other to the end, and only the last player is left, and the who wants to share the joys and sorrows with you effect will never be triggered again. Only this player keeps rolling the dice, and walks to the end. It sounds a bit cruel, but this is the ending that this game wants. Originally, Tang Mo was still wondering if it was because of the last player must stay. This will result in no one winning the game, but Mario just denied his guess. When there is only one player left, the player is a poor kid and will not be considered the last one by Mario. Therefore, the winning probability of this game is abnormal. 6,456 players is already a large enough sample size. There are only 150 grids, 30 penalty grids, and the offender personality occupies 5% of the total, no more than 8 grids. In this way, no one among more than 6,000 people can make it to the end, which only shows one problem. Tang Mo looked far away, quietly scanning the 120th to 150th grids not far away. There are 6 consecutive grids in these 30 grids, all of which are criminal personalities. Tang Mo's voice was calm and indifferent, as if he was just talking about something very ordinary, but after he said this, the beer belly man's face changed drastically, and the old man also clenched the gun in his hand. Tang Mo looked at Mario and repeated again, the criminal personality is a causal death grid. Since the Black Tower said so, the player who stepped on the criminal personality will not survive no matter what. 6 consecutive grids of criminal personality have eliminated the player's hope of moving forward. No matter which point is rolled, the criminal personality will definitely be stepped on. Mario's black wooden eyes froze for a moment, and this cute classic game character put his hands on his hips and laughed. Dear child, how could you say that? This game is a reward from Uncle Mario to the children. Uncle Mario wants to share so many treasures with you. He turned his body sideways, and let Tang Mo look at the mountains of gold and silver behind him. Will Uncle Mario not give you a chance to get a reward? Tang Mo smiled. There must be a way to win, but whether you want to give it or not is another matter. The smile on Mario's face disappeared. Kid, you are not cute. The man with a beer belly roared. Don't provoke him. Are you sick? None of us can beat him. If he gets angry and rushes down from above, I don't care about you. You have nothing to do with us. We can kill you if we want to. Tang Mo glanced at the beer belly. If he could come down, would he stay up there for so long? The beer-bellied man was stunned. Mario couldn't say a word, and couldn't refute Tang Mo's words at all. Tang Mo believed that he could definitely win the Black Tower game. Just like the game he once participated in, Who Stole My Book? Finding a book from 23 large bookshelves and hundreds of thousands of books seems to be a fantasy and impossible to find, but there are game strategies to pass the game, and you can succeed. There are 2 points to pay attention to when playing Mario's Monopoly game. First, use the free jump grid flexibly. There are 2 ways to jump to the free jump grid. The first is to jump forward any number of grids, with a maximum of 30 grids. The second is to jump backward any number of grids at will, but you cannot return to the grid you have been to before. This jump method proves 1 point. After grid 120, there can be no more free jump grids, otherwise the player can jump directly to grid 150, which is inconsistent with Mario's bad character. And if there is a jump grid, then there must be many people among the 6,456 people who have reached the last 120 grids. As long as they step on the free jump grid, they can win. Second, remember the content of every grid that you and your teammates have stepped on. After becoming a formal player, Tang Mo's memory has been qualitatively improved. He has been keeping a close eye on it. Starting from the 3rd grid, the 8 of them stepped on 61 grids in the first 83 grids. Among them, there are 16 free jump grids, 13 penalty grids, 8 reward grids, and 24 blank grids. There are 120 free jump grids in total, and 16 of them are in the 61 grids that are stepped on. This indirectly proves that the possibility of free jump grids appearing in the following grids is very low. The last 30 squares may not have any free jump squares. At the same time, the first 83 squares may not have a king square, a prisoner personality. Tang Mo suddenly thought, the king square can be connected with the prisoner personality. After a series of king squares, there are consecutive prisoner personalities. His voice was very soft, and the beer belly man and the old man did not hear it. After hearing it, Mario laughed sinisterly twice, as if he agreed with his words. Gold, silver, and treasures are worthless to humans now. Players play this Monopoly game and never think about getting those gold and diamonds. In addition to being forced to participate in the game, the temptation of this game to them is the 5% king square. If the king and the prisoner are set up consecutively, then the players who have finally made it to the end, with injuries all over their bodies, are almost at the end. When they suddenly step on the king, the joy is absolutely indescribable. Players with better luck may continue to roll small points and step on several kings, and get a lot of rewards. However, After the king ends, what awaits them is the consecutive prisoner. In the absence of free jump grids, as long as there are 6 consecutive prisoner personalities, no one is destined to win the game. Tang Mo put his hands in his pockets, raised his head, and said calmly, "I've thought about the number of squares I want to jump." Mario didn't expect that he hesitated for so long just now, and now, he suddenly said he wanted to jump. Mario asked, "Hey kid, you don't have anything else to say, and you plan to jump now?" Uncle Mario still smiled brightly after being exposed by Tang Mo repeatedly. He adjusted the crooked red octagonal hat on his head, and said, "Uncle Mario likes smart children the most. If you don't want to talk about it, how many surprises has Uncle Mario prepared for you?" "Are the 6 consecutive prisoners a surprise?" Tang Mo glanced at Mario coldly. "I want to jump back." Uncle Mario waved his big hand. "Which grid do you want to jump to?" "The first grid." "Oh, it's the first." The voice stopped abruptly, and the huge Mario's whole body froze in the air. It was as if someone pressed the pause button on an old-fashioned TV set from the last century, and the giant doll froze in the air in a funny way. 2 seconds later, he turned his head with a creaking sound and stared at Tang Mo with his big dark eyes. The man with a beer belly asked curiously, "The first grid? Did you say it wrong?" The old man frowned and said nothing, concentrating on thinking. Mario raised his lips and said with a smile, "Kid, did I hear you right? You want to jump to the first grid?" Tang Mo ignored him. He looked at the sky and said loudly, "I want to jump to the first grid." Ding! Choose to jump to the first grid. Tang Mo turned around, raised his foot, and walked towards the first grid step by step. Mario's voice suddenly rose. "If you go to the first grid, kid, you will be the last one. You have to play this game from the beginning. Even if the 2 players in front of you all fail, and you are the only one left, kid, will you be so lucky next time and never trigger the penalty grid above level 6? Tang Mo said without looking back. "I like to start from the beginning and challenge myself." Mario said angrily, "You are a bad boy who is not cute at all. You will definitely encounter a terrible penalty grid next time." "I think I am cute, that's all." Mario has never seen such a shameless human. "You." A low, short laugh suddenly sounded in his mind, and Tang Mo paused for a moment. "Fu and Duo, did I bother you?" Tang Mo knew that Fu and Duo could hear all their conversations just now. But there was no way Tang Mo couldn't block the other person's ears, so for the sake of archiving, he could only let this person listen in. "No." In distant Beijing, the tall man had already wiped off the foam on his head and body, and casually wrapped a towel around his lower body. Fu and Duo sat on the sofa, and instead of taking a shower, he took a psychology book from the bookshelf and flipped through it casually. When the saver is turned on, both parties must uncontrollably hear the other party's voice. Fu and Duo and Tang Mo have few opportunities to interact, but he knows that Tang Mo is not a stupid person. A game is so dangerous that it requires a saver. It must be a very difficult game. Fu and Duo is not so bad that he takes a bath while others are playing an important game. It's not that taking a bath will show that he doesn't care about the other person. Fu and Duo is not very interested in the game that Tang Mo is playing, but the sound of water when he takes a bath will reach Tang Mo's ears, which may disturb Tang Mo's judgment. Of course, there was also a reason why he didn't want the other party to know that he was taking a shower. But the point was that he had a good character, and would not maliciously disturb others from playing games. Because the saver was opened halfway through, Fu and Duo only heard a few key words while reading a book and listening to Tang Mo's words. Mario, free jump grid, king grid, prisoner personality. It sounds like a very interesting game. The people who play the game are also very interesting. In Mario's Monopoly game, Tang Mo certainly didn't know that opposite the turkey egg, a man was wrapped in a towel all over his body, sitting on the sofa and listening to the sound of him playing games with relish. He walked to the 70th square and met the man with a beer belly. The man with a beer belly moved aside to let Tang Mo pass. When Tang Mo walked to the 69th square, he said, "Hey, are you really going to go over there? Are you just thinking about it for a while? Why did you go back to the first square?" It was rare for this man with a beer belly to care about others. Tang Mo glanced at him and said with some interest, "You have a special power related to the wind, right?" The man with a beer belly was stunned and blurted out, "How did you know?" Tang Mo said calmly, "Wait until we get out, I beat you to death." Beer belly man, eh? After a moment, "You're crazy." Tang Mo had already reached the old man's grid. The old man also stepped aside to make way for Tang Mo. He didn't say anything, but just stared at Tang Mo with cautious eyes, watching him continue to walk to the grid in front. Tang Mo walked forward step by step. In the white game space, the beer belly man, the old man and Mario kept watching him move forward. No one said a word, no one expressed their opinion on whether Tang Mo was crazy or not. Until Tang Mo walked to the third grid, Mario suddenly shouted, "The 100th grid is the king grid. This is the only king grid before 120 grids. You can choose to jump to this grid in the free jump grid of the 83rd grid. It's not too late to turn back now. If you run to the first grid now, even if you are not the last one, you may not be lucky enough to reach the 83rd grid again." Tang Mo stopped, he turned around and looked at the giant Mario. "I feel more relieved when you say that. You vicious bad boy. You are not a human, you are a devil." Tang Mo replied sarcastically, "It's hard to say whether I am a devil or not, but you are definitely not a human. You." Mario was so angry that he jumped up and down on the stage. He jumped up and down on the spot again and again, shaking the whole world left and right, his eyes burning with anger, staring straight at Tang Mo's back. The beer-bellied man and the old man had no doubt that Mario wanted to kill Tang Mo now. But just as Tang Mo said, Mario had only been jumping on that small stage. His violent jumping made the cheap neon lights around the stage fall to the ground with crackling sounds. The stage was almost pierced by him. Mario did not leave the stage, but stared at Tang Mo with angry eyes. Tang Mo had already turned around. He stood in the third grid, looking down at the second and first grids in front of him. His eyes gradually narrowed, and his eyes looked back and forth between the second and first grids for a long time. Finally, he walked past the second grid and stood on the first grid. The moment his feet stepped on the first grid, Tang Mo's tense expression suddenly changed. He slightly raised the corners of his lips and said with a sigh, "It turns out that you are not so crazy that you wasted my chance to save the game." Then, a clear child's voice sounded in the white world, ding, triggering the clearance grid. At 21:49 on November 22, 2017, player Tang Mo successfully cleared the large-scale multiplayer copy game Mario's Monopoly game and received the reward Uncle Mario's treasure. The beer-bellied man stared at Tang Mo in disbelief. The old man also looked at him in astonishment, his eyes full of doubt and confusion. Mario angrily knocked on the stage that had been crushed by his feet, and he roared, "You devil, you are a devil. Those are my treasures. The treasures that Uncle Mario picked up after working hard in the sewer for 36 years. You lazy humans. You want to take Uncle Mario's treasures without doing anything. I will never give it to you if I don't give it to you." However, when Mario said these words, a huge gold mountain appeared behind him in the white game world. In the eyes of everyone, the gold mountain floated up. Uncle Mario jumped up in panic, trying to catch the flying gold mountain, but his clumsy jump only allowed him to pick out a gold coin from the gold mountain with difficulty. The huge gold mountain flew straight towards Tang Mo, flew behind him, and fell down with a crash. Countless gold and diamonds piled up into a small mountain behind Tang Mo, and a few gold coins rolled down from the gold mountain and rolled to Tang Mo's feet. He bent down and picked up the gold coins. "Why the first grid?" the old man asked. Tang Mo's eyes moved away from the gold coins. "Because this game must have a way to pass the level." The old man frowned and whispered, "The first grid, the first grid." He kept talking, trying to find some clues from the first grid. Tang Mo, more than 6,000 people have not been able to pass the level, which proves 2 points. First, there is definitely no free jump grid after 120 grids, and second, there are more than 6 consecutive criminal personalities in the last 120 grids. Given how bad this guy is. Tang Mo glanced at Uncle Mario, who was lying on the stage and crying. He should have set the last 6 grids as criminal personalities, and before that they were consecutive king grids. After finally reaching the end, I got the treasure of the king grid, and there were only 6 grids left to reach the end. However, those players will never reach the end. Because this game is to let players find the only pass grid from beginning to end. At the beginning, I was thinking whether the number of free jump grids was too much. 20% of the free jump grids, a total of 30 grids. 90% of people can step on the free jump grid at least once, but normal people will not choose to jump to the first place. The front is unknown, and players generally choose to jump to a grid that someone has stepped on, or retreat, and leave the main group to avoid triggering who wants to share the joys and sorrows with you. The old man did this before. The first time he stepped on the free jump grid, he chose to jump to the end of the team. The beer belly man was still confused. Why is it the first grid? Tang Mo. In the Monopoly game, if there is no free jump grid, which grid out of 150 grids is the least likely to be rolled by the player? The man with a beer belly thought for a while and reacted. The first grid, yes, It's the first grid. At least he's not hopelessly stupid. Originally, Tangamo planned to beat the culprit who tricked him into the game half to death after he got out, and just break both legs. After all, the other party is a regular player with superpowers, and he will probably be alive and kicking the next day. But just now, the man with a beer belly expressed his concern for Tangamo, and now his brain has finally become a little smarter. Tangamo decided in his heart, just break one leg. Even a man with a beer belly can understand this truth, so can the old man. There are 150 squares in Mario's Monopoly game. Many people would think that the squares that players are least likely to reach are 149 or 150, but in fact, the square that players find most difficult to enter is the first square. There are countless ways to get to the 150th square. There is no free jump square, so there is only one way to get to the first square: roll a point at the beginning. There are 2 ways to get to the second square: roll 2 points at the beginning, roll 1 point first, and then roll 1 point. There are 4 ways to get to the third grid: roll 3 points directly, roll 2 points, roll 1 point, roll 1 point, roll 2 points, and roll 1 point 3 times in a row. Going forward, the ways to get to each grid are geometrically multiplied. If there is only one person, the probability of him reaching 150 grids is extremely low. Even if he reaches 100 grids, he may have encountered an extremely terrible penalty grid before and fell in that grid. But before Tangamo, a total of 6,456 players participated in this game. These 6,000 people must have stepped on every square in the 150 squares, and some may even have stepped on the 149th square. But none of them stepped on the past square. There are only 2 possibilities. The first is that Mario deliberately set the past square after the 6 consecutive prisoner personalities. In this way, the player will die before stepping on the past square, and it is impossible to touch the past square. But this situation does not exist. There are already 6 consecutive prisoner personalities, and the past square is set after the prisoner personality. This game is impossible to win. If Black Tower really wants to kill all the players who enter the dungeon, there is no need to set up such a complicated game. Just kill them directly. Mario alone can kill all the humans who enter the dungeon. So there must be a way to win. Then the second possibility is that from the beginning, all players cannot step on the past grid by luck. Among the 150 grids, only the first grid is the one that players have one and only one chance to step on by luck. But if someone is extremely lucky at the beginning and hits a point to pass the level, then there is no need for this game to exist. The probability of hitting a point on the first roll of the dice is 1 in 6. Even if Mario digs into the sewer for 100 years, he can't afford so many players to hit a point and take his treasure. So the Black Tower should have blocked this option when rolling the dice for the first time. To enter the first grid, you can only go through the free jump grid. Tangamo has always wondered why so many free jump grids are set up. It seems that they are not very useful. After confirming that the first grid is the clearance grid, the purpose of so many free jump grids is obvious. It actually guarantees that every 8 players will have the opportunity to go to the clearance grid. It also implies to the players, only by using the jump grid can you pass the level. Mario lay on the stage, crying louder and louder. Tangamo took out his turkey egg from his pocket. You can close the save file now, Mr. Fu. Sorry to bother you for so long. Fu and Duo had already closed the book and listened attentively to the movement of the turkey egg. He chuckled. It seems that the save function was not used. Tangamo said helplessly, yes, the save function was wasted once. I thought this Mario would be very crazy. 5% of the criminal personality is a very subtle number. 7.5 grids. Not sure whether it is 7 grids or 8 grids. Like the king grid, I think Mario should also put a criminal personality before 120 grids. The most likely possibility is between 100 and 120 grids. He said that 100 grids are king grids, and then there will be a criminal personality within 6 grids. It is very interesting to see the person who gets the king grid step into the criminal personality. Fu and Duo, he is very bad. Tangamo said, if he is more cruel, he can set the 8th or 7th criminal personality in the first grid. In this way, there is only one way to go to the second grid, which is the same as the probability of rolling to the first grid. I prefer the first grid to be the clearance grid, but if the first grid is really the criminal personality, at least you can reload the file and choose the second grid. It's a pity that he is still too gentle. You seem to want the game boss to be more brutal? He's already brutal enough. Tangamo complained expressionlessly, and suddenly he realized, sorry, I've said so much to you and forgot that you don't understand this game. Fuiduo shook his head. Nothing, I can tell it's a very interesting game. Tang Mo looked at the turkey egg in his hand, his face expressionless, but a strange feeling surged in his heart. It was probably similar to the feeling of meeting one's own kind and sympathizing with each other. Perhaps it was because of this feeling that he said so many extra words. After all, if he told these words to other people, Mario would just chop him and not listen at all. The man with a beer belly didn't look like a person with a brain. After hearing this, the old man would only ask, if the first grid is the criminal personality, then you will die, right? Tang Mo would not tell him that he had a saver. Tang Mo looked down at the turkey egg with a deep look. The game had ended safely, and Tang Mo closed the saver. Mario lay on the stage with his butt sticking out, crying. His tears were like rain, piling up in the white world, and soon submerged the soles of the three people's shoes. Tang Mo stepped on the pass box, and the three of them did not return from the white world. The old man came over. Do you really have to accept this gold mountain to pass the level? Tang Mo looked at the huge gold mountain in front of him. I think I may not be able to take all this gold away. What is this? The old man asked. Tang Mo looked around. In the middle of the gold mountain, there was a small red gem embedded in the depths of the gold coin, shining brightly. Tang Mo reached out and took the ruby out of the gold mountain. In an instant, all the gold disappeared, and Mario on the stage cried even louder, my baby, woo 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 woo. So this is the real reward for clearing the level. Mario's treasure? After taking the ruby, the bodies of Tang Mo and the other two gradually faded, and were about to disappear in the white world. Mario was so angry when he saw this that he stopped crying and got up and roared, you devil called Tang Mo, I will remember you, I will definitely, ouch. Mario's face was wrapped in a layer of faint black air. He just took a step forward and suddenly stepped on the pool of his tears and fell backwards. With a loud bang, his head fell to the ground and hit the edge of the stage. Coincidentally, the gold coin he had just dug out from the gold mountain fell on the stage at some point and was caught in a small gap. Because Mario jumped around randomly, the stage collapsed and many cracks appeared. Because he was stingy and wanted to grab another gold coin, this gold coin was stuck in the gap. Because Mario was so angry that he wanted to scold Tang Mo, he slipped on his tears and hit his head on the gold coin. Suddenly, his head was broken and blood was flowing. Tang Mo, Old man, Beer belly man, Mario had been jumping around just now without any problems. But suddenly he fell down stupidly, which made the three people stunned. Tang Mo suddenly didn't want the ruby anymore, he wanted the gold coins. It can even break Mario's head. This is not a gold coin, it's a killer weapon. If Tang Mo really moved the gold mountain back, he wouldn't have to fight in the future. If someone wanted to make trouble, he would move the gold mountain and throw gold coins at the other person. Maybe a hole would be made with each hit. However, the disappeared Jin Shan could not come back. Tang Mo looked down at the ruby in his hand. I hope you won't let people down. In another blink of an eye, the three returned to the flower bed. It was still evening when they entered the dungeon, and the sun was setting. Now when they came out, the moon was already high in the sky. In the dark night, the evening wind whistled past, rustling the trees on the roadside. After the three people appeared, corpses were thrown out of thin air one by one. It seemed that someone was holding the corpses of these people in his hands, and violently throwing them out from the flower bed. This person was very strong, and it seemed that he threw them casually, and threw them across the road. The first body thrown out was that of a middle-aged woman, followed by the bald man, and the young man and woman. Only the body of the middle-aged man, with the lowest presence, was not thrown out. Tang Mo remembered that in Mario's world, that man was eaten by countless flying fish until there was nothing left of his bones. This was probably why there were no bodies. Although everyone had entered the same game, the 8 people did not know each other. Tang Mo and the other 2 went across the street and confirmed that the 4 bodies thrown out were indeed the players who entered the dungeon with them. They took off the coat of the corpse and covered their faces with it. This was the end of their fate. The man with a beer belly sighed, "Fortunately, I made it to the end and was not killed by that disgusting Mario." The old man, "Thanks to this young man. Sorry, I was forced to pull you in before, and I got you into trouble. What are you going to do?" The old man looked at Tang Mo in astonishment. Tang Mo held a big match in his right hand, and looked at the old man and the man with a beer belly calmly. Both of them had experienced the power of the big match in the dungeon. The old man took a cautious step back, and the man with a beer belly also said, What do you want to do? Do you want to kill us?" Tang Mo looked indifferent. "I just said in the dungeon that I will beat you to death after I get out." The man with a beer belly changed his face. Aren't you kidding? I never joke. Tang Mo twisted his wrist. I won't beat the old man for now. He might die if I hit him with this match. As for you, I'm sorry, your ability has left a deep impression on me. After the words fell, the big match was waving in the air, making a rustling sound, and smashed towards the beer-bellied man without hesitation. Tang Mo never intended to joke. How dangerous is Mario's Monopoly game? The 6,461 people who died in it, including the 5 people this time, are all bloody examples. He was forcibly dragged into the game, and although nothing happened in the end, and he came out safely, until now he still has 2 ribs that have not healed, and his lungs seem to have been bleeding from the beating of Black Mario. Tang Mo's decisive and fast action left the beer-bellied man powerless to fight back. His reaction speed, strength speed, were much stronger than the beer-bellied man. The huge match hit the man's right leg, and the man's right leg bent inwards to a visible degree and was directly broken. The man howled in pain. Don't think you're great just because you won a game. We can win without you. I'm going to kill you now. As he spoke, the man opened his mouth wide, his chest bulged, and his eyes were as big as copper bells. The next moment, he exhaled suddenly forward. The strong hurricane blew the trees on the roadside backwards, and Tang Mo grabbed an old tree on the roadside to stabilize his body. The old man was not so lucky, and was blown to the edge of the flower bed. The hurricane in the man's mouth blew for 3 minutes and finally stopped. However, Tang Mo just turned pale and was not injured. Instead, the old man was a little hurt. The beer-belly man looked at Tang Mo in horror. He even used his supernatural power. If Tang Mo wanted to kill him again, he would definitely not be able to escape. Yes. I'm sorry. Please spare me. Now everyone is fine, please forgive me. Tang Mo walked in front of him and looked at him calmly. You are the third one. Not everyone is fine. 3 of them died because you dragged them in. The beer-belly man's voice suddenly stopped, as if he remembered something. Tang Mo took back the big match. He leaned down and directly took off the beer-belly man's coat. The man looked at him in horror, not understanding what he wanted to do. Tang Mo looked at him coldly. This is mine, I took it away. The man nodded. Tang Mo took the tattered coat and turned away resolutely. He planned to find a remote place to open the superpower book and see what the man's superpower was. Teaching the other party a lesson was not only to make him remember, but also to get the other party's superpower. Tang Mo had too few offensive superpowers. Although the man's superpower seemed to be of little use, they were also somewhat offensive. As long as they were used properly, they could create unexpected effects. Just as Tang Mo was about to leave with his coat, footsteps sounded from a distance. Tang Mo immediately turned his head to look at the end of the road, only to see a tall and thin man looking at them in astonishment. Soon he saw 4 bodies lying next to the 3. The young couple was obviously dead, and the knives of both of them were stabbed in each other's chests. It was obvious that they had killed each other. Tang Mo remained alert and carefully looked at this strange stranger. The man approached and looked at the 4 bodies for a long time, then turned his head and looked at them with a strange expression, as if he was trying to determine whether they were human or ghosts, and then said, "It's like this, I want to confirm, are you humans who walked out alive from the second copy?" Chapter 24. The young man's expression was very sincere. He did not approach, but stood 2 meters away, keeping a safe distance from Tang Mo and the other 2. As if he was afraid that Tang Mo and the others would misunderstand, he quickly explained, "What I mean is that these 4 bodies seem to have died from cannibalism. Their bodies match the characteristics of the second copy. There is an entrance to the second copy nearby, and you just happen to appear here, so I want to ask if you are the players who just came out of that copy." He was a little worried whether these 3 people were human or Black Tower creatures. The beer-bellied man was beaten by Tang Mo and lost his temper. He collapsed on the ground without saying a word. The old man nodded and said, "Yes, we did just come out of a copy, but I don't know what you mean by copy number 2. The man asked tentatively, "So these 4 people died in that copy, and then you came out?" He pointed to the 4 bodies on the ground. The old man, "Well, only the 3 of us came out." The young man's eyes slowly widened, and soon, he took out a silver whistle from his pocket and blew it hard. In less than a minute, a man and a woman came from a distance. When they saw the 4 bodies on the ground, their reactions were exactly the same as their companions, and then they saw Tang Mo and the other 2 beside the bodies. The young woman was surprised and said, "They can't be." "Yes, they just came out of the second copy. They cleared the second copy." The 3 of them turned their heads and looked at the man with a beer belly, the old man and Tang Mo. The whistling young man took a step forward. Seeing this, Tangmo calmly pressed his right hand on the match tattoo on his wrist. The man said, "My name is Niefei, and these are my companions, Tang Qiao and Yi Yuanzi." The three of us heard that several bodies suddenly appeared in the neighborhood nearby, so we came here to see if there is an entrance to the number 2 copy. What is the number 2 copy? The beer-bellied man couldn't help asking. Niefei patiently explained, "This is the code name we gave to the copy you played before. The three of us belong to the same supernatural organization. There are not many people in the organization. We are an elite organization with a total of 17 people. We only recruit supernatural people with a certain level. After the Black Tower game officially started, we found 7 copies. Among them, the copy you experienced is number 2. The young woman nodded and continued, "Yes. For days after the game officially started, perhaps you didn't realize that the Black Tower not only has tower attack games, but also copy games, like copy number 2. The triggering method of this dungeon game is very strange, and any behavior may trigger the dungeon. For example, the 7th entrance of the 2nd dungeon is in an inconspicuous small shop on the roadside. As long as you take anything in that shop, the dungeon will be triggered." Tangmo began to think. He did not doubt the origins of these 3 people, nor did he doubt whether they were lying. They did not need to lie, nor did they need to make up a non-existent organization. The 2 parties just met by chance, and now Tangmo and the other 2 have hardly revealed any information, but the other party has said a lot of things that Tangmo has never heard of. In today's world, information is far more precious than gold. Assuming that the 2nd copy is Mario's Monopoly game, it is not surprising that its entrance is in a small store. After all, Tangmo and his friends just entered the copy because they touched a flower bed on the side of the road. Tangmo stood behind the old man and the beer-bellied man, 5 meters away from the 3 people. The old man asked, "So what is your purpose in telling us these things now?" The 3 people looked at each other and said, "We would like you to go to our base and explain the situation in the 2nd copy in detail. The biggest feature of the entrance to the number 2 instance is that there must be corpses around it. The number of corpses is generally between 5 and 7, and there are obvious signs of cannibalism. After discovering the number 2 instance, we found a total of 391 corpses, with no survivors. You are the only player who won the number 2 instance." The old man frowned. "Tell you, what benefits can we get?" What the old man wanted to ask was what Tangmo wanted to ask. Tangmo had no interest in things like supernatural organizations. He didn't want to join an organization casually. In this world, joining a small team with tacit cooperation can greatly increase the survival rate, but a supernatural organization of 17 people has too many people, and is easy to become a target of public criticism, which is very dangerous. Niefei, you can pass the 2nd copy, so you must have something extraordinary. If nothing unexpected happens, we will invite you to join the organization. So this is the benefit. Tangmo casually threw the beer-belly man's coat into the trash can on the side of the road and turned away. Niefei looked at Tangmo strangely, but did not stop him. Tangmo and the other 2 knew the situation in the 2nd copy. As long as someone was willing to go to the base, they could find out the truth. It didn't matter if 1 or 2 people left. The old man said, "I am not a superpower, and I will not join your organization." This condition was not attractive. Niefei thought for a while. In this way, it doesn't matter if you don't join the organization, because our organization also has a certain threshold, and not just any superpower can join. We can exchange information. You tell us the inside information of the 2nd copy, and we will provide you with information of the same value. Tangmo paused, he turned around, walked back slowly, and stood beside the man with a beer belly. The man with a beer belly said in horror, "Didn't you leave? Why are you back again?" Tangmo glanced at him and said lightly, "Can't we take a walk?" Okay. The man with a beer belly was so angry that he dared not say anything. Niefei and the other 2 understood instantly and looked at Tangmo. This person is probably the backbone of the 3 players who have passed the game. The base of the superpower organization is in Pudong. After walking for about half an hour, they saw the shopping mall. The right leg of the beer belly was broken by Tangmo. He walked at the end of the team and limped along. On the way to the base, the old man thought that the 3 people would introduce the situation of the superpower organization, but they didn't reveal a word and just took them to the base. This mall is located between several residential areas, and is connected by 5 continuous mall buildings, covering a very large area. There are only residential buildings around it, except for this mall. Many people gathered around the mall, constantly entering and leaving the mall. When they saw strangers coming, They cast their eyes to look at them, but when they saw Nye and the other two, they quickly looked away. There are supermarkets, clothing stores, and various home furnishing stores in this large mall. After the Earth went online, human commodity manufacturing stopped directly. If you want to survive in a short period of time, you must find a suitable place to live. Home is no longer a place to live. Shopping malls and supermarkets are the most suitable places to survive. In such places, there are the most players. Nye's superpower organization base is in the 5th building at the innermost part of the shopping mall. There are fewer and fewer players along the way. They passed a large supermarket. A tall and strong foreign man came over and asked in broken Chinese, "Nye, who are they? How did you bring them to the base?" Nye said, "Jax, they are the winners of the second copy." The expression on the foreign man's face suddenly became very interesting. He opened his eyes wide and scanned Tangemo and the other two from head to toe. When he looked at Tangemo, Tangemo was also looking at him. This foreign strongman was about 2 meters tall, with a tough tendon. His strong arms alone were as thick as the waist of an ordinary woman. Some superpowers have their powers hidden very deeply, and are not easy to detect. For example, before Tangemo took out the big match, no one knew that he had superpowers, nor did they think he was dangerous. Some superpowers are dangerous, like this strong man. Tangemo had no doubt that the other party could lift him up with one hand and throw him dozens of meters away. The foreign strongman named Jax was more talkative than Nye and the other two. He led everyone to push open a door and go down the stairs to the underground garage of the mall. He said, "Nye, you must tell me how they got through the second copy. I couldn't even get through the S3 copy, but there are humans who can get through the second copy." Nye said, "I tell you after I meet Dr. Luo." "Okay, don't forget to tell me. Maybe I can get inspiration from it, and see how to beat the big earthworm at the end of the S3 copy." The strongman only sent them to the basement of the garage, and went back to guard the door. Tang Xiao and Yuanza left first, and Nye took Tangemo and the other two to the second basement. He pushed open a lighted room and walked in first. "Dr. Luo, I brought the 3 players who cleared the second copy here. Maybe you can get some information about the Black Tower from them." Under the bright light, a young man in a white research suit took off his glasses and smiled at Tangemo. Tangemo was surprised for a moment and nodded at him. "Luo Fengcheng." Nye was surprised. "Dr. Luo, do you know him?" Luo Fengcheng stood up from his chair and walked to Tangemo. He turned to look at his companion. "It seems that you have never asked his name." "Nye, this is Tangemo, the official player who survived on the first floor of the Black Tower with me on the 19th. Nye finally understood. "So you are Tangemo." Tangemo didn't say anything. Luo Fengcheng extended his hand enthusiastically, and Tangemo also extended his hand back to shake. Looking at the bright smile on Luo Fengcheng's face, which seemed like a reunion of old friends, Tangemo raised his eyebrows and waited for his next words. "If I'm not mistaken, you should have cleared the second copy." Luo Fengcheng let go of Tangemo's hand and made a conclusion. "If it was you, it would indeed be possible to clear that difficult copy." "Okay, Nye, take the 2 guests out first. This friend's leg seems to have been injured in the dungeon. Go to the pharmacy on the 2nd floor and get some things to treat his wound." Nye nodded. The man with a beer belly looked back and forth at Tangemo and Luo Fengcheng with a strange expression. Finally, he gritted his teeth and dragged the leg that was broken by Tangemo and left the room with Nye. At this time, only Tangemo and Luo Fengcheng were left in the room. "You don't need to look at me like that." Luo Fengcheng pulled out a chair and sat down, motioning Tangemo to sit anywhere. "Although we are not friends, we are teammates who once lived and died together." After a pause, Luo Fengcheng added, "I won't cheat you, don't worry." Tangemo pulled out a chair and sat down. He put his backpack on the ground and looked up at Luo Fengcheng. "I thought only people with special abilities could join this organization. Are they also researchers from the country?" Luo Fengcheng, "You mean Nye, Tang Xiao and others?" "No. After the game officially started, I was the only Black Tower researcher left in Shanghai, and those leaders almost all disappeared. Nye was a senior student before he went online on Earth, and Tang Xiao studied dance. You don't have to be a superpower. As long as you are strong and recognized by all members, you can join the organization. By the way, do you know how to log into the Black Tower?" Tangemo didn't intend to hide it. Official players need to participate in the Black Tower game and win within those 3 days, and stowaways need to kill at least 1 person within those 3 days. As for the reserve, You need to win some other games. He roughly said some very vague information. Almost. Luo Fengcheng poured Tang Yamo a glass of water. We will use those 3 days to become the 3 days of candidates. During the 3 days of the candidate, the reserve needs to eliminate a player, including but not limited to the game method. The first method is that as long as the other party admits to being eliminated, it is successful. Tang Mo's breathing tightened, and he realized what Luo Fengcheng was going to say to him next. Luo Fengcheng smiled and said, the second method is that the difficulty of the game participated by the reserve is recognized by the Black Tower, or there is a special behavior in the game process that is approved by the Black Tower, and then they can become a reserve. There are a total of 52 official players, and 823 reserves in this mall. It is very easy for me to get such information and intelligence. Tang Yamo said calmly, if I join you, I can also get this information, right? Luo Fengcheng nodded, yes. The two did not speak again, looking at each other. After a long time, Tang Yamo said, information exchange. You tell me what a copy is. Copy number 2, S3 copy. I will tell you what is in copy number 2. Deal? Luo Fengcheng had already told Tang Yamo some information about the reserve. Although Tang Yamo already knew some of the information, the other party had already shown his sincerity, so Tang Yamo was not stingy. The name of the second copy is Mario's Monopoly game, and the game boss is a Mario, who is stronger than the giant mole we saw in the underground cave. Luo Fengcheng listened attentively. This Monopoly game has a total of 150 grids, including 30 bonus grids. Tang Yamo simply said Mario's Monopoly game. After describing it once, he said that after 5 rounds of dice rolling, this game will trigger the who wants to share the joys and sorrows with you effect. Luo Fengcheng frowned. So those people died because of this. It must be admitted that most of the players who died in the Mario Monopoly game died at the hands of their own people. Not to mention whether they have the chance to reach the end and lose in 6 consecutive prisoner grids. According to the normal probability of rolling the dice, at least 6 out of every 8 players will not reach 100 grids before the share the joys and sorrows effect is triggered. Effect, at least one of them will die. After Tang Yamo explained how he won, Luo Fengcheng nodded gently and said casually, you are really lucky. The first box is also likely to be a personality offender. Tang Yamo bet right. Isn't this good luck? Tang Yamo said lightly, luck is also a kind of strength. Luo Fengcheng glanced at him. Tang Yamo, I'm done, it's your turn next. Luo Fengcheng, our superpower organization is called Attack, which means attack. I joined this organization by chance after leaving the first floor of the Black Tower on the 19th. Earth went online on the 15th, and 11 members of Attack entered the Black Tower game on the 15th and became official players. At that time, they didn't know they were official players, but they wanted to tell others about their experience in the game, but found that they couldn't tell the game events at all. So some of them chose to post a hidden message in a large forum in Shanghai to find companions. After 3 days, they found 11 companions, and finally the game officially started, and the Attack organization was established. Tang Yamo read it again, Attack. Attack the tower? Luo Fengcheng nodded. After the game officially started on the 18th, Attack found the first copy, numbered S1. So far, we have found a total of 6 S copies and 3 other copies. The Mario Monopoly game you experienced is in another copy, number 2. What is the difference between S copies and other copies? S stands for safe. The 6 S copies are safe for regular players. Even if you can't pass them, there are ways to leave the copies safely. Luo Fengcheng opened a drawer, took out a folder from it, and handed it to Tang Yamo. The 3 other copies, namely copies number 1, number 2, and number 3, are ranked in order of difficulty. No one has yet been found to pass them. Oh yes, copy number 2 has been closed. The copy will be closed automatically after you complete it. You have completed copy number 2. Tang Yamo took the folder. The first page of the folder, copy type, other. Number, 1. Number of deaths found, 623. Number of entrances found, 42. Copy characteristics. Death, by a beast gnawing at the chest, heart disappears, 6 to 10 corpses appear around the entrance. Conclusion. The number of people who can attack copy number 1 is about 10, there is no obvious intelligence, it is extremely dangerous, and it is not allowed to enter. Then comes the second page, copy type, other. Number 2. Number of deaths found, 391. Number of entrances found, 30. Copy characteristics. It shows obvious player self. Fratricide, 5 to 7 bodies around the entrance. Conclusion. The number of players in the second copy is less than 10, It is very likely to be a team confrontation game. Highly dangerous. Do not enter. Page 3. Copy type. Other. Number 3. Number of deaths found. 156. Number of entrances found. 19. Copy characteristics. Death by suffocation. 3 to 5 bodies around the entrance. Conclusion. The third copy is very likely to be an extreme condition survival copy. Dangerous. Do not enter after the 3 sheets of paper. There is also a detailed map of Pudong district, marked with a black fountain pen. Tang Mo took a quick look, quickly memorized the entrance locations of copy number 1 and copy number 3, and returned the folder. Tang Mo, you just said that copy number 2 was closed after you cleared it. It's already closed, and the information I gave you is not worth your information. Luo Fengcheng put away the folder. Since you can pass copy number 2, copies number 1 and number 3 are not a big threat to you. Tang Mo saw the information and known entrance locations of all dangerous copies at once. Such information is too precious. Tang Mo looked at him steadily for a long time, and then said, "Does your organization want to conquer the Black Tower? The strongest defense is offense." Luo Fengcheng smiled slightly. Originally, the name of this organization was Exist, and we just want to survive. 3 days ago, Fu Wenduo opened the Black Tower, and all Chinese players were dragged into the tower attack game. 2 of the original 11 members of East died in the dungeon. Only if you are strong enough, you are more likely to survive. Attack is the best defense. Tang Mo did not deny this view. The second copy will be closed after the clearance. Obviously, everyone in this organization knows this situation. But the 3 people headed by Nie Fei still want to get the relevant information of the second copy from Tang Mo, and even exchange their own intelligence. They do this for 2 purposes. First, to understand the skills of the copy, maybe get inspiration to conquer other copies, and second, to use the difficulty and content of the second copy to speculate the difficulty and mode of the first and third copies, and even have a certain judgment when facing more dangerous copies in the future. Tang Mo got the ruby from Mario, and the supernatural power of the beer-bellied man. His strength increased again. There will definitely be rewards in other dungeons. If you want to improve your strength, brushing dungeons is the fastest way. Understanding the second dungeon is to conquer more dungeons. This attack organization is a very radical organization. Although you can get more intelligence in the organization, you will also face more dangers. They will not avoid risks, and will look for ways to improve their strength in more dangerous dungeons and games. Tang Mo was silent for a moment. I will consider whether to join. Luo Fengcheng, okay. Tang Mo left the room, and found an empty store on the top floor of the mall. He locked the door, spread a few clothes on the ground, and prepared to rest. He lay behind the cash register of the store, and the large wooden cabinet blocked his body. Tang Mo listened carefully to the movements around him, and saw the camera in the corner. He took out a $1 coin from the cash register, moved his wrist, and the coin flew out with a whoosh, breaking the line of the camera. Even though the camera may not be usable now, we must not be careless. Tang Mo turned over, reached into his backpack, and took out the supernatural book with the backpack blocking it. No matter from which angle, the book looked like it was originally in the backpack, not taken out of thin air. After taking out the book, Tang Mo turned to the last page. Supernatural power, swallowing thousands of miles like a tiger. Owner, Lu Feihao, official player. Type, atomic type. Function, spray out a violent storm from the mouth, lasting for 3 minutes, with a maximum wind speed of level 10. Level 2. Restrictions, you can only choose to exhale or spray a storm at the same time, with a cooling time of 10 minutes. Note, swallowing thousands of miles, like a tiger, Lu Feihao, meow. Tang Mo version instructions, can only spray violent storms, lasting 1 minute, with a maximum wind speed of level 8, and can only be used twice a day. Whether the superpower is eye-catching or not depends on the owner. Do you think Tang Mo looks like a Hello Kitty? Tang Mo gave the superpower book a cold Hello Kitty face. Lying on the cold ground, Tang Mo opened the superpower book to the first page and read it from the beginning. In addition to eat everything without paying, Tang Mo now has a total of 6 superpowers. The first is the storage ability. Tang Mo has used it to store big matches, which is equivalent to failure. The second is Li Bin's curse ability, which is the ability Tang Mo uses most now. Although it may not play a key role every time, it is still okay to discuss the opponent. The third ability to identify the identity of the player is almost never used by Tang Mo, and then there is the ability of the little girl Chen Shan Shan. This ability is subtle. Tang Mo has never felt the exact performance, but it is reflected at all times. The only two offensive abilities are the fire-breathing man's give me back my grandpa, and the beer-bellied man swallowing the world like a tiger. Tang Mo tapped the 2 pages of abilities lightly with his eyes deep, as if thinking about something. Putting the book back into his backpack, Tang Mo took out the ruby from his pocket. In the dark night, the mall was silent. The faint moonlight shone through the huge glass curtain wall on the top floor of the mall, reflecting into the small shop in the corner, leaving only an extremely dim light. In the dim environment, the ruby has a deep color, like a rich red wine. Tang Mo pinched the ruby with his fingers and moved it gently. When the gemstone shook, the red luster inside swayed with the amplitude of the shaking, as if the gemstone contained some strange blood-red liquid. Tang Mo learned the method of observing the turkey egg for the first time, and tapped the ruby with his fingers 3 times. There was no reaction. Tang Mo clenched the ruby in his palm with one hand, and held it tightly. Still no reaction. He held the ruby in front of his eyes, and observed it carefully. Just as he raised the ruby to touch his hair, suddenly, a dark red light flashed, and a big smelly hat fell from the sky and hit Tang Mo's face directly. Tang Mo was almost fainted by the smell of sweat, and took away the hat covering his face. Before he had time to wonder where the hat came from, he found that the ruby in his hand was gone. Then he looked again, and then again. This red octagonal hat is everyone's most familiar childhood memory. Above the big brim is a white M in English. Almost everyone has played this interesting game, controlling the little game character wearing this hat to lift up blocks and turn his head, kick monsters away, defeat the dragon, and rescue the princess. Tang Mo had seen the owner of this hat 2 hours ago. When they last met, the owner of the hat was still lying on the stage crying. Before leaving, he was moved by Tang Mo's blessing of longevity, and fell on the stage with a bloody head in excitement. At this moment, another red light flashed, and the red hat turned into a ruby again, with lines of tiny words appearing on the gem. Props, Mario's hat. Owner, Tang Mo. Quality, excellent. Level 3. Attack power, none. Function, wearing this magical hat, there is a certain chance of using your head to push out magical treasures. Restrictions, you must use your head to push to trigger the treasure, with a maximum triggering probability of 10%. After wearing the red hat, you will grow a Mario-exclusive mustache, which is very masculine. Note, the person wearing the red hat may not be a beautiful girl, but may also be Mario. The very masculine Mario mustache. Tang Mo's eyelids twitched twice, and he read these lines of words carefully 3 times. He tried to lift the ruby to his head, and in an instant, the dazzling gem turned into a stinky hat. When he put the hat down, the dirty and smelly hat turned into a sparkling gem again. Even TV scams don't dare to cheat like this. If it was this stinky hat hidden in the gold mountain, Tang Mo would never reach out to take it immediately. He hesitated for at least 3 seconds. For the first time, Tang Mo felt a little regretful. Shouldn't he have taken the gem? A gold coin can be used as a weapon, which is better than this stinky hat. Tang Mo cursed the stinky hat and Mario 100 times in his heart, but in the end, he still treasured the ruby, and put it into the inner pocket of his shirt and zipped it up. After closing his eyes and resting for an hour, Tang Mo got up and packed his things in the thick night, carrying a big bag, and quietly left the mall. It was quiet all around, and Tang Mo's footsteps were very light, almost making no sound when he stepped on the ground. But the next moment he left the mall, a black shadow turned around and ran into the underground garage, and knocked on the door of Luofeng City. Dr. Luo, he's gone. Should we chase him? Luo Fengcheng was holding a pen and lying on the ground studying something. A closer look revealed a 2-meter-long and wide white paper on the ground. In the center of the paper was a small stage. From the stage outward, there were 150 square grids connected end to end. Luo Fengcheng was holding a dice in his left hand and a pen in his right hand, drawing something. When he heard the man's words, he stopped writing. Attack is not a gangster. The man nodded and turned away. Luo Fengcheng stood up and walked to the table, opened the drawer, and took out the folder inside. He opened to the second page, and saw that behind the known number of deaths, someone quietly drew a slash on 391 with a pen, and wrote 6461 on the side. When you wrote this, you didn't plan to stay. Tang Mo quickly passed through the night, and left Pudong. Leaving the mall late at night was to try not to alert the attack organization. After Tang Mo made sure that he had left Pudong, he found a roadside store to hide, and waited until dawn before going out. He walked very fast this time, and arrived at the gate of Shirbei Middle School in just 2 hours. He entered the gymnasium with familiarity, and there was no one in the empty gymnasium. Tang Mo found a piece of bread that had been left in the equipment room. The bread fell next to a puddle of water, and a thick layer of mold grew on it. It seemed that after he left, the group of children left the next day. Tang Mo didn't feel too reluctant, and he left the gymnasium with his bag on his back. When he reached the door, Tang Mo suddenly stopped and looked down at a match that fell on the ground in the corner. He focused his eyes, moved his sight away from the match, and looked up at the white wall in front of him. After observing carefully for a while, Tang Mo walked forward and used his palm to wipe away the layer of white ash on the wall. "Brother Tang Mo, we are leaving first. We must survive when we play games together in the future. Chen Shan and Zhao Xiang." The last 5 words were carved crookedly, and compared with the previous words, they were so ugly that they were unbearable to be seen. At first glance, it was obvious that the fat boy shamelessly insisted on carving them. Tang Mo smiled, and he tried hard again to erase the words on the wall. Then he turned around, picked up his bag and left the school. When he reached the school gate, a loud child's voice rang out throughout Shanghai. "Ding! The stowaway from European Zone 3, Vincent Lister, successfully cleared the first floor of the Black Tower." Tang Mo paused slightly, and continued to move forward. "Has anyone in Europe cleared the first floor of the Black Tower? When did the European Tower attack game start?" According to the time, Fu and Duo took about 3 hours to clear the first floor of the Black Tower, while Mary van der Sar from the United States took 5 hours. European Tower attackers should be weaker than players from China and the United States, so he must have taken more than 5 hours. If calculated by arithmetic progression, the tower attacker took 7 hours. Then Tang Mo was still in Mario's Monopoly game when the European players started attacking the tower. After figuring this out, Tang Mo no longer hesitated and walked forward calmly. As the sun rose, more and more people came to the street. Tang Mo had nothing else to do in Shanghai, so he planned to go back to Suzhou first to see if he could find any surviving friends he knew. He walked to a place near Nanjing Road, where people could be seen everywhere. There weren't many people, but no matter where he went, there were always at least 2 or 3 people. Tang Mo carried a big bag and walked forward with his head down. He walked to a flower bed in People's Square, and suddenly, Tang Mo's body froze, and he stopped in place. No one noticed his abnormality. In just 3 seconds, Tang Mo's eyes darkened, his fingers clenched, and his face became very ugly. Because at this moment, a clear and cheerful child's voice sounded in his mind. Tang Mo turned his head and looked at the people passing by, wanting to see if they heard the strange voice. However, the 3 people passing by seemed to have heard nothing. Tang Mo suddenly stared at them, which scared them. He cursed lunatic and hurriedly quickened his pace to leave. In Tang Mo's mind, the child's voice was still ringing. It sounded 3 times in total, and the tone became more joyful each time it was broadcast. "Ding! Tang Mo, an official player in Huaxia District 2, has reached the first level of the Black Tower. 10 days later, prepare to attack the tower." Under the bright sunshine, the black giant tower suspended in the air flashed with dazzling brilliance. Chapter 25. 4 days later, Shanghai, Jing'an Park. A simple-looking fat boy walked quickly, like lightning, and entered the family mart in the park. The food and drinking water in the convenience store had been searched by others. The fat boy was not discouraged and ran into the warehouse of the convenience store. After searching for a long time, he found 3 boxes of biscuits and half a box of drinking water under the spare bed, where the employees slept. There were not many humans who survived, but food had a shelf life. After so many days, there is less and less food to eat. After finally finding food and water, the little fat boy hurried back and handed the water to a tall and thin boy. The boy, who looked like a bamboo pole, immediately took a big sip. "Finally I am alive. Zhao Xiang, you said that food is so hard to find now. Why don't we leave Shanghai quickly? There are too many people in Shanghai. If we continue to eat like this, we will definitely run out of food." The little fat boy ate 2 biscuits in one breath. His mouth was full. "I will eat less. Less in the future, and give you 1 more. The bamboo boy blushed. "That's not what I meant." "I know." The little fat boy drank some water, and swallowed the biscuit. "I'm not very hungry every day. You are reserved. Your physical fitness is not as good as mine. I feel that I eat less and less every day, but I'm not hungry at all. You are the same, eating less and less. Maybe it's just like what Shanshan said before. Our bodies are getting better and better after the earth went online. Just like plants, the way to get energy is not only eating, but also many unknown ways." "Hey, did she say that?" The bamboo pole boy curled his lips. "I don't remember how we have been separated for several days." The little fat man was also depressed when he thought of this. When we become stronger in the future, we will go together. Let's see who dares to cause trouble to us. The two put the food and water into their backpacks and walked forward. The little fat man, do you think that the matchstick monster they are talking about who holds a big match and always attacks people in the middle of the night is Brother Tang? Isn't it? Why would Brother Tangmo attack others? He is a good person and so powerful. There is no need. Well, it's definitely not Brother Tang. The two left Jing'an Park and headed west. The matchstick man they were talking about was hiding in a jewelry store on the second floor of Nanjing Road. The jewelry store faces north, and the sunlight shines from the south and cannot reach the store. The matchstick man shrank his body into the corner, stretched out his hand very lightly, and used a strange object to shine at everyone walking downstairs. If you look closely, you will find that this strange object is a modified binoculars. The two mirror tubes were removed, the bottom of the mirror tubes were pierced, and the two mirror tubes were connected in series with a cylinder of similar size to form a Z shape. A plain mirror was placed at each of the two turning points of the Z to make a simple reflecting telescope. The matchstick man pointed one end of the Z-shaped telescope at the pedestrians on the road and placed the other end in front of himself. He watched every person passing by downstairs from morning to afternoon. In the evening, a middle-aged man in a black leather jacket, holding a cigarette in his mouth, swaggered past the road. The matchstick man put down his binoculars, quickly put on his bag, ran downstairs at a very fast speed, and followed the fat middle-aged man. Tang Mo hid in the dim alley, shouldering a backpack, his eyes fixed on the man. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. When he opened his eyes again, a light flashed in his pupils. And in his sight, 3 big words slowly floated above the man's head, "Stowaway." Tang Mo raised the corners of his lips and followed the man quietly. As night fell, the man in the leather jacket put his hands in his pockets, kicked the door open, and walked into a specialty store. A middle-aged woman was already lying in the store. Suddenly, the door was kicked open, and the woman shrank back in fear and bumped into the merchandise cabinet. "What are you looking at? Get out." The middle-aged woman opened her mouth and wanted to say something else, but the man glared at her and kicked her in the stomach. The woman groaned in pain and didn't even dare to take her bag and ran out of the store. The strong man in the leather jacket laughed arrogantly and directly pulled the bed that the woman had just made and lay on it. On the wall of the specialty store, the clock was ticking. The man in the leather jacket closed his eyes, but soon he began to snore as loud as thunder, gradually drowning out the ticking of the clock. In the dark night, a tall and thin shadow flashed past the door of the specialty store. The next second, a huge match fell from the sky and hit the strong man's right leg. Crack. After a crisp sound of fracture, the strong man howled like a pig being slaughtered. Tang Mo did not give the other party a chance to breathe. The big matches were like raindrops, densely hitting the strong man's stomach, thighs, and buttocks. The hits were all on the places with the most flesh, which was painful and unexpected, but not fatal. The strong man had a big beer belly, and no matter how hard he hit, he couldn't hit his internal organs, which made him howl in pain. "I kill you!" Clatter. A lot of local specialties suddenly fell to the ground behind Tang Mo, and a huge table appeared in front of Tang Mo. Tang Mo waved the match, and the heavy match head hit the table hard, breaking into pieces in an instant, and sawdust splashed. A hint of surprise flashed in Tang Mo's eyes, and he increased the speed of hitting people. Seeing his powers being shattered by the big match, the strong man cried in despair and begged for mercy. After the fight was almost over, Tang Mo leaned over and took off the strong man's leather jacket, saying lightly, "This is mine, understand?" The strong man was wearing a jacket on his upper body. After being stripped naked, he crossed his arms and nodded continuously. I understand. It's yours, all yours." The white fat on the body was so spicy that Tang Mo's eyes hurt, and he turned around and left with the leather jacket. Just after he left, the middle-aged woman, who had been driven away just now, came back quietly. She saw the sturdy man who was beaten to death, and angrily threw him out of the store, kicked him several times on the body and face, and then ran away quickly with her bag. Tang Mo walked into the alley, threw away his leather jacket, and took out the supernatural book. Superpower. Come and hit me. Come and hit me. Owner. Zhao Lanfeng Stowaway. Type. 4-dimensional. Function. Use a nearby object as a shield, with an action interval of 0 time units. Level. Level 1. Restrictions. Must be able to move the object, no more than 10 meters away from the object. 5 minutes of cooling time. Notes. Zhao Lanfeng. Come and hit me. Come and hit me. Tang Mo. I beat you to death. Tang Mo version instructions. The area of the shield object does not exceed 0.5 square meters. The distance from the object does not exceed 3 meters. The cooling time is 10 minutes. Hey, beat Tang Mo, this little demon. From the first time he opened the superpower book to now, Tang Mo has almost gotten used to the book's bad mouth. This mean book is dedicated to insulting Tang Mo, and sometimes it even insults itself, just to hurt Tang Mo. Tang Mo thought he was completely immune to it, but when he saw the word little devil, Tang Mo couldn't help but twitch his eyelids and close the book with force. He just raised his hand to throw the book away, but fortunately he held back again. My superpower, follow me, follow me, follow me. Follow you. This is absolutely not his. Tang Mo gritted his teeth and put away the superpower book, ran lightly into an empty house nearby, and waited for the night to pass. Since the day when he was told by the Black Tower that we will prepare to attack the tower in 10 days, Tang Mo began to ambush near Nanjing Road. Among Tang Mo's 6 superpowers, only the fire-breathing superpower and the wind-breathing superpower have obvious offensiveness. He is very short of superpowers. Other people's superpowers may not be useful, but at least they can be used without limit. Tang Mo's superpowers can often only be used once a day. If he really encounters a strong opponent, it will take a long time to fight, and it will not work at all. And he is going to participate in the tower attack game. 4 days ago, Tang Mo started using the little girl Xiao Feifei's ability to find friends to look for stowaways on the street. The little girl's ability was useless before, until this time Tang Mo found that this ability was simply a magical tool. The players who awakened their abilities were almost only official players and stowaways. There was almost nothing special about the appearance of the power users. Tang Mo had seen many players with powers, except for the one from the attack organization Jax, who had I am very strong, I must have powers. S face, the difference between other official players and reserve players is very small. Among the superpowers, it is easier to find stowaways. Stowaways are murderers, and they are real murderers before the game officially starts. Some murderers hide very deeply, and on the surface they are no different from ordinary people. But some murderers look cruel, with fierce eyes, and there is a lingering evil spirit between their eyebrows. Tang Mo's superpower can only be used once a day, and he will not use it easily. Only when he determines that the other party is 90% likely to be a stowaway, will he follow up and use his superpower to see clearly, and finally decide to take action. All stowaways have special abilities, so Tang Mo doesn't dare to take it lightly. He always observes them carefully before attacking them from behind. In the end, he takes advantage of them without paying and copies their special abilities. Tang Mo lies on the bed of his family, frowning slightly, thinking about where to find stowaways tomorrow. He chose Nanjing Road because there are many shops here, and the most players pass by every day, so it is most likely to find stowaways. Unfortunately, the 4 consecutive days of sneak attacks have made many people alert, and the nickname Matchstick Man has become more and more popular. The number of players who come to Nanjing Road to look for resources every day is decreasing at a visible rate. Tang Mo touched his chin and thought for a while. It seems that there is a supermarket not far away. Why not ambush there? The night is deep, and it is not game time. The land of China is silent. Early the next morning, Tang Mo left Nanjing Road quickly with his bag on his back and headed for the supermarket. 3 days later, in a shopping mall in Pudong, a strong foreign man walked out of the underground garage and strode out of the mall. He has a tough figure, and every step he takes shakes the ground slightly. Other players carefully avoided the places where he walked. The blonde and blue-eyed strong man scratched his head helplessly and walked eastward. When he left the mall, Tang Mo, who had been hiding behind the pillar for more than an hour, opened his eyes and looked at him. After Jax walked for 3 minutes, Tang Mo quietly followed him. After tracking for 20 minutes, Tang Mo saw Jax walk into a factory. He walked around the old factory building and walked towards the iron fence gate of the factory. However, when he was about to leave the factory, he turned around and stood in front of an old manhole cover next to the iron gate. Jax stepped on the manhole cover, and the next second, he disappeared. Tang Mo walked out from behind the factory and walked to the rusty old manhole cover. He stepped on the manhole cover without hesitation. A loud voice immediately sounded in his mind. Ding! The single-player copy game Kill Bill has been triggered. At 11:36 on November 30th, 2017, player Tang Mo safely entered the game time. Sandbox loading. Data loading completed. Tang Mo's body fell rapidly. This fall came very suddenly, and Tang Mo did not react for a while, but he would not be caught off guard like last time. This feeling was exactly the same as the last time he met the giant mole. Tang Mo spread his hands, tried his best to support the two sides of the tunnel with his palms, and slid down to stabilize his body. After a long fall, with a bang, Tang Mo hit a piece of extremely soft land. It was dark all around, and Tang Mo took out a flashlight from his backpack to illuminate the surroundings. This cave is exactly the same as Uncle Mole's cave, with damp soil on all sides, and the humidity is even greater than that of the mole cave. Tang Mo stepped on the ground and left a clear footprint. But this is not a closed cave. On one side of the cave, a dark tunnel with no bottom extends to a place where the flashlight cannot reach. Tang Mo pricked up his ears to be alert to the movements around him, and quickly checked the cave, and finally returned to the circular tunnel. This tunnel is about 1.8 meters high. Tang Mo had to bend down slightly when he walked in, otherwise his hair might be wet by the damp soil above his head. After he made sure there was nothing else in the underground cave, he thought for a moment, then carefully entered the tunnel with a flashlight. The deeper he went into the cave, the more humid the soil became. Tang Mo focused on the movements around him. Suddenly, a hurried sound of running came from the depths of the tunnel. Tang Mo's eyes tightened, and he immediately turned off the flashlight and stood sideways against the wall of the tunnel. The soil in the tunnel was very wet, and Tang Mo's shoes were stained with mud. The extremely high soil humidity made it easy for Tang Mo to grab a handful of soil around him, and he didn't mind the dirt. He smeared it all on himself and stood against the wall. The mud all over his body made Tang Mo blend into the wall of the tunnel. The footsteps were getting closer and closer. Tang Mo held his breath and tried to reduce his presence. He couldn't see the thing running towards him, but at this time, he would not face the other party directly. However, even if Tang Mo turned off the flashlight and even covered himself with mud into the mud wall, the footsteps only ran 2 steps forward and ran back when they ran past Tang Mo. Tang Mo's body tensed. He heard the footsteps stop in front of him. He pursed his lips and gradually clenched his right hand into a match-grabbing posture, ready to attack at any time. A surprised but weak voice sounded, "My God, are you the colleague sent to take over?" A faint light flickered and illuminated Tang Mo's face. In front of him was a young foreign man with reddish-brown hair. He was wearing a red and white uniform. The reason why it was called a uniform was because it was exactly the same as Ronald McDonald's uniform, except that one was horizontal stripes and the other was vertical stripes, and holding an old-fashioned kerosene lamp in his hand. When he ran over just now, the tunnel was dark and there was no light from the kerosene lamp. Now he just held this old-fashioned kerosene lamp out of thin air and raised the light to Tang Mo's face, so he could see his appearance clearly. Hearing what the other party said, Tang Mo stopped his action of getting the match. He thought for a while, and nodded silently. "Oh God, you came at such an unfortunate time. Bill is crazy. Look at the wounds on my body. They were all caused by Bill. You." Before Tang Mo could finish his words, a strange and terrifying hissing sound suddenly came from the depths of the tunnel, like the sound of a snake spitting out its tongue, but there was something different. Then came the sound of a giant hitting the tunnel. Bang, bang, bang. The tunnel was violently shaken by the unknown creature, like an earthquake. Tang Mo and the red-haired man swayed from side to side, and they could only stand firm by holding onto the wall. The red-haired man said in a horrified voice, "This is the voice of that monster. Crazy, crazy." He took 3 steps back in fear, and almost sat on the ground. At this time, Tang Mo's face covered by mud flashed in his peripheral vision. His expression changed, and he stuffed the kerosene lamp into Tang Mo's hand, and said very quickly, "Companion, it's your turn to be on duty. Go in, and see what the situation is. I go out to find someone." With that, the red-haired man turned and ran. "Go and see what's going on. Don't let that monster out. I be back, I definitely be back." He said this, but his body ran away honestly. Tang Mo held the dim kerosene lamp, and resisted the urge to call out to the other party. A clear child's voice sounded in his mind, "Ding, the main task is triggered. Kill Bill within 20 minutes. Chapter 26. Main mission. Kill Bill within 20 minutes. Tang Mo had no time to hesitate. He held the kerosene lamp in one hand, and walked quickly into the dark cave. The deeper he went into the tunnel, the higher the soil and air humidity became. The air in front of him almost became a touchable drop of water. A strange hissing sound came from the depths of the tunnel, accompanied by a banging sound. Tang Mo tried to control each step to about 70 centimeters, while counting the seconds in his mind. You can't walk too fast to prevent a sneak attack and not have time to defend yourself, nor can you walk too slow because there is a 20-minute mission time limit. When Tang Mo counted to the 560th second, A faint whimpering sound attracted his attention. His heart tightened, and he carefully identified the sound and soon found that it was a human voice. Tang Mo quickened his pace and walked forward for 30 seconds and saw a blond man covered in blood at the edge of the tunnel. The man was wearing the same McDonald's uniform as the reddish-brown man, and he was dying, lying against the wall. There was a big black hole on his left forehead, and bright red blood flowed down from the hole, soaking the left half of his face. His right leg was twisted in a strange posture, with the calf and thigh at a 90-degree right angle, and the white calf bone went straight through the flesh, revealing half of the white bone tip. Suddenly seeing the light of the kerosene lamp, the blond man raised his face with difficulty, and when he saw Tang Mo, he shouted, "Go! Go! That monster is too scary, go!" Ding! Tip! You can choose to exit the dungeon now. Are you sure you want to exit the dungeon? Tang Mo has already counted to the 610th second. There is still half of the 20 minutes left. He replied in his heart, "No." Tang Mo's eyes wandered around the blond man. The red vertical striped t-shirt and bright yellow vest. This uniform is no different from the one worn by the reddish-brown man just now. He looked at the blond man's shoulders and trouser legs again. The t-shirt fits the shoulders just right, and the trouser legs are also the right length. This dress belongs to me. It seems that this man, like the reddish-brown man who just escaped, should be an employee on duty here. Tang Mo finally glanced at the name tag on the man's left chest and read out the blond man's name. Cubbies, what is that monster? Hearing Tang Mo calling out his name, Cubbies raised his head in a daze. Do you know me? Tang Mo remained calm and spoke very quickly. I am an employee who came to replace the shift new here. It turns out to be a new colleague. Cubbies struggled to support his upper body with both hands, so that he could lie against the wall better. Tang Mo walked forward to support his body, making him lie more comfortably. Cubbies smiled bitterly. I shouldn't live long, at most half an hour, maybe not until others come. Tang Mo looked at the big hole on his head and thought, if it were a normal person, he would have died long ago. There is a devil in there. Don't go in, it's too scary, it's crazy. Cubbies seemed to have remembered something terrible, and his face was distorted with fear. He kept saying, I can't escape, but you can. Don't worry about me, let's go. Maybe you can still escape. Time passed by, and Tang Mo wanted to ask Cubbies to stop talking nonsense and tell him what was inside. But he had to be patient. Cubbies, you won't die. What is it? The strange hissing sound was getting closer and closer, and suddenly, the monster let out a sharp whistle. The tunnel began to shake violently, and the back of Cubbies' head hit the wall hard, creating another bloody hole. Tang Mo almost fell down. He simply knelt on one knee, supported his body with one hand on the wall, and asked again, What is it? Cubbies finally stopped talking nonsense this time. It's a big earthworm, my god, you have never seen such a big earthworm. It's a monster. The head of the circus said that the audience likes to see this kind of strange things the most. You know, every audience who comes to the circus wants to see things that they can't see in daily life. The more strange it is, the more they like it. They seek excitement. Big earthworm circus. Tang Mo wrote down these two key words. I've said long ago that such a big earthworm is simply a monster. The leader just wants to use it to make money. Now this earthworm is crazy, it wants to kill me, it wants to escape. As soon as the voice fell, the hissing sound got closer, and Cubbies immediately said, Not good, companion, you go first. It must have broken free from the cage and got out. You go, don't worry about me. If it's just an earthworm, I kill it. Tang Mo doesn't have many superpowers now, but killing an earthworm shouldn't be a problem. Cubbies thought Tang Mo was unwilling to give up on him, and said with emotion, If you really want to kill it, I have a weapon here, you can use it quickly. I just used it to hit the big earthworm's head and escaped from the cave. It didn't catch up with me, so I saved my life. Cubbies handed a big wooden stick on the ground to Tang Mo. Tang Mo was about to refuse, but before he could say anything, his face changed, and he took the big wooden stick silently. Cubbies, companion, you must be careful. Before Cubbies said the last word heart, he saw this strange new colleague rushing out. Holding a kerosene lamp in his left hand, and a big wooden stick in his right hand, he rushed into the depths of the tunnel at a very fast speed without caring about anything. Cubbies muttered strangely, Why is the new colleague so anxious? Of course, Cubbies didn't know that after he took out the big wooden stick, a loud child's voice sounded in Tang Mo's mind. Ding! The single-player dungeon game Kill Bill is officially launched. During the game, first, it is forbidden to use superpowers. Second, players can only use kerosene lamps for lighting. Third, only large wooden sticks can cause damage to earthworms. The circus leader prepared 3 treasures and planned to give the audience in the dungeon a surprise tomorrow night, but he is doomed to go bankrupt. Even the rats in the dungeon know that Bill cannot stand the light. There are only 5 minutes left for the mission, so Tang Mo has no time to talk nonsense with Kavis. He ran forward with all his strength, heading straight into the depths of the tunnel. When he ran for a minute, Tang Mo suddenly hit the wall with his left hand, rolled backwards with a force, and landed steadily. The kerosene lamp in his hand shook slightly, splashing a few drops of lamp oil. In the dim light of the kerosene lamp, a huge shadow appeared in front of Tang Mo. Tang Mo's heart skipped a beat, and he tried his best to calm himself down. This big earthworm was much bigger than Tang Mo had imagined. The earthworm's body occupied half of the 2-meter-high tunnel. In the place where the kerosene lamp could not reach, the earthworm's tail banged against the wall. Seeing Tang Mo, it screamed sharply, raised its huge dark brown head, and rushed towards the kerosene lamp in Tang Mo's hand without saying a word. Tang Mo reacted quickly and stepped aside, ran back 3 meters, and put the kerosene lamp on the ground. This distance allowed the light of the kerosene lamp to illuminate the annulus of the earthworm, and prevented the kerosene lamp from being hit by the earthworm. Finding that it could not destroy the hateful light, the big earthworm screamed angrily, and the next moment, it opened its tiny toothless mouth and bit Tang Mo's shoulder. Tang Mo kicked the ground with his right leg to avoid the attack. He swung the big wooden stick and took advantage of the moment when the earthworm turned its head to bite him, and hit the ring band on the earthworm's back. He used all his strength in this blow, but unexpectedly, Tang Mo was directly knocked off and fell against the wall by the huge recoil force. The earthworm twisted its body in pain, and only a small crack appeared on the ring band on its back. Tang Mo's eyes narrowed, and he quickly attacked again. The shell of the earthworm was like the hardest iron armor. Every time Tang Mo hit it with the stick, at most a crack was left on its body. Only now did Tang Mo know why the seemingly powerful Jax had said angrily that he would find a way to defeat the big earthworm at the end of the S3 copy. After being notified by the Black Tower that he would play the tower attack game, Tang Mo planned his life for the next 10 days. In the first 7 days, he tried his best to find stowaways and copy their abilities. In the last 3 days, he used the attack organization to enter various S-level copies, try to pass the copies, and get props rewards. At the beginning, Luofeng City only showed Tang Mo the entrance maps of the 3 most dangerous other copies, and he did not show Tang Mo the maps of the 7 S-level copies. So Tang Mo could only choose to go to the mall and follow the members of Attack to see if he could find the entrance to the S-level copy from them. As long as the members of Attack enter the copy, it must be an S-level copy. Other copies are too dangerous. I am afraid that no player in this world is willing to take the risk, and Tang Mo did not dare to take the risk. Tang Mo squatted near the mall for a day and a night, and finally squatted at Jax. During this period, he heard other reservists in the mall talking about Jax being one of the most powerful psychics in the Attack organization. His strength does not lie in his wisdom, but in his unsolvable and terrifying body. Originally, Tang Mo thought that the S3 copy might be a copy that required intellectual puzzle solving, and that Jax had missed some key clues, which was why he could not defeat the powerful Black Tower monster in the copy. But now, he finally understood that he was not allowed to use superpowers, and was only allowed to hit the big earthworm with a stick. That was why Jax was willing to enter the S3 copy again and again. With the physical fitness of other players, they would probably give up in despair after playing once. Tang Mo's physical fitness was far inferior to Jax. He used the narrow terrain to prevent the big earthworm from attacking him. But the big earthworm's iron shell did not give him the opportunity to seriously injure the opponent. The man and the earthworm kept colliding in the narrow cave as if playing hide-and-seek. Tang Mo slipped and was hit in the abdomen by the big earthworm's head. He flew backwards and landed next to the kerosene lamp. Tang Mo stretched out his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, and looked at the big earthworm sliding over from not far away with a tense expression. The big earthworm raised its huge head again and hissed at Tang Mo to warn him. Suddenly, it tried to hit the kerosene lamp with its head again. Tang Mo picked up the kerosene lamp and ran back. The light of the kerosene lamp flickered in the tunnel. Tang Mo ran faster and faster, and the big earthworm chased him faster and faster. Just as the two were about to run to where Covey's was lying, a voice sounded in Tang Mo's mind. Ding, time is up. The main task of Kill Bill failed. Tang Mo's heart tightened, and a white light filled his vision, making him unable to open his eyes. The white light gradually faded, and when Tang Mo opened his eyes again, he saw darkness in front of him. A strong earthy smell lingered in his nose, and the thumping sound of the big earthworm hitting the tunnel disappeared. Tang Mo took a deep breath, suppressing the tension and fear in his heart. After a while, he took out the flashlight and turned it on, looking around. In front of the wide and humid underground cave was a 2-meter-high circular tunnel. He was back to the beginning. Tang Mo lowered his head and looked at his hands. He opened his 5 fingers and then clenched them. Repeat this 3 times. I'm still alive. Mission failed, no death, no punishment. Is this an S-level copy? Tang Mo whispered to himself. He checked his back and left arm. He was inevitably hit by the big earthworm several times when fighting with it. With the big earthworm's strong body strength, it doesn't need teeth to hurt the opponent. Tang Mo's back and left arm were hit by the big earthworm's head, but now there are no wounds on his body. Tang Mo looked at the base of his right hand again. 3 minutes ago, he held the big wooden stick tightly with both hands and hit the big earthworm again and again. Tang Mo had several cracks on the big earthworm's body, and Tang Mo's base was also cracked due to the strong recoil. But his hand is now back to normal. Tang Mo pursed his lips, turned his head, and rushed into the tunnel again. This time he was very fast, and 3 minutes later, he saw the reddish-brown circus employee holding a kerosene lamp. My God, are you the colleague who was sent here to take over? Tang Mo looked at the other person carefully. Because the mission just failed, his face was not looking good. The reddish-brown employee saw this and said, Companion, what's wrong with you? Why did you come in at such a coincidence? Bill is crazy. Look at my injuries. They were all caused by Bill. I'm here to take over. What's wrong with Bill? Tang Mo looked down at the 2 wounds on his chest. The place covered by the blood was 2 shocking wounds, and the white flesh turned to both sides. Fortunately, the wound was not very deep, and did not cut the ribs. Cavis could speak normally with a blood hole on his head, and this reddish-brown-haired man could run and jump now, so it was understandable. The man seemed to remember something horrible. Bill. How do I know what's wrong with Bill? Why did he suddenly attack me? Oh yes, comrade, you are here to take over. You wait here first. I will go find someone. I will definitely come back. Tang Mo took the kerosene lamp very skillfully, without even looking at the man, and rushed into the depths of the tunnel at the fastest speed. A minute later, he saw Cubbies. Cubbies was still lying on the ground, breathing in but not out. His brilliant golden hair was soaked with blood and stuck to his scalp. When he saw Tang Mo, his first words were, Go, that monster is too scary you. Tang Mo, don't quit. Cubbies couldn't catch his breath. Tang Mo ignored him, picked up the big wooden stick on the ground, and rushed into the dark tunnel. But after only 3 steps, Tang Mo turned back and looked at Cubbies lying on the ground unable to move. Cubbies swallowed his saliva. Friend, comrade, why are you back again? Tang Mo looked down at him calmly, and the next second, he suddenly leaned down and began to take off his clothes. Cubbies was panicked. Friend, comrade, I'm not gay. What are you doing? Tang Mo ignored him, and directly took off Cubbies' uniform. Looking at the only socks and white underwear left on Cubbies, Tang Mo hesitated for a moment, and did not take off these 2 clothes. He turned around and left with the McDonald's uniform. You. Cavis' voice choked. He lay naked in the muddy tunnel, watching this strange new colleague holding his clothes and walking into the tunnel. When Tang Mo ran deep into the tunnel, he saw the big earthworm breaking free from the cage. At the end of this narrow tunnel was a wide cave. On one side of the cave was a cabinet, a table and 2 chairs. There were unfinished beer bottles on the table and many peanut shells on the ground. The earthworm's cage occupied most of the space in the cave. Seeing Tang Mo, the earthworm rushed out of the broken cage and attacked him with a hiss. Tang Mo ran back and ran into the tunnel. The earthworm immediately followed him in. Tang Mo opened the lid of the kerosene lamp and put Cubbies' uniform on the fire and lit it. The weak flame touched the cotton material and immediately burned fiercely. Tang Mo did not waste any clothes. He used every piece of Cubbies' clothes to the extreme. The shirt was thrown to one side of the tunnel after it was burned, and the vest was thrown to the other side after it was burned. Even the red bow tie was burned separately, and thrown into the center of the tunnel as a small fireball. The big earthworm chased into the tunnel, but before it could touch Tang Mo, it was shocked by so much fire and retreated back, wanting to return to the underground cave just now. Tang Mo took off his coat directly, lit it with a kerosene lamp, and threw it hard behind the big earthworm, blocking its way. The big earthworm was almost burned to the tail by the fire. It turned its head angrily, and roared at Tang Mo. Tang Mo took off his thin white sweater with one hand, put the corner of the sweater on the flame of the kerosene lamp, and slowly lit it. In the crackling firelight, Tang Mo's face was looming, looking very indifferent. He threw his sweater to the left of the big earthworm, naked upper body, looking at the big earthworm in front of him with cold eyes. So now, there are still 15 minutes. We can play for a long time. The big earthworm screamed angrily, and Tang Mo waved a big wooden stick and rushed up directly. Game Rule 3. Only a big wooden stick can cause damage to the earthworm. From the failure of the mission, returning to the starting point, to running to the cave where the big earthworm was imprisoned, in this short 10 minutes, Tang Mo first triggered the main task, and then rushed into the depths of the tunnel at the fastest speed to save time, while thinking about how to defeat this earthworm. The only thing that can harm earthworms is a big stick, but earthworms are afraid of light. Ordinary earthworms are afraid of sunlight because they are invertebrates that breathe through their skin. Their body surface must be kept moist. If the moisture on the skin surface is not enough, they will not be able to breathe and eventually die. This is why many earthworms are sun-dried on the road after the rain. In fact, they are not killed by the sun. They have suffocated to death before they are sun-dried to death. It stands to reason that fire must have an effect on earthworms, and it is impossible that it cannot burn them. But the rule given by the Black Tower is, only the big wooden stick can hurt the earthworm, so Tang Mo cannot use fire to deal with the earthworm. But he can use fire to restrict the movements of the big earthworm. There are too many fireballs gathered around the body. The big earthworm waved its tail to block Tang Mo's wooden stick, and angrily tried to extinguish the fire with its head. However, these fires were not the weak flames of kerosene lamps. The big earthworm hit them vigorously, but only made the flames a little smaller, but did not extinguish them. The earthworm's roar became more and more frequent. Finally, it seemed to understand something and stopped foolishly trying to put out the fire. Instead, it turned its head and looked at the culprit. Hiss! Tang Mo sneered. Come on, there are still 10 minutes. The thick wooden stick hit the big earthworm's head, causing it to scream in pain. The fireball on the ground trapped the big earthworm's movements. It could not swing its big tail as it wanted to last time, knocking Tang Mo away again and again. When its body touched the fireball, the flames did not burn its body, but it would make its movements pause for a second. Tang Mo discovered this, and took the opportunity to hit the most conspicuous ring band on the earthworm. The earthworm's body is symmetrical on both sides, and the segments on its back are exactly the same, so it is difficult to distinguish the position of each segment in a short time. Only its nude pink ring band is very prominent. Tang Mo only focused on hitting this place. Within 5 minutes, a huge gap was cracked in the earthworm segment, and pink blood flowed out of it. For a while, Tang Mo had the upper hand. However, the fire on the ground was getting dimmer and dimmer. The extremely high air humidity and soil humidity made all the fireballs dim at a speed visible to the naked eye until they went out. When Tang Mo's white sweater was also extinguished by the moisture in the air, the big earthworm was liberated at once. It roared at Tang Mo and rushed over angrily. Tang Mo's eyes narrowed, and he jumped into the air to avoid the earthworm's impact. The big earthworm's tail suddenly swung over at this time. Tang Mo was unable to change direction in the air, and was knocked out unexpectedly. He gritted his teeth and looked at the big earthworm, that had become lively again. The big earthworm also stared at him with its tiny eyes that were too small to be noticed. Without hesitation, Tang Mo directly took off his pants, lit it with a kerosene lamp, and threw it over. Hiss, hiss! There was only a ball of fire, but it still made the big earthworm very angry, and it rushed towards Tang Mo again. Tang Mo also rushed towards it with a wooden stick. 8 minutes later, Tang Mo stood expressionlessly in the dark cave and touched his clothes. The clothes that Tang Mo had just taken off and burned were now all back on him. So the rollback of this game should be a complete rollback, a real safety level copy. Tang Mo thought, if I die while fighting the giant earthworm, can I roll back? Tang Mo frowned and thought for a moment, then answered his own question, probably not. Entering the tunnel for the 3rd time, Tang Mo was not in a hurry. He walked slowly in the tunnel, closed his eyes, and thought about every scene he had seen the first 2 times. From meeting the red-haired man, triggering the main quest, to meeting Cubbies, obtaining weapons, and knowing more game rules, to the end, fighting with the big earthworm twice. If you use a big match, you should be able to kill the big earthworm. But the Black Tower has said it in advance that only the stick can hurt the earthworm. It is not enough to use fire to restrict the earthworm's movements. The earthworm is afraid of fire, and the stick can hurt it, and it cannot use superpowers. These 3 rules given by the Black Tower are immediate restrictions, but also hints in a sense. How to kill the earthworm with a stick. Tang Mo's steps suddenly stopped. Wait, can that stick really kill the earthworm? That stick is just an ordinary, hard stick, absolutely no special reinforcement, but the earthworm's skin is at least as hard as thick ceramic. Tang Mo used all his strength and designed to use the fireball to block the earthworm's movement, and finally cracked its ring belt, and made a bloody hole. This is almost his limit. Is there really a player who can kill it with that stick? Jack certainly can't do it, otherwise he wouldn't still be challenging the S3 copy. Can Fu and Duo do it? Tang Mo didn't use Momo to contact the other party, but he had already given the answer in his heart. It's impossible to do it. Without using superpowers, you can only use a wooden stick. No matter how strong your physical fitness is, it can't beat the inferior weapons. It is forbidden to use superpowers. Players can only use kerosene lamps for lighting. Only a big wooden stick can cause damage to earthworms. Tang Mo recited the game rules given by the Black Tower over and over again. Even mice know about the dungeon. Bill can't stand the light. I can't stand the light. A hurried sound of footsteps came from the dark tunnel. Tang Mo stopped and looked up at the red-haired man, who was walking towards him step by step. Oh my god, are you the colleague who came to take over? When he heard this for the third time, Tang Mo didn't react at all. He looked calm and asked word by word, "Who is Bill?" The red-haired man was stunned. Bill is, yes. Bill is crazy. Look at all my injuries. They were all caused by Bill. The familiar word sounded again, but Tang Mo did not listen to him carefully this time. Instead, he lowered his head and looked at the wound on his chest seriously. The red-haired man shirked his responsibility and put the kerosene lamp in Tang Mo's hand. Go and see what's going on. Don't let that monster out. I will come back. I will definitely come back. Tang Mo didn't even look at him, holding the kerosene lamp, and walked deep into the tunnel. He didn't walk fast this time. As he walked, he lowered his eyes to look at the ground, as if thinking about something. He walked for 15 minutes, and a surprised male voice came from the front. Ah, where are my clothes? Why are all my clothes gone? Tang Mo walked towards the person who spoke. The blonde Cubbies was only wearing a pair of underwear and a pair of socks at the moment, and he was staring at his bald body in horror. There was light coming from one side of the tunnel, and Cubbies turned his head to look. With the dim light of the kerosene lamp, he saw Tang Mo's face clearly. Looking at Tang Mo's calm and relaxed appearance, Cubbies said anxiously, "Let's go. Go away. That monster is too scary. Go away." Tang Mo held up the kerosene lamp in one hand and asked, "Bill Cavis?" Caves asked curiously, "Do you know me? Why are you calling my name?" Tang Mo closed his eyes silently. The next moment, he picked up the big wooden stick from the ground and hit the bloody hole on Bill Cavis's head. There was a crisp sound of cracking skull. Bill opened his eyes wide and looked at Tang Mo in amazement. Why? Why? Tang Mo threw away the stick. "I don't understand, but the Black Tower wants you dead. I can only say sorry." Bill Cavis' eyes were wide open. He stared at Tang Mo without blinking and fell to the right. With a bang, he fell to the ground, and soon, he was out of breath. At the same time, Pudong District, Shanghai. As the sun was setting, a burly foreign man suddenly appeared next to the old manhole cover outside the factory. As soon as he appeared, the young woman who had been waiting beside him said, "I happened to be trying to clear the S2 copy nearby, and I came to see you on the way." "What, Jax? Did you clear the S3 dungeon this time?" Jax said depressedly, "Don't tell me, this morning my physical strength was strong enough to crush diamonds with my bare hands, so I came here so happily to kill that damn annoying earthworm. But you would never have thought, Tang Xiao, I really killed it this time. I tried 3 times in total, and the last time I followed Dr. Luo's method, squeezing the stick to wrap my hand, and then hitting it. I finally managed to crush its ring with my hands at the 19th minute for the 3rd time, but God. It died, but my mission still failed." "Why is that?" Tang Xiao was shocked. "No way? Are you mistaken? You killed the big earthworm, but the mission still failed?" Jax nodded angrily. "Black Tower is not lying to me, right?" "Probably not." Tang Xiao thought for a while. "Did you not explain this copy clearly to Dr. Luo? Only you like to challenge this S3 copy. I am not interested in such a dirty place. Others in the organization have only challenged it once and lost interest. Dr. Luo is not suitable for this copy that requires fighting without awakening his superpowers. Did you describe the copy wrong? The main task is not to kill the big earthworm." Jack scratched his head. "No, I made it clear to Dr. Luo. First you meet a red-haired man, then you meet a dying golden-haired man, and then the main task is triggered, you have to kill the earthworm." Tang Xiao was puzzled. "It's already past 1800 hours. The game time is over. You go back today, and tell Dr. Luo in detail about what you encountered this time, and come back tomorrow to complete the game. Well, that's the only way. In the dark and humid tunnel, Tang Mo looked at Bill's body on the ground expressionlessly, and finally heard the prompt sound of the Black Tower. Ding! At 1813 on November 30th, 2017, player Tang Mo successfully completed the single-player dungeon game Kill Bill and received the reward Earthworm Tears. Tears of Earthworms. Hearing the final reward, Tang Mo's face darkened, and he did not react. He stood in front of Bill's body and waited for 10 minutes, but Black Tower did not teleport him out of the dungeon. Now, even if he wanted to choose to exit the dungeon, there was no Bill Cavis to talk to him and trigger the option to exit the dungeon. According to Black Tower's last clearance mode in Mario's Monopoly game, he might have to get the reward before leaving the dungeon. Tang Mo was silent for a long time, and finally quietly picked up the big wooden stick and kerosene lamp and walked deep into the tunnel. This time it was very strange. He had been lingering outside for a long time, but the big earthworm had not yet broken free from the cage and ran into the tunnel. Tang Mo walked all the way to the underground cave before he saw the earthworm. Before his kerosene lamp could illuminate the big earthworm from a distance, he heard a strange hissing sound. These hisses were no different from the previous 2 times, but this time when they reached Tang Mo's ears, they suddenly turned into a crisp and cute boy's voice. Whoa! My annulus, there is so much blood. Who hit me, woo? Why did you hit the baby? Tang Mo, The baby is a good baby. The baby never eats the underground people. The baby only likes to eat leaves. Why do you want to catch the baby? Where is this place? Why do you want to hit the baby? What did the baby do wrong? It hurts so much. Suddenly, the crisp voice of the boy became sharp. Ah, there is light. The hissing sound stopped, and the big earthworm hovering in the tattered iron cage stopped licking its wounds. It turned its head, and stared at the kerosene lamp in Tang Mo's hand. It hissed quickly, no light, no light. Then, it rushed towards the kerosene lamp quickly. Because its body was too big, it looked like it was going to attack Tang Mo. Tang Mo immediately smashed the kerosene lamp. The world fell into darkness again, and the body of the big earthworm stopped in midair, staring at Tang Mo blankly. Tang Mo couldn't see it, and didn't know what it was doing now. The man and the earthworm froze. After a few minutes, Tang Mo heard the sound of heavy objects dragging across the ground and breaking through the air. It seemed like something was crawling on the ground. Judging from the direction of the sound, it was cautiously crawling towards Tang Mo. The sound was getting closer and closer, and finally stopped slowly. Even though he couldn't see it, Tang Mo could vaguely feel that the thing was circling around him for a few times, as if it was looking at him. After a few seconds, a slippery thing rubbed the back of Tang Mo's hand. Tang Mo thought of the huge and sticky head of the earthworm, and suddenly felt a little disgusted. But the hissing sound rang again. So wet, sticky, I like it so much. Tang Mo's hand was wet with Bill's blood. Sighing, Tang Mo held back his nausea, touched the head of the earthworm, and tried to make his voice sound less malicious. I'm sorry, I hit you. Chapter 27. Tang Mo had long discovered that, after the game was restored, his clothes were restored by the Black Tower. But the clothes that Cubbies had taken off by himself disappeared forever. It seems that the Black Tower will only restore all the data when the player enters the dungeon, and will not care about the life and death of the creatures in the dungeon. So Tang Mo almost broke the link of the big earthworm when he challenged the dungeon for the second time, and now the wound on the link of the big earthworm has not healed. Of course, the big earthworm did not understand Tang Mo's words. He seems to be a good underground person. He should not beat me up like that underground person when he drinks. The big earthworm hissed and rubbed more and more happily. Suddenly, its back accidentally rubbed against a sharp spot. In the darkness, the ring band that had just healed was punctured again. The big earthworm began to cry. Tang Mo immediately reached out to catch the tears, but he reached out for a long time before he found out. This big earthworm was just howling. There was not a single tear. Tang Mo's face became very ugly. If this copy is the same as Mario's Monopoly game. Just like the dungeon, you could only leave the dungeon by taking the reward, so Tang Mo must get the earthworm tears. The kerosene lamp was broken, and Tang Mo still had a flashlight on him, but he thought about it for a while, and didn't turn it on. He tried to overcome the nausea that surged up from deep in his heart, and tried to make himself forget that the sticky thing that was rubbing against him was a huge earthworm. He stretched out his hand, and gently stroked the head of the big earthworm. The wound on the big earthworm was indeed caused by Tang Mo, and he was now comforting the other party, and he also felt a little guilty. With this thought, Tang Mo's action of touching his head became much more natural. From the beginning, before Tang Mo entered the dungeon, a very deep hint was buried in his subconscious. The final boss of the S3 dungeon is a giant earthworm. After the earth went online, Tang Mo's memory was very good. The reason why he chose to squat at the entrance of the mall for more than an hour and finally track Jax was because Jax once said in the underground parking lot that he would try again to see if he could pass the S3 dungeon and defeat the last big earthworm. Tang Mo remembered Jax's words word for word, so after entering the dungeon, his first thought was to defeat a big earthworm. Although the format of this dungeon surprised him a little, he thought it was a simple dungeon in the form of fighting monsters, but he didn't expect there would be so many restrictions. So under the preconceived notion, Tang Mo chose to attack the big earthworm when he passed the dungeon for the first time. The second time, he just thought it was too difficult to defeat the big earthworm. His thoughts were always on finding a way to defeat the earthworm, and he didn't pay attention to other key points. It was not until the third time that he began to get out of the misunderstandings that Jax had set for him and discovered many suspicious points. First of all, this tunnel was very long. Tang Mo walked very carefully when he first passed the level, so when he reached Bill, half of the 20-minute time limit had passed. This was even though he tried to speed up his pace and maintain a speed that would not delay too much time, nor be killed by a sneak attack from the monster. In the end, he only had 5 minutes to face the giant earthworm. If it were many reserve troops, they would probably not have the chance to see the giant earthworm, and the 20 minutes would have been over. This time is a bit unreasonable, and it almost doesn't give players a chance to pass the level. Secondly, there are some obvious doubts that can be found with careful observation. For example, the wound on the red-haired man's chest is obviously not caused by a big earthworm, but by a sharp weapon. In addition, he has been vague about his words, and several small language clues all imply that Bill is not an earthworm. In addition, there are hints and misleadings from the Black Tower. In the rules, the Black Tower said, "Only a big wooden stick can cause damage to earthworms," and then said, "Bill can't stand the light." Black Tower uses two nouns. If the earthworm is Bill, it generally won't be called two different aliases. But Black Tower is misleading players again. Earthworms are afraid of light, and Bill can't stand the light either. Tang Mo can't explain why Bill can't stand the light, but as long as you think in that direction, you will find that this sentence is too ambiguous. You can say that Bill is afraid of light like earthworms, although he has no reaction when he sees the kerosene lamp, or you can say that he is a person who can't stand the light. Animals that are afraid of light are called can't stand the light, and villains who have done something wrong are also called can't stand the light. This is a very deep language loophole. The big earthworm was still howling. After beating it, Tang Mo stroked its big head while thinking about how to trick a child into crying. This disgusting and cute earthworm lay in Tang Mo's arms, pretending to cry like a real person. Tang Mo comforted it for a long time, and said helplessly, "You can't blame me for hurting you. It's mainly the Black Tower. It gave the player a 20-minute time limit. I ran over as hard as I could, without wasting a second, and there were only 15 minutes left when I got to you. Normal people may not be in such a hurry to pass the level for the first time, and they will definitely be very anxious to pass the level again after failing. So there is no time to pay attention to the previous tips and loopholes. It is not difficult to understand. It stands to reason that the big earthworm should not understand Tang Mo's words, but it inexplicably cries louder. Tang Mo silently touched it twice again, thinking, "Forget it, it's all my fault, okay? It's not a solution to keep touching it like this." Tang Mo touched it for a long time, and the big earthworm finally stopped howling. Tang Mo was just wondering why this disgusting, ugly little guy stopped hissing, and then he heard a loud snoring sound. Tang Mo, you just escaped from the cage. Couldn't you be a little more alert? Although it was impossible to completely reproduce the scene of the earthworm escaping from the cage, Tang Mo could vaguely guess some of the truth based on the words of the red-haired man, Bill, and the earthworm. The head of the circus caught the big earthworm from somewhere, and wanted to treat it as a treasure, and present it to the audience tomorrow night. The leader arranged for the red-haired man and Bill to guard the big earthworm together. When Bill got drunk, he liked to beat the big earthworm with a stick. The red-haired man said Bill was crazy, which should mean that Bill suddenly hit the big earthworm so hard that he almost killed it. So the big earthworm resisted fiercely. The cage must have broken during the resistance. Of course, the red-haired man could not sit idly by and watch Bill beat the leader's treasure to death, so he must have stopped him. Tang Mo looked at a certain place in the dark cave. When he entered the cave for the second time, he saw a table in the corner with some beer bottles on it, and some subtle bottle fragments on the ground. If the wound on the red-haired man's chest was caused by Bill using a beer bottle after he got drunk, then that would explain why he said Bill was crazy. The wounds on Bill's body were caused by the big earthworm. The wound on the back of his head was a collision injury, and the wound on his leg might have been broken when the earthworm threw him away. Although the cage was locked tightly, it was still broken by the big earthworm. Bill said that he used all his strength to escape from the big earthworm's cave, but halfway through he found that his leg bones were broken too thoroughly, and he really couldn't walk anymore. Of course, the red-haired man ignored him. On the one hand, Bill was crazy and injured him. On the other hand, the monster broke free from the cage and abandoned his companions to escape first. Both were easy to understand. If you had broken free from the cage earlier and chased after Bill to kill him, wouldn't you have been beaten so much? Tang Mo was responded by the louder snoring of the big earthworm. 20 minutes is the limit imposed by the Black Tower on players, which means that players have no time to pursue more clues. But in fact, it is also a protection for players. As long as they are not too weak, a normal reserve should be able to ensure that they will not die within 20 minutes. Then he can choose to exit the dungeon and end the challenge. This is the S-level dungeon. In terms of difficulty, it is not at the same level as Mario's Monopoly game. If you are not greedy, you will not die. Tang Mo sat on the ground and waited for the big earthworm to sleep for half an hour. Finally, the big earthworm burst its snore bubble and woke up. Tang Mo heard it hissing, "I'm so hungry, I miss my mother so much, woo woo woo." It didn't cry, but was still howling. Tang Mo stood up, and the big earthworm immediately straightened its upper body. Tang Mo couldn't see the big earthworm in the dark, but he thought it should be able to see what he was doing. Tang Mo touched the cave wall with both hands, and tried to walk into the tunnel step by step. The big earthworm didn't move. Tang Mo walked to the entrance of the tunnel, turned around and waved, "Come here." The big earthworm didn't respond. Tang Mo didn't know if this method would work. Anyway, they had to get out first. Otherwise, when the red-haired man really called some colleagues, I believe the head of the circus would not let Tang Mo have an easy time. Tang Mo walked into the tunnel. He walked very slowly, stopping from time to time, turning back and waving, hoping that the big earthworm could keep up with him. It took a minute to walk 10 meters, but the big earthworm still didn't move. When Tang Mo was about to give up and decided to look back to find a way to collect the earthworm's tears, he heard the sound of a heavy object sliding across the ground. Tang Mo's mouth curled up slightly. He stroked the wall with both hands, and walked to the starting point of the tunnel. The big earthworm followed slowly behind him. At first, it was still far away, but when the man and the earthworm walked a few hundred meters, the big earthworm stupidly rubbed Tang Mo's back again, and even rubbed Tang Mo's hair with its big head, and the upper body of the whole earthworm leaned on Tang Mo's back. Tang Mo almost wanted to slap this slimy thing, but fortunately he held back, took a few deep breaths, and continued to move forward. When he came to Bill's body, the big earthworm smelled the smell and hissed in fear, "Bad guy underground man." Tang Mo touched his head, and continued to move forward with the big earthworm. Finally returned to the starting point. Tang Mo couldn't turn on the flashlight, and in the dark, he touched the big earthworm's head. He felt that after coming to this place, the big earthworm was obviously much more excited, and kept slapping the ground with its tail impatiently. "If you want to leave, before you go, can you give me some tears?" Tang Mo tried to negotiate. "One drop is enough. How about crying for real instead of pretending?" The big earthworm hissed, "I'm so hungry, I want to go home to see my mother." Tang Mo, who had brought the big earthworm here with great difficulty, the sound of the big earthworm slapping the ground with its tail never stopped. Tang Mo thought at first that it was just too excited and used this way to express its joy. Suddenly, its tail hit a piece of soil heavily, and with a click, it seemed that a door was knocked open. Tang Mo looked in the direction of the sound in surprise. "Big earthworm, go home, go home." As he said that, he slid towards the door. Tang Mo hurriedly grabbed the earthworm's tail. "Wait, can you give me a tear?" After a pause, Tang Mo thought, "Hiss, hiss, hiss, hiss." Big earthworm, so strange, what is this underground person yelling about? Tang Mo, The big earthworm twisted its body, broke free from Tang Mo's hand, and slid straight to the tunnel exit. Just as it was about to leave, the sound of its sliding stopped, and then it slowly slid to Tang Mo's side, and rubbed Tang Mo's face with its head. It didn't know that when it rubbed its face, Tang Mo's right hand was on his left wrist, and his eyes looked at it indifferently in the dark. You can't leave the copy without getting the earthworm's tears. Now the main task has ended, you can use superpowers and big matches. No matter what method he uses, he must leave here. I want to go home. A hissing sound rang out. Tang Mo's eyes were stern, and a huge match suddenly appeared in his right hand. He waved the big match high and hit it directly at the ring of the big earthworm. It shouldn't kill it, but it will definitely stay. Only after staying, he will have a chance to slowly find the tears of the earthworm. The match head was about to touch the ring of the earthworm, and the hissing sound rang out again. You are a good underground person. As the words fell, a drop of wet liquid fell on Tang Mo's face. The big earthworm hissed, turned its head, and slid into the entrance. Its huge body banged against the ground, and disappeared into the cave in a few seconds. Tang Mo was stunned. After a moment, he reached out, and touched the tears on his face, and put the match into the tattoo. A dazzling white light suddenly flashed in front of his eyes, and when Tang Mo opened his eyes again, he had returned to the abandoned factory in Pudong district. It was still noon when Tang Mo entered the dungeon, and the moon was already high in the sky when he came out. The speed of time in the dungeon seemed to be different from that in the outside world. Tang Mo vaguely remembered the time of both, and then left the factory quickly without stopping, in case someone was squatting near the dungeon entrance. He found an empty auto repair shop, closed the door, and hid in. Tang Mo reached out, and picked the earthworm's tear from his cheek. This tear was still liquid when it fell on Tang Mo's face, but it quickly turned into a solid after contact with the air. Tang Mo did not turn on the light of the auto repair shop. He lay on the ground and illuminated the tear with a flashlight. The crystal clear tear looked like a small diamond under the light, a drop-shaped diamond. Tang Mo knocked on the tear 3 times, but there was no response. He raised the tear above his head again, but there was no abnormality. Tang Mo tried to burn the tear with fire and soak it in water. After he wiped the tear with a rag, lines of small words appeared on the tear. Props, earthworm tears. Owner, Tang Mo. Quality, general. Level, level 1. Attack power, none. Function, wipe the tear on the wound. It can heal quickly and repair broken wounds. Limitation, can only be used 3 times. Note, I think Tang Mo will never want to recall how he got this tear in his life. Tang Mo thought about it. This time the power book was wrong. If he could get an item by being rubbed on the face by an earthworm once, then he would be willing to be rubbed once more, just once. The rewards of this copy are far inferior to Mario's hat and turkey eggs in terms of quality. They are just of average quality, but they are indispensable items for Tang Mo now. In the past 7 days, Tang Mo has collected a total of 6 powers, none of which have a restorative effect. His physical fitness is now very high. As long as his hands and legs are not broken, he can heal his wounds after resting for a period of time. But if Tang Mo is injured in a fight, he doesn't have time to wait for the injury to slowly recover. At this time, he can immediately recover his fighting power by just using the tears of earthworms. At the same time, the tears of earthworms can also repair the injuries of broken hands and legs. It's a pity that it can only be used 3 times. S-level copies are much simpler than other copies, and there is no great risk to life, but the rewards will also be worse. Tang Mo put his hands on the back of his head and looked at the ceiling of the car repair shop. Underground parking lot of a shopping mall in Pudong, Shanghai. The muscular blonde man sat on the chair with a depressed look on his face, and honestly told the strange things he encountered today. After hearing Jack say, "You can't pass the level even if you kill the big earthworm," Luo Fengqing's face changed slightly, and he sat up straight. "Are you sure you killed it? The earthworm's body is broken into 2 pieces, and it won't die if it is broken into 3 pieces. How did you kill it?" Jax felt wronged. "I really killed it. Dr. Luo, I followed your instructions, broke the big wooden stick into 2 pieces, bent the stick and put it on my hand, and strangled the earthworm to death with both hands. My strength can indeed crush it, which is not difficult, but it is a bit difficult to crush it to the point where every part cannot regenerate within 20 minutes. I tried many times, and finally succeeded today. But it died, and my mission still failed." Luo Fengqing stood up and took 2 steps in the room. He turned around. "From now on, you tell me everything you have experienced in the copy, no matter how big or small. The rules of the Black Tower, the words of the 2 men, word for word, all clearly stated." Jack scratched his head and tried to recall. An hour later, Luo Fengqing slammed his fist on the table, looking unhappy. "Bill is not the earthworm. You have to kill the blonde man lying on the ground." "Ah? It turns out that the S3 copy is not as difficult as you said. It just set a trap for you to think in a directional way, making you think that the monster that appears at the end must be killed." Luo Fengqing rubbed his eyes tiredly. "You can pass the level tomorrow if you kill the blonde man." Jax nodded happily, and without asking himself what he had misunderstood, he turned and left the room. The next day at noon, Jax went to the factory with 2 companions from the organization and entered the dungeon. I thought this dungeon was my favorite fighting dungeon, but I didn't expect that I would have to use my brain. I hate this type of dungeon the most. I will not come to this type of dungeon in the future. I will leave it to you and Dr. Luo. You wait, I will come out in a while. Jax stepped on the manhole cover for a long time, but there was no movement. He stepped hard twice in astonishment, and the other 2 also came over in surprise. One person said, "It seems that someone has already cleared the level." That's right. According to Dr. Luo, this dungeon is not difficult, and there are many entrances. There are many people in our mall who know the entrance locations, so it's not surprising that someone can clear the level. Jax, don't be too reckless when you encounter a dungeon in the future, you still need to think more. Another person also comforted, "Don't worry about this dungeon, let's try the S1 dungeon." Jax's expression was a bit depressed, but when he heard about the S1 copy, his eyes lit up. "Let's go, the S1 copy is the most interesting, let's go fight the last gorilla together." Tang Mo didn't know that his poor development made Jax miss the opportunity to clear the S3 copy. But even if he knew, he wouldn't take it too seriously. He followed Jax to clear the copy first. This is also one of the reasons why he has been seizing the time to fight the big earthworm without thinking much after entering the copy, get the copy reward, and increase his chances of winning the tower attack game 3 days later. After clearing the S3 instance, there were still 2 days left, so Tang Mo camped near the mall again, preparing to try to clear another S-level instance. However, this time, before he followed the member of the organization named Tang Qiao into the instance, he accidentally triggered another instance halfway through. This instance was also a single-player instance, and it was not difficult. It was simpler than the S3 instance of the earthworm, but it was extremely time-consuming. When Tang Mo came out of the instance, it was already the early morning of the 10th day. At 1700 hours on November 23rd, Tang Mo was notified by the Black Tower to prepare to participate in the tower attack game. The Black Tower's time has always been very consistent with the human time system. The 3 days of candidates start at 8 a.m. on November 15th and end at 8 a.m. on the 18th. According to this calculation, there are still 10 hours left before Tang Mo will be pulled into the tower attack game. Tang Mo checked his backpack and made sure nothing was missing. Then he carried the bag and walked into a hardware store. The things in the store were turned over in a mess. Obviously, some players had come here to look for weapons after the game started. Tang Mo found a sharp knife in the garbage. He walked into the small room behind the hardware store, took out a big match, and began to sharpen the knife with it. The wooden handle of the big match rubbed against the sharp blade, and the sawdust did not fall off at all. Instead, the blade was sharpened and reflected a cold metallic luster. Tang Mo used the same method to sharpen 2 knives and 4 small darts. He tied the knife to his right leg and hid the 4 small darts in his pocket. The big match is more powerful than these knives and darts, but it is not omnipotent. Sometimes the knife can be more useful. After preparing his weapons, Tang Mo found a convenience store and took out half a bottle of water and a pack of biscuits from under the counter to replenish his strength and water. After the Earth went online, Tang Mo found that his demand for food and water was getting lower and lower while his physical fitness improved. This phenomenon became more obvious after he passed the level of Mario's Monopoly game. Tang Mo had calculated his demand for food and water. A pack of biscuits and half a bottle of water were enough to keep him from feeling hungry for 3 days, and his physical movements would not be affected for 4 days. In order to prevent the dungeon from taking too long and running out of food and water, Tang Mo found a few more convenience stores and replenished his resources. It was already 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Tang Mo sat in a small restaurant, looking out the window calmly. It would take about 5 minutes for someone to pass by the window, but he kept watching quietly for a long time, without speaking or moving, and watched for more than an hour. 3 hours later, Tang Mo had to participate in the tower attack game. Half a month ago, all the Chinese players were pulled into the first floor of the Black Tower by Fu Wenduo and forced to participate in the tower attack game. At that time, the tower attack game that Tang Mo and his friends participated in was in retarded mode. This time, Tang Mo knew that he would definitely not be facing a retarded mode, but a real tower attack game. The Black Tower has 7 floors, and on the first day of the game, it announced the 3 iron laws of the Black Tower. The 3rd iron law: all players are requested to work hard to attack the tower. The game written in the iron law will never be as simple as an S-level copy, and it will even be more difficult than Mario's Monopoly game. Tang Mo didn't dare to guarantee whether he could survive. Every minute, and every second now could be the final countdown of his life. This restaurant is located in the corner of a commercial street. A few plastic green leaves cover the edge of the window, and a few small pots of flowers are placed on the windowsill, which easily creates a peaceful and tranquil atmosphere. Before the earth goes online, this store should be a very quiet place. Maybe the business will not be very good, but there will be a few regular customers who enjoy staying here, as if they are escaping from the world and giving themselves a space to relax. Tang Mo slowly closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and slowly exhaled. It was 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Tang Mo took out the turkey egg, knocked it 3 times, and whispered, "Mr. Fu." A strange music sounded in his ears, and Fu Wenduo did not answer immediately. After a few minutes, Tang Mo heard a voice. Side quest 2 completed, and Fu Wenduo said, "What's wrong? Is there something wrong?" Tang Mo, are you playing a game? Fu Wenduo's voice was low and somewhat pleasant. Well, I was accidentally pulled into a copy, and just completed the second side quest. It turns out that the stowaway Fu Wenduo was also tricked into a dungeon. Tang Mo's face didn't show much expression. He leaned back in his chair and said calmly, "Mr. Fu, it's like this. I will go to participate in a tower attack game in 2 hours." The fighting sound from turkey egg stopped for a few seconds, and soon returned to normal. Fu Wenduo said, "Tower attack game? Are you going to conquer the first floor of the Black Tower? Did the Black Tower pull you in?" Speaking of this, Tang Mo's heart was only calm now. 10 days ago, the Black Tower informed me that I would play my own tower attack game at 5 o'clock this afternoon. I have made as much preparation as possible. Before attacking the tower, I would like to trouble you. Can you tell me a little bit about what you encountered when attacking the tower? After a pause, Tang Mo said, "It's okay if you don't want to talk about it." Fu Wenduo answered quickly this time. "After I entered the Black Tower, I got a main task, which was to snatch the most precious turkey eggs from a turkey. This turkey egg is our archiver. But when I entered the game, there were 4 companions around me, a total of 5 people. They didn't know who I was, but I could tell from their words that they were very hostile to me. At the same time, their mission was to protect the turkey egg." Tang Mo frowned. "Your mission is exactly the opposite?" "Yes," Fu Wenduo said. "I concealed my main mission and entered a huge underground world with them. The humans there are called underground people. The dividing line between humans and monsters is obvious. There is a pink river in the center of their world. The left bank of the river is the kingdom of the underground people, and the right bank is the monster world. The turkey is in the monster world." At this point, Fu Wenduo stopped talking, and a fierce fight sounded from the turkey egg. 5 minutes later, Fu Wenduo panted slightly and continued, "We have landed in the kingdom of the underground people. To go to the monster world, we need to cross the pink river. I will call it the pink river for now. There is a ferry on the pink river, and the way to cross the river is to play a game. For the ferry to move forward, it must have a boatman who is an underground person. Each time, a boat can carry up to 3 people, but not less than 2. Once the boatman is the only one on the boat, he will drive the boat away." Tang Mo listened to Fu Wenduo carefully. His fingers tapped on the table, thinking carefully about the 3 games Fu Wenduo mentioned. Fu Wenduo's final fight with the turkey sounded the simplest. Fu Wenduo did not introduce his special ability, but just said that the giant turkey suddenly attacked them, and 3 of his 4 companions died, and only 1 escaped. The turkey discovered his identity as a stowaway, and the turkey was determined to eat him, so he fought with the turkey and both were injured. In the end, he successfully found the most precious archived turkey egg from thousands of turkey eggs, thus passing the first level. Tang Mo thought for a while. It's not that he can't pass the 3 games that Fu Wenduo experienced, but it may take some effort. The difficult part is the fight with the turkey at the end. Fu Wenduo didn't say it, but it was obvious that his ability was offensive. The giant turkey should not be weaker than the giant mole. Last time, Tang Mo was completely unable to compete with the giant mole. Now he feels that he may be able to escape from the giant mole, but the possibility of defeating the giant mole is less than 20%. But he is not a stowaway. Fu Wenduo is a stowaway, and all the monsters in the Black Tower want to eat him. This is one point where Tang Mo has an advantage over Fu Wenduo. After listening to all the information, Tang Mo lowered his head and looked at the turkey eggs on the table. After a long silence he said, "Thank you." Fu Wenduo had already finished the copy game. He whispered back, "If there is only 1 turkey egg left, I don't know if I can save the game. I hope you can pass the first floor of the Black Tower. I really need the save function of this turkey egg." Tang Mo knew this a long time ago, so he knew before he went to Fu Wenduo that the other party would not be stingy with information. If Tang Mo was not going to play the tower attack game, Fu and Duo would probably not easily reveal the information. But now is a matter of life and death. Tang Mo was so shameless that he thought that this stowaway, who was stabbed by all the Chinese players, would develop a good impression of him in just a few exchanges, and that they were friends and did not want him to die. However, once he died, no one could guarantee whether the turkey egg could still be used. The legendary quality of the turkey egg, even Fu and Duo could not easily give it up. But Tang Mo still had to say, "Thank you." He said it for the second time, and Fu Wenduo's side fell silent, and there was no response for a long time. After a long time, Tang Mo heard a low laugh, and Fu Wenduo's voice was mixed with a barely perceptible smile. "You are very powerful, stay alive. You are not a stowaway, it should be easier than me." Tang Mo suddenly wanted to know how the other party became a stowaway, and who he had killed. But he didn't ask, just laughed. "Don't worry, I don't want to die." The two of them didn't talk anymore, and Tang Mo closed the turkey egg. Tang Mo put the turkey egg in his pocket, put on his bag, and walked out of the small restaurant. He returned to Jing'an district from Pudong this morning, and came to the vicinity of Nanjing Road. He was in a very relaxed mood now, and walked step by step towards the black tower floating on the Huangpu River, with a firm gaze and a calm expression. The setting sun slowly descended, and the golden light shone on this oriental metropolis, as if reflecting a layer of golden gauze. Two small black dots appeared at the end of the highway in the west of the city. The black dots grew bigger and bigger, and finally ran to the Shanghai toll station, rushing into the city with all their might. These were two wounded people, one with a broken left arm, and a layer of flesh that had not been peeled off was still connected to the bloody fracture. The other was covered in blood, and every step he took was very strenuous, as if he would fall down at any time. A middle-aged woman passed by the street and ran away in fear when she saw the two men. A girl of 14 or 15 years old came out from the corner, and was grabbed by one of them before she could run. The man trembled, holding the girl's arm tightly, and asked almost crying, "Shanghai, are there any of them in Shanghai? Are there any in Shanghai? Are there?" The girl was so scared that she almost cried. "What are you talking about? Who are you? My friend is a regular player, he has superpowers, don't try to hurt me. If you do anything to me, he will avenge me." The man with the broken left arm said hoarsely, "Stowaways. Are there any in Shanghai? Are there any of them?" The girl said, "Of course there are." The blood-soaked eyes of the two suddenly filled with despair, and they fell to the ground together. "Here. Is there a stowaway organization here? Are there any of them?" The girl asked curiously, "What stowaway organization? Are stowaways organized?" The man with the broken arm climbed up tremblingly and grabbed the girl's shoulder. "No, there are no murderers in Shanghai, no illegal immigrants who kill anyone they see, no." The girl was so scared that she burst into tears, choking and unable to speak. At the same time, Tang Mo stood under the black tower, raised his head, and looked at the huge and majestic tower. He raised the corners of his lips, and heard a cheerful music in his mind, accompanied by a clear and loud child's voice. "Ding! The first level of the black tower, normal mode, is officially opened, and the single-player game begins to load. Sandbox generation. Data loading completed. Welcome to the monster world." Chapter 28. The black tower's prompt sound ended, and a dazzling white light filled Tang Mo's vision, so dazzling that he couldn't open his eyes. Tang Mo closed his eyes in preparation, waiting to enter the game. However, 3 seconds later, what entered his ears was not the cheerful game music, nor some weird children's songs, but a clear and loud bird song. Tang Mo opened his eyes in surprise. This is a vast forest. The sky was frighteningly blue, as if it had been painted with azure blue paint. A few cotton candy-like white clouds floated in the sky, and their shapes were so regular that it seemed as if someone had used the circles in the drawing tool to draw them one by one. The towering trees divide the world into the sky and the earth. The thick trunks soar straight up to the sky, and there is not a single branch on the trunks. Tang Mo stood in this fairy tale forest, looking stunned. Soon, he calmed down and began to observe the surrounding environment. The trees here are extremely tall, and the smallest trunk diameter is 7 or 8 meters, but the flowers and plants are of normal size. Tang Mo carefully avoided every flower and plant to prevent it from making obvious noises when stepped on. He was wearing a pair of soft-soled sneakers, and the sound was almost inaudible when he stepped on the soft and moist soil. 5 minutes later, Tang Mo returned to the starting point and checked the things he brought with him. There were 2 boxes of biscuits, a bottle of water, a flashlight, and tools such as lighters and ropes in his backpack. 2 small knives were tied to Tang Mo's right leg, and 4 small darts were hidden in the inner pocket of his jacket. After checking everything, Tang Mo started to move forward. 10 minutes had passed since he entered the first floor of the Black Tower. Unlike the last time when he was pulled into the game by Fu Duo, Tang Mo did not get his main quest immediately. The Black Tower only told him one message: "Welcome to the monster world," and did not reveal any other words. 10 minutes had passed, and the Black Tower had not released any games or quests, but Tang Mo could not sit still and wait for death. He carefully watched his surroundings, randomly chose a direction, and walked straight in that direction. It was easiest to get lost in this kind of forest. Tang Mo did not prepare a compass, and no one knew whether a compass could work in this world. Tang Mo's choice was to find the most obvious landmark and walk towards it, so that at least he would not go in circles. The tall trees blocked the sun, and it was impossible to rely on the sun to determine the direction. But in the dense leaves, a knife-like mountain stood straight on the ground. This mountain looked like a kitchen knife, with a very thin thickness, but very steep and high. A layer of white ice and snow condensed on the top of the mountain, and Tang Mo used this mountain as a direction to walk out of the woods first. He walked for an hour. The knife-like mountain was still far away, and the bottom of the mountain was completely invisible. The trees in the forest looked exactly the same. Tang Mo would find 10 small stones every 10 minutes and arrange them into a cross shape. In an hour, Tang Mo had never seen the cross shape he had arranged. "I didn't take a detour, but I still haven't walked out of this forest." Tang Mo pursed his lips and tried to speed up his pace, trying to find a way out of the forest. Just as Tang Mo walked to a tall redwood tree, suddenly, his ears moved, as if he heard something. Tang Mo stopped immediately. He leaned against the redwood tree to hide his body, and concentrated his attention on listening to the strange and faint sound. He listened for 10 seconds. The forest was filled with the melodious sound of birds, and the rustling of leaves. There seemed to be no other sound. Tang Mo carried his bag, and his eyes gradually focused. He lay down, supported himself with his hands, put his ears on the ground, and continued to listen. Slowly, he heard the strange sound. Dong. Dong. Dong dong. Dong 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 dong. The sound became more and more urgent, as if someone was beating a huge drum. The drum beats were dense, and they hit Tang Mo's heart. The sound was getting closer and closer. Tang Mo jumped up from the ground and turned around to run back. He no longer cared whether he stepped on leaves or flowers and made noises. He turned around and ran away at his fastest speed, but the thumping sound was faster than he ran. 3 minutes later, a huge white shadow flashed through the air and hit Tang Mo in front of him. Tang Mo's eyes narrowed. Hiss, hiss. A 3-meter-tall giant rabbit stood in front of Tang Mo, staring at him with its bright red eyes. Its giant claws dug the ground hard, and a piece of soil the size of a sofa was easily dug behind it, hitting the giant tree with a bang. Tang Mo slowly retreated, staring at the big white rabbit without blinking. 1 man and 1 rabbit stood between the 3 trees, looking at each other together. The next moment, the big rabbit's strong hind legs kicked the ground, drew a beautiful arc in the air, and rushed towards Tang Mo. Tang Mo took out a big match from his wrist without hesitation, dodged the big rabbit's impact, and hit the rabbit's neck with a match. The match hit the fluffy rabbit fur, splashing dazzling metal sparks. The rabbit fur seemed soft, but it was as hard as steel. The big rabbit was hit by Tang Mo's match and slid forward, leaving a 10-meter-long mark on the ground. Tang Mo was blown away by the huge recoil force and hit a giant tree. His throat felt sweet, and he almost coughed up blood, but swallowed it back. At a distance of more than 10 meters, the man and the rabbit stared at each other again, and then attacked again. The big white rabbit was not clumsy because of its huge size. It was extremely fast, forming a series of phantoms in the air. Tang Mo was forced to retreat continuously, using a big match to block the rabbit's claws, and was finally forced into a dead corner of a tree. Behind Tang Mo was a giant tree with a diameter of 10 meters, and there were dense bushes on both sides. He did not hesitate, turned on his toes, and ran into the bushes. The big rabbit hurried to catch up, but saw that Tang Mo had not run far at all. He stood behind the bushes, with his hands on his hips, glaring at the big rabbit, and shouted with full energy, "Give me back my grandpa! My grandpa! Grandpa! Grandpa!" The loud male voice echoed in the vast forest for a long time. Tang Mo opened his mouth and made a circular shape. The big rabbit raised his 2 long ears, as if he found something wrong, and turned around and ran. The next second, a stream of hot gas spurted out of Tang Mo's mouth, followed by a scorching hot flame. The blazing flame sprayed into the flammable bushes, and a huge fire was set off in an instant. Superpower. Fairy, give me back my grandpa, can only be used once a day. When using it, you need to put your hands on your hips and shout, "Give me back my grandpa," which can spray out 800 degrees Celsius high-temperature flames, which last for 30 seconds. Tang Mo sprayed the flames uncontrollably for a total of 30 seconds. When he finally finished using the superpower, the big rabbit had already disappeared, and there was an endless sea of fire in front of him. Tang Mo's face turned pale, and he picked up the backpack thrown in the corner and ran. Tang Mo didn't want to use this ability in the forest unless it was absolutely necessary. This forest was rich in vegetation, and once a fire started, the fire could not be controlled at all. The big rabbit was driven away, and Tang Mo had to escape quickly. And he had to take a detour, and the 1-hour journey he had walked before was all in vain. The forest fire burned more and more fiercely. Tang Mo ran dozens of kilometers, and could still see the fire he had just set from a distance. In the red fire, huge trees collapsed and fell in the flames. The forest fire will spread faster and faster, and Tang Mo doesn't have much time left. He ran forward frantically, and suddenly, a child's voice sounded in his ears. Ding! Trigger side mission 1. Disguise as Little Red Riding Hood and sneak into the Monster Valley. Tang Mo's face changed slightly, and before he could react to the meaning of this sentence, he heard a burst of surprised shouts. Oh my god, it's on fire! The monster forest is on fire! Why did it catch fire suddenly? I go find Grandpa Elephant and put it out. The dense footsteps came from a distance, getting closer and closer. From the footsteps, there must be at least 20 people. When Tang Mo heard their voices, they were already 100 meters away, and Tang Mo couldn't run away at all. In an emergency, Tang Mo climbed up a big tree and swooshed into the leaves to cover his body. 5 seconds later, Tang Mo's heart suddenly stopped beating. He finally saw clearly what was talking. They were not human, but animals. Or monsters. The leader was a big man with an orangutan head, and a human body. He was wearing a black vest, with strong muscles, holding a huge water tank the size of a room in his hands, and running towards the forest fire. After him, there were pig-headed people, monkey-headed people, and a giant snake crawling with a water pipe rolled up. Some of them only had animal heads, and some had animals all over their bodies. Tang Mo held his breath and hugged the tree tightly. He could hear his heart beating, but the only thing he could do now was to reduce his presence as much as possible and pray that these monsters would not find him. Suddenly, a dog-headed man stopped, his nose moved twice, and he raised his head to look at the leaves where Tang Mo was hiding. Tang Mo's scalp was numb, and his hand grabbed a small dart in his pocket. Before he threw it, he heard the dog-headed man yelling, "Underground man! There's an underground man!" All the monsters stopped and turned their heads to look at Tang Mo. Catch the underground man! Catch him! Tang Mo kicked the tree trunk and jumped to another tree. 2 huge monster monkeys climbed up the tree in a few seconds and caught up with Tang Mo. Tang Mo had no time to hesitate. He kept jumping on the tree, and the 2 monkeys followed closely behind him. There was also a group of monsters running on the ground. Fuck, shouldn't you go put out the fire first? This was the first time Tang Mo wanted to curse like this. He could only think about it in his mind. He didn't even have time to speak, and jumped to the next tree without stopping. The forest fire was burning more and more fiercely, and it was about to affect the big tree on Tang Mo's side, but the group of monsters still followed Tang Mo. Their eyes were filled with bloody red. The 2 giant monkeys looked at Tang Mo, and sticky saliva flowed from their sharp teeth. No matter how strong Tang Mo was, he couldn't compare to the monkeys who were born tree climbers. A monkey scratched his arm, leaving 2 bloody marks. Another monkey took the opportunity to hang upside down on the tree trunk and grabbed Tang Mo's arms with both hands. A big match appeared in Tang Mo's palm. He swung the big match with all his strength and hit the monkey's chest. The monkey was hit and flew backwards, but before flying out, he kicked Tang Mo in the chest. Tang Mo's body fell freely and hit the ground with a bang. The next second, all the monsters surrounded him. Underground people. The gorilla said, swallowing his saliva, "I haven't seen such a fresh underground man for a long time." The pig-headed man looked at Tang Mo with shining eyes. "Can I eat it?" "Eat. Eat the underground man. Eat the underground man." Tang Mo's brain worked quickly, and he began to think about the superpowers and weapons he now had. The big match didn't work. The match was a good weapon, but Tang Mo couldn't beat so many monsters by himself, and he might not even be able to escape. Draw a circle to curse. You can only curse one object, and the effect is unknown. My grandfather's ability has been used up. It is the only ability that can pose a threat to these monsters in the forest. There is also the ability to find friends, the ability to spit wind, and the ability of defense. Tang Mo's face became more and more ugly. Even if all his abilities are added together, they can't deal with so many monsters. Do you want to save the game first? Save the game as soon as you enter the game. Damn it, what should I do if I encounter danger again in the future? He just entered the tower attack game and didn't even know the main quest. Tang Mo's mind flashed, and he suddenly remembered that at the critical moment just now, the Black Tower seemed to have issued a side quest. Just now, he had no time to think about this task in order to escape. The Black Tower could not possibly not give him a way out. Tang Mo believed that he had not made any mistakes since he entered this game. He recalled every action he had taken, and there was no mistake, nor did he miss any clues. He had to use the give me back my grandpa ability when dealing with the big rabbit. If he had not used it at that time, Tang Mo would definitely not have been able to pass the big rabbit. So there was only. Tang Mo took out a beautiful ruby from his pocket and held it high above his head. Suddenly, a stinky had appeared on Tang Mo's head. Tang Mo was almost fainted by the smell. He felt something growing under his nose. Tang Mo resisted the urge to vomit and spit out 5 words from his teeth. I am Little Red Riding Hood. The monsters were stunned. Little Red Riding Hood? Who is Little Red Riding Hood? Have you heard of Little Red Riding Hood? Tang Mo was surrounded by this group of monsters. He lowered his head and hid his expression under Mario's stinky hat. This is the only possibility he can think of at the moment. The Black Tower will not let him die, otherwise this is not a game, but a killing. But if Little Red Riding Hood doesn't work, or this Mario hat can't make him disguise as Little Red Riding Hood and deceive these monsters, then Tang Mo can only save the game and fight to the death. Maybe the Black Tower is so bad that it wants to force Tang Mo to use the saver from the beginning. Ah, I remember. Is the mixed-race granddaughter of Grandma's family called Little Red Riding Hood? A parrot chirped. Do you remember the daughter of Grandma? She eloped with the underground people 10 years ago and gave birth to a mixed-race child. Grandma told me yesterday that her granddaughter was very filial and would come from the underground kingdom to help her look after the land in the next 2 days. Is that her? The giant gorilla pointed at the beard on Tang Mo's lips. He is a male underground person, not a female. Tang Mo tore off Mario's beard expressionlessly, climbed up from the ground, and looked at the gorilla. You are wrong. The gorilla rubbed his head. Oh, I saw it wrong. It turned out to be Little Red Riding Hood at Grandma's house. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Hey, go put out the fire. Little Red Riding Hood, come on, I take you to find your grandma. The gorilla said, turned around and was about to take Tang Mo back. There was a burning pain under Tang Mo's nose. With his current body, it wouldn't be to the extent that tearing the beard would tear the flesh, but the pain would not be any less than before the earth went online. Gorilla, Little Red Riding Hood, why do you smell bad? Tang Mo said coldly, we underground people don't like to take a bath. The gorilla nodded. No wonder, there must be something dirty under your nose just now. We monsters love to take a bath the most. Don't learn from those underground people. Tang Mo pinched his beard tightly and didn't want to talk. For Tang Mo, the forest was like a maze. Under the guidance of the gorilla, it only took half an hour for the two to walk out of the forest and come to a valley. This valley was completely opposite to the Kitchen Knife Mountain that Tang Mo had seen before. As the gorilla led Tang Mo into the valley, he said to him, you are really a kind and sensible Little Red Riding Hood. It's almost the season to plant crops. This is the busiest time, and you're here to help your grandmother look after the land. Tang Mo stood behind the gorilla, half a meter away from the gorilla, and hummed softly. Gorilla, our monster valley has not been peaceful in the past 2 years. The gorilla pushed aside a boulder, and a dark hole immediately appeared in front of Tang Mo. The gorilla walked in, but Tang Mo stopped. The gorilla looked back at him strangely. Little Red Riding Hood? Tang Mo's mind echoed with the words dive into the monster valley. Finally, he gritted his teeth and followed into the cave. With a bang, the boulder closed behind Tang Mo. Ding. Side quest 1 completed. The gorilla picked up a torch placed next to the stone and illuminated the cave. Tang Mo followed the gorilla and continued to walk deeper into the tunnel. This tunnel was very spacious. It was more like a huge cave than a tunnel. At the top of the tunnel, black stalactites stood upside down, and small water droplets condensed on the tip of the stone. Tang Mo followed the gorilla slowly. They kept going underground, getting farther and farther from the ground. After about 10 minutes of walking, the tunnel came to the end, and the gorilla pushed away the big rock blocking the end of the tunnel. Suddenly, everything was bright. Tang Mo opened his eyes wide and looked at the vast space hidden deep underground. The underground belongs to the first floor of our black tower. The gorilla sighed. Every time I go up there, I feel very uncomfortable. Oh, by the way, Little Red Riding Hood, how come you appear in the forest at the junction of the first and second floors? Tang Mo stammered and hummed a few times to get by. The gorilla did not talk to him again and took him into the valley. Before seeing this valley, I am afraid no one would believe that there is such a huge world under the ground. The huge valley is surrounded by 3 triangular pyramid-shaped underground mountains, and in the center is a clear pink river. The river water is introduced from outside the valley and finally disappears at the other end. Between the 3 mountains are houses covered with thatch and mud. From far to near, there are more than 20 small houses that can be seen with the naked eye. There is also a vegetable field in front of each house. At this moment, those vegetable fields are bare, with only cultivated fields and no crops. There is no one in the valley. It is estimated that they have just gone out to put out the fire. The gorilla led Tang Mo along the mountain path to the depths of the last mountain. Tang Mo walked slower and slower, his hand pressed on the match tattoo, staring at the front vigilantly. A pink chimney poked out of the hill and appeared in front of the 2. The gorilla pointed at the chimney. Look, that's your grandmother's house. Tang Mo pressed the match tattoo and nodded. The gorilla couldn't recognize who Little Red Riding Hood was, but Little Red Riding Hood's grandmother might not be sure. Tang Mo entered the Monster Valley according to the Black Tower's request. He vaguely realized that the key to this tower attack game, or the main task, should be in this valley. If he was really recognized by Little Red Riding Hood's grandmother, Tang Mo's only choice would be to run away immediately, hide in a corner of the valley, and wait for an opportunity to find the main task. Turning the corner, Grandma's house came into view. A pink mud hut was located between 2 lush green trees in a very abrupt way. A golden fence surrounded the vegetable field in front of the hut. In the middle of the vegetable field, mirror-like stones were embedded in the ground, and a stone road was paved from the house to the gate. The gorilla knocked on the gate. Grandma, Grandma, I brought your Little Red Riding Hood. Tang Mo was tense and highly focused, ready to turn around and run away at any time. At this moment, he heard a muffled sound of footsteps. It was as if a giant was dragging on the ground, banging on the ground step by step, and the whole mountain was shaking. Creaky. The pink door was pushed open. Tang Mo's right foot had already turned in the direction, ready to escape. A tall humanoid wearing a white hat and a pink skirt appeared in the door. She had a strong and knotted body of muscles, and she had to bend down to walk out of the door of the pink house. The pink dress left marks on her body, like a muscular man wearing a little girl's skirt, which was ridiculous. The huge brim of the hat covered her face, and Tang Mo could only see her big black hairy hands. She moved her steps awkwardly, like a lady from the upper class, and walked to the gate of the courtyard in small steps. Tang Mo's 1.8 meters tall only reached her shoulders. She slowly released her hand that was pressing on the brim of the hat, revealing a protruding big mouth and a pair of sharp wolf-like eyes. The gorilla smiled innocently and said, Grandma Wolf, I brought your Little Red Riding Hood to you. Tang Mo turned and ran away almost the moment he saw the Grandma Wolf, but the Grandma Wolf's thick palm pressed on his shoulder. Tang Mo was shocked to find that he could not break free of this palm. Just by pressing like this, the Grandma Wolf pressed him in place and could not move. It's really my Little Red Riding Hood. I will never forget her father's stinky hat in my life. Uncle Gorilla, you don't know how stinky her father's hat is. Look, it's a little better than hers. Grandma Wolf opened her bloody mouth and smiled softly. Tang Mo saw a human finger between her teeth. Grandma Wolf grabbed Tang Mo's arm and took him into her yard with a little force. My lovely Little Red Riding Hood must be starving. Grandma will take you home for dinner. The giant Grandma Wolf grabbed Tang Mo's collar with one claw, dragged him into the house, and slammed the door. Outside the house, the gorilla scratched his head. Grandma is in such a good mood today. He turned and walked down the mountain. Tang Mo was almost knocked into the house by the wolf grandmother. As soon as the door was closed, the wolf grandmother threw him against the wall. Tang Mo turned over twice and stabilized his body by the fireplace. He got up in a flash, but the wolf grandmother didn't care about him at all. She no longer walked in those disgusting ladle-like steps. She strode to the fireplace and grabbed a shriveled human arm and started to chew it. The clothes that were already too small were torn into a crack because of the wolf grandmother's rough movements. The wolf grandmother cursed impatiently, tore the skirt apart, and threw it into the fireplace casually, burning it into a pile of ashes. Take off your damn hat. Grandma Wolf bit off her wrist with a crunch and started chewing it. This stinky hat is exactly the same as your father's. Don't think I will give you any good face. You can only get 7 copper coins in these 7 days, not even 1 extra cent. Hearing this, Tang Mo was much more relaxed. A keyword flashed through his mind quickly. 7 days. Tang Mo didn't want to wear this hat for a long time, but he just took it off. Grandma Wolf looked at him viciously, and bit off the elbow joint of this arm with a crunch like eating a duck neck. The hair of the underground people is really the most disgusting thing in the world. Put your hat back on, and don't let me see those hairs again, or I pull them all out of your head. Tang Mo, Grandma Wolf chewed all the meat, spit out the bone residue, and looked at Tang Mo. Tang Mo put his hat back on, and then pulled out the beard that had just grown on his mouth expressionlessly. Grandma Wolf glared at him twice, and finally turned her head, and continued to eat her dinner. The pink house was filled with pink furniture. The room was not big, and a small dining table was covered with a thin layer of dust. Tang Mo estimated that the table had not been touched for at least a month. Perhaps its owner preferred to put the food on the ground and eat it directly with his hands. There was a carpet under the sofa. Tang Mo had never seen such pink fur before. His eyes moved around the room, and finally turned to the fireplace, then raised slightly, and looked at the human head hanging on the fireplace. Like every deer head embedded in the fireplace wall, this was a human head that was stiff enough to be made into a specimen. Slightly curly black hair draped on both sides of the head. The middle-aged man closed his eyes and opened his mouth, as if he was asleep and hung on the wall, except that his face was pale and bloodless, with a dark blue tint of a dead body. Tang Mo only took a glance and looked away. The wolf grandmother finally finished gnawing on the arm, and she threw the remaining bone residue into the fireplace. The flames crackled, and a pungent smell of burnt bones lingered in the hut. Don't think I prepared dinner for you. Grandma Wolf wiped the blood and flesh from her mouth with her hands. 7 copper coins are already the biggest reward for you. Starting tomorrow, you will catch the golden hamster for me. If I still can't see the body of the golden hamster when I come back in 7 days. Tang Mo raised his head and looked coldly at the giant werewolf in front of him. Grandma Wolf grinned, revealing a cold and kind smile, with an unfinished finger stuck between her teeth. You are my dinner. Bang, bang, bang. The house shook with every step Grandma Wolf took. She closed the bedroom door forcefully, and soon Tang Mo heard a snoring sound like thunder. Tang Mo then began to walk around the room. He carefully checked every table and chair, even a bunch of human hair that had been hidden in the cracks of the sofa for who knows how long. This room was no different from an ordinary human hunter's hut, except that the head hanging on the fireplace wall was no longer a beast's head, but a human head. No matter how brave Tang Mo was, he would not sleep under a human head. He walked to the dining table with his bag and laid down on the floor. Staring at the ceiling of the pink hut, Tang Mo recalled everything that happened after he entered the first floor of the Black Tower. The first floor of the Black Tower is underground, and the forest is where the first and second floors meet. Gorillas, giant monkeys, Grandma Wolf, Little Red Riding Hood. Little Red Riding Hood is here to watch the land for Grandma Wolf. 7 copper coins, 7 days. Is this mission 7 days? Tang Mo knew clearly that he would never be the opponent of Grandma Wolf, so all he could do now was wait for the main mission to be announced. The Black Tower will definitely announce the main mission. Tang Mo stared at the ceiling with his eyes open, thinking all night. The next day at noon, there was a sound of rummaging in Grandma Wolf's bedroom. When Grandma Wolf came out, she changed into a pink lace skirt. Her strong body was wrapped in the small skirt, and it seemed that it could be blown up at any time. She twisted her small steps and moved to the door of the house little by little. Tang Mo was so spicy that he couldn't see. Grandma Wolf picked up a small pink parasol and pressed her big black hand on the door handle. Suddenly she turned and looked at Tang Mo. You know how to look at the ground and catch that disgusting golden hamster, right? Tang Mo was silent for a moment. I don't know. Your mother didn't even teach you this? Damn it, I have to teach you this, then your reward is only 6 copper coins. No, it's 5 copper coins. Don't even think about asking for more. The wolf grandmother threw down the small parasol angrily, and walked up to Tang Mo. The wolf grandmother picked up a pink jar, and threw it to Tang Mo. 7 days later is the sowing season. I heard that the head of the circus got a treasure. I have to go and see it. During the 7 days when I go to see the treasure, you take good care of the land in the back mountain. Grandma Wolf walked to the window, and Tang Mo followed. Through the window, Tang Mo saw a vegetable field that was larger than the yard. The dark soil had been turned over long ago, and only the seeds were left. This vegetable field was located at the foot of a mountain. Tang Mo's eyes flashed, and he looked at the 9 large holes embedded in the mountain wall. Those damn gophers. When did they dig another hole? Grandma Wolf was so angry that her teeth itched. Today is the first day. You have to put food in one of the holes at 6 o'clock every afternoon, and then hide in the hole. When the golden hamster comes out to eat the food, you quickly catch it. Tang Mo immediately realized that this might be his next task. He asked, "Can I put it in any hole? There are 9 holes in total." Grandma Wolf said, "As a matter of course, As long as you put the food in that hole and stand there, the stupid golden hamster will think you are going to feed it. Golden hamsters like you underground people the most. As long as you stand at the entrance of a hole with food, it will believe you. Of course, there is only an 80% chance that it will appear, and there is a 20% chance that it will be a black-haired gopher." Tang Mo frowned. What will happen to the black-haired gopher? Black-haired gophers love to eat you underground people the most. Grandma Wolf laughed maliciously. Pull off the head of the underground people, and dip it in fresh ketchup. Oh, that's really the most delicious thing in the world. But I don't recommend you to catch the golden-haired gopher on the first day. These 7 days are the season when gophers have just ended their hibernation and come out to look for food. Golden-haired gophers are lazier than black-haired gophers, and always like to sleep a little longer. The first day is usually the black-haired hamster, well, at least 50% chance. Tang Mo kept all these words in mind and asked, "Where can I get food for the golden-haired hamster?" Grandma Wolf looked at Tang Mo strangely. "Where is the jar in your hand? Put anything belonging to your underground kingdom in it, and it will turn into the sweet potato that the golden-haired hamster likes the most." God knows why the stupid golden-haired hamster likes you underground people so much. How can sweet potatoes be as delicious as the meat of underground people? The tender meat of underground people. Grandma Wolf sipped her saliva, her eyes lingering on Tang Mo. Tang Mo already had a rough outline of the task in his mind, and he finally asked, "Can I catch a golden-haired hamster any day within 7 days?" "Of course. But if I don't see the golden-haired hamster when I come back after 7 days?" Grandma Wolf chuckled, picked up the small parasol, opened the door, and left the house. Her voice of expectation penetrated the door and came into the house. The flesh of the underground people. A loud sound rang out. Ding! Trigger the main task. A fun whack-a-mole game in Monster Valley. Game rules. First, there is only 1 golden hamster in Monster Valley. Second, there are 9 holes in total. Third, the monster world is the same as the Earth, with 24 hours a day. Fourth, put anything belonging to the underground kingdom into the pink jar, and you can get a sweet potato that the golden hamster loves the most. The food must be put into the hole at 6 o'clock, otherwise it will be invalid. Fifth, when the player and the sweet potato stand at the same hole, the probability of the golden hamster appearing is 80%, and the probability of the black hamster appearing is 20%. Sixth, the probability of the golden hamster appearing on the first day is 40%, and the probability of the black hamster appearing is 60%. 7. The player can only place food at 1 hole every day. If more than 2 holes are placed or the player and the food are not standing at the same hole, the probability of the golden hamster appearing is 0. 8th, before sowing, the hamsters only move in the cave. Grandma Wolf only grows crops once a year, and the hateful golden hamsters always like to steal food. How to catch it gave Grandma Wolf a headache, until one day she suddenly thought that maybe her lovely granddaughter would have a way. Chapter 29. Tang Mo put the pink jar on the table and looked inside from the mouth of the jar, intending to see what was inside. Bang! A loud door opening sound came from behind. Tang Mo's hand immediately pressed on the match tattoo, and turned around to look back. I saw the wolf grandmother in a small dress walking into the house in small steps, and taking the pink bag on the sofa. When she found that Tang Mo was looking at her, she glared at him fiercely and said, "Remember the time. If I don't see the golden hamster when I come back in 7 days, you will be my dinner." Another loud door slammed, like an earthquake, and the whole house shook. Tang Mo's body also shook twice, and he walked to the window. Seeing the wolf grandmother slowly disappear on the mountain path, he narrowed his eyes, and turned to look at the jar again. Tang Mo raised his head, and glanced at the pink alarm clock next to the sofa. It's the first day, 12:30 noon. The main task of this tower attack game gave Tang Mo a total of 7 days, and the time calculation method of Monster Valley is the same as that of Earth. So, I entered the game at around 5 p.m. on November 30th. According to the time calculation, it should be December 1st now. Tang Mo carefully went over the game rules that Black Tower had just issued in his mind. He had 7 days to catch a golden-haired gopher. Only by placing food in the hole at 6 p.m. every day could he attract the gopher. If he missed the time, the food would be invalid, so there were a total of 7 chances. The probability of a golden hamster appearing on the first day is 40%, and the probability of the appearance on the remaining days doubles to 80%. If he follows the correct game rules every day for 7 days, places food at a certain hole at 6 o'clock, and then stands in the hole waiting without breaking the rules, then the probability of a golden hamster not appearing in 7 days is 0.000192. On the other hand, the probability of catching a golden hamster within 7 days is 0.999808. This probability is frighteningly high. Although Tangemo felt that his luck was not very good, it was not so bad that he could not catch a hamster under this probability. Unless there is something wrong with the game itself. Tangemo thought for a long time, but could not come up with an answer. Finally, he decided to look at the props he had now. Grandma Wolf was not there, so he walked to the sofa and sat down, putting the jar on the coffee table. Anything belonging to the underground kingdom can be turned into sweet potatoes. Anything. Tangmo's eyes turned and looked at the ball of underground hair in the gap of the sofa. With a tearing sound, Tangemo pulled the sticky hair out of the gap. He pulled a strand of hair and put it into the jar. After a while, there was no movement in the jar. Tangemo looked down along the mouth of the jar. The hair was still lying at the bottom of the jar, and it had not turned into a sweet potato. Is it not enough? Tangemo frowned and put a bunch of hair in directly. After waiting for about a minute, the jar suddenly vibrated violently. The pink jar was flashing with colorful lights. Like the colorful neon lights in the old karaoke of the last century, the lights were shining everywhere, illuminating every corner of the house with dazzling and complex colored spots. Tangemo stared at the jar without blinking for 3 minutes. The flickering light of the jar finally went out, and finally there was a loud rumble, followed by a foul smell that covered the sky. Even though Tangemo had been influenced by Mario's hat, he almost fainted when he first smelled this smell. He held back the stench and looked at the jar. He saw an invisible line silently moving down from the mouth of the jar. Where the line passed, the pink color of the jar turned into a thick black. When the line reached the bottom of the jar, the entire pink jar turned black. Tangemo was shocked and thought to himself, is this the difficulty of this mission? Is it difficult to get food? Without giving Tangemo a chance to think, a black object suddenly jumped out of the jar and hit Tangemo's leg. The black color on the surface of the jar slowly dissipated and turned pink again. Tangemo was stunned and picked up the black unknown object that seemed to be burnt and looked at the jar on the coffee table. Lines of small words slowly appeared on the jar. A bunch of rotten underground people's hair. Ah. Tangemo, What Tangemo threw into the jar was hair, and what was spit out was a pile of burnt black unknown objects, emitting a terrible stench. Tangemo pinched his nose to examine the thing, and he used a knife to cut the shit-like thing open. After the black shit was cut open, Tangemo lowered his head and observed for a long time, and finally concluded expressionlessly. Burnt shit like sweet potatoes? As if responding to his words, the pink jar flashed again. Even if he didn't put this thing at the entrance of the cave for an experiment, Tangemo could guess that this kind of thing would never attract golden-haired gophers. Tangemo picked up the jar and stroked the small words on it. Rotten underground people's hair. Does that mean that the hair has been left for too long and can no longer be considered as something from the underground kingdom, and cannot be converted into food? If that's the case, then this task is indeed a little difficult. Tangemo walked to the fireplace and looked up at the underground man's head hanging on the wall. He looked at it for a while, and finally took out a knife, holding the underground man's hair with one hand, and carefully cut off the hair with the other hand. After doing all this, he returned to the sofa and put the hair into the jar. 5 minutes later, a pile of rotten underground man's hair. Ah bah bah bah. Tangemo, Even this doesn't work. Tangemo didn't try to cut off the other organs of the underground man's head and put them into the jar. This jar seems to have high requirements for the items put in it. If Tangemo is really Little Red Riding Hood, then he is an underground man himself. He only needs to put the things he carries with him into the jar to get food. But he is not Little Red Riding Hood. Mario's hat should be considered as something from the underground kingdom. The turkey eggs are from the mole, and the earthworm's tears are from the earthworm. They all belong to monsters. These 3 things are the prize props that Tangemo got from the Black Tower game. The only one that can be used is Mario's hat. But Tangemo would never put a high-quality prop into such a jar just to exchange for a sweet potato. He has already thought of a way. Tangemo took out the ruby from his pocket, raised it to his head, and put on Mario's hat. The stench was no less than that of black shit, and sweet potatoes, and Tangamo immediately held his breath. He looked at the fireplace of Grandma Wolf's house with a serious look. After 3 seconds, he shouted and suddenly hit the wall of the fireplace. Bang! Bang! The first sound was the sound of the head hitting the wall, and the second sound was the sound of a false tooth set falling to the ground. This wall is too hard. Tangamo rubbed his head and took off Mario's hat. He leaned over and picked up the false teeth on the ground. This was a yellow and old false teeth, and there was still a little chocolate stuck in the gap between the teeth. Tangamo had even touched the shit-like sweet potato, so how could he be afraid of this thing? He picked up the false teeth without changing his expression and threw them into the pink jar. A minute later, the pink jar emitted colorful light again. The colorful light dissipated, and an invisible line appeared from the mouth of the jar. Where the straight line passed, the jar turned a light yellow. This difference made Tangamo's heart move. When the whole jar turned yellow, a golden object jumped out of the jar and jumped onto Tangamo's legs. An old shoemaker has used dirty braces for 70 years. Such a line of words appeared on the jar, and soon, the yellow faded, and the jar turned pink again. The sweet potato that hit Tangamo's leg was the size of an adult's arm, and it was thick and long. The sweet potato looked no different from the ones on Earth, except that the fragrance was a little lighter. Tangamo hadn't eaten for a day, but he had no appetite when he saw the sweet potato. He took the sweet potato, went to the kitchen, found a plate, and put the sweet potato on it. After doing all this, it was only 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Tangamo thought for a moment, put on Mario's hat again, and banged against the wall twice. The first time a broken small mirror fell out, and the second time a half-eaten chicken leg fell out. The prop Mario's hat is of excellent quality. Wearing the hat and hitting a hard object with your head will give you a chance to get a magical treasure, with a maximum drop probability of 10%. After Tangamo got this prop, he tested its effect. When wearing Mario's hat, you must use the greatest force to hit a hard object, such as a wall, to drop the object, and the things that fall out are strange, and there is no fixed number. After being notified by the Black Tower to participate in the tower attack game, Tangamo did not waste a day. Every night, he would put on the hat and hit the wall with his head to see if the so-called treasure could fall out. The hat's usage restrictions did not specify how many times it could hit the wall every day, but Tangamo found out after personal experiments that this hat would only safely drop items 3 times a day. The first 3 full-force hits would already make Tangamo dizzy and feel unwell. If he hit it a 4th time, he could be sure that this hat would have a negative impact on his body. The more times it hits, the greater the impact. So this hat can only be used 3 times a day, and the drop rate is touching. From the time he got the hat to now, Tangamo has hit the wall 34 times, and not once did he drop anything useful. Sometimes it was a dirty rag, sometimes it was a small stone that looked insignificant. The only time a delicate knife inlaid with 7 colored gemstones fell out, Tangamo was so surprised that his eyes lit up, and he quickly picked up the knife. Before he tried whether this knife could cut iron like mud, a line of words appeared on the handle. Props. Snow White's apple peeling knife. Owner, Tangamo. Quality, trash. Level, none. Attack power, poor. Function, pretty. Restrictions, no restrictions required. Note, Snow White, do you peel apples when you eat them? Tangamo, My family really peels apples before eating them. Tangamo was still not giving up. After all, it was Snow White's knife. Even if it wasn't used to peel apples, it might have some other uses, so it wasn't of rubbish quality. Until his finger accidentally touched the blade, Tangamo was shocked. Before his brain could react to the pain of his hand being cut by the knife, he saw the knife suddenly break into 2 pieces, and fell to the ground with a snap. This knife is not even as hard as a finger. You can imagine how bad Mario's hat is. Holding the sweet potato in his hand, Tangamo walked towards the 9 mole holes. There was silence in the Monster Valley. Grandma Wolf lived on the hillside of a mountain in the deepest part. The other gorilla monsters and monkey monsters lived in the basin in the center of the valley, far away from Grandma Wolf's house, and they had almost no communication. Tangamo vaguely felt that Grandma Wolf's status in the Monster Valley seemed a little unusual. Grandma Wolf's vegetable garden was much larger than that of all other monsters. When Tangamo first entered the valley, he saw that there was a vegetable garden at the door of every household. They were all very ordinary small vegetable gardens, similar to the kind of vegetable gardens that rural people planted casually at their doorsteps to fill their stomachs. Only the vegetable garden of the wolf grandmother occupied the entire back mountain. There was only one monster living on this mountain, the wolf grandmother, so all the land on the back mountain was reclaimed by her and used as a vegetable garden. Walking down the mountain path for about 10 minutes, Tang Mo left the vegetable garden and walked to the 9 holes. Looking down from the small house on the mountain, these 9 dark holes suddenly appeared on the smooth mountain wall, which was very inconsistent with the environment of the entire monster valley. Now, at the foot of the mountain, Tang Mo stood between the big hole and the vegetable garden, with the mountain where the wolf grandmother lived behind him, and 9 deep mole holes in front of him. 9 circular holes, with a diameter of 3 meters are arranged in a straight line, embedded in the mountain wall, from left to right, in a row. Looking inside from the hole, you can only see a depth of 1 or 2 meters. Further inside is shrouded in the dim light of the cave, and cannot be seen clearly. Game Rule 8. Before sowing, the moles only move in the cave. The wolf grandmother will sow after returning home, so now these moles cannot leave the cave. Tang Mo approached these mole holes carefully. He placed the sweet potato outside the hole, and walked from the first hole to the 9th hole to observe these mole holes. There were some claw marks on the ground at the entrance of each hole. There were 4 claws and 5 nails, and each nail was about 5 centimeters wide. The ground dug by the claws would have deep digging marks, and the deepest mark was half a meter deep. The monster mole is at least 2 meters tall, and its claws are very powerful. Looking at these marks, Tang Mo thought, are these marks caused by the black-haired mole or the golden-haired mole? There were a few golden and black hairs near each hole, with more black hairs, but it was impossible to tell who caused those marks. The length and shape of the hair are the same. If so, the size of the golden-haired hamster and the black-haired hamster may also be the same. Tang Mo did not enter the cave entrance. He stood as close to the cave as possible to observe the things inside. Assuming that the golden-haired hamster and the black-haired hamster can leave such marks, their attack power may not be inferior to those of the 2 monkey monsters, and may even be stronger. Tang Mo pondered for a moment, walked to the original place, picked up the sweet potato plate, and walked towards the 9 large hamster holes. The probability of a golden-haired hamster appearing on the first day is 40%, and that of a black-haired hamster is 60%. Tang Mo is not going to take risks. He does not know what these 2 hamsters look like or how strong their attack power is. There are 7 days in total, and he can catch golden-haired hamsters in the next 6 days. For safety reasons, there is no need to rush to start the task on the first day. If a black-haired hamster is attracted, Tang Mo will be in a passive position. Only by knowing yourself and the enemy can you win every battle. He still knows too little information now. Tang Mo randomly found a cave entrance, and he chose the 5th one. He stood beside the cave entrance, raised his wrist, and looked at the time on the watch. The second hand ticked across the dial. 3 minutes later, when the minute hand pointed straight to 12, Tang Mo quickly put the sweet potato into the cave entrance and turned around and ran. He ran to a big rock 10 meters away at a very fast speed, then raised his head and stared at the sweet potato in the 5th cave entrance. When 6 o'clock came, the monster valley was still sunny in the last second, and suddenly turned into night in the next second. There is no sun in the monster valley. Tang Mo has been here for a whole day, but has not found any light source. But there is sun in the monster valley. The sun shines on time at 6 o'clock in the morning and disappears on time at 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Now it is 6 o'clock, night falls, and the dark night shrouds the silent valley. The moonlight is dim, and the breeze blows, without a sound. Tang Mo's eyes are fixed on the big sweet potato, his body tense, waiting for the monster to appear. Game Rule 7. If the player and the food are not standing at the same hole, the probability of the golden hamster appearing is 0. So, will it be a black-haired mole, or nothing? 3 seconds later, a banging sound came from the depths of the 5th hole. Tang Mo opened his eyes wide, straightened his upper body, and stared at the hole. The next moment, in the depths of the dark cave, a huge dark figure swayed gently in the cave. Suddenly, a black claw slapped the golden sweet potato. The black monster's claws pinched the sweet potato, and its nails slid across the plate, and the plate immediately shattered into powder. It held the sweet potato in its hands, and ate it with a crunching sound. In the quiet night, the crunching sound of chewing sweet potatoes was very piercing. Tang Mo held his breath, and watched the unknown thing eat the sweet potato bit by bit. When it finished eating the sweet potato, it suddenly raised its head, and looked at Tang Mo hiding behind a big rock. Tang Mo paused in his heart, but did not run away. He watched this thing from a distance of 10 meters. The black-haired mole stood in the cave, its body blending into the darkness. A pair of small green eyes pierced through the night, staring straight at Tang Mo, with a cold look in his eyes, and a bloody smell hidden in the dark green color. A man and a rat looked at each other across the hole. 5 seconds later, the black-haired mole kicked the ground with one foot, turned around and ran into the cave. It ran very fast, and the heavy sound of hitting the ground became lighter and lighter, and finally disappeared. Tang Mo still stood behind the big rock and waited for 5 minutes. After making sure that the black-haired mole would not come back, he walked cautiously to the entrance of the 5th hole. The sweet potato was eaten cleanly, leaving no residue. The plate was smashed by the black-haired mole with a slap, leaving only a little white powder. The powder was mixed with the soil, and it was impossible to see clearly without careful observation. The probability of the golden-haired hamster appearing is 0, which means that the black-haired hamster will definitely appear. The black-haired hamster is stronger than the 2 monkey monsters, and may even be stronger than the big earthworm in Kill Bill. Tang Mo came to this conclusion, his expression calm, turned around and walked back to the wolf grandmother's hut. The next day at noon, Tang Mo put on Mario's hat again and started to hit the wall. There were still 3 pieces of garbage that had no effect at all. Tang Mo threw one into the pink jar and got a big sweet potato. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, he ate a biscuit to replenish his energy, then held the sweet potato and walked towards the 9 mole holes. The dark mole holes were bottomless, and Tang Mo hid behind a big rock. He took out a big match, sharpened the blades of 2 knives, and tied them to his thighs. At 5:59 in the afternoon, Tang Mo held a plate and walked step by step towards the 5th hole. The probability of moles appearing in all 9 holes was the same, so it didn't matter which one he chose. At 6 o'clock, Tang Mo bent down and placed the sweet potato on the edge of the hole. He raised his foot and walked into the hole. His hands were in his pockets, seemingly casually, but his hands were firmly grasping 2 small darts. He stared at the depths of the cave entrance, shrouded in darkness, his left foot turned toward the outside of the cave, ready to escape at any time. Tens of seconds later, Tang Mo heard a familiar sound of hitting the ground. It seemed that a huge animal was running from a long distance, and the sound of its limbs hitting the ground kept echoing in this narrow cave, shaking the walls. Tang Mo stood up and saw a dark object appear 20 meters away. Small green eyes, huge and terrifying body. The light was still too dim to tell whether it was black or gold. When it ran to 5 meters away from the cave entrance, the moonlight finally shone on its fur, and the dark color pierced Tang Mo's eyes. Tang Mo paused, turned around and ran without hesitation, but a sharp whistle sounded behind him. The black-haired mole didn't even look at the sweet potato on the ground. Its eyes were shining, and it excitedly slapped Tang Mo with one claw. The reaction of this black-haired mole was too fast, much faster than Tang Mo. As soon as Tang Mo stepped out of the hole, his claws blocked his way. Tang Mo did not hesitate. He kicked the black-haired mole's claws and took out his hands from his pockets. For small darts was towards the big mole's eyes. Tang Mo had never practiced darts before. After getting the small darts, he practiced for a few days. But in a hurry, he shot 3 darts and missed them. Only one flew to the right eye of the big mole. The big mole quickly moved aside, giving Tang Mo a chance to catch his breath. Tang Mo took out a giant match and hit the thick claws of the black mole. The huge claws hit the match, and Tang Mo was shocked and his palm was numb. The black mole didn't seem to expect that what Tang Mo took out would be so powerful. It was caught off guard and took a step back. A nail on its claw was broken by the big match. Bright red blood flowed from the broken nail. The black mole let out an angry roar and rushed towards Tang Mo. Tang Mo immediately waved the big match to fight back, while dodging. This big mole was very smart. It used its huge body to block the entrance of the cave, blocking Tang Mo's way out. The light in the tunnel was dim, and Tang Mo was forced to go deeper and deeper. If this continued, he would be farther and farther away from the cave entrance, and it would be even more impossible to escape. Tang Mo gritted his teeth, and when the big mole swung his claws at him again, he did not dodge again. The mole's claws broke through the wind and slapped down. Tang Mo faced the mole directly, holding the match tightly in both hands. As the mole's claws fell, he seized the opportunity and hit the mole's nails with a match through the tiny gap between the claws. The mole screamed in anger and pain. Tang Mo's match was not simply to break its nails, but to use the reverse force of the match to push off the ground with both feet, jump over the mole's body, and flip behind it. The mole didn't care about the pain of its nails, and hurriedly turned around to grab Tang Mo. Tang Mo ran out of the hole at the fastest speed in his life, and the mole stretched out his claws angrily to grab him. Rip! The sharp claws tore through Tang Mo's clothes, leaving a shallow blood mark on his back. Tang Mo had already jumped out of the cave, and fell to the ground outside the cave. In the mole hole, the black-haired mole roared in anger, and refused to leave for a long time, standing at the entrance of the cave and looking at Tang Mo. Tang Mo sat on the ground and panted. He checked the injury on his back. It was not a serious injury, just a little scratch. But his clothes were completely torn from top to bottom, and his back was completely exposed to the air. After a long rest, Tang Mo used a big matchstick as a walking stick and prepared to go back to the cabin. He didn't expect his luck to be so bad. With a 20% probability, only 1 in 5, he didn't meet a golden-haired hamster, but a black-haired hamster. This black-haired hamster is indeed very strong. Its defense is not as strong as that of a big earthworm, but its attack power is far better than that of a big earthworm. Its IQ and attack methods are also much stronger than those of a big earthworm. Behind him, the black-haired hamster was still roaring at the entrance of the 5th cave. Tang Mo panted and thought as he walked. 1 in 5 probability, the Black Tower will not lie. Is it really just my bad luck today? He walked past the 4th hole. The probability of encountering a black-haired mole for 2 consecutive days is 1 in 25. My luck shouldn't be so bad tomorrow. Tang Mo walked past the 3rd hole and continued to the next one. Suddenly, his steps stopped, and he turned stiffly and looked at the 3rd hole behind him. Tang Mo stared at the ground at the 3rd hole for a full minute. A minute later, he put away the big match, walked to the 3rd hole step by step, and bent down. In the silent and dark valley, the night was deep, and the angry roar of the black-haired mole continued for a long time. On the ground at the 3rd hole, a little bit of fine white powder was mixed in the soil. The moonlight shone on it, reflecting the smooth color of a ceramic plate. Chapter 30. Tang Mo pulled out his knife without caring whether walking into the cave would attract moles and cause danger. He walked into the 3rd cave and dug out the soil mixed with white powder. Luckily, Tang Mo's rash behavior of entering the cave did not attract moles. He left the cave with the soil in his hands, put it on the ground, and began to separate the soil from the white powder. He picked out the white powder bit by bit. Tang Mo had never been so focused as he was now. His face was as solemn as water, and he did not miss any tiny white powder and picked them all out. It took him a full hour to completely separate the white powder from the soil. After doing all this, he immediately ran to the 5th hole. An hour later, the black-haired mole that had just fought with Tang Mo was no longer roaring. It had already left and disappeared deep into the cave. Tang Mo looked down at the soil in the 5th hole. Each hole has a diameter of about 3 meters. When Tang Mo placed the plate yesterday, he placed the plate on the left edge of the hole. At this moment, on the left side of the hole, the white powder was mixed in the soil, and was about to merge with the soil. The plate he put today also turned into powder, a little further away from the cave entrance. Today, the black-haired groundhog still ate the sweet potato. With Tang Mo around, it would not pay attention to the sweet potato, it would attack people first. But without people, it would continue to eat sweet potatoes. Tang Mo walked into the depths, listening to the movement in the cave with his ears erect, and at the same time dug out the powder from the plate today. There were 3 piles of soil, and 3 portions of white powder. Tang Mo compared the 2 portions of white powder dug out from the 5th hole, which was the powder formed after the ceramic was smashed. Finally, his eyes turned to the white powder dug out from the 3rd hole. 3 pieces of powder, all compared. Exactly the same? Tang Mo clenched his fingers tightly, and looked at the 3 piles of white powder on the ground. These powders were formed after the white porcelain plates were smashed. The white powder in the 3rd hole was definitely not put there yesterday, nor was it put there before 6 o'clock today. Yesterday, Tang Mo carefully looked at the 9 holes, and before 6 o'clock today, he checked the 9 holes again to make sure that these holes had not changed from yesterday, except that there was powder from the plate he put yesterday near the 5th hole, and then he randomly chose the 5th hole. I fought with the black-haired mole for about 5 minutes, and then rested outside the cave for 3 minutes. It took at most half a minute to walk from the 5th hole to the 3rd hole. Tang Mo thought, including the time when I checked the 3rd hole, there were still 5 or 6 minutes before 6 o'clock. At most, 15 minutes. Within 15 minutes, someone put a plate in the 3rd hole, and the plate was smashed into powder. There should still be sweet potatoes on the plate, and it should have been smashed by the black-haired mole. Tang Mo put his hand on the tattoo of the big matchstick and looked around. At the foot of the mountain was a vast vegetable field. In the dark night, the dim moonlight illuminated 9 eerie mole holes. The night wind blew, and the stones rolled gently on the ground. No one. No one. But within 15 minutes around 6 o'clock in the afternoon, at least one person put the plate into the 3rd hole, and it was smashed by a mole. If so, it can perfectly explain why Tang Mo waited for a black mole instead of a golden mole at the 5th hole, even though there was an 80% high probability. Game Rule 7. If more than 2 holes are placed or the player and the food are not standing at the same hole, the probability of the golden hamster appearing is 0. Food was placed in 2 holes in total, and the 2 players were not standing at the same hole. How could he wait for the golden hamster? Tang Mo clinched the match and suddenly waved it, hitting the big rock in front of the hole. Spiderweb-like cracks radiated from the hitting point of the match to the surroundings, and the dull knocking sound echoed in the valley. Tang Mo seemed to be crazy and wanted to vent his anger at being played by the Black Tower, but his attention was always on the surroundings. Once the unknown enemy, it could be a player or a Black Tower monster, appeared, he would attack. But 5 minutes passed and nothing appeared. Tang Mo put away the matches, frowning and thinking. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something, and quickly ran back to the wolf grandmother's hut, and ran into her kitchen. On the kitchen table, there were 7 stacked white plates. This was what the wolf grandmother took from the cabinet before leaving. Tang Mo saw her taking the plates, and then combined with the rules of the game, he thought that these 7 plates were for him to put food. Now 2 days have passed, he should have used up 2 plates. Tang Mo rushed to the dining table, and counted the number of plates from bottom to top. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No less. Tang Mo looked at the 5 plates, and after a while, he picked up the big match and walked out of the wolf grandmother's hut. He did not go to the back mountain. He walked out along the mountain path that the gorilla took him into the mountain. When he reached the corner of this mountain path, suddenly, an invisible wall appeared in front of him, blocking him to one side, unable to move forward. Ding! The game copy boundary has been reached. Tang Mo held the big match, turned around and walked in another direction. This was the only way down the mountain, but what if he jumped directly from the other side? With his current physical fitness, jumping from the halfway point of such a short mountain should not kill him. At most he would break his legs. But that way, he could contact the outside world and learn more information. However, just as Tang Mo was about to jump from the other side, an invisible wall blocked him again. Ding! The game instance has been reached. Tang Mo, So after the game officially started, his range of activities became the hill of Grandma Wolf, who was the other person who put the plate. The hill was shrouded in the thick night. There was no way to be anxious and suspicious. Tang Mo calmed down and recalled the 8 rules issued by the Black Tower from beginning to end. It didn't say there was only one player. Yes, no matter what Grandma Wolf said or the game rules of the Black Tower, there was never a sentence that said for sure that only Tang Mo was going to catch moles. Grandma Wolf did want her granddaughter to catch golden moles, but besides Grandma Wolf, there might be other people who also wanted to catch moles. Tang Mo didn't know who the other person was. He might be a player, an underground person, or a monster. But he couldn't find this person. The hill where Grandma Wolf lived was so small that you could see everything on the hill, and the 9 mole holes at the foot of the hill from the top. The biggest possibility was that Tang Mo couldn't see this person at all. To put it in a more understandable way, Tang Mo is now completing his game mission. He is playing a single-player tower attack game, which means he is destined to have no teammates. But no one said that other players cannot also attack the tower at this time, or play a copy game with the same mission. He also put the plate at the entrance of the hole. His way of catching moles should be the same as mine. I can't see him, and he should not be able to see me, otherwise he can't watch me put the plate at the other entrance of the hole. If food is placed at more than 2 holes, the probability of golden-haired gophers appearing is 0, and only black-haired gophers will appear. Tang Mo has completely calmed down at this moment. As he walked into the wolf grandmother's hut, he thought, did he also use a plate to serve the food? Tang Mo stood in front of the hut, feeling that something was wrong. An invisible companion. Both parties want to catch gophers, so they can be considered companions for the time being, uses the same method to catch gophers. The food may not be the same, because Tang Mo only found the powder on the white porcelain plate in the 3rd hole. The food was eaten by the gopher. It could be sweet potato or something else. Tang Mo suddenly thought, is he trying to catch the black gopher instead of the golden gopher? But he quickly denied this guess. The black gopher's favorite food is the underground people, not sweet potato. If you want to catch it, there is no need to lure it with food, just stand at the hole yourself. And from the tone of the wolf grandmother, Tang Mo felt that she did not seem to hate the black gopher. Monsters don't hate black-haired hamsters, they only hate golden-haired hamsters. Tang Mo closed his eyes and took a deep breath, then opened the door and entered the hut. There were 3 questions in front of him now. First, who was the invisible person who put the plate at the 3rd hole? Was he a player, an underground person, or a monster? Second, what did that person want to do? Did he also want to catch golden-haired hamsters? Third, how could he get that person to put the plate at his hole? If the other person was not a monster, he had to stand at the same hole as himself. The Black Tower did not say that there could only be one food and one player, but no matter how much food and how many players there were, they had to stand at the same entrance, otherwise the golden hamster would not appear. Tang Mo could not answer any of these three questions. A companion who could not be seen at all, could not communicate, and could not get any information. This situation did not give Tang Mo a chance to find a solution. It won't be that difficult. This is a game, there must be a strategy to pass the level, there must be. Tang Mo slammed the door shut and paced back and forth in the hut. I can't see that person, and that person can't see me. But there is an 80% chance that his mission is the same as mine. I have to find a way to contact him. Now that I have noticed this situation, has he noticed it? How can I contact him and make him notice me? Tang Mo's footsteps suddenly stopped. He suddenly felt like he had forgotten something very important. From the first time, he was dragged into the library game by the charlatan, to being forced to participate in the tower attack game, to the Monopoly game with a large number of deaths, Tang Mo has never been as passive as he is now, and can't find a way to pass the game. However, this is a game after all. If it is a game, there must be a way to pass it. Tang Mo's expression gradually darkened. He calmed down and sat on the soft sofa of Grandma Wolf, looking calmly at the pink jar on the coffee table. The pink jar made of ceramic texture was exactly the same as before Tang Mo left in the afternoon, with no signs of being moved. Tang Mo's eyes slid upward from the bottom of the jar little by little. He looked at the rounded body of the jar, and the light pink color that appeared on it under the moonlight. Finally, he looked at the round jar for 2 minutes, and suddenly, his eyes widened. Draw a circle to curse you. Tang Mo almost jumped up from the sofa. He finally remembered that he had such a special ability. Draw a circle to curse you. You can curse any object. It can only be used once a day. The success rate is 30%, and the effect is unknown. When using this special ability, you don't need to know the specific appearance and name of the cursed object. You only need to know who you are cursing. For example, Tang Mo knows that the person is the one who put the plate at the third hole at 6 o'clock tonight, so he can use the special ability on him. Tang Mo leaned over, placed his right index finger on the coffee table, and began to draw a circle. He gently slid the first stroke toward the upper right corner, and then drew it toward the lower right corner. However, this time when he drew the circle, his fingers began to tremble. It took Tang Mo a full minute from the first stroke to the completion of this crooked circle. In the underground cave of the giant mole, in order to prove that he had supernatural powers, Li Bin casually drew 2 circles. Both circles were extremely neat, as if they were drawn with a compass, and they were exactly the same size. After copying Li Bin's ability, Tang Mo only used it 4 times. Once was to curse the stowaways who attacked Sherbei Middle School, once was to curse Mario, and the next 2 times were to curse the 2 stowaways he attacked on Nanjing Road. When he started to use his ability, his fingers would draw a regular circle without his control. But this time, Tang Mo looked at the crooked circle he drew on the coffee table, and his eyes became heavy little by little. He seemed to have noticed something, and he took out his ability book from the air. Tang Mo turned the book to the first page. Superpower. I am only 1 spiritual field short of the protagonist. This has long been used to store big matches, and cannot be used again. Page 2. Superpower. Draw a circle to curse you. It has failed to be used just now. Page 3. Superpower. Find friends. Turning to the 5th page, Tang Mo saw the Fairy, give me back my grandpa! Superpower. He walked out of the hut, looked at the silent and dark valley, put his hands on his waist, and shouted 4 words to the empty valley with full energy. Give me back my grandpa! In the slightly cold night, Tang Mo's voice echoed in the Monster Valley for a long time. Unfortunately, only the sound echoed, without the light of fire. Tang Mo's heart suddenly fell into an ice cellar. He did not give up. He began to use Chi swallowing 10,000 miles, like a tiger, and other superpowers to experiment one by one. But no matter how Tang Mo tried to use it, except for Chen Shanshan's superintelligence thinking, which had no obvious effect, none of the other superpowers with specific performance worked. All failed. Is it forbidden to use superpowers in this copy? Tang Mo pursed his lips, and gave an answer in his heart. No, he can use superpowers and take out the big match. The act of taking out the big match from the wrist tattoo is itself using the superpower of I am only 1 spiritual field short of the protagonist. This superpower can be used, but other than this, All other superpowers cannot be used. Even when Tang Mo was fighting the black-haired mole, he didn't think that he had superpowers. He only realized now that he seemed to have forgotten that he had superpowers, and was fighting the black-haired mole with pure physical strength and the big match. Perhaps this copy only allows the use of spiritual field abilities. Tang Mo temporarily gave an explanation. He threw the ability book back into the air and took out a crystal tear from his pocket. This is Earthworm Tears. Tang Mo decided to experiment whether he could use props. Earthworm Tears are consumable props that can only be used 3 times and can repair fractured wounds. Tang Mo did not intend to cut off his hand this time. He took out a knife and cut a not-so-deep cut on his left arm. The knife touched the skin, blood immediately flowed down. The sharp pain made Tang Mo frown slightly. He put the earthworm's tears on the wound. 5 minutes later, Tang Mo's strong body, as a formal player, had automatically stopped bleeding, but the earthworm's tears were still quietly pressed on the wound by him, without any effect. Tang Mo put the earthworm's tears back into his pocket and took out Mario's hat again. This afternoon, he had hit the wall 3 times with this hat and got 3 things. He threw one of them into the pink jar in exchange for the sweet potato for the mole. Mario's hat can only be used safely 3 times a day. When used for the 4th time, the user will feel dizzy and have a certain negative impact on the body. But Tang Mo did not hesitate. He put on the hat and crashed into the fireplace of the wolf grandmother. Bang! An old black and silver ring fell to the ground with a clatter. Tang Mo leaned against the wall to rest for a while, then bent down to pick up the ring. Mario's hat can be used. The last prop he had was a rare quality turkey egg. Tang Mo took out the turkey egg from his pocket and looked at it solemnly. After a long time, he knocked on the turkey egg 3 times and whispered, "Mr. Fu?" The whistling evening breeze blew on the window of Grandma Wolf, making the glass creak. There was no echo in the turkey egg. Tang Mo's fingers holding the turkey egg gradually tightened, and he called out again, "Mr. Fu?" 3 minutes passed, and there was still no sound. Tang Mo raised his right finger and drew an S directly on the turkey egg. As he wrote it, the S on the turkey egg did not emit a dazzling white light like every time he used it before. But Tang Mo seemed to see nothing. He shouted the name loudly, "Fu Wenduo." The only response he got was the whistling wind outside the window. 10 minutes later, Tang Mo put away the turkey egg. He walked to the window of the wolf grandmother and looked at the 9 dark mole holes at the foot of the mountain. At this time, the pink alarm clock next to the sofa made a beeping sound, and its hour hand pointed to the position of 12. It was the 3rd day. This is a single-player game. Tang Mo looked at the 3rd hole of the mole cave from a distance. His voice was very calm, and his expression was very calm. He came to the final conclusion: that person is me.